Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Meeting the Morrigan. September 3, 2005, New York City. Jean POV. Jean had barely slept last night. She was thinking about her, frankly, insane theory that her history teacher is one of the most feared entities in the world. It was inconceivable, unthinkable, absurd. It was already surprising that she was a mutant as well, and a very powerful one with very good control over her powers. But that doesn't mean that she's some sort of mass murderer. Then why can't she get it out of her head? The only thing to connect her to the Morrigan was her voice, and that is flimsy at best. But now that she was thinking about it, there has always been some sort of carefully concealed aura of danger around her. There was a reason that no student has ever been disrespectful of her, even when she rarely punished any of her students. Jean still remembered Ms. Sayer's implied threat: "I'm telling you that once you leave this office, what happens to you is your responsibility, and if you become a danger to everyone, I will deal with you accordingly." Jean was still scared shitless about that sentence, and for some reason she had no doubt that her history teacher would go through with it. Holy shit, if she's actually the Morrigan, is she going to kill her? The redhead was terrified, and nothing would reassure her other than the fact that if this was true, she would have killed Jean back in Egypt. Maybe she's just imagining things. Maybe all of this is in her head and her history teacher is just some woman who has the same powers as her. Jean slowly walked down from her room to the garage where Scott was waiting in his pretentious car. Why did he waste so much money on a convertible? The guy had used up a good portion of the money he inherited from his family after they died on a plane crash on this. He should have saved it up for college or something. Why had he bought it anyway? He wasn't particularly interested in cars other than a method of transportation. So why buy a convertible of all things? Oh shit, he bought it when she started dating Duncan, who also had a convertible. She really needs to break up with that douchebag. Oh god, please don't tell her that he wasted so much money in an effort to impress her. Jean was starting to feel bad about it. It wasn't natural that someone his age be this obsessed over her. It was like she was the center of his universe. She came before anything else, and it creeped her out. And right now, he was sitting next to her in the car, rambling on his leader duties or something. Jean sighed in relief when Kitty and Rogue came down to the car. At least, he wouldn't ask her out or something with them there. They waited a few more minutes until Evan joined them. They decided that Kurt would teleport to school because the back seat was getting too crowded. Lucky bastard gets to sleep half an hour more than they do. Speaking of her fellow X-Men, Jean didn't know how to get along with them. For the first time in almost a decade, she was thinking clearly, and while she knew that they had nothing to do with what the professor did to her, Jean felt uncomfortable in their presence. The X-Men represented her broken past. She just didn't know how to treat her teammates. Were they her teammates anymore? She was thinking about leaving the mansion for a while, and Dr. Strange's offer of training was an attractive one. For now, she'll focus on Ms. Sayer. The rest of the ride was spent in silence. Her teammates had probably noticed that she hasn't been herself since Egypt. When they arrived to the school, she met up with Taryn and Duncan as usual. Her boyfriend greeted her. "Hey babe, missed you yesterday. Heard you were sick or something." "Yeah, Duncan, I'm fine, but we need to talk." She looked at Taryn privately. Taryn responded, "I'm gonna go inside. I'm kinda cold." She left towards the school. When they were alone, Duncan grinned lecherously. "So Jean, you wanted us alone?" He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. The redhead sighed inwardly. This was going to be troublesome. "We're done. I'm breaking up with you." "What? Why? You really think that you could cheat on me without me knowing about it?" Duncan growled at her. "I have no idea what that bitch Taryn said to you." Jean interrupted him. "I never said anything about Taryn, who by the way isn't the one who told me. Don't try to act innocent, I know that you did it. So, I'm dumping you. It's simple enough for someone with your limited intelligence to understand." The redhead turned to walk away, but he grabbed her hand. "You think you could just walk away from me? We had a good thing going. The star quarterback and the head cheerleader. Are you really willing to give that up?" "Yes, now get your hands off me." "Fucking tease. Is it because of Summers? I knew you had a little thing going on." Jean looked at her now ex-boyfriend incredulously. "What the hell does Scott have anything to do with this? You fucking cheated on me. That's why I'm breaking up with you. Now let me go before I make you." Jean was starting to get angry and was seriously tempted to use her powers to hurt him. She took a few deep breaths, trying to regain control over her emotions. This was getting very dangerous. Before she could do anything, they were interrupted by a voice. "Detention, Mr. Matthews. Miss Gray, if you would please come with me." It was Miss Sayer, the woman who had plagued her mind the previous night. The woman who could be one of the most dangerous beings on the planet. Her history teacher's tone left room for little arguments. Duncan nodded and let go of her hand. Her teacher turned around and Jean followed her into an empty classroom. Jean was practically shitting herself. She was alone with a person who probably killed thousands of people if what Dr. Strange said was true. Before she could control herself, she asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Her history teacher looked amused at the notion. "Now, why would I do that, child?" "Because you're the Morrigan." "Because you killed a lot of people," Jean answered unsurely. Her history teacher's face was blank for a second, until she burst into laughter. Jean stood there awkwardly for a good minute until her teacher calmed down. Was she not the Morrigan after all? "Is this what Strange told you?" "Huh, I'll ask his master to clarify some stuff, especially since he'll probably be the next Sorcerer Supreme." "Sure kiddo, I'm the Morrigan." "Oh, goodness, you're shaking. Are you really that scared of me?" "Oh shit, she really is the Morrigan." Jean replied indignantly, "Hey, I figured it out on my own, and you can't expect me not to be scared of someone who is a mass murderer and is practically the living embodiment of the boogeyman." "Oh honey, I'm not exactly the boogeyman. I'm the one that kills the fucking boogeyman." Jean paled at that sentence. Her teacher continued, "Do you think you know how the world works? What you are witnessing in your daily life is just a front, a fantasy. The real world is far grittier and deadlier than you can possibly imagine. I'm the one in charge of making sure no one goes too far. What about what happened in Central Africa? You killed all these people." Ms. Sayer tilted her head as if deep in thought. "Central Africa? When was that?" "A couple centuries ago, I think. That was Dr. Strange told me." "Oh yeah, the demon summoner. Nasty ending, I'll admit. Some idiot tried to take over the world by summoning demons using a cursed book called the Darkhold. The idiot summoned an army of demons, so that was alright, but he accidentally got possessed by a demon lord called Beelzebub. Horrible demon who is very powerful, but a side effect of his presence is the aura he emits. Even when weakened, since he's only possessing a vessel, his mere presence is enough to affect all those around them in a cycle of violence. The inhabitants of the nearby village turned into savages and started turning against one another. By the time I defeated Beelzebub and his demon horde, they had turned to cannibalism. I killed them out of mercy. Because that was death was for someone that suffered that much. A mercy. You could have healed them, Jean exclaimed. The curse was soul-based, and perhaps if I tried, I could have reversed it. But the damage was already done. What they had done when they were affected by the curse cannot be erased. They would have lived the rest of their lives with these memories, and I guarantee you, they will not have chosen to live for long. I do not like taking lives, child. But I will do so when it is necessary. It's never necessary to take a life. The history teacher chuckled. That's just Xavier talking. What's wrong with that? The teacher looked at her, surprised. After everything he did to you, you still believe in him. It doesn't matter what he's done. His dream is something I can believe in. Xavier's dream is naive. Before she could protest, Ms. Sayer continued, it's a beautiful dream. I'll admit to that, but I'm old, child. This little mutant problem is not the first to appear, nor will it be the last. Jean was shocked at that. What do you mean? You really think that mutants are the first race to appear with powers? Before mutants even existed, mages roamed the earth, my people. They were powerful, like mutants. And the non-magicals were afraid of them. Like any people, most mages were good. They were just regular people having regular jobs like anyone else, but some were evil and power-hungry. The non-magicals took the first opportunity to massacre them. They used Christianity as proof that their fear was justified, and this began the witch burnings. Adult wizards weren't really affected, but they killed so many magical children that it almost crippled the magical population. So, in the 17th century, they created the Statute of Secrecy. They decided to hide. I have no idea why they thought it would work, since everyone knew about them, but I chose to get involved. I created one of the most complicated pieces of magic that the world has ever seen. I created a global spell that I charged for 7 years. I created an enchantment anchored to the earth itself. It manipulated reality itself, erasing any and every trace of magic outside the magical world. I call it the mist. To this day, security cameras are automatically being affected, memories erased with my spell. My people and the non-magicals have lived together for thousands of years, and yet they were hunted like animals and chose to hide. What makes you think that mutants will be any different? Jean was shocked at the story. An entire civilization hidden from the world. Entire pieces of history erased. Am I going to forget now that you told me about it? Nah, kiddo. A non-magical cannot learn of us if they are not told by another mage. Even then, you will not be able to speak of it. I added a secrecy enchantment so that no idiot would blabber to everyone around them. Even then, a mage can only reveal magic to a non-magical if they have no negative intent in doing so. Jean hummed in thought, people are a lot more civilized now than back then. Human nature doesn't change, child. Believe me, they will find a loophole in their laws to condemn you. You will not be considered humans and they will hunt you down like animals. The only reason that you haven't already been revealed is because of my mist. While it isn't as effective as with mages, it still helps you retain your secrecy. How? The history teacher grinned at her. Where do you think mutants came from in the first place? Chapter 102, The Phoenix Force. September 3, 2005, New York City. Jean POV. Human nature doesn't change, child. Believe me, they will find a loophole in their laws to condemn you. You will not be considered humans and they will hunt you down like animals. The only reason that you haven't already been revealed is because of my mist. While it isn't as effective as with mages, it still helps you retain your secrecy. How? The history teacher grinned at her. Where do you think mutants came from in the first place? Jean looked confusingly at her teacher. A mutant is a human being that possesses a genetic trait called the X gene. It causes the mutant to develop superhuman powers that manifest at puberty. Ms. Sayer nodded, a textbook answer. Probably Xavier's answer. But it's only partially correct, it's also wrong. The so-called X gene did not just appear one day. To understand where you come from, you have to understand how mages exist. The truth is quite complicated, but it mostly manifests due to the flexibility of human DNA. Humans have a much higher chance to adapt to their environments than any recorded species in the universe. I'm not going to go specifics, but millions of years ago, gods and demons roamed the earth. They were later banished by the founder of the Order of Sorcerers, strange order to be exact. What does that have to do with anything? It has everything to do with it because every single god and demon was banished. Except for one. Gaia, or the Earth Mother, was the personification of the planet itself. To banish her was to banish the planet itself, and that was impossible. Agamotto chose to not banish her, so she's still here to this day. Not that it matters much, she's a very peaceful goddess and doesn't involve herself much to mortal affairs. Jean spluttered for a moment. Are you telling me that we have a legit goddess walking around? Of course not. A god is a being of pure energy, but Gaia is special. She is the very earth itself. You walk on her body, breathe her air, use her energy. Gaia's own power flows through the earth to ensure the growth of every living thing. From the smallest bacteria to the largest animal. She spreads her powers evenly using what we call ley lines, who in turn enrich the environment with what we call ambient magic or mana. As I said before, humans have a very flexible DNA, and slowly, when children started to get conceived near a ley line, their DNA adapted to the energy around them, causing them to be able to absorb the energy in large quantities, which we now call mages. Mages are able to shape their energy to affect the world around them, to manipulate reality itself in small amounts. However, after the mage population grew, they noticed that a few of them could absorb the magic but couldn't shape them. This was the first mutation of the magical race, and they called them squibs. This is where mutants come in. Sometimes, someone is born with their magic already in a certain shape. Generally, they just become mages that are very specialized, but if they suffer from the squib mutation, they become locked into a single spell. You called them mutants. It's funny, you call yourselves Homo superior, but you really are just downgraded mages. Jean was stupefied. Is this where their kind came from? So we are mutants of mages but not of the human race. Precisely. It doesn't mean that you're any weaker. In fact, you'll rarely see a mage with the same proficiency in their powers as a mutant. We have to shape our magic to cast spells, but your magic is already shaped. This allows you to have a masterful control over your one spell and channel far more power through it. This is why there are no such things as mutant mages. Although I was one when I was younger, when I first used my telepathy and my telekinesis, but I noticed as I grew older that I was using the same energy for both my magic and mutant powers. If we're all using magic, then why doesn't your mist work properly on mutants? Ms. Sayer chuckled. Names have power, child. I created the mist to stop magic from being discovered, and while you're not technically mages, what you're doing is technically magic. Unfortunately, you're not recognize what you're doing magic. You called yourselves mutants, and the mist is starting to recognize you as mutants, entities separate from magic. Every day, the mist protects you less and less, and you can thank Xavier and Magneto for this. One day it will completely stop working and your fate will be completely in your hands. But we've gone off track. Your society will be completely revealed, and then you'll understand that human nature does not change. It's simply better hidden. Jean glared at her history teacher. Is this why you called me here? Why you are here in the first place? To make me abandon the professor? Ms. Sayer burst into laughter. Honey, I don't care about Xavier's boy band. I'm playing the long game, and my goal, for now, is to make sure you don't blow up the planet. Jean's mind blanked. What? I came all the way from my home just for you. Why do you think Xavier is scared shitless from you? You're powerful, far more powerful than he could comprehend. Your potential is staggering, only rivaled by my own. We're very similar in that regard. I am nothing like you, the redhead exclaimed, disgusted. The black-haired teacher just smirked at her. I have been where you are. You are so angry, so furious, it feels like everything is going to burst all the time. And all you want is to let go, let things explode out. But you're scared, terrified of hurting everyone around you. Did I say something wrong? Jean blanched on the accurate description of her feelings. She looked at her teacher pleadingly. What did you do? How did you make it go away? I let it explode. The green-eyed teacher answered calmly. She raised her hands and suddenly the world fell apart. She continued, we are now in the mirror dimension. What happens here does not affect the real world. Go nuts, let go of your anger. You'll hurt someone if you keep it in. Their world shattered. The fragile control Jean had over her emotions and her powers responded accordingly. A giant pulse of telekinetic energy came out of her, crushing and destroying the entire school in the mirror dimension. She screamed in anger at the professor's teachery, his manipulation of her mind. She sobbed in sadness at her relationship with her parents. Sending pulse after pulse, destroying everything around her. The redhead fell to her knees, exhausted but feeling better than she has in years. It was like a weight had lifted from her shoulders. She was free. A voice broke her trance, better now. She looked up and saw her teacher smiling kindly at her. She just nodded in answer. All right, I'm taking us back. The world righted itself once more. They both stayed in a comfortable silence, Jean being exhausted emotionally and with her powers as well. Jean spoke up, when you said that you're here for me. You didn't tell me everything. There's something else. Ms. Sayer nodded. Yes, there is. Tell me, please. The redhead begged. Jean's teacher looked hesitant for a second before sighing at her pleading look. It's a very complicated, and I don't want to pressure you or anything. I wanted to let you have a childhood for the first time in your life. Are you sure you want to know? Yes. I need to understand what's happening to me. I came here because you're more than just some powerful telepath or telekinetic. You're the avatar of the Phoenix Force. Jean was confused. The what now? The Phoenix Force is a cosmic entity and it is the source of all psionic energy. Cosmic entity. Ah, yes. A cosmic entity is a concept given form. An idea. For example, there is death, the end of everything, destruction. There's life, the beginning of all things, creation. And there's the Phoenix Force, the personification of rebirth, of progress. I am the avatar of death just as you are the avatar of the Phoenix Force. Jean was stupefied by that answer. What the hell was happening? Before she could voice her confusion, Ms. Sayer continued, there's a reason you have an instinctive dislike of people. Take Scott Summers for example, he has done nothing to make himself better, to control his power. You, as the avatar of the Phoenix, hate stagnation. As avatars of a cosmic entity, we are given mission, guided by our patrons, to represent them in the physical world. I have mostly dealt with people who are breaking the natural laws of the universe. How can I stop it from possessing me? Ms. Sayer burst into laughter at that. Stop the Phoenix Force. That's funny. You are so inferior to a thing like that it's funny. Do you honestly think you're anything special for something like the Phoenix Force? There are an infinite number of Jean Grey in the multiverse and yet there is one Phoenix Force. To a thing like that you are so small and inconsequential that it's not even funny. Let me make you an analogy. How would you feel if a bacteria sat at your table and started acting snarky, and refused doing its job? Trust me, you are not that special in the grand scheme of it all. Then why are you helping me then? Well, first of all, I have to make sure you don't blow up the planet. But also, I kinda messed up. I accidentally let one of the anchors of the Phoenix Force in the world be destroyed. This accentuated the violent tendencies of your patron's commands. And since I couldn't kill you, I wanted to train you to be a somewhat balanced individual and misinterpret your orders and commit genocides for the hell of it. I didn't expect Xavier to have screwed up this badly, and I couldn't break the bindings without accidentally awakening the Phoenix Force inside you. And considering how messed up you were, it would have been a disaster. Jean stayed silent at this, processing the information given to her. What now? I have bound the Phoenix Force inside of you, and so is a significant amount of your original powers. As you gain more control, more will be accessible to you. When you're done mastering your own power, the Phoenix will reveal itself to you, and you'll fully become the avatar of the Phoenix. But don't take too long, your patron is being cooperative for now. If it wished, it could break the seal easily. Now, you have a choice. You can either have me as a teacher, helping you control your mutation, you can take Strange's offer to train with him, or you can return to the Institute. Either way, you'll have to come to me to train your cosmic power when the Phoenix awakens. But believe me, no one has taken psionic energy manipulation as far as I did. You'll learn much more from me. I don't know what to do. Ms. Sayer chuckled. Of course you don't, but you can take as much time as you want. My offer still stands and I assume so is Steven's. That's the beauty of life, you get to have your own choices. Now go on, you're already late to class. Jean understood that she was being dismissed and slowly turned to get out of the classroom. Before she could exist, she asked, if you're the avatar of death, and I'm the avatar of the phoenix, who is the avatar of life? The history teacher smiled, everything that possesses a soul represents life. Every living thing is technically an avatar of life. Jean turned around and left the classroom. She had a lot to think about. Chapter 103, Finding a Successor. September 3, 2005, New York City. Jasmine POV. I watched as the avatar of the Phoenix Force walked away and got out of my classroom. The talk was somewhat draining and I knew that even if she didn't show it, she was overwhelmed by the information I gave her. Anyone would freak out if they found out that they were destined to serve some sort of all-powerful entity. At least, I didn't tell her about her probable immortality. The last Phoenix Force avatar was human and she lived for thousands of years. I have no idea if it's because of the Phoenix Force or because of her relationship with Odin, who could have given her a golden apple which would enhance her body magic, giving her a body similar to that of an Asgardian. The information was sparse and was recorded by a sorcerer supreme before I arrived to Atlantis, and even then, it was mostly speculated. And the information was troubling, especially the tales of the previous Phoenix avatar almost crippling the Shi'ar Empire, which turned her into a kind of demonic entity to their people who swore vengeance of the Phoenix Force itself, a foolish notion, but tragedy tends to erode any type of reason. One word of Jean's existence as the next host of the Phoenix and the Shi'ar Empire would hunt her to the end of the universe. They would probably just blow up the entire planet just to kill her. I chose to give her the bare minimum of information. The girl was confused enough already, there's no need to add more on her plate. At least with what she already knows, the redhead could make decisions for herself. For now, I will leave her be to train her mutant powers and will go to her when I feel she is ready to fully become the avatar of the Phoenix Force. If I was being honest, I knew that the girl wouldn't take me on my offer of training. My reputation made sure that she was wary of me. Not that I mind, the possibility of a Dark Phoenix scenario is slim now, so I won't force the issue. Although, I wish to have trained her myself. Maybe even as a successor of sorts. With the coming conflict, I have no idea if I will survive. I left the classroom and walked to the corridor. I had a class to teach after all. Lost in my thoughts, I walked into the school principal, Raven Darkholme, also known as Mystique, knocking her down. I kneeled down to help her up. Sorry about that, Raven, I wasn't paying attention. Don't call me that. Raven exclaimed. Call you what? This is your name. My name is Mystique now, Sayer. I tilt my head, pretending to be confused. Raven is a beautiful name. Why would you discard it? I stopped being Raven when I left Xavier on that beach. It's in the past now, no need to dwell on it. If it's in the past, then why did you choose it as your identity? I ask, smirking. I knew I had her. She always pretended to be aloof and emotionless, but Irene confided to me that she deeply regretted betraying Xavier and joining Magneto, but she accepted her choices. Even Irene calls her Raven in private. The shapeshifter growled at me and I sigh heavily. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. The school principal's scowl lessened and she looked at me seriously. We need to talk. I'm sorry, but I have a class to teach and I'm already late. Damn it, Sayer, I don't have time for this. Just get in the classroom. I'm your boss, I'll say you were in a surprise meeting or something. I sigh in resignation. Fine. But make it quick. We both walk into the nearest empty classroom and as soon as she confirmed that we were alone she exclaimed, What the hell, Sayer? I look at her confused. What? What do you mean what? I'm talking about Egypt, you dunce. I raise an eyebrow at the insult. What? I helped you guys a little. A little. We were getting pummeled out there and you just killed him, just like that. And Apocalypse recognized you. Are you really that old? I shrug in response. This conversation is getting nowhere. Is this coming somewhere? Because I have a class to teach. The shapeshifter sighed in exasperation. Just, thank you. If it weren't for you. I interrupt her, your children would have been dead. How the hell do you know that? You might have learned to block Xavier's telepathy, but I'm leagues ahead of him. Comparing him to me is like comparing a child's finger painting to the Mona Lisa. And that's me being generous. Mystique looked outraged. You broke into my mind. No, Irene told me. I try not to use my telepathy too much. It was fun to use it all the time when I was a kid, but it started to get stale. Mystique deflated and asked, Can you not tell them that I'm their mother? They deserve to know, Raven. The shapeshifter twitched at the name. Guess I'm not done teasing her. She looked at me pleadingly. Please. I don't want them to be hurt by my past. Besides, who would want me as a mother? Plus, we both know that Magneto wouldn't allow me to have any distractions. Even if they're my children. I sigh in exasperation. The woman really has some self-esteem issues. Fine, but know that the truth will come out one day and you will have to deal with it. It would be better if you told them than it would be if they found out on their own. The shapeshifter nodded and changed the subject, uncomfortable to where this conversation was heading. I have to ask. What the hell happened to Gray? Xavier messed up, that's what happened. What does Xavier have to do with this? I respond, the girl is powerful, like seriously powerful, even as a child. Xavier was scared of her so decided to add mental block on her when she was young. Unfortunately for him, a telepath's abilities are more than just reading minds. They embody the very self of the telepath. It's why they could use astral projection. The idiot didn't just block her powers but the girl's identity, turning her into a walking puppet that mimics everything around her. I don't know if the bindings were destroyed on their own or Xavier removed them out of desperation, and that really doesn't matter. What does matter is that they weren't there anymore and the kid got overwhelmed by her powers and she wasn't developed enough mentally to handle the powers. You know, being sealed away and everything. So, she went berserk with a crap ton of power to back it up. So, what did you do? I sealed her powers so that they would grow as long as she could handle it. She just needs to learn how to properly use her powers now. I offered to train her and she hasn't accepted or refused. Mystique looked at me questioningly, do you think that she's going to take you up on your offer? I shook my head, she's very distrustful of me. Strange told her some of my exploits and she was terrified out of her mind. She'll probably take up his offer. I can't see her trusting Xavier to teach her anything. You don't look like you mind that. Aren't you disappointed? Not really. I don't want to have a distrustful student. And while I would have liked to have her as my successor, there's someone else I have my eyes on that could be even better than her. Mystique looked shocked at my plans for the redhead. Why would you need a successor? I had thoughts about it and I have discovered that I had somehow integrated myself to the delicate balance in the world. My presence deters a lot of people from committing atrocities using their magic or their sorcery. I have saved the world from countless terrible futures, and if there is something I have learned is that there will always be more threats to humanity. Something is coming, something I don't know if I would survive. Should the worst happen, I need someone to take my place to protect the natural order. I have already chosen my sister, Rose, as my successor in the magical world. I have already started her on some form of apprenticeship with my portrait, and I will formally declare her as the heiress of Avalon when I think she's ready. However, she isn't strong enough to deal with the entire world by herself. Hence, I need someone to deal with what's outside the wizarding world. I needed someone powerful, someone I would turn immortal using a ritual similar to that of an Asgardian golden apple. I would have preferred having Jean Grey as my heir, being a fellow avatar of a cosmic entity and sharing my potential in terms of raw power, and probably is an immortal as well. I, however, will not curse Rose with the treasonous boon that is immortality. I will not let her watch as everyone she loves dies around her, again and again. She's too pure a soul for me to curse her with a fate similar to mine, regardless of her magical potential. She will, in turn, choose an heir to pass on my legacy and her duty to safeguard the magical world. Mystique, on the other hand, looked pale at the thought of something I would possibly die to. What? How? What could possibly kill you? You're one of the strongest beings to have ever existed. I don't know. It's why I have needed Irene's help. Whatever it is, had such an impact in time and space that I couldn't use my usual methods to divine the future. Even Irene's powers can't see what happens. What we do know that it is some sort of crisis and that there are two main outcomes. One of them is survival and the other is the destruction on an unparalleled scale. I even couldn't see anything using the time stone, which was extremely worrying. The Ancient One shared my apprehension when I told her of this after I borrowed the Eye of Agamotto. If you can already see the future, why do you need Irene? The method Irene uses to see the future can be replicated, but I will have to train for centuries for me to become as proficient. She doesn't follow the courses of probabilities to find the most likely outcome like I do. She uses a very powerful chronomantic blast, sending her visions of countless futures. The only reason she wasn't brain dead when she manifested her powers is the fact that her mind was modified to interpret those visions. It's why she's blind in the first place. It's not the time magic that's a problem for me, but it's the countless visions that are a problem. It was why the Eye of Agamotto was necessary to use the time stone. It acted like a buffer between the mind and the visions to allow them to interpret millions of possible scenarios without any harmful mental strain. The fact that a mortal woman could replicate that is equal part fascinating and terrifying. Damn, human race's potential is staggering. Mystique looked thoughtful of my explanation. So if you can't see anything, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to even the odds, to give humanity the highest chance of surviving the upcoming crisis. But there's someone else doing the same thing but on the other side. It's like playing a game of chess where reality itself is at stake. It's very stressful, I can tell you that. Some of the tiniest events can have drastic outcomes. The shapeshifter paled at my words. She was trembling in fear. I, on the other hand, was thinking about my interaction with Jean. With how it went, the chances of her choosing me to train her now are extremely slim. It seems like I'll just make do with my other candidate, who is currently less powerful than the redhead but had the potential to match her with my training. Well, might as well just go get her. Raven, cancel my classes. Tell them that I have a family emergency of something. Mystique looked baffled. Why? I smirk at her. It's time for me to get my apprentice. Now how to break into a mental institution. Chapter 104, Wanda. September 3, 2005, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda was barely 13 years old when she was left in this hellhole. Abandoned by her father and her brother because of their fear of her powers. Truth be told, Wanda wasn't really sure who she was angrier with. Her twin brother was with her since birth. They had promised each other to stay together forever and he just spat on everything they had together, 13 years of being inseparable, being each other's pillars. When their mother and stepfather died in Sokovia in the explosion created by the damn Stark, they were each other's pillars of support. Even when they were alone, they had each other. But all of that disappeared when that man came to get them. Their birth father, Magneto, tracked them down after 2 years living in the streets of a war-torn country. These 2 years had changed them, Wanda knew that. It was something she tried not to think about. Pietro developed his sense of humor to deal with what happened, a way to find a silver lining for everything. So, when their supposed birth father found them, they both latched into him without a second's thought. Anything was better than the streets. The next few years were one of the happiest of her life. Magneto had taken them to America and for the first time in her life, she could live like those old TV series she watched with her mother and stepfather back in Sokovia. Sure, she was bullied because of her foreign accent but after a while it faded away. But most of all, she was glad that her brother started to live for himself once more. There was a light in his eyes that was gone after their parents died. Of course, all good things come to an end and it started when they got their powers. Pietro was the first one to unlock his powers. He could move in super speed. It was really impressive but when they showed it to their father, he didn't say anything and Wanda could see the disappointment in his eyes that Pietro inherited his control over metals. Nevertheless, it was enough for him to get preferential treatment. It was slow at first, but Wanda's father started to pay more attention to her brother. He smiled whenever he looked at Pietro, he started training him to control his powers. And for the first time in her life, Wanda was alone. She had always had her brother, even when they had lost everything, they had each other. But they were being slowly getting apart because of his powers. So, Wanda thought that perhaps if she had any powers, she wouldn't be left behind. So, every day, Wanda would focus with all her might and wish for her powers to manifest. She did this for months without seeing any results. But Wanda was persistent, she loved her brother and a part of her wanted her father to be proud of her as well. She grew to love the man, distant as he was, over the years. She kept doing this little exercise until one day, when she was 11, something clicked and the world around her shook. She had passed out but she did so with a smile on her face. She wasn't going to be alone anymore. She had powers. When she woke up, she expected to see Pietro's look of awe, her father's subtle proud smile he gave her brother when he got a breakthrough with his powers. But all she got were looks of fear from her brother and wariness from her father. She later learned that she almost destroyed their house. People attributed what happened to an earthquake but she knew what had happened and it terrified her. They ended up moving away from the city and her father did end up trying to train her. For a couple of months at least. She still had no control over her abilities. She didn't even know what her abilities were in the first place. It destroyed everything around her. She pushed her brother away when he startled her once. It sometimes transformed things into something else. She doesn't really know how to explain it but she had somehow transformed her brother's sneakers into birds. Thankfully, she was alone, and Pietro thought that he just lost them somewhere. Seeing no progress with her powers, Magneto gave up on her and cancelled her lessons. Add insult to injury, she wasn't allowed to leave the house until she had control over her powers. But what hurt her the most was the fear in brother's eyes whenever he looked at her. They had been inseparable for years and yet now, he is scared of her. Perhaps she was a monster. Was he right to be so afraid of her? So, Wanda didn't leave their house for almost 2 years, until one day, her father took her and her brother on a trip. Wanda was ecstatic, she was finally going to leave the house. She was hopeful that her father recognized what he did and would start to take care of her once more. That hope was crushed when she was taken to this place. The vault. A prison, in the shape of a mental institution. A place that should supposedly help people but was in fact a place to indefinitely hold dangerous people with powers. Her father and brother left her there, without a single word, without even saying goodbye. She never saw them after that fateful day. At first, she couldn't understand. Why had her father abandoned her? It wasn't her fault that she couldn't control her powers. She tried her best, she really did. Was that not enough? Her powers reacted to her wild emotions, destroying everything in the room. They didn't give her any replacement. She had lived for years without even a single bed. No one even tried to help her. Wasn't this a place to help people like her? For the first few months, she cried out for her father to return but after time passed, her tears dried out and all that was left was rage. She had almost killed a few of the guards with her powers and her rage. After that, the only interaction she had with another person was the latch the guards used to give her food. She swore that she would get revenge on her father for what he's done to her. But she couldn't bring herself to hate her brother. She didn't know if she ever could. Whenever she thought of him, she saw two images, the one from her beloved brother before they left Sokovia and then the boy who did nothing as her father gave her away. That was until he came. She had lost count of the days then. Maybe it was months later, maybe it was years later, but she had received her first visitor. A foolish part of her wished for them to be her father or her brother. But it was a strange bald man in a wheelchair. He called himself Charles Xavier. They talked about what happened and the men refused to let her out. She had made the mistake of telling him about her feelings towards her father and it scared her. She could see it in his eyes. Still, the men left without doing anything. Every few months or so, the men returned, hoping that she would give up on her hatred. He didn't understand that hatred was all she had. Every time they would argue, and he would leave. She almost attacked him once, but the guards electrocuted her before she could even twitch. And now, here she was. 17 years old, according to Xavier anyway. She was huddled in the corner of her dark cold room. The night sky was visible from her window. It was raining, not that she cared anyway. She had grown used to the cold a long time ago. If she was honest with herself, Wanda would admit that she had given up on escaping. The only way she could do so would be with her powers and she had no control over them. Even if she could train them, she was still constantly under surveillance, which means that her jailers will always know what she's capable of. The only thing that kept her from sinking into the despair was her rage. Rage at her father abandoning her, rage at her jailers, rage at her brother, rage at Stark for killing her mother, rage at the world itself. It had kept her from becoming a shell of a person. Not that it hadn't been a close call. Her constant attempts to attack everyone around her were the only way to express her sense of self. No one could control her emotions, they were hers and hers alone. Like every night, she let out a scream of rage, hoping that someone outside this prison would hear her. "Well, aren't you a cheery little girl?" an amused voice said, behind her. Wanda whirled around at the speed of lightning. This was the first time in years that she heard a voice in her cell. No one dared enter her room after she almost killed one of the guards. They always restrained her when they took her outside, which was a very rare occasion. She looked at the intruder. It was a woman. She had long wavy black hair and green eyes that seemed to illuminate the room. The woman was smiling at her. No one smiled at her for a very long time. This can't be real, it just couldn't be. Good things do not happen to Wanda Maximoff. Great, I'm imagining things now. The woman smiled sadly at her. I am very much real, Wanda. But I know that you won't believe it anyway. So, assume that I am real. What do you have to lose by doing so? Still, years of self-preservation won against the disarming smile the woman sent to her and walked aggressively towards the woman. Who the hell are you? The woman didn't even flinch at her threatening body language. My name is Jasmine, little one. And I have an offer to give you. What kind of offer? Well, I find myself in need of an apprentice and decided to offer you the position. What? Wanda hadn't been expecting that. Apprentice, who even says that anymore? Well, as you can see, I'm not going anywhere. But that doesn't have to be that way. I can let you out, if you so wish. Fear gripped Wanda's heart. For the first time, the prospect of getting out was a tangible thing. If the woman was telling the truth or if she was real in the first place, not some sort of imaginary friend she made up. But the question was, should she get out? She still had no control over her powers. She could hurt people, hurt the kind woman. She knew the answer even if she didn't like it. Wanda whispered, I can't. My powers, they're dangerous. The woman must have heard her because Wanda found herself enveloped in a hug. When was the last time someone had given her a hug? It was her brother, before she got her cursed powers. It seems like so long ago. She missed the feeling, the comfort. This reminded her of her mother when she tucked her brother and her in bed. Wanda couldn't help but tear up at the feeling. Oh, you poor thing. You're not going to hurt me. I'm going to help you how to control your powers. How? She had tried everything and nothing worked. I'm like you, dear. This simple sentence shocked Wanda to the core. She wasn't alone. She wasn't some sort of freak. But Wanda had been hurt before. She had to be sure before hoping for anything. Prove it. The woman let go of her and smiled. Suddenly, the world shifted around her. Some sort of strange red light moved around the world, changing it. Suddenly, instead of a prison cell, there was a room. It was quite nice, with a bed that looked comfortable, a closet filled with clothes. There were even little dolls in the corner. But more importantly, it used the same red energy she did when she used her powers. The woman wasn't lying. Wanda wasn't alone. For the first time in years, Wanda had hope. It eclipsed her rage, swallowing it whole. Wanda wasn't alone and she wasn't going to let go of this woman anytime soon. I'm in. The woman smiled at her and the wall behind her started to slowly melt into a door. But instead of leading to the outside of her prison, there was a giant house on the other side. It even had a large garden around. Could she do this as well? Well, what are you waiting for? Alon's why. Wanda jumped forwards. Chapter 105, Savior. September 3, 2005, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. For the first time in years, Wanda had hope. It eclipsed her rage, swallowing it whole. Wanda wasn't alone and she wasn't going to let go of this woman anytime soon. I'm in. The woman smiled at her and the wall behind her started to slowly melt into a door. But instead of leading to the outside of her prison, there was a giant house on the other side. It even had a large garden around. Could she do this as well? Well, what are you waiting for? Alon's why. Wanda jumped forwards. The first thing that surprised her was the lack of rain. The sky was still cloudy and she could see bolts of lightning illuminating the dark sky, she could hear the thunder shaking the ground, yet there was no rain. Well, that's not exactly true, droplets of water were falling from the sky but for some reason it seemed to evade her and the kind woman. Like the rain itself didn't want to get them wet. How? She wondered out loud. The green-eyed lady smiled at her wonder, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be able to do much more than this little parlor trick. Wanda had a warm sensation in her chest. She almost forgot what it felt like. Happiness. It's such an intoxicating feeling. She missed it dearly even if she had given up on it entirely. For now, she basked in the feeling, enjoying it while it lasts. Wanda suddenly found herself rising into the air, floating above the ground. She almost screamed in surprise and tried to hang on to anything. She heard the sound of laughter next to her. She turned to find her savior giggling at her situation. What was surprising was that she was floating as well. The nice lady smiled at her once more, "Don't worry, I just didn't want to walk through the garden. Everything is muddy. I would have stopped the rain but every plant needs water, after all." Wanda was still silent but she found herself smiling in joy. Who wouldn't want to be able to fly? It felt better than she thought it would. Did her father feel the same way when he floated around using his powers? At the thought of her father, whatever happiness Wanda had was immediately replaced by her usual rage. She wanted to kill the bastard and show him how wrong he was when he abandoned her. The black-haired lady looked at her sadly, as if sensing her anger. But she didn't say anything, and just flew them towards the mansion. The moment they arrived, the giant wooden doors automatically opened themselves at them. Was this some sort of high-tech door? Wanda was locked up for so long, did things change that much? Did the world move on so quickly? With the door opened, Wanda could see what was inside the mansion. It was the most luxurious yet odd place she had ever seen. The style seemed Victorian, same as the mansion. But in front of her was a giant white marble staircase, probably going to the top of the building. At the right, Wanda could see a door that gave her a brief glimpse to what should be a dining room which looked bigger than her entire old house with her father and her brother. What was odd, on the other hand, were the various decorations that adorned the reception. There were various sculptures, some suits of armor, and half a dozen of portraits that Wanda swears had winked at her. It must have been her imagination. A red carpet sat in the middle of the stairs until the door itself. As she walked past the doorway, gaping at the luxury in front of her, Wanda had a strange feeling go through her. Suddenly, her months-old ripped clothes looked repaired and brand new. Wanda felt the grime and the oil leave her hair. She hadn't had a shower in days and it showed. Calling it a shower wasn't exactly true, she was given a bucket of water every couple of days. Sometimes the guards liked to tease her by not getting to shower. After all, according to them, she was a freak and freaks do not get to shower like humans do. They had been doing this in the past few days and it showed. Her musings were interrupted by the kind lady, "Welcome to Sayre Manor. This will be home for the foreseeable future. Until you learn to control your powers, you are not to go outside the property. Not that I think you'll want to leave anyway. Now let me show you your new room." Room. She gets her own room. She hadn't had a room just for herself in years. And yes, the prison cell doesn't count. It was just a big box with a hole they fed her through. The nice lady, Jasmine, Wanda remembered, walked up the stairs, then walked through a long corridor and stopped in front of a door. Like the front door did, it opened by itself and inside, Wanda could see a large queen-size bed, a large closet, a mirror, a small bookshelf. There was a giant TV in the room with all her favorite TV series on top. Wanda slowly walked towards the closet, to find it filled with clothes that were exactly her size. She then walked towards the door on the other side of the room and found the biggest bathroom she had ever seen. It was fit for royalty, with a bath that was almost as large as her old bed. Wanda had never imagined something like this. Even in her precious TV shows, they didn't have things as nice as this. This was a place fit for a princess. What if she accidentally destroyed everything with her powers? Will Jasmine kick her out? Will she bring her back to the vault? Wanda found herself trembling at the thought of being abandoned again. Why are you crying? Was Wanda crying? She put her hands on her cheeks to find them wet. Well, this was weird. Wanda had run out of tears after the first month after her father left. She hadn't cried since. Wanda replied sobbing, What if I wreck anything? Jasmine gave her that kind smile of hers, the one that made her warm inside. Then you wreck it. So what? It's just stuff. Not that it's be easy anyway. Look, here. Jasmine pushed a crystal vase that was sitting on a desk that Wanda hadn't noticed yet. Wanda almost yelped trying to catch the obviously expensive vase, but she missed and it came crashing into the ground, breaking into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, the broken pieces of crystal started floating to the air and slowly formed back into the vase, who levitated into the air and placed itself on top of the desk, looking exactly like it was before it was smashed by the older woman. Everything here is set to fix itself if you break them. Not that it matters anyway. But, until you can properly control your powers, I have to insist that you only go in the first 2 floors. The really delicate stuff is upstairs. As for the basement, you'll see when you're ready. Other than that, go nuts. Now I'm sure that you're overwhelmed and tired, so why don't you go to sleep and we'll talk again tomorrow. She then turned around and left her alone in her new room. The first thing Wanda did was throw the crystal vase on the ground and watch it build itself back up again. This was fun. And the confirmation that she wasn't going to break anything was like a weight had lifted from her shoulders. She was finally free from the nightmare. The emotions during the entire day caught up to her, and Jasmine was right, she was overwhelmed. She laid down on her bed, no bothering to change her clothes. She felt her eyelids get heavier. Perhaps a small nap was in order. When Wanda woke up, she thought that the events of the day before were some sort of dream. That was until she felt a warm light illuminating her room. She then realized that she was on a bed. She doesn't even remember when was the last time she slept on a genuine bed. She sat up and remembered everything. She wondered aloud, this wasn't a dream. Wanda slowly walked towards her wardrobe and picked up some red pajamas. She always liked that color. She then walked out of the room and towards where she remembered the dining room was. Inside was Jasmine, who was eating breakfast. Well, it wasn't exactly breakfast, it was a veritable feast. The older woman's eyes lit up when she saw Wanda. Well, hello there. Did you have a good night's sleep? Wanda nodded silently, and the green-eyed woman waved her hand and suddenly some food levitated to plate itself onto her plate. How are you doing that? Wanda questioned. With my magic, of course. Magic. What was she talking about? But I don't know magic. Jasmine laughed heartily at this. My dear, magic isn't something one knows, it's something one has. And you are without question a mage. Just like I am. Wanda was scared now. Was there a misunderstanding? She was a mutant, not some sort of magician. Has Jasmine made a mistake? Will she kick her out? But I'm a mutant, not a witch. Silly girl, Jasmine answered playfully, a mutant is just a mage who only knows one spell. They're like the downgraded version of mages. But you're different than your father and your brother, you're more. You have magic and a lot of it. It's why no one taught you how to control your powers. Learning your whole life to control one spell is easy, but learning to control thousands is a lot harder. Wanda felt her anger return at the mention of her family. You know my father. Yes. I don't like him much. We haven't interacted formally yet. Not that I want to, anyway. Is it magic? What I can do? Jasmine hummed, yes and no at the same time. Your magic is very special. Sometimes when your magic was forming, you were exposed to a lot of chaos magic, or as I call it, reality magic. Your magic was flexible at the time, so it can easily be influenced by the surrounding ambient magic. Using it became like a reflex to you. Unfortunately, it's a very delicate and chaotic field of magic. It's extremely hard to control if you don't have a full understanding of it. And magic is extremely sensitive to your emotions, especially when you're powerful, which you are by the way. Other than you, I am the only other person capable of using this type of magic. Which is why I chose you as an apprentice. Wanda felt oddly uncomfortable at this. Is this the only reason? Well, no. Other than your powers, you remind me of myself. I too was abandoned by my parents, like you were abandoned by your father. I too lived in a cold, dark place for years, in misery. I look at you and I see a younger version of myself. I wish to help you like I was helped. I wish to show you how to truly appreciate life as you know it. Wanda was starting to tear up at the Ravenette's words. The green-eyed woman cared about her. She wanted her, acknowledged her. What I am offering you is the opportunity to learn how to manipulate the world around you. Magic is limitless. With a proper understanding of magic, you will surpass any other mutant. As long as you learn properly, that is. I know that you're probably excited, but if you're going to accept my offer, you'll have to respect my authority when it comes to magic. If I tell you not to use a spell, don't use it. Magic is complicated, and until you have a very good foundation, you shouldn't experiment with it. Is that clear? Wanda nodded. Yes, it is. Jasmine smiled, erasing the previously serious look on her face. All right, now that we're done with breakfast, let's start. What do you think magic actually is? Chapter 106, Tribulation. February 23, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. It's been a few months since Wanda had accepted Jasmine's offer of tutelage, and she couldn't be happier with the results. For the first time in her life, the former inmate had some form of control over her powers. It was a control that was born of a proper understanding of her abilities. It took some time for her to subconsciously label her powers as magic. But as soon as she properly accepted it, she had a breakthrough in terms of control. It makes sense to her now. How no one was able to label her powers as magic is beyond. But even though she's a mage, Wanda's education is specialized considering the magic that she's attuned to. Chaos magic was as difficult to control as its name implied. She still had problems properly control it. What she could do now can be better called guiding the magic. It's still a shadow of what her teacher could do, but it was still a big leap considering that she destroyed pretty much everything in her path when she first came to the mansion. Thank God for repairing charms, that's for sure. Speaking of her teacher, Jasmine became her most precious person. Without a shred of doubt, Jasmine's kindness was something she had never experienced for so long. Probably ever since her mother and stepfather died. Even in the early days, her father was always cold and aloof. Words of kindness were a rarity, and they only happened when she or Pietro, mostly Pietro to be honest, did something impressive with her mutant powers. Having someone to truly care about her well-being, not because of her powers, Jasmine was plenty powerful by herself, was something Wanda had given up about after the first few months in the vault. If she was honest with herself, Wanda knew that she had latched onto her teacher, and will probably never let go of her. Jasmine had an understanding and empathy over her situation. She acknowledged that Wanda had her issues and that she wasn't going to get better anytime soon. It was a shame that Jasmine had a day job as a high school teacher, for some reason. Wanda didn't understand why, considering that Jasmine lived in a mansion that the Queen of Britain would be jealous of. One piece of furniture would probably cost more than her yearly salary. That's not even counting the artifacts and jewelry that are everywhere in the mansion. But even with the time spent alone in a large mansion all by herself, Wanda had never been happier. It did help that she didn't have to do any chores, the house was always clean and there was always warm food around. Jasmine said something about elves, but Wanda thinks that she was messing with her. There were no invisible elves cleaning in their sleep. This wasn't the North Pole after all. The only issue she had while living in the mansion was Jasmine's girlfriend, who acted somewhat coldly towards her. The woman, Celine, didn't do anything bad, really, she just ignored Wanda's presence. The teenager was sure that they haven't even talked to each other yet. Wanda didn't mind Celine ignoring her, but the older woman tended to hog Jasmine's attention whenever she was at the mansion. Which wasn't too often, to be honest. Celine was some type of businesswoman for some big media corporation. Wanda didn't care much, but she could hear the pride of Jasmine's voice when she talked about it. But she was important to Jasmine, so Wanda guesses that she could tolerate the bitch. Currently, Wanda was in her training room, using her powers to lift a few metal balls that Jasmine had enchanted to be heavy. Wanda was trying to move them in a certain maneuver. Jasmine had developed certain maneuvers for her to train in. They mostly focused on multitasking, where every ball had a different planned trajectory. It looked easy, but it was a lot harder in practice. After a few successful maneuvers, she lost control over one of the balls. Angry, she banished the balls towards the wall, denting them. They were immediately fixed by the repairing enchantments. Wanda was a long way from enchanting. "Well, isn't someone chipper today?" a voice behind her spoke. Wanda turned around in fright, she hadn't sensed her teacher. She answered yelping, "I'm making no progress with this. My powers just won't work." Wanda's teacher chuckled, "The problem isn't with your powers. It's you. Do you remember what's the first thing I did when you asked me about controlling your powers? To control your powers, you have to control yourself first." Wanda recited. "Good. You have made some tremendous progress in the last few months and I'm very proud of you." Wanda felt herself puff up in pride, "but until you learn to face your fears, deal with your anger, accept your pain and not run from it all, you will remain stuck in the same bottleneck as before." Wanda felt herself get angry at her teacher's accusations. "I did your stupid mediation exercises, I even let you inside my head, what more do I need to do? I have been trying to be subtle about it, waiting for you to delve deeper, deal with everything in your own pace. But even now, you keep running away. You have buried your trauma deep in your mind, you're ignoring the source, the origin of your pain and just focused on your hatred on your father. His betrayal, Stark's demonization in your mind, they're all the symptoms of a disease that you don't acknowledge, and I'm done letting you keep running away from it. Jasmine flicked her hand and the world broke. This was the mirror dimension. Wanda recognized it from some books she borrowed from the sorcery section of the library. She was curious when Jasmine told her about using it for training when she's trying to learn something really dangerous. Good luck, Wanda, and I am sorry for what is to come. Wait, the pupil exclaimed. But it was in vain. Jasmine had just faded into nothing and Wanda was then stuck in the mirror dimension with no way home. Suddenly, the world shifted, and Wanda found herself in a very recognizable place. Her first home in Sokovia. This was impossible. This place was destroyed in the explosion that killed her mother and stepfather. This can't be real. Before dismissing her surroundings as some sort of clever illusion, a voice spoke, Wanda. Are you ready? The poor teenager hadn't heard this voice in years. This was a voice that haunted her nightmares. This was her mother's voice. Wanda froze up at her mother's voice and almost passed out when she saw her mother safe and sound, walking towards the living room. Wanda. Here you are. It's TV night. It's your favorite. The reality manipulator was still frozen at the sight of her mother. Wanda. Are you all right? Her mother's words unfroze her. Yes, I am, Mummy. I was just lost in thoughts. Her mother smiled and kissed Wanda on the forehead. Come on, your father and Pietro are almost there. Let's prepare the television before they come here. It's your turn to pick what we'll watch. Wanda smiled at that. In a country that was in war, Wanda's mother was still as optimistic as ever. Perhaps it was a front, a way to hide her anxiety from her children. A way to preserve their innocence for just a little while. When they were in their home, the war didn't exist. It was easy to fantasize about being in their TV shows, in America. Wanda made her way to the couch with her chosen show. It was a sitcom like always. They were her favorite. Her mother smiled at her choice. She always picked the same episode in the same series. It used to drive Pietro nuts. On her way back, Wanda looked at the mirror at the end of the room. She didn't see her teenage self but herself as a child. What was happening? Was all of this a bad dream? Before she could ponder further, a small silver-haired boy ran towards her. He launched himself on the couch. He looked at the issue in her hand and exclaimed, "Not this again. Can't I pick something else?" Her father entered the room. You know the deal, Pietro. You picked last time, it's Wanda's turn now. The young girl smirked smugly at her twin. She always loved when her parents took her side. She was always the good girl and her twin was the troublemaker. Her father sat down next to his wife and clicked on the remote to start the episode. They looked like a happy family. It was easy to get lost in the fake reality, in the world inside this wondrous small box. They weren't in Sokovia anymore, but in a world in black and white, where everyone had a big house and a garden, where people were always smiling. There were no sounds of any bombs of gunfire. It was always so easy to ignore the bleak war-torn reality for this. Wanda watched the episode with her family. She was laughing but there were tear tracks on her cheeks. Why was she crying? She had missed them but she had them back. Why was she feeling so guilty, so sorrowful? Then Wanda remembered, the explosion. It happened when they were watching this specific episode. This was the day Stark killed her family. This was the day where her misery truly began. There was nothing Wanda could do, this was a memory, she recognized this now. But this doesn't explain why she's feeling guilty. She should feel miserable, grievous, sorrowful, but not guilty. Suddenly, their home's doors opened in a bang and armed men entered. This never happened. This was wrong. There were no armed men that day. They were all wearing military uniforms, with large assault rifles that looked deadly. They raised their weapons at her family who immediately raised their hands and went under the ground. Wanda was scared, no she was terrified out of her mind. She was shaking in fear, she didn't want to die. This isn't real, this isn't real. Everything will be all right. Wait, what? These weren't her feelings. These were the emotions in the memory. But that never happened. How is this possible? Wanda's father tried to negotiate with them, saying that they're just a humble family, trying to survive. The man, their leader, she presumed, just sneered at him and hit him with the butt of his rifle, knocking him out. The men ransacked the entire house, and found nothing of note. Wanda couldn't think straight. She started hyperventilating, terrified of dying. Then Wanda heard something that froze her blood. One of the intruders reported to the leader, "We found nothing, sir." The leader responded, "All right, let's move out." "What about the witnesses, sir? They could go blabbing about our location." The leader hummed, "There are no witnesses." The men raised their weapons at her family. This wasn't real, this wasn't real. Wanda refused this. She was scared out of her mind, she couldn't do anything. This isn't real, this isn't real. Wanda watched as the men almost fired and she yelled out, "No." Red energy emerged from her body, sending everyone back, destroying their home and vaporizing everyone. Wanda's world then turned into darkness. When she woke up, Wanda was face first on the ground. There was debris everywhere. Everywhere around her were corpses of her attackers. She walked around, trying to find her family. She found Pietro first. He was passed out in what used to be their former bedroom. Wanda sighed in relief when she saw his chest go up and down. She then looked around, to find her parents. They laid together, almost like they were hugging. She would have thought that they were asleep were it not for the fact that her father had a hole in the middle of his chest and her mother was bleeding from the back of the head. They were dead. Wanda refused this. This can't be real. She refused to accept that this was real. She did not kill her parents. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and a wave of red energy originated from her and suddenly the room changed. Everything was still destroyed but the bodies of their attackers were gone. Instead, in the middle of it was a missile with the name Stark that seemed to have malfunctioned. All her guilt, all her misery, she sealed it at the missile. It had killed her parents after all. One day, she'll have her revenge. Well, isn't that interesting? Wanda turned around at the voice. She immediately recognized it. It was her birth father's. Why don't you give your old man a hug? Chapter 107, Free. February 23, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda refused this. This can't be real. She refused to accept that this was real. She did not kill her parents. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and a wave of red energy originated from her and suddenly the room changed. Everything was still destroyed but the bodies of their attackers were gone. Instead, in the middle of it was a missile with the name Stark that seemed to have malfunctioned. All her guilt, all her misery, she sealed it at the missile. It had killed her parents after all. One day, she'll have her revenge. Well, isn't that interesting? Wanda turned around at the voice. She immediately recognized it. It was her birth father's. Why don't you give your old man a hug? Wanda stood frozen at the man in front of her. He was her father yet he was so different. However, Wanda didn't care, she was still overwhelmed with what she saw happen to her family. She hadn't killed her parents. She hadn't just erased what happened to them. She hadn't made up her hatred of Stark. The man was a warmonger, selling his weapons to terrorists. No, even if she had made it up, the guns the attackers were using had the name Stark Industries written on them. He was still responsible for what happened. But again, so was she. Are you all right, sweetheart? Her father looked at her in concern. It was such a foreign look on him. Her father was severe, strict and very intimidating, even to his children. But now, he was wearing a polo shirt, jeans, and looked like the perfect father. The one she had always imagined in her dreams, the ones from her TV shows. Yes, Daddy. I was just lost in my head. The man smiled at her. All right, dinner will be ready in a bit. Go get your brother and come down. Wanda nodded and the men just left to the kitchen. Wanda looked around her to find an exact replica of their home when they moved in with Magneto. It was a quaint two-story house with a nice garden outside. Wanda slowly walked to her and Pietro's old room. They had always shared their rooms ever since their parents died. It was a good way to keep themselves safe on the streets and they kept doing it even after they lived in the proper house. Pietro really was a great brother back then. Wanda walked in, to find Pietro listening to music on his Walkman. She clicked her finger in front of him, causing him to remove his headphones. What? He asked annoyed. Dinner's ready. Pietro ran down in a silver blur. He used his super speed all the time to do some of the most mundane things. Wanda yelled after him, Pietro, wait up. She came down to see her father and Pietro waiting for her in the dining room. The food was already served. They had spaghetti and meatballs, one of her favorites. The dinner was enjoyable, but she doesn't remember it happening. So, how was school? Her father asked. Pietro answered, it was awesome. I just made the basketball team. Magneto chuckled at his enthusiasm, nice, kiddo. Wanda pouted, why does he get to go to school and I don't? You know, sweetheart. When you learn to control your powers, I'll let you go to school. We can't risk you accidentally injuring your friends now, do we? Wanda nodded solemnly. She didn't know why she was expecting anything different. Wanda's father looked at her concerned, you know what will cheer you up? What about we watch one of those shows of yours? I don't have to work tonight. Might as well have a TV night. Wanda smiled brightly and jumped up and down in anticipation. Her father continued, why don't you both choose what you want to watch while I make some popcorn? Pietro ran using super speed to the couch, probably wanting to get to choose his favorite show. Hey, no fair, she ran after him. She and Pietro ended up fighting trying to choose what to watch. They ended up compromising on a sitcom they both enjoy. They sat down on the couch waiting for their father to watch the episode. Then they heard the front door open. They peeked inside and saw their father. He was wearing some weird red suit and a metal helmet on his head. His eyes were not kind, like they usually are. He wasn't wearing his usual smile, his lips were in a straight line. He looked scary. He walked confidently to the living room, where they were waiting for him. "Daddy," she exclaimed. "Did you make the popcorn yet? What are you wearing? Is it a costume?" Her father looked confused for a moment. Well, she assumes he was. He is definitely hard to read. "What are you talking about?" Pietro answered this time, "The popcorn, Dad. You said a minute ago that you'll make some and watch TV with us. Child, I have been gone for months. I entrusted you to take care of yourselves while I was gone." Wanda looked confusedly. "Don't be silly, Daddy. You were with us the whole day." Before he could respond, another voice came in. "So what did you kids choose?" Another copy of her father, wearing his dad clothes, came out of the kitchen, a big bowl of popcorn in his hands. Both copies of her father looked at the other. The dad copy was spluttering. "What? How? Is this some sort of joke?" Her dad, wearing the helmet, instead looked at her. He looked angry. "Wanda. What did you do?" Wanda was alarmed. Why was it her fault? The man continued. "Undo this right now." Wanda didn't know what was happening. "Why are you so angry? Why can't you be like him?" Wanda's eyes turned red and some energy propelled itself in front of Magneto. His clothes turned to the one her other father was wearing. The only thing remaining was the helmet that had a large crack in the middle. But the man hadn't listened to her. He didn't look at her like her other daddy did. He looked angry. No, he looked furious. This has gone for long enough. Suddenly, there was a cable around her neck. She was suffocating. Her vision started to blacken until she fell into unconsciousness. When she woke up, she was gagged and restrained. She couldn't move at all. What was happening? Her father was talking to another person. She heard his familiar voice, "Mastermind." She somehow brainwashed her brother into believing that thing she created was me. She tried to do the same to myself, but my mental protections held her at bay. The boy's mind is all right. I have already altered his memories of the last few months. He will not remember what she put him through. The boy was trapped in his own mind for months. It's good that you brought him to me. This could have caused some very serious mental scars, maybe even turn him into a vegetable. Her father replied, "What about the girl? She's a lot trickier. I'll be able to remove her memories, but I can't do anything about her powers." Her father sighed, "A shame. If she had control over her powers, she could have been a valuable asset in our side. Just as well, it was a close thing. She could have roped me in that fantasy of hers. I can't afford to lose sight of our goals. I'll have to send her away. It's for her own good after all." Mastermind replied. Wanda watched as the stranger walked towards her and put his hands on her temple. "Don't worry, child. It will be over soon. You won't even remember a thing." Wanda fell unconscious once more. When she woke up, her father woke her up and told her that they were going out. She was excited. She hadn't gone out of the house for so long. However, Pietro looked scared of her for some reason. She shrugged and ignored it. She was too excited to care. But when they arrived, Wanda found herself bound and gagged. She had arrived to the vault. The world around her returned to Sayre Manor. This isn't true. This couldn't have happened. It was impossible. Her father abandoned her because he hated her. Because he loved Pietro more. No, because of this. This was all in her head. She didn't kill her parents, she didn't make up her father. Interesting, isn't it? Wanda turned around to find a woman looking at her. It was her. Well, not exactly her. Her eyes were red, she had red hair. She liked red, but the woman in front of her took it a little too far. "Who are you?" Wanda demanded to her doppelganger. Her almost twin smirked at her. "I am you. I am the part of you that you kept locked up. I am your true self. I am the one who rewrote reality itself when you killed our parents. I am the one who created a fake Magneto when he was away. You were so lonely, I made you your ideal father to take care of you. No, you didn't. This wasn't real. This is all in my head. I didn't kill Mom, and I definitely didn't brainwash Pietro." The red Wanda burst into laughter. "Ah, poor Pietro. He almost ruined our little reality. I ended up just trapping him in his own mind. I turned him into the perfect brother, instead of the brat he is. Too bad." Mastermind erased his memories. "He looked so cute, all scared of you. He still is, but he probably doesn't know why he feels this instinctive fear towards his own sister. Magneto had to ruin everything with that helmet of his. I almost had him too. You're a monster. Dear Wanda, I am you. We're both monsters. After all, you created. You used your own power against yourself when you manifested your abilities and killed your parents. You rewrote your own reality and inside it, you had no powers. By sealing your own magic, you sealed a part of yourself, me. I control your power, and you control the body. When you became sad, lonely, when you experienced misery, I responded. I created the reality you wished. Wanda didn't believe what was happening. Has what she's seen real? Had it truly happened? Has she killed her own parents, brainwashed her brother? Was there a part of her that wanted to do this? The Red Wanda continued, we were comfortable like this. But that bitch that you call a teacher, broke all the blocks on your mind at once and left us here. I'm sorry, but only one of us will remain. And that's me. The Red Wanda started to glow red. The usual red energy that showed itself when Wanda used her magic appeared, but it looked noticeably darker. A dark red beam of light raced towards Wanda, who instinctively replied with a beam of her own. The Red Wanda started to taunt her, I can help you, Wanda. I can even do it again. I know how you see your new teacher. She's like a mother to you, isn't she? You even privately call her Mom. In your head I can turn her into your real mother, you only have to give in. No. Wanda exclaimed. You're broken, Wanda. Your entire life is a lie. Your goals, your revenge are figments of your imagination. You run from your guilt, from your anger, from your sorrow. You run from everything around you. That's why I will be victorious. You don't have the will to fight me. Slowly but surely, Red Wanda's beam started to move towards her. It was merely a few inches from her, now. But Wanda had to admit something. Red Wanda was right and Wanda knew it. She refused to acknowledge what she did to her parents, what she did to her brother. She had run from her guilt. She wished for the perfect family, that was all she wanted in her life. She wanted a perfect life, like the ones on TV. But that was impossible, so she created something as close to it as she could. With a caring father, a playful brother. She was done running. She accepted everything she did. As Red Wanda and herself. They were one after all. She remembered the agony at seeing her parents dead because of her. The guilt was crushing, but she was accepting it. She remembers the rage at the soldiers, the fear when living on the streets, the loneliness when her birth father ignored her, the anger at said father. She accepted it all. It was too much. She wailed in pain. The emotions were simply too much and her magic responded, creating a giant pulse of magic that obliterated everything around her. Red Wanda wasn't there anymore. There was no use for her anymore. They were one and the same. Wanda was tired, but for the first time in her life, she felt free. The last thing she saw was her newest mother figure catching her before she fell into the ground. You did well, Wanda. I am proud of you. Wanda passed out smiling at that comment. Chapter 108, Mission. February 23, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. She wailed in pain. The emotions were simply too much and her magic responded, creating a giant pulse of magic that obliterated everything around her. Red Wanda wasn't there anymore. There was no use for her anymore. They were one and the same. Wanda was tired, but for the first time in her life, she felt free. The last thing she saw was her newest mother figure catching her before she fell into the ground. You did well, Wanda. I am proud of you. Wanda passed out smiling at that comment. When she woke up, Wanda felt like her muscles were made of lead. She had never been so sore in her life. Even after exhausting herself while training her magic, she hadn't been this tired. She opened her eyes to find herself looking at her room's ceiling. She sighed in relief, she was home. Wanda started to slowly remember what happened before she fell asleep. It was some kind of test in the mirror dimension. She was stripped bare from all lies, even the ones she told herself, even the lies she forgot. She remembered her mother, what truly happened, what she did to her. She remembered her father and brother, what she tried to do to them. Tears poured from her eyes when she remembered what happened. A part of her wishes that she never knew the truth. But that part was quickly silenced with how free she feels. It was like a huge weight was lifted off her shoulders. The world was clearer and she herself felt better, outside of the sores, of course. Truth be told, Wanda didn't want to get out of bed, overwhelmed at the emotions that were repressed by her own powers. She didn't think that it was possible, manipulating reality at such a scale when she was that young, affecting even herself. Suddenly, the door opened. Wanda looked at the intruder and relaxed at the sight of her not-so-secret mother figure. The green-eyed woman had her usual kind smile on her face but still looked a bit worried at Wanda. How are you feeling? I know it couldn't have been pretty, removing the blocks that quickly. Wanda smiled at her. She noticed that the act was a lot easier than it was previously. I feel overwhelmed but a bit lighter. What the hell did you do? What was that? The older woman sighed deeply. 4 months I had been training you. And to tell you the truth, you didn't make as much progress as I thought you would. The telekinesis was all well and good, but the more subtle reality magic like illusions, transmutation, or actual reality manipulation were so far out of reach that I was worried. I knew you were more than intelligent, talented, and powerful to learn them, so the problem was internal. I looked at any kind of magical bindings and found nothing. The only thing left was your mind. I used my telepathy on you and found a mess. I wasn't even trying to see any memories or thoughts, it was a deep scan of a mind's health. And what did you find? Your mind was fractured. There were blocks everywhere. Whenever you used your powers properly, you suppressed it. I thought that they might be malicious, bindings added by a telepath serving your father, so I followed the trails of memories. I found them leading to 2 instances. One moderately powerful foreign mental block from a telepath called Mastermind who serves your father. It removed any memory of the large-scale reality manipulation you did when you lived with your father and brother. And it suppressed your control and a small part of your powers so that you wouldn't escape the vault. The only other block was an extremely powerful one you created as a child when you first manifested your magic and accidentally killed your parents. Wanda winced at this. How could I make a mental block on myself? You used your own powers. Your reality manipulation. When you manifested your magic, you were in distress, and it awakened explosively. It was a large surge of power and it stayed with you. You refused the truth of what happened, so you created a lie. You used the surge of power to create a permanent change in reality on a small scale. You refused the fact that you were responsible for your parents' death, and while you instinctively knew that you couldn't bring your parents back to life using your abilities, you chose the next best thing. You made it as if someone else was responsible. But you didn't like the guilt, so you changed your own mind to the reality you chose. But emotions are not easily transformed. Your immense guilt turned into an equally immense hatred at the one you blamed for the accident. But that's not the worst thing. In your reality you didn't have any powers, so you used your abilities to remove your own abilities. But that's impossible. So, your magic reacted by turning you into a living paradox, a true embodiment of chaos. Wanda tilted her head curiously. I don't follow. A spell cannot alter the magic powering it. It's one of the main laws of magic. It's a paradox of cause and effect. The magic powers the spell that affects the magic that will in turn affect the spell itself, and so on. Usually, either the spell fails, or the caster dies if the spell is modified not to fail. But no one tried to do it with chaos magic before. Instead of you dying, it locked your magic under another persona that embodies everything you repressed. The so-called Red Wanda was now in charge of your magic while you were living blissfully unaware. Truth be told, it's good that you were able to do it. Wanda felt anger rise within her. Why? She bit out. Because the alternative was you hating your own magic, rejecting it, turning you into an obscurial. An obscurial is a young wizard or witch who had developed a dark but immensely powerful parasitical magical force that is developed when they are forced to repress their talent through physical or psychological abuse. Whenever they would experience a powerful emotion, they would lose control to the parasite, who would destroy everything around them. They generally do not survive past their childhood, their own magic killing them. Although there is only one who survived past his teens, but it's considered a 1 in a million chance of happening. Either way, an obscurial with an affinity for reality manipulation, and with your magical strength no less, will have caused an amount of damage and casualties on a scale that has never been seen before, until their magic killed themselves, that is. And I'm not exaggerating here. You have no idea the bullet you dodged here, Wanda. The teenager froze in fear at what could have happened. She was somewhat glad that she repressed everything. The thought of turning into a monster was frightening. Even more so, the possibility of her accidentally killing her brother when she went berserk. But the most surprising thing was her fear of death. For the first time in her life, Wanda Maximoff was dreading the possibility of dying. She thought that she had accepted it when she was in the vault. Had her time with Jasmine changed her so much? What about Magneto's block? The teenager asked the older woman. She doesn't deign to call him father anymore. He doesn't deserve the title. Why did it affect me so much? Well, since you were so lonely in your house with an absentee father and a brother who started to pull away, you subconsciously wanted to have a family, and Red Wanda listened. She used your magic to create a loving copy of your father. It locked your brother in his own mind, turning him into the idea brother with you none the wiser. As far as you're concerned, it was always like this. But when Magneto came back, he tried to stop you, and Red Wanda lashed out, almost brainwashing him. Magneto was always protective of his own mind. It's why he wears that ridiculous helmet after all. And you almost took control of him. He was scared, so he chose to erase your memory and try to bind your powers as much as possible, then locked you away and threw away the key. He might have loved you, I have no idea, but I do know for a fact that his highest priority is his dream of mutant superiority. Your powers could grant him that easily, but you scared the crap out of him when you almost brainwashed him. And that fear overruled whatever love he held for you. Wanda stood silent at Jasmine's explanation. She didn't know how to process this. You knew. Did you know, all this time? Her teacher nodded. Yes, I knew. It's why I wanted you to focus on meditation, trying to find the blocks on your own and deal with them yourself. But since you made no progress in that, I chose the brute force method of just removing the blocks and let you deal with it in the mirror dimension, a place where you can destroy anything around you without actually causing any kind of harm to anyone. Wanda didn't respond to her teacher's words. Jasmine continued, you know what? I once told you that we're a lot alike. I wasn't kidding. Do you want to know? Curious, Wanda nodded. Her teacher was so secretive sometimes, so it was rare for her to share something personal about herself. Jasmine continued, I was born with a twin, like you. His name was Nathan. One day, a very terrible wizard came and tried to kill us. But our magic protected us, so the wizard's spell reflected back at him. It was all well and good, but the wizard had many followers that wanted to avenge their master, against my brother who was given credit for killing him. It was so stressful that our mother ended up getting a mental breakdown. In desperation, our father found a very old spell based on the protection of family. But it was only for 3 individuals, so he had to choose. He chose to keep the son who was being targeted, a logical choice I'll admit, but they abandoned me to my mother's sister, a spiteful woman with a deep hatred of magic. I was treated like a slave, starved and beaten just for the sake of it, left for dead when I was a child. But I persevered, I learned to live by myself, I taught myself magic to protect myself from the world. I lived off scraps like you did. The big difference is that you know that your parents loved you. I wasn't given the courtesy. As I said, Wanda, we're a lot alike. Wanda stayed silent, her anger having been calmed down by her teacher's words. Their stories were so similar, both abandoned by their parents, both learnt the cruelty of the world, both estranged from their twin, both learned to live off scraps and defending themselves from the cruelty of the world, both with a very powerful magic. She felt closer to her mother figure. The subconscious feeling of betrayal turned into a mutual understanding. Wanda wasn't alone anymore. Wanda questioned, was there any other way? She had to ask, to confirm that her suffering in the mirror dimension was necessary. No, Jasmine shook her head, you needed to deal with this yourself. I couldn't do it for you. But look at the light side, you now can properly learn how to use your magic. Your magic is an expression of your very self. You weren't whole before. But now, the sky's the limit when it comes to your potential, after all. Wanda's face lit up at the prospect of making more progress with her magic. What do we get to do? Is it transmutation? I always wondered if I could be as good as you in it. Jasmine chuckled, hold your horses, kiddo. Let's first see what you can do. I have the ideal test in mind. What is it? One of your old cellmates has escaped the vault and is heading to the Xavier Institute. I was going to handle it myself, but it's a good opportunity to see what you can do. Don't worry, I'll be nearby in case something happens. Wanda was curious, this must be some opponent if Jasmine was going to handle it herself. She doesn't particularly care about Xavier's little mutant school, so she's interested in the attacker. Who? Her teacher smiled in approval, his name is Cain Marco, but I believe that you better know him as the Juggernaut. Chapter 109, Recovery. February 23, 2006, New York City. Jean Grey POV. The last few months in Jean Grey's life were still strange to her. It was odd, being free after so long. There were so many possibilities, so many choices. It was too much. However, 3 main paths stood in front of her. She could have stayed in the mansion and continue learning from the professor, she could have gone to Doctor Strange for his offer of tutelage, or she could have taken Miss Sayer's offer. She absolutely refused the idea of continuing to learn under the professor. What he had done to her was a betrayal of the highest order, even if his intentions were pure. She didn't care. She wasn't joking when she said that it would have been a mercy to kill her, if she continued to live that lie. She was barely better than a puppet, assimilating everything around her, trying to imitate being human. She had no personality, she had just tried to emulate other people's thoughts of her, and looking back at it now, she shuddered at the idea of returning to be like this. So yeah, staying at the mansion was a no-go. The only thing that could have stopped her from leaving were her friends, but she doesn't even know if they were actually her friends or they were just friends with the puppet she used to be. She was a brand new person, with so much emotions, with ideas, likes and dislikes that she was finding out every day. She doesn't know if she would actually like her former teammates or that they would like her. Not that they have any idea what happened to her. She couldn't tell them, and she knew that the professor definitely wouldn't. If she was honest with herself, Jean would admit to being ashamed of the thing she used to be. She imagined the looks of pity they would give her, trying to understand something that they simply couldn't. So, she deigned to not tell them anything. Now, on to Miss Sayer's offer of tutelage. She offered her the possibility of learning how to control her powers from someone who actually knows what they're doing. A veritable master of psionic manipulation with thousands of years of experience was a very attractive person to have as a teacher. But she just felt uncomfortable around her. The stories Dr. Strange told her about her alter ego, the Morrigan, frightened her. The idea of someone being this powerful, that could squash her like a bug with no real effort was terrifying. Adding on how relatively easy it was for the older woman to kill. It just made her uncomfortable. She had been scared out of her mind when she told her that she refused her offer. Of course, the woman was surprisingly understanding and told her not to worry about it. She had chosen another person as her apprentice anyway. Inwardly, the redhead had been a bit disappointed about it but had just thought that this was for the best anyway. Surprisingly, the green-eyed teacher had praised her choice of learning under Dr. Strange and just told her to come to her when her Phoenix Force powers start to emerge so that she could learn to control them properly. Apparently, it had taken her thousands of years to learn by herself. She was also told to reveal her identity to no one except for Dr. Strange in case he needs a better understanding of Jean's situation. The tone she used while telling her this made Jean remember why she was terrified of the woman in the first place. So, the day after confronting Miss Sayer, she called up Stephen Strange and took him on his offer of tutelage, and she finally moved out of the institute. She just informed her teammates that she was going to a specialist to learn more about her powers. She couldn't destroy their image of the professor. For most of them, he was the saintly figure that had given them a place to live when their lives looked bleak. She couldn't take the pillar away from them, despite how angry she was at the professor. The day she moved to the Sanctum Sanctorum, she had a very interesting conversation with Dr. Strange. They talked about her being the avatar of the Phoenix Force. The former neurosurgeon had spit out his tea when she told him of her cosmic powers. It was one of the best cups of tea she ever had. She was pretty sure there was some honey inside. Anyway, the sorcerer had shown her how terrifying a cosmic entity actually was. Ms. Sayer had been very calm when she told her about it. Probably being used to the idea of cosmic entities. Dr. Strange, on the other hand, was terrified out of his mind, until that as she told him that the Morrigan had sealed her connection to the Phoenix Force until she was ready to use it. She was eternally grateful for the Avatar of Death's runes that stopped her powers from overwhelming her. This led to another round of questions about her having met the Morrigan after the last time she was at the Sanctum. His incredulous look when he realized that one of the most dangerous beings in history was playing teacher at her high school made her burst out in laughter. It had been the first time she had genuinely laughed in almost a decade, and then she knew at that moment that she wouldn't regret her choice. The doctor had explained to her how complicated matters are between cosmic entities. Especially concerning their avatar. They were not allowed to interfere in each other's lives without permission from their patrons. If they do, they risk getting punished by either their own patron or the offended cosmic entity. Apparently, the only reason the Morrigan decided to interfere was because something happened to the Phoenix Force anchors. Even then, she couldn't actively interfere until there was no other choice. Jean guesses that her breaking the bindings and possibly destroying the planet counted as an emergency. Even her offer of tutelage had to be approved by the entities first. The redhead felt bad at refusing her offer after even godlike entities approved of it. At least the woman wasn't trying to take control over by manipulating her. Either way, her choice had been made and she learned under the men who will possibly be the next Sorcerer Supreme. She decided to not change high schools. She was already a senior and it would complicate things. Plus, the redhead thought that some familiarity would do her some good and she could get to know her former teammates a little better. It's better to do it at school than while living with them at the mansion. Her reputation at school was in tatters, not that she cared about it. Apparently, Duncan had spread a lot of rumors about her after they broke up, adding on the fact that Jean pretty much quit most of her extracurricular activities, choosing to focus on her lessons with Dr. Strange in her free time. Jean discovered that she quite liked her former teammates. Kitty was like a ray of sunshine that immediately recognized that what happened in Egypt had changed her fundamentally as a person. She also recognized that it was a change for the better. Apparently, it made her look more genuine and a lot happier. Yeah, Jean decided that she quite liked Kitty Pryde. She also started to appreciate Rogue's dry sense of humor, although she was still too immersed at her self-pity. The redhead tried to be understanding, she really did, but it was too much complaining for her. Jean's situation had been as bad if not worse than hers, not that they know. But she didn't wallow in self-pity at the years lost living as a puppet. She moved forward, she decided to progress. Maybe it's the Phoenix part of her, but she disliked Rogue's stagnation at the use of her powers and her fatalism. Perhaps if she stopped rejecting her own powers, she could actually try to control them. Wasn't the professor a psychiatrist? Why wasn't he handling this? On to Kurt, she grew to like his childishness and saw the noble person that he was hiding inside his prankster persona. The boy was loyal to a fault and would gladly give his life for any of them. But even at his worst, the teleport couldn't compare to Evan. The bone mutant was so childish and irresponsible that the only reason she didn't punch him was because of Storm. She respected the woman immensely and so restrained herself from hitting her nephew. Now on to the main event, Scott Summers. She doesn't know why she ever liked the boy. He was obnoxious, absurdly protective, possessive of his time with her. This had been her best friend. The redhead wanted to hit her past self for ever spending time with the idiot. The boy had as much self-pity as Rogue for only being able to see shades of red. Like what the actual fuck was wrong with the guy? The redhead was betrayed and pretty much brainwashed. Rogue couldn't have an intimate relationship with anyone without accidentally killing them, and the guy is crying himself to sleep because he could only see one color. Considering that there are actual blind people and color-blind people, it was extremely petty on his part. But worst of all, the guy just won't leave her alone. She sometimes had to use her powers to create a psychic notice me not field just to have some peace. And she could see him looking for her for hours. This guy was obsessed with her, and she was going to complain to Logan and Storm about it the next time she saw them. She had even tried to speak with the Brotherhood. They were surprisingly nice of her. She read their minds and found out that Mystique had told them not to bother her. Not that they would after seeing what she was capable of back in Egypt. They held a mix of fear and respect for her. Truth be told, she only got along with Lance and Fred. Lance, also known as Avalanche, was surprisingly mature when he was near Kitty. He really wants to impress her, and Jean knows for a fact that the younger girl recognizes it, and his attitude had endeared himself to her. Fred, also known as Blob, was surprisingly easy to get along with. He only had a trigger when it came to people mocking him. But other than some ignorance of some social conventions, he was a nice guy. On the other hand, Pietro was just a dickhead. There's no other way to describe him. He was arrogant, condescending, and just a dick. Toad wasn't any better. She had blasted him away when he tried to perv on her once. When it came to her powers, Jean had made immense progress. Doctor Strange had focused on her control over her telepathy and telekinesis. Jean first learned how to properly use her telepathy. She was taught how to differentiate between thoughts and feelings, which the former neurosurgeon had called empathy. She could focus on active thoughts or actually try to navigate memories of her victim. It was fascinating, learning like this, and she was a very good student. They went as far as to learn how to manipulate memories, how to use astral projection, something that was very helpful while studying, and how to add suggestions into someone's mind, something that she used in that notice me not field she created to get away from Scott. She felt like a Jedi at the last one. When it came for her telekinesis, she hadn't made as much progress as she would have liked, preferring to focus on her telepathy, which is the more dangerous ability. She could easily get overwhelmed if she had no control over her telepathy at any time, but a basic control over her telekinesis was enough to prevent her from hurting anyone. Not that she hasn't learned much. She just trained her control over multiple objects and her powers by lifting increasingly heavier things. She didn't have enough control to learn any of the high-level techniques yet. And while Jean had the potential of becoming a sorcerer, Doctor Strange had only taught her how to make portals. Even then, it was only because it stopped him from waking up too early to make her a portal to school. It was an awesome ability and she loved using it. However, Doctor Strange had refused to teach her anything more, since sorcerers tend to use the powers from other dimensions using pacts with godlike beings. The former surgeon had theorized that the Phoenix Force wouldn't like her using another being's power without first mastering her own. It was a theory, one he wasn't willing to test, and he kinda was too scared to ask the Morrigan about it. She doesn't respect him any less for it. She had read some of her deeds, the ones that were recorded either way, and she now shook in fear whenever she was in the same room as her history teacher. "Come on, Jean, it'll be fun." A voice broke her from her thoughts. It was Kitty. They had just left the bus after arriving near a mountain. It was some sort of survival training from the school. She would rather have stayed at the sanctum, but Kitty had begged her to come. Perhaps this will be good for her. She hadn't been away from the sanctum or the school for months. What would be fun? Jean asked, confused. She had spaced out of the conversation a bit. Scott just challenged Lance into a race to the top of the mountain. No powers allowed. Huh. Ah yes, the alpha male stuff. Scott wants to prove himself superior in a desperate way to impress me, and Lance was doing the same for Kitty, who seems to understand what was happening and was practically swooning. Huh, a race. Interesting. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 110, The Juggernaut. February 23, 2006, New York City. Jean Grey POV. What would be fun? Jean asked, confused. She had spaced out of the conversation a bit. Scott just challenged Lance into a race to the top of the mountain. No powers allowed. Huh. Ah yes, the alpha male stuff. Scott wants to prove himself superior in a desperate way to impress me, and Lance was doing the same for Kitty, who seems to understand what was happening and was practically swooning. Huh, a race. Interesting. What could possibly go wrong? Turns out, a lot. It first started with Scott electing himself as a leader. Something she doesn't really understand at all. Jean wasn't even an X-Man anymore, so it shouldn't really be her problem. Except that it is now a problem. The guy wants to separate the team so that it would just be the two of them. Which is something that makes no sense in a race of all things, especially a dangerous one considering that they're climbing a fucking mountain. Worst thing was that the rest of the X-Men almost agreed with him. Jean had read their thoughts and for some reason, they liked the idea of them being together. Except for Kitty, that is, she's the only one the redhead had confided to about her dislike of Scott on a fundamental level. Thank God she ended up making a small compulsion to convince her former teammates that they could stay together. They already had the idea in their head, she just put it into the front of their minds a little. She doesn't like using her powers like this, but she really doesn't think that she could restrain herself if she's alone with Scott Summers. Plus, using her newfound control over her powers always gave her a thrill. She's really grateful for Doctor Strange's training. Of course, halfway through the race, the Earth started to shake, almost killing them in the process. It was probably Lance's fault. Kitty might look at him with the rose-tinted glasses and Jean thinks that he could end up being a responsible guy, but damn, the guy has a very short fuse. Spike ended up getting knocked off and Jean saved him from probably dying, at least from getting hurt, by using her telekinesis on them to get to the top. "You okay, Evan?" the redhead asked. "Yeah, thanks Jean. You saved my hide," he answered. Scott interjected, "Yeah, Jean. That extra training is doing wonders for you. You think you could fly us all up to the top? I want to see Lance's stupid face when he realizes that we beat him." Of course, Scott wanted her to do the same to win that stupid race. "No, Scott. We agreed that we won't use any powers." He spluttered, but Lance obviously used his. "And you just used your powers on Evan?" Jean just gave him a look she learned from her mentor. She calls it "what you just said is stupid and I'll just ignore it for sake of my sanity." Seriously, the guy wants to win so much that he would abandon his integrity for an easy win. She somewhat understands with his huge pride. But to compare saving a friend to just cheating is absolutely ridiculous. That is wrong with him. Is that seriously the team leader? What's the professor thinking? Aurora and Logan should have noticed something too by now. Jean just said, "You're an idiot, Scott," and turned around. She heard Kitty mutter, "Nice going, Scott." The rest of the climb was in silence, although near the top, they found the rest of the Brotherhood on an edge that looked like it was going to fall down. Of course, they decided to help them, to Scott's disapproval. That guy really needs to have his priorities set straight. Of course, as soon as they're safe, the Brotherhood ended up betraying them. Well, Pietro does and tries to use his super speed to get to the top. Jean said it before and she'll say it again, that guy's a dick. Kurt teleported to respond and everyone ran up to the top. It's just a race, without even a bet, why are they willing to kill themselves for bragging rights of all things? Not that it means much now, the no powers rule has been ignored by pretty much everyone. Tired of this, Jean levitated herself using her telekinesis to find her former teammates and the Brotherhood preparing to fight each other. "Enough," she bellowed. She used her telekinesis to freeze everyone. "Are you all a bunch of idiots? We almost died, you morons," she continued, "and you want to keep fighting on the top of a mountain of all things. One wrong step and one of you is dead. And for what? Some silly race that doesn't have any meaning anymore since we all broke the rules. Stop fighting or so help me God, I will get into your mind, find your most embarrassing memory and tell everyone about it." They all blanched at her threat and nodded furiously, completely ignoring the almost dying part. Typical teenagers, Jean snorted inwardly. Suddenly, Scott gets a transmission from Storm. "Scott, the professor is in danger. We're being attacked and we need your help. Hank is already knocked out and I don't know how long Logan, Mystique and I will be able to hold him off. I'm sending the jet to your location." The transmission is ended there and Jean looked at her former teammates' looks of worry. Jean was also worried about Logan and Aurora. Not so much about the professor, but her friends wouldn't have a home if it wasn't for him, and should he die, they could end up on the streets. "There's no need to wait for the jet. I can get us there quicker," the redhead stated. At their confused look, she put on her sling ring and raised her hands, opening a portal to the mansion. She smirked inwardly at their gaping faces. Even the Brotherhood weren't spared. "Stop looking like idiots, we have a professor to save." That broke them from their stupor and they each slowly entered the portal into the mansion. Surprisingly, the members of the Brotherhood entered as well. When Scott told them to go back, Lance replied, "If Mystique is in trouble, then we're going to help her." "Huh, say what you want about the Brotherhood, they're a loyal bunch. At least to their own, that is." When they entered the grounds in front of the mansion, the teenagers were surprised to find Logan being thrown away like he was nothing. In front of them was the single largest man they ever seen in their life. The guy looked like a giant with a weird metal red helmet and a red suit that seems to be made from the same material. The suit didn't hide the guy's muscles. The man looked terrifying. The guy picked up Mystique and threw her into the air, and tried to punch her. Mystique transformed into a raven and dodged the punch, but it was so strong that it created a gust of wind that disoriented Mystique and sent her flying away. The giant man looked at the tree. Somewhere Jean knew that a security camera was hidden. How did the man know? The giant smirked evilly under his massive helmet. Ha, I know you're watching, Charles, get ready to meet your maker because I'm coming for you and you know nothing stops the juggernaut. Toad looked like he was shaking. We're supposed to fight something like that, he asked. He wasn't the only one that looked nervous. Truth be told, Jean was scared too. But she read about the opponents her master usually fights. They made this guy look like a joke. Plus, he can't be worse than Apocalypse. Jean attempted to use her telepathy but was blocked by the helmet. What's with evil mutants and their telepathy blocking helmets? Can't use my telepathy on him. We need to get his helmet off first. Then I'll be able to put him to sleep. They all nodded. Then they were all blinded by Storm, who threw a bolt of lightning at the so-called juggernaut. He didn't seem to be affected at all. Scott stupidly chose this moment to send a concussive blast at their opponent. Of course, all that did was reveal their location. For the millionth time, Jean wondered why the guy was the team leader in the first place. He had no tactical instinct in the first place. Lance, destabilize his footing. Kurt, Pietro, get us out of here now, the redhead bellowed as the giant men ran surprisingly quickly towards them. As the juggernaut got towards them, Lance created an earthquake that caused the giant to lose his footing. Kurt and Pietro had already gotten everyone away except for her, that is. Juggernaut regained his footing quickly enough and raced towards her. Jean tried using her telekinesis to push him away, but the best she could do is sending him back a few feet. Juggernaut kept pushing forward while she kept pushing him, not bad girly. But like I said, nothing stops the juggernaut. He's raised his hand, preparing to punch her. Jean used her telepathy to call for help. Kurt, get me away from him, now. A moment before she was hit, Jean was at the other side of the field with the rest of the teenagers. She sighed in relief. That could have gone a lot worse. Jean had never felt so useless, regretting focusing on her telepathy and somewhat ignoring her telekinesis. We need to get that helmet off. Scott, aim for his head. Try to blind him if his helmet doesn't get damaged. Kurt, you're the one that has to make sure everyone is okay. If someone is in trouble, you get them out. Lance, keep trying to lose his footing. Evan, make some bone restraints. It's not much, but with me and Fred, Blob, trying to stop him, we should immobilize him. Pietro and Toad, try to remove the helmet. Kitty, try to use your powers to see if you can break the helmet from the inside. You're the only one who can safely get closer. Pietro, if you have a chance, get Rogue to touch him, it could weaken him. I'm gonna keep everyone connected using my telepathy. Jean was surprised how natural it felt, giving them orders like that. But this was not the time to ponder, they had a juggernaut to defeat. Scott immediately started to send his concussive beams onto the helmet, which didn't work. The helmet looked as if nothing happened. So, he chose to go for the eyes, at least hoping to blind him. Jean used her powers to slow down their enemy. Fred ran to intercept Juggernaut and it worked for a few seconds. Spike created some bone armor to restrain him. Logan jumped trying to break the helmet with his claws, who were deflected, but the helmet had some scratches on it. Toad jumped on top of his head, trying to remove the helmet somehow, and Rogue almost touched his face. But it all came to a stop when with a pulse the Juggernaut broke the restraint and with a shock, threw everyone into the air around him. Kurt started to get everyone away, but it was too much. So, Jean used her powers, trying to slow down that monster of a man further. She put her entire energy into the attack, but nothing was working. The man was grinning as he was coming towards her one step at a time. Jean thought about flying, but she wouldn't be able to control her powers enough to stop the Juggernaut otherwise. She watched in trepidation as the man was almost a few feet away from her. She could see his bloodthirsty smile. She could feel his anger, his bloodlust. Jean prepared herself to be hit, reinforcing herself with her telekinesis. But it didn't matter. The man was enveloped by some sort of red energy, picking him up and sending him flying away. She looked around to take a look at her savior to find a black-haired teenager in a red cloak. Her hands were glowing with the same red energy as the one that saved her. She had no idea who that was, no one did. Except for one person. Pietro looked like he's seen a ghost. Wanda. Chapter 111, The Girl in Red. February 23, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda was ready. Her teacher had given her a mission to prove herself, to get a measure of her capacity. She had trained for months in the mansion. And while she had just made a breakthrough a few hours ago, this was the perfect opportunity to experiment with her newfound control over her powers. Wanda was already feeling powerful, in control, like nothing could stop her. Her mission was simple. She was to defeat the Juggernaut and use the weird artifact Jasmine gave her to remove his connection to the Elder God Sidorak. Apparently, her teacher had been collecting all the artifacts left by the Elder Gods to gain a foothold on Earth after being banished, and those were some of the few that she hadn't retrieved yet. It was a very important mission, and Wanda was proud that her teacher had trusted her with it. She was also a bit nervous. She hadn't tried anything beyond her telekinesis and she wasn't sure that it would be enough for her to succeed her mission. Her teacher had assured her that she trusted Wanda to complete the mission but will remain hidden and will intervene if she's in serious danger. The teenager was somewhat reassured by this, but she was still nervous nonetheless. But mission aside, Wanda was glad that she was outside for the first time. The teenage witch was in the vault for years, and even when Jasmine had gotten her out, she was still confined to the mansion until she learned to control her powers. The mansion was amazing, there was magic everywhere, she could still get outside in the giant garden, she had everything she could ever want inside. Don't get her wrong, she was appreciative of it, she really was. But there was something in the freedom of going wherever you want. And since her new mother figure had deigned her control to be enough to go outside, Wanda was going to go visit everything she had missed in the last few years. She was going to a restaurant, eat fast food, go to the park, hang out with people her age. Wanda doesn't remember the last time that she was that exciting. And Jasmine was being supportive as well. She was really starting to genuinely love that woman, her image and that of her birth mother kept overlapping and she almost called her mom earlier today. Now back to the mission, Jasmine had made her a portal in front of mansion. The gate was smashed in. Probably the Juggernaut's fault. From what she remembers from the vault, the guy had to be sedated all the time and in a prison that stopped any type of movement. Apparently, once he starts moving, there was nothing that could stop him. Something that her mentor told her was somewhat true, except that he could be stopped using very advanced magic or, in her case, very strong telekinesis. Wanda slowly walked towards the mansion. It was a testament of luxury, and it reminded her of Sayre Manor, except without the magic or the protections. Wanda was sure that the Juggernaut couldn't even step one foot into Sayre Manor, unlike this joke of an academy. Wanda looked around to find destroyed drones and weapons littering the ground. Pathetic, even she would have been able to get past this, and she was a teenaged girl with a few months of training who spent years being locked up in a mental asylum/prison. Wanda followed the trail of destroyed equipment and traps towards the mansion where she could see the conflict between the so-called X-Men and the Juggernaut. The teenaged witch was surprised to find Mystique in her group, the Brotherhood, which also includes her brother. She hadn't expected speaking with him during this mission. She didn't think that she was ready. After all, while he did abandon her and she could forgive him for that, he was also a kid like her, so she couldn't be too harsh about it. Not to mention, there was nothing he could do about it. Defying Magneto, even Pietro was his son, was met with harsh punishment. Adding on the fact that she probably terrified the living hell out of him during her little reality manipulation stunt where she imprisoned him in his own mind to fit that absurd little fantasy of hers, which led him to get him memories erased by a telepath working for Magneto. The situation was extremely complicated, and that was saying it mildly. For now, she'll just avoid speaking with him until she dealt with her feelings first. Wanda watched as the idiot in glasses revealed their location by literally sending a beam of energy towards the Juggernaut. Which did nothing, by the way. This asserted her original opinion: the X-Men were idiots. Wanda watched as her brother and a weird blue devil boy get them out of there before they end up as little smears in the ground. The redhead though impressed her, being able to use her telekinesis to slow down the so-called unstoppable Juggernaut. Jasmine had told her about this girl. Jean Grey, another potential candidate as her student. But only as a student, Wanda was her true apprentice. Not this redhead idiot who refused Jasmine's generous offer of tutelage. Jasmine revealed to Wanda that while Jean was more powerful, Wanda had the potential to match her by perfecting her control. Wanda was a full-on mage, not a mutant after all. But both of them were similar in the fact that they had mental issues stopping them from properly controlling their powers. She listened to their plan, which wasn't that bad. They had to immobilize the intruder and then remove his helmet and knock him out using telepathy. And they almost succeeded for a moment before they were thrown in the ground. Wanda watched as the giant champion of Sidorak slowly made his way towards the redhead who could do nothing but try and fail to use her telekinesis to stop him. Wanda decided to intervene now. Jasmine told her that she was going to reveal herself sooner or later, so if she wants to, she could just show herself to the X-Men, and while the teenaged witch doesn't like people knowing about her escape from the vault, she didn't want another person to die just so that she could stay anonymous. Wanda then used her telekinesis and a familiar red glow appeared in her hands. She raised the Juggernaut in the air and threw him away. The mage almost laughed at the looks of confusion in their faces until their realization that someone outside their little group had saved them. They looked at her and Wanda was uncomfortable with the attention. But she focused on one person in particular. Pietro was looking her with fear in his eyes. He paled just at the sight of her. Wanda, she heard her brother utter, scared out of his mind, and it broke her heart a little to see him being so openly fearful of her. She suppressed the emotions. She had a mission after all. Pietro, it's been a while. She replied. How? When? How did you get out? Pietro asked. The witch in red answered, this is not the time for this, Pietro. We'll talk later. She was proven right with the tremors that kept getting closer. The Juggernaut was running towards them. You're dead, girlie, the champion of Sidorak yelled. Wanda used her telekinesis to throw the other teenagers away before jumping into the air with a burst of her telekinesis, narrowly dodging the giant men running at her. While she was in the air, she created a red ball of energy using her telekinesis before throwing it at the back of Juggernaut. Adding to his own momentum, he fell down and was sent barreling into the earth, creating a line in the dirt that was almost 2 meters deep. She yelled at Pietro, "Remove his helmet, quickly." She then looked at Jean Grey, "Knock him out once the helmet is off." The artifact that removes the gem from Juggernaut was a somewhat slow one. It should take less than a minute, but it's a long time in a fight. Which meant that the champion of Sidorak had to immobilized so that she successfully removes the gem. Pietro moved towards the downed opponent and was able to remove one of the 2 latches but was quickly thrown back when the Juggernaut figured out what was happening. Wanda caught him with his telekinesis and angry that someone almost hurt her brother, she propelled herself towards her opponent who was slowly getting up. She used her telekinesis to levitate him into the air, binding him. She was angry beyond belief. He dared to hurt her brother, her twin. She used her powers, slowly affecting the red armor, breaking small pieces of it. She was going to destroy this insignificant bug in front of her. The giant floating man was groaning in pain at the attack. Suddenly, her attack was getting harder and harder to maintain. The teenaged witch noticed that the armor started glowing slightly and repairing itself. As for the Juggernaut, his previous grimace of pain turned into a malicious bloodthirsty grin. He looked at her, "Huh, not bad girlie, thanks for the power-up." Before she could even comprehend what had happened, Juggernaut sent a punch her way. Wanda was able to create a shield to protect her, but she was still sent flying back. She didn't have time to even think before her opponent was in front of her, arm raised. Was he faster now? He was definitely stronger, her shield would have stopped his last punch. His oncoming punch contained all of his momentum and Wanda instinctively knew that she couldn't match as easily. She chose to propel herself sideways to dodge instead. Sheeman got past her but righted himself in an impressive show of agility. So, he was even more controlled now. Previously, he had just continued forward. Wanda tried to send in another blast at him but it splashed through his armor. The man grinned, "Doesn't work anymore, girlie. Nice try though. This is a lot more fun than just killing Charles. I guess I can kill him after we're done." Juggernaut sent a haymaker at her, who blocked it using her telekinesis. Without a run-up, his strength was somewhat manageable. Wanda countered with a blast to his face, aiming for his eyes. His head was knocked back and the Wanda propelled herself into the air and sent in a powerful telekinetic blast back. He was only sent a few feet back. What the hell is that guy? Wanda looked around her to find the rest of the X-Men and the Brotherhood just gaping at her. What the hell, were they just watching or something? She was getting destroyed here. She looked at the most powerful member, Red, "I need some help here." Grey broke from her stupor and moved to assist her. Wanda hated to admit that they worked well together. Each oncoming punch was being blocked or redirected by one of them and countered with a blast to his face. The champion of Sidorak must have been getting very angry because he yelled out, "Enough." He clapped his hand, creating a shockwave, sending them both flying back. The Juggernaut jumped in the air, preparing for a finishing strike. How she wishes that she had learned proper reality manipulation before today. She was sure she could have beat him if she did. Wanda was sure that she was going to die. She closed her eyes, preparing for the worst. But then nothing happened. She opened her eyes to find the Juggernaut frozen in the air, as if time itself stopped. "Looks like you needed help, kiddo." Wanda almost cried out in joy at the voice. It was Jasmine. She had come to help like she promised she would. Wanda ran towards her and gave her a hug. The fight was a lot harder than she thought it would be. She was so scared. Her mother figure ran her hand through her hair, "SHHHH, you did well, Wanda. I'm proud of you. Now let me take care of this, yeah." Wanda nodded slowly and Jasmine just walked towards the frozen Juggernaut and tapped his chest a few times. Slowly, the armor and helmet started to peel of the man, and focused into his chest, creating a glowing gem that radiated power. Wanda noticed that the Juggernaut started to shrink as well. His muscles started to get smaller. In the end, the man was still very muscular but he looked less like a steroid monster, he looked more human. When she was done, Jasmine chucked the gem through a portal, probably sending it somewhere safe where it wouldn't be used again. "Who are you, girlie?" the savage-looking man with metal claws growled. Wanda heard her teacher mutter, "Troublesome." And the teenaged witch had to agree, the situation indeed looked troublesome. Chapter 112, Meeting the X-Men. February 23, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I chuckled inwardly at the nervous looks of the people standing in front of me. The X-Men and the Brotherhood were looking at me warily while I was sitting on the couch, sipping tea. For some reason, I get addicted to certain drinks every once in a while. I end up drinking so much of it that I get sick of it and choose another drink. And the cycle goes on, kinda like the seasons. A few decades ago, it was coffee. I drank so much of it that I was practically energetic all the time. Celine said that I was a nightmare. I don't think I was that bad, to be honest, but whatever. The time I did drink nothing but alcohol for a few years were really fun. I did end up a bit overweight and I still don't remember everything that happened during that particular period of my life. It was fun, I would never do it again, but I have to admit that I had a good time. Anyway, right now, it's tea season. I take another sip. Ah, delicious. What was I doing again? Oh, yeah, the X-Men and Brotherhood are watching me. Well, I'm not going to start talking. I just smirk at them, waiting for them to respond. It took a couple of minutes but Summers ends up the one caving, where the hell did you get your tea? Huh, didn't expect that question. I tilt my head and say, I made it. His face reddened, how? With water and a splash of milk. And the tea leaves, of course. The trick is to steep the leaves in the water for a few minutes. The flavor is a lot deeper that way. The boy almost snarled at me, you know what I mean. I do. I ask, as innocently as I can. I could feel his face heat up, trying to repress his anger as much as possible, yes. You do. How were you able to make milk without even going to the kitchen? I grin at him, magic. Don't be ridiculous, there's no such things as magic. I keep smirking at him, if you say so. I then close my fist and pretend to pour an invisible kettle into my cup. A brown liquid fell out of my hand, and fell into the cup. It's a common magician's trick. And by magician, I mean the fake ones. I actually do dress up as a stage magician at times, playing tricks for children, generally at hospitals and orphanages. It's actually quite fun, pretending to be a fake magician. I even once got Celine to participate. She said that she didn't like it, but that small twitch in her lips told me that she actually had fun. The kids are really cute though. I actually went by the stage name Zatanna Zatara, just for the kicks of it, who is actually one of the characters in the DC universe I created when I wrote these books. They probably thought I was a cosplayer or something. Anyway, I smirk at their gaping faces. I probably don't look like any sorcerer they ever met. I was dressed in a t-shirt with the phrase, I'm a witch, try me bitch, written on the front. Add in the jeans and sneakers I was wearing, I look like delinquent, not the strict history teacher the kids saw at school. I frown for a second, as I feel a telepathic probe intending on invading my mind. I rebuked it immediately, do you mind? That's awfully rude. I turn and look at the bald man in the wheelchair. The men looked shocked at being detected and I smirk in triumph. The idea being trying to make them as uncomfortable as possible. Especially that bald idiot that calls himself the most powerful telepath on the planet. I mean he's impressive and all for a mortal but I knew a few wizards and sorcerers that far surpassed him in the mind arts. I look around and decide that it's time to greet them. Hey, kids. How's it going? The kids in question were still gaping at me. I continue, Jean, the girl stiffened at my voice, how is it learning under Strange? The girl quickly broke out of her stupor, yeah. It's been great. Learned a lot from him. I noticed. Your control is getting a lot better. I look at Logan, James. It's been a while. Logan scowled at me, who the hell are you? I mock gasp, oh, dear me. You don't remember who I am, do you? Stryker must have done a number on you. At the mention of the name Stryker, Logan held his head as if he had a killer headache. I look at the white-haired woman, it's been a while since Gaia had a champion. So what's your name? The woman looked at me confusingly, Aurora. I look her up and down, sensing her magic, disappointing. You have merely scratched the surface. I can only imagine what your patron is thinking. Before she could say anything, I turned to the resident shapeshifter, nice to see you out of school, principal. Looking at my left, I see an awkward Wanda, she's still not used to human contact after so long being alone. I grin at them, sorry kids, I'm not gonna name you individually. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce Wanda to everyone. Everyone, this is Wanda, my apprentice. Wanda, this is everyone. It must have taken the bald idiot the control of a saint to not yell out what he said next, I'm afraid there must be some sort of mistake. Young Wanda is supposed to be in a psychiatric facility to help her control her powers. Having her outside presents a danger for everyone around her. I have to ask you to return her to her previous lodging. Previous lodging. Psychiatric facility. I can feel Wanda stiffen and her anger rise at the man's words. I send her a soothing feeling using my telepathy. She relaxes, understanding that I won't give her away. I tilt my head, with a look of confusion on my face, I don't know what you're talking about. Wanda has never been in any psychiatric facility. The man smiled at me, I wanted to punch him in the face, I'm afraid she has. Here let me show you the files. He opened the computer to see the files, only to find nothing. He rolled over his office to look for what I presume are the physical files. I smirk inwardly, he's not going to find anything. I use the mist to subtly manipulate reality into the fact that Wanda has never been to the vault. It changed the memories of the non-magicals automatically in edited documents, computer files included, but it cannot affect the minds of mutants and mages. It's a formidable change in reality, so I can't be completely thorough, and I don't think that Wanda would want her father or brother forgetting about her. I almost lose it when Xavier's rolls back towards me with an angry expression on his face. What have you done? I keep the same innocent facade. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wanda was never in a mental institution. Are you sure you haven't lost it in your old age? Dementia is a serious matter, you know. It's funny seeing the men almost lose it. Wanda is supposed to stay in the vault. She's a danger to everyone around her. Her powers are uncontrollable. Ah, you mean the vault, the prison that your half-brother was being held at before escaping. I wonder why someone as young as Wanda would ever be forced to be held there. She's not a criminal, as far as I know. I remember you saying something about a mental institution, not a prison. Are you sure you didn't imagine everything? The bald telepath composed himself, realizing his mistake. I'm sorry, my dear, my temper got the better of me. My fear of young Wanda hurting someone overwhelmed me. But I must ask you to give her to me. She needs to return to her former residence. You have no idea how much damage she could cause with one lapse of control. I'm sorry, Professor Xavier, but I cannot do that. You see, legally, the girl is my ward. And considering that there is no proof that she was ever a danger to others, nor is there any proof of psychotic behavior or of prior incarceration, I cannot, in good conscience, help you imprison an innocent girl for no good reason. Perhaps if you had any documents proving that your words are true, things would have gone differently. For now, I'm afraid, you cannot simply imprison people just because you want to. Xavier looked like he swallowed a lemon, not believing that I didn't immediately agree with what he's saying. Has anyone ever refused him anything? Suddenly, I feel a much deeper probe attacking my mind. I defend it, of course, but this was getting annoying. That's enough, Professor Xavier. Your behavior is appalling and extremely rude. If this is how you run your institute, then I have doubts about leaving my students in your care. I like using fancy speak to make people uncomfortable. I can see why he uses it with his students. Not as fun when you're the one being scolded, is it? The men looked abashed. Apologies, Ms. Sayer. It seems that my curiosity got the better of me. Curiosity my ass. But I still won that round, so that doesn't matter much. I'm afraid that I'm a very busy woman. Professor Xavier, is there anything you wish to speak of before I depart? Yes, I have a few questions. What happened to Cain? Ah, yes. Your half-brother became the champion of an elder god known as Sidorak. Not a particularly evil god, if I was honest. There are far worse. But he's mostly battle-hungry and tends to enjoy destructions. He became the champion by integrating a gem containing a small shard of the essence of the god himself. It made him nigh indestructible and almost unstoppable once he gains any sort of momentum. But it also clouds his mind to have the same values as Sidorak, mainly violence and destruction. Instead of fighting him, I simply removed the gem, removing his connection to the elder god. Xavier frowned at me. What about the gem? Locked and sealed away. No one is getting it anytime soon. I would have preferred having the gem under our protection. I snort, and I would like my students to actually do their homework. We don't always get what we want, Xavier. The men understood that he had no place to argue on this matter. He stood silent for a moment. One last thing. Who are you? You're not just a history teacher, that's for sure. I smirk at him. I am who I am, I am who I was, and I am who I'll always be. I'd say that it was a pleasure, but it really wasn't. As for you kids, don't forget to study for the test on Monday. Trust me, if you don't, your grades won't be pretty. I get up with Wanda following my lead. Then I was interrupted by Logan trying to grab me. Seriously, James. This is not the time. I need answers. Who the hell is James? What do you know? Do you know who I am? Who I was? The men looked desperate, and I don't blame him much. Losing your identity like this must be frightening. It was more of a defense reflex. His powers chose to destroy his memories because they were too painful, because the trauma was too much and it was easier to remove them so that he wouldn't go insane. I have to say that Stricker is a sick fuck for what he did. But perhaps, I was too harsh on him, but him remembering will cause him nothing but pain in the long run. However, I might as well throw him a bone. Perhaps I do know who you are, perhaps I don't. It shouldn't matter either way. You are who you are, just as I am who I am. Who you were previously is not more important than who you are now. Appreciate what you have, for you will find only pain and sorrows if remember. The man looked at me and unsealed his metal claws. Please, you're the only lead I got. I sigh, and with a snap of my finger, Logan's claws retract. Farewell, James Howlett. I turn around and leave, with my apprentice following me. They do not attempt to stop me. Chapter 113, The Return. February 23, 2006, New York City. Perhaps I do know who you are, perhaps I don't. It shouldn't matter either way. You are who you are, just as I am who I am. Who you were previously is not more important than who you are now. Appreciate what you have, for you will find only pain and sorrows if remember. The man looked at me and unsealed his metal claws. Please, you're the only lead I got. I sigh, and with a snap of my finger, Logan's claws retract. Farewell, James Howlett. I turn around and leave, with my apprentice following me. They do not attempt to stop me. Jean Grey POV. Jean Grey watched as her history teacher / mass murderer / avatar of death walked away from the mansion, leaving everyone uncomfortable and quite confused with what just happened. What she just experienced was so contradictory to her personality that the redhead was seriously starting to doubt if it actually was Ms. Sayer that came and defeated the Juggernaut. This was a woman who had frightened Jean to the core, whose tales terrified even the bravest sorcerers to their cores. It was a being who has walked in blood and death for as long as man was able to record history. For as long as their civilization existed, the Morrigan was there to punish the wicked, destroy evil, with extreme prejudice. She went by many names, each more infamous than the previous, from Wadjet, to Medusa, to Hecate, to Morgana. Each of these personas has shaken the world, destroyed civilizations, and now, the redhead watched as one of the most terrifying that ever walked on the surface of the earth, wear a silly t-shirt and act like a ditzy idiot. Evan, bless him, expressed her thoughts in a single sentence: what the fuck just happened? Even as their teacher, Ms. Sayer was the epitome of professionalism. She was strict but fair, she could be kind but didn't accept any disrespect. She had no qualms in failing any student that she feels doesn't deserve to pass. There were no second chances with her. Seeing their normally stoic and strict teacher acting like this must have also confused her former teammates. That and probably her actually defeating the fearsome Juggernaut in seconds. Was it some sort of scheme to get them to underestimate her? The redhead knew that the Morrigan was rather fond of misdirection, preferring to confuse and fool her opponents rather than directly fight them. She read of her exploits during her time as the Sorcerer Supreme. Doctor Strange was somewhat hesitant in giving her the books about her fellow Avatar, and she could understand why. The amount of death and destruction that the Immortal had caused was so understated, it wasn't even funny. That woman had quite literally shaped the world as she saw fit. She committed so many genocides, destroyed cities, and the scariest part is that nothing could stop her. Not even the strongest wards could stop the Avatar of Death of claiming your life if she wishes so. But the worst thing was that she wasn't alone. She had brought her newest apprentice, Wanda. The redhead repressed her envy at the girl's position. That could have been her, but Jean was still happy where she was. Ms. Sayer's apprentice was very impressive, with some sort of telekinesis that was actually able to harm the Juggernaut, unlike her that was barely able to slow him down. Would she be as strong if she had accepted Ms. Sayer's offer of tutelage? Not that it matters now, she made her choice. But what was interesting was the professor and Pietro's history with Wanda. She didn't understand why the telepath was so adamant in locking her up. He wasn't even as forceful when it came to her situation. She had to understand more about the person who most probably would end up as her rival, Professor. Who was she? She hadn't had a proper conversation with the professor ever since she left the mansion. Mostly because she would have lashed out at him in the beginning, but also because he made her uncomfortable. What? You can't blame her. The guy played with her mind as if it was a toy and almost destroyed her personality. It was a miracle she hadn't snapped and killed him. And while she had dealt with a lot of her anger, she still couldn't forgive him. She understood his position, she really did. A child being able to influence an entire city with just her telepathy was a very scary thing. No matter how innocent a child was, they could accidentally brainwash people by just throwing a tantrum. But the man had breached her trust. She trusted him, and he smiled that kind smile of his while he watched her destroy herself even further. And he did nothing. Anyway, the man seemed surprised the fact that she spoke to him. I believe that this was your teacher, Ms. Sayer. He was trying to get a rise out of her. Jean took a deep breath. I mean the girl, Wanda. Did you know her? Before he could speak, Pietro was the one that answered. Wanda is. Well, she is my twin sister. Wanda Maximoff. She was very powerful but had almost no control, and she wasn't alright in the head, you know. Almost accidentally killed me one time, and Dad decided to leave her at a place where she wouldn't hurt anyone. No idea how she got out, though. Huh, didn't see that one coming. What was this, a soap opera? It was kinda funny, like one of those evil twin stories on TV. Wait a minute, didn't the professor say something about her being in the vault, the same place where they held the Juggernaut? What the hell? That guy was a mass murderer, and he was at the same place as a teenager who just was not be able to control her powers. The professor continued. I was assigned as her counselor during her time in detainment. She has a lot of anger, especially directed at her father for his betrayal. But she's also quite angry at the world, at anything that she could be angry at. I was surprised that she remained so calm during her time here. She was particularly vocal about her opinion of me the last time we spoke. Though, with her powers and attitude, it is worrying that she was able to get out. I sent a message to the warden who had no recollection of ever seeing the girl. As much as it saddens me to say, we cannot bring her back to the facility, we have no ground to do so. Jean suppressed a snort at this. The Morrigan had played a prank on the professor. The redhead had no idea how she was able to pull it off, but all documents physical and digital about Wanda's condition and powers had disappeared, including people's memories of them. The professor looked like a deranged idiot every time he asked about her. Jean looked at Logan. She had never seen him shaken like this. Ever. Even during the fight against Apocalypse, at the face of certain defeat, he still held his head high and looked at death in the eyes with that cocky smile on his face. Now, he looked pale, somewhat disturbed. The usual confidence that he held was gone. He spoke, "Chuck, I need answers. I'm going after her." Before he could get up, Dr. McCoy interjected, "Logan, I believe she has already given us what we need." I looked up the name James Howlett. He was a member of the Howling Commandos, Captain America's team during World War II. But that's not the interesting part. Take a look at his picture. He turned around his tablet he usually has with him, in case he needs to look up something. Inside was the picture of a team in black and white. In front was a man wearing a tacky uniform riddled with stars and stripes. He was holding a circular shield with a giant star in the middle. It was Captain America. Every idiot who lived in this country would recognize him. But when Dr. McCoy zoomed in on one of the faces in the background, they found him. It was an exact replica of Logan, who was wearing a military uniform and smoked his usual cigar. "What the hell?" Logan muttered, "That's me." How the hell did she know that this was me? What about that other name, Stricker? She said that he's the one who made me lose my memories. Dr. McCoy tapped on the tablet for a minute and afterwards he spoke. "The only person I found that looks even remotely interesting is William Stryker, a sergeant in the American military. Most of his file is severely classified. But he was part of something called the Weapon X program. No further description. Almost everything public is somehow redacted. Logan, are you sure you want to pursue this? Ms. Sayer said that it wouldn't change anything and that you won't like what you find." Logan just grunted and left the room. No one dared to stop him. They wouldn't risk being stabbed because he's emotional. The man had his issues, and had always hoped for a lead on his previous life, before losing his memories. Back to the Wanda situation, Jean still had questions. Wait a minute, the professor knew that she wasn't guilty and yet approved of sending her to what sounds like a glorified prison for people with powers. Professor, why was she imprisoned anyway? Did she do anything bad, other than not being able to control her powers? Ms. Sayer said about her being in the vault. Isn't that where the Juggernaut was being held? The professor sighed in exasperation and Jean had the suspicion that he wished to just remove everyone's memories of this using his telepathy. Yes, both Kane and Wanda were both held in the same facility. But that was because it was the only place that could contain both their powers. As for why, you have to understand that young Wanda's abilities are a mystery. She was able to use multiple powers. We believe that her powers stem from some sort of reality manipulation. I couldn't simply let someone with obvious mental issues and with no control over her powers, especially ones like this, to live among people. She could have hurt or even killed a lot of people and the mental damage that this would cause could overwhelm her psyche even more so. Even then, I was asked by her father to not let her out unless she has a good control over her powers. You have to understand, she wasn't admitted as a prisoner but as a patient. That made sense, somewhat. But Jean felt a twinge of guilt at thought. Wanda's situation was eerily similar to hers. They were both feared for their powers and were imprisoned because of it. Wanda was locked up inside a genuine prison and Jean inside her own head. Is this what the professor would have done to her as well? Would she be in prison if she wasn't able to control her powers properly? Whatever respect she ever held for the men disappeared. Charles Xavier was a coward that always chooses the easy way out. Dr. Strange once told her that often in life, one must choose between what is right and what is easy. Neither are the correct choice, or the wrong on either. Either way, you have to live with the consequences. Charles Xavier will always choose the easy path. Always. Would he do the same if one of her friends was in danger? Would he just abandon them in their time of need? Who will be the next one in prison? Would he send Rogue away just because she still can't control her powers? The redhead wouldn't let him do it. They were her friends, as annoying as that may be. And she would stomach time with Scott Summer just to make sure they would be safe. Adding in the mass-murdering powered brother, Charles Xavier had secrets. Too many secrets, in fact. Secrets that could bite them in the ass, like the day before. Without Wanda and Ms. Sayer, they would have been crushed. So, Jean made a decision. She didn't like it, but it was the only way to keep her family safe. She was going back to the X-Men. It was to protect them from the threats from outside and from within. She was still going to be training under Dr. Strange and she was going to ask him to up her training. Plus, it would be nice to be part of a team again. Professor, I would like to return to the X-Men. She was going to protect her family no matter what. Chapter 114, Focus. February 23, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda followed after her teacher as she left the Xavier Institute. In truth, she was embarrassed, ashamed of her failure. Her mission did not go according to plan. The teenager thought she was ready. This was a reality check and a big one at that. Jasmine may have told her that she had an extremely high potential, but Wanda always forgot how much time and effort it would take just to make it a reality. The teenager had failed her mission and her teacher had to get involved. Will Jasmine get rid of her now that she's proven to be a disappointment? The Juggernaut had played with her. Wanda had almost forgotten what it was like to be afraid of dying. Her time on the streets made her accept that death was a very real possibility and that there was no sense in fearing the inevitable. When she lived with Magneto, she had nothing to live for, other than her brother, that is. And even he abandoned her. When she was still in her cell in the vault, she sometimes wished to end it all. She had lived a miserable life, perhaps her next one would be a peaceful one. But when she watched as that monster of a man ran at her, she knew that this could be it. Her final moments. And she was afraid. Why was she so frightened? She had accepted death a long time ago. She was still trembling, even now. It didn't make any sense. Jasmine obviously noticed, because she stopped walking and gave her a hug. It was soothing and warm. Wanda broke down and started to sob, shoulders shaking. Jasmine ran her hands through Wanda's hair and the teenager felt a strange warmth in her chest. She must look like a child, but she didn't care. She missed this. It was like having a mother again. It took a couple of minutes for her to calm down, and when she looked up to see properly, Wanda discovered that they were in her bedroom. They must have teleported. She hadn't even noticed anything. "You all right, kiddo?" Jasmine asked. Wanda didn't have the strength to speak and just nodded against her mother figure's chest. "So, what was that about?" Jasmine questioned gently. I was afraid," Wanda replied. Jasmine chuckled. "What's wrong in being afraid? Trust me, if people were more afraid, there would be a lot of idiotic deaths." Wanda sighed. "I haven't been afraid in a long time. Ever since my mother. Anyway, isn't fear supposed to be a bad thing? It's better to be brave, right? I wasn't brave during the fight. I was just afraid." Jasmine actually burst into laughter at this. "Wanda, fear is a natural thing. Being afraid is all right. Because didn't anyone ever tell you? Fear is a superpower. Fear can make you faster and cleverer and stronger. And one day, you're gonna be afraid again. I have. There are true monsters in the world, and anyone, even me, would be afraid of them. But that's okay, because if you're very wise and very strong, fear doesn't have to make you cruel or cowardly. Fear can make you kind." The teenager looked at her savior, with pleading eyes. "Really? But I haven't been afraid for so long." "Yes, really. And on that day, you'll understand the true value of fear. You'll realize that your fear will have saved your life. For how can you move faster than possible, fight longer than possible, without the most powerful impulse of the spirit? The fear of death. It is the proof that you're alive, not an empty shell living every day. Being afraid of dying, like you are, is the proof that you value your life, that you're starting to move on, and I am so very proud of you. You won't understand it now, so don't pretend you do. One day, you will look back to this day and remember what I just told you, and you will smile and understand what I just said. But the bottom line is, being scared is all right, and you should never be ashamed of this." Wanda hugged her guardian even further. "Please don't get rid of me." Hey, her mother figure replied soothingly. "Where is this coming from? I failed my mission. The Juggernaut beat me. Wanda, I did not send you after the Juggernaut to test your combat abilities. You just recovered from a very traumatic experience with your memories unsealing. I don't need a soldier, Wanda. I needed to see if you could manage yourself around others. Your fight with the Juggernaut served as a way to gauge your level, in terms of control and actual combat instincts. But that was just the secondary goal. You haven't been with other kids your age for years. I just wanted to see how you'd react. And look, you didn't accidentally hurt anyone. You were in control the whole time." The realization hit Wanda like a brick wall. She was in control, wasn't she? Her powers listened to her. They didn't blow anything up accidentally or hurt another person. They did exactly what she wanted them to do. Jasmine continued, "Plus, you were kinda badass when you beat the Juggernaut at the beginning. He even had to power up to actually be able to beat you. That's an impressive achievement, girly. Trust me, very few people can stand toe-to-toe with a champion of Sidorak, especially this one. So, you're not mad?" Jasmine chuckled. "No, I'm not. But now, we come to the main issue. With your newfound control over your powers, you can actually get out of the mansion. You can do normal teenage stuff, like you always wanted. Go to the mall, meet people your age. But most importantly, you can go to school. Wanda stiffened at this. She could get out. She was free. She could do whatever she wanted. But did she want to meet new people? People are cruel and manipulative. What they're all like her father, what if they find out what she can do and perform these painful experiments on her like those scientists did when she was in the vault? What if no one likes her at school? What if she ends up with no friends? What if she actually gets friends and lose control? She could hurt them. Wanda almost spoke up to protest. She was very uncomfortable with all this sudden freedom, but Jasmine spoke first. I know that this will be hard. But that was the plan from the start. You need some normalcy in your life, Wanda. That's why I made you learn all these accelerated courses and used my telepathy to teach you enough without actually frying your brain. And I'm enrolling you in Bayville High, that's my school, in case you forgot. Which means that I'll be there to make sure there won't be any accidents. I know it's scary, being free after being locked up for so long, you don't know what to do or how the world works, but trust me, this is the best for you. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad, after all. Maybe she'll get friends and hang out with them like those high school TV shows show. She could even be a cheerleader. The teenager grimaced at the thought. Why the hell would she be a cheerleader? Sounds idiotic. Wait, did she say, Bayville High? Didn't she say something about teaching Pietro at her school? Does that mean that she'll be going to school with her brother? It would be a great opportunity to mend their strained relationship. Or is it non-existent? Well, whatever they call it, it's a clusterfuck. Wanda nodded at her mother figure. All right. I'll go to school. Jasmine's blinding smile was enough to reassure her. Then her face got serious once more. One more thing, Wanda. Since you finally could use the full capabilities of your reality magic, you need to train. Which is why, I will give you this. Jasmine opened her palm and something materialized on top of it. It looked like some sort of cross with only the top being a circle instead of a bar. It was pitch black with some weird red hieroglyphic symbols carved into the cross. The symbols were faintly glowing and looked like it was pulsing. Wanda could feel the power coming from the floating artifact. It felt familiar somehow. Was it her imagination, or was the symbols pulsing with her heartbeat? This, my dear little apprentice, is an ankh. More precisely, it's an artifact I created a very long time ago to train my reality magic. Truth is, at first, I could only use reality magic using runes. But it was a fascinating field of magic, so I created this thing as an aid, a training tool so to speak. In its basis, it's a focus. Long ago, mages used specialized focuses for each field of magic they mastered. It was before wands and staves were invented, which normalized the designs of focuses all over the world. But still, a specialized focus is far more powerful than a wand when it comes to the specialization. People generally preferred wands because you can cast any type of magic with it, choosing practicality of power and performance. Not that anyone now remembers that it's an option. Specialized focuses are now a forgotten relic of the past. Wanda nodded at the impromptu lecture, so it's like training wheels. I'll use it to learn better until I can do it without it. Plus, it kinda looked cool too. She could definitely pull it off and it would go very well with her outfit. Makes her look exotic and everything. Jasmine nodded. Yes, it is imperative that you do not overly rely on this tool. You'll get used to it and won't be able to cast anything without it. Wanda looked at the weird cross thing, sorry Ankh, then looked at her teacher. How do I use it exactly? You can use it like a wand, but I don't recommend it. What I do recommend is that you wear it as a necklace and channel magic into it while using your powers. It's easier to hide that well and you will learn to use your powers without relying on your hands and people won't know how much you need it to use your powers, that way no one actually targets it. It will just be a fashion choice. It'll also be a lot easier to use your powers when you get rid of the Ankh. But as long as you channel your magic into it, it will work. We'll train more using it later. Jasmine removed her arm, leaving the artifact floating in the air, still pulsing in power. Wanda hesitantly grabbed it. She felt a sudden warmth in her fingers. She raised the artifact above her head and brought it swishing down. A stream of red energy that's synonymous to her reality magic shot from the circle on the top. The teenager felt like a part of her was missing and this Ankh was it. This felt intimate, like making a new friend that would be with her for a lifetime. She could feel the Ankh thrumming in her hand, sending a pleasurable sensation through her hand. It obviously approved of her thoughts. Jasmine clapped her hand and whooped in joy. I knew it. A perfect match. Wanda didn't respond, entranced by her focus, but Jasmine interrupted her musings. All right, you little bugger, you can admire it later. It's late and you've had a very long day. You need to go to sleep. After all, you have school tomorrow. What? Already? I may or may not have pulled some string with the headmistress, Jasmine replied cheekily. Fine, I'll go to bed. Wanda then went to change into her PJs and Jasmine was waiting for her. She tucked her into bed, kissed her goodnight. Good night, Wanda. Half asleep, Wanda muttered back, good night, Mom. She hadn't realized what she called Jasmine, nor had she seen Jasmine's blinding smile as she heard her. Chapter 115, Trouble in Paradise. February 23, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I walked down the stairs as leave Wanda's room, a warm smile on my face. I was proud of her, I really was. It's been a trying couple of days for her. From discovering memories repressed by reality magic, in denial because of what happened to her parents. Poor girl, her magic awakened at the worst possible moment and a gigantic burst of accidental magic that caused her parents' death. A blast of this power should have been noticeable by the Sokovian magical authorities. Too bad, the magical community was in as much chaos as the mundane one. Apparently, another Dark Lord tried to take over the country. Yeah, I know. How original. All it takes is an idiot with delusions of grandeur, who learned a couple of old spells and call themselves a Dark Lord. Anyway, with 2 civil wars going on, Wanda's burst of accidental magic ended up being hidden by the thousands of spells that were being fired that night by both sides of the war. They would never expect a child to cause such a discharge. Honestly, I wouldn't either, it was very improbable. Wanda being unnoticed was both a good thing and a bad thing. Wizards could have helped her trauma and not cause her mental health to deteriorate this much. However, with the war going on, she would have been groomed to be a weapon for the side that found her. This sent a shiver through my spine. And the worst thing is the fact that it wasn't even the worst-case scenario. Had she not created a secondary persona to control her magic, had she repressed it instead, she would have turned into an obscurial and that would have been without a doubt a disaster on an epic proportion. I'm not understating things here. An obscurial with the girl's power and her type of magic would end up utterly destroying a few countries, killing millions, before being stopped by the ICW. This would make the Credence Barebone incident in New York look like a small case of accidental magic. But there was no point in dwelling in scenarios that could have happened. I was rightly shocked when I first saw the memories, not understanding if this happened in the comics or the movies. Sometimes, I forget that this world is very different from the one I knew before my half-soul came to this world. The active presence of magic changes everything. Anyway, Wanda had made strides and had broken of her childhood trauma, which is very impressive and it shows her strength of character, to be able to move on like that, after discovering that a large part of her childhood, of her story, was a lie she created to fool herself. Not to mention how much Magneto was actually scared of her, going so far as to brainwash her of any memories of the powerful aspects of her power. I was also kinda surprised on how Magneto treated his children. I know for a fact that a small part of him actually loves them, but the man is prioritizing his ridiculous dream of mutant superiority over them. Which, by the way, is a very bad idea. Choosing your enemy to be more than 99% of the global population is such a stupid idea, it's not even funny. Sure, maybe one extremely powerful mutant, like Jean for example, could actually end up taking over the world. But what would happen 100 years later, when she dies? The humans will rebel. Mutants are not going to be much more powerful than they are now. Which means they will progressively get weaker. It's the way of life, when someone rises in power, the world itself makes sure that the next generation is weaker. Balance has to be maintained, after all. And since, you can't just kill the human population without causing a massive economical crisis, not to mention the population crisis, and you can't turn humans into mutants, the non-powered population will remain. Meaning that they will rise up to oppose his regime as soon as they could. Magneto's revolution will, at most, last a few decades before collapsing and mutants are hunted down to extinction. Like I said, it's a very idiotic plan. And he's abandoning his children to it. I understand that he doesn't want his race to be hunted down like what happened to him in Auschwitz, but he turned from the revolutionist who wants to save his race, into a warmongering superpowered terrifying man, who wished to conquer the world and would not hesitate to cross any lines to do so. Now, I got off topic. I was thinking about Wanda's education. With her new focus, my Ankh, she should be able to have a certain amount of control over her magic. I will have to start her up on mental manipulation and reality illusions before going to the heavy stuff, which is actual reality manipulation and transmutation. I can't teach her traditional wand magic without her having a much better control over her magic. Its chaotic nature would destabilize any form of arithmancy-based spell who mostly rely on structuring one's magic to cast a spell. But I don't want to pressure the kid too much. While I'm on a deadline because of the oncoming crisis, I still want my apprentice to, at least, have a semi-normal life after how much time she lost being in the vault, locked in her father's house, or on the streets. A life of comfort should be enough to help her already fragile mind heal. Which is why I sent her to school. She has to interact with others her age, to study with her peers, graduate with her friends. She needs to be a regular teenager. With that out of the way, I walked down to the living room to find Celine sitting on the sofa and watching TV. She noticed my arrival, so, how did it go with the girl? Damn, she really hasn't gotten over her dislike of Wanda, always calling her the girl or the brat. I somewhat understand where she's coming from, but it was starting to annoy me. She has a name, you know, I replied. Celine shrugged at me, perhaps. I just don't think I'll need to remember it for too long. I sigh internally. Celine's immortality caused her to be very detached from the so-called mortals. I answer her, this is different, Celine. She is my genuine apprentice, not just a student. I am planning on giving her a form of functional immortality when she's ready. Celine sneered at me, Jasmine, that's enough of this. You always do this. Every time you leave on those ridiculous missions of yours, you get too attached to people. And every time, you lose them. It's inevitable, no matter the circumstances of their death, they will be gone with a blink of an eye. Every time, I say to myself, this is the last time. She'll learn this time while I'm picking up the pieces afterwards. But you never learn. A few decades later, you go on another mission and do everything all over again. And this is not the first time that you said that you'll turn them immortal. Remember Mordred? You forged her a sword that would turn her practically immortal. And then what happened? She died like everyone else. Your history is littered with brothers and sisters, daughters and sons, and every time, you end up with a broken heart. I can't bear to see it again. I just can't. It's too much. That was a low blow, bringing up Mordred like this. I should be angry, I really should. But looking at her sobbing face, whatever retort, whatever justification I had, disappeared from my mind. This was really hurting her. Maybe she's right, maybe I do care too much, maybe I should distance myself, like she has. I sigh, I didn't know this affected you so much. I'm really sorry. I guess that caring like this was the way for me to retain my humanity. She snapped back at me, you're not human, Jasmine. You're so far from human, it's not even funny. Neither am I, for the matter. You remember how those Asgardians call themselves gods, and we both know that you could squash them like bugs if you wanted to. You need to understand that you're not human anymore. A regular human lives for at most a couple of centuries, and that's if they're a very powerful mage. You start losing your humanity after that. Even the Flammels are not exempt from this, and all they do is drink an elixir to keep them young. You're a true immortal, Jasmine. No, Morrigan. You need to act like one. I stayed silent at this accusation. It hit too close to home. Did I really try so much to retain whatever remains of my humanity that I kept hurting myself just to have the illusion of being human? I need some time alone to think about this. Seeing no response on my part, she continued, for so long, you have treated your life as one tragedy after another. You force yourself into situations where you keep getting hurt. Not to mention your fatalistic vision of the crisis. I try to interject, but she keeps talking. Don't try to deny it. You've already resigned yourself that you will die. You're not even considering the possibility of you surviving. We know that the crisis causes a destabilization in space-time, which made the events time-locked. No one, not even cosmic entities, can peer into its events. You dying is a possibility, but it's one of the billions where you do not. Get over yourself and start planning properly. I have followed your lead on this because you're the one that noticed it and can actually see the fluctuations in the cosmic web of events. It doesn't change the fact that you're playing chess with an invisible opponent, with half the pieces being hidden as well. You still have no idea who's pulling the strings, do you? Get over yourself and stop being this little shadow of the Morrigan I know and love. Fight back. At the end of the sentence, she was practically panting. She had been practically screaming at me, and every word hit my heart like a knife. She really wasn't pulling any punches. How long had she been bottling this up? This wasn't some little outburst. Celine doesn't raise her voice unless she's really out of sorts. All right. I snapped back at her, all right. You're right. And I promise, no more attachments. Just Wanda. I like her a lot, I know I got too attached. But this is the last. And she could be my successor, after all. Maybe, I'll succeed, maybe I won't. But either way, this will be the last time. You promise? She looked so vulnerable, looking at me with pleading eyes. It was unusual seeing her like this. I nod, yes, I promise. I knew that the argument was far from over, but at least she vented, and there's a lot I need to think about. I kiss her on her forehead and we end up snuggling on the couch. Celine ended up picking up her phone and texting. Probably CEO stuff. Thank God that I foisted everything to her on that front. I can't stand in meetings for hours on end. For some weird reason, Celine seems to enjoy it. Something about her liking fighting using politics, which is something I just don't get. I absolutely hate politics. I can involve myself in politics, of course. At my age, it would be shameful for me not to. But it was just so tedious, dealing with power-hungry morons all day. Suddenly, my wife shifted up and looked at me, raising her eyebrows. What's this I hear that Morgan Evanshade is coming to the Stark Gala tomorrow night? Damn it, I forgot it was tomorrow. Thanks for reminding me, love. You're going for Start, aren't you? She took my silence as a confirmation. I still don't understand your fascination for him. I chuckle at her. Anthony Stark is the representation of humanity's potential. He's a man who accepts his flaws and openly flaunts them, even. But deep down, he's just as scared as everyone. He's just wearing his little playboy mask to hide it. One day, he will be stripped bare of his illusion and he will either rise as humanity's champion with nothing but his intelligence and his wits, or he will perish. And on that day, the world will never be the same. Huh, you really have that much faith in him? You'll understand one day, Celine. It wouldn't do to spoil the surprise, after all. Chapter 116, First Day of School. February 24, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda Maximoff was going to school. Holy shit, she was actually going to school. She never imagined the day where she would actually get to live like a normal teenager, like those TV shows she liked to watch. It was inconceivable, overwhelming, she didn't know what to do. How is she going to blend in? How does one make friends? She never had to make friends before. Oh God, why hadn't she thought about it yesterday when her guardian told her about it? She'd been so exhausted both physically and emotionally. One does not simply fight the juggernaut without getting some muscles aches the next day. But now, as she got dressed to go to school, Wanda realized how unprepared she was. She was always imprisoned somewhere, be it in the vault, at her father's house, or even at Sayre Manor. Although that last one was big enough for her to forget that she was confined inside. She never thought in a million years that she would be able to move around freely. Even if she trusted Jasmine with her life, she had saved her after all. A small part of her never believed her when she said that she'll be free to do whatever she wants when she has a good enough control over her powers. People always wanted to either use her or get rid of her. This was a first, and it was very disturbing for the teenager. What the hell is she supposed to wear? She never had to dress up for anything really. She never cared about her appearance. You lose all sense of modesty when the guards at the vault watched her when she was showering, something that she still finds creepy. Although they looked uncomfortable with watching a naked underage girl shower, even if they were ordered to. So, at least they weren't some perverted weirdos with weird fetishes. They were still racist though, they still mistreated her because she was a mutant. No, she was a mage now, so she doesn't really think any better of them. Wanda settles on wearing a red shirt and black pants. She was always partial to those colors. She wore Jasmine's weird Egyptian symbol thingy, her guardian called it an ankh, whatever that was. She still had no idea what the thing actually does, other that she liked holding it. It always gave her a comfortable warmth in her hand. She added the symbol to a necklace and put it around her neck. It felt as though her mother figure was giving her a hug. She came down to watch Jasmine sitting down at the dining room. Breakfast was made. Good morning, Wanda. Are you excited for your first day of school? The teenager nodded meekly and Jasmine's usual grin turned into a kind smile. Hey, what's wrong, kiddo? Wanda shrugged, not trusting herself to answer. Jasmine continued, are you nervous? The teenager marveled at the fact that her guardian could read her this easily. She nodded at her. What are you nervous about, dear? I know this is the first time in a very long time that you can get out on your own, but you'll need to do it eventually. I know teenagers can be idiots, can say very hurtful things. But what is high school compared to fighting the juggernaut? And if there's anything wrong, I will be in the same building, so I'll be there in less than a minute. Wanda looked up at her mother figure. What if I'm not ready for this? What if I screw everything up? Wanda, it's not about being ready. No one is ever ready. It's just a leap of faith, that's all there is to it. Trust yourself, kiddo, and you'll be fine. And what's the worst that could happen? If things get really bad, I'll just transfer you to another school. I don't think any school in New York would refuse if I applied. Wanda was stupefied by the answer. You'd leave your job? Just for me? Yes, I would. You're my ward, Wanda, which means that it's my responsibility to take care of you. Plus, you can see that I'm pretty well off. The older woman gestured to the manor around her. The teenager couldn't help but giggle at this. You're not well off, Jasmine. You have so much money that I don't think you actually know how much you have. Jasmine grinned back at her. That's actually true. Plus, there are the old artifacts and art pieces that I have that I frankly have no idea how much they're worth. Wait, art pieces? You mean those paintings in the wall? Well, yeah. Most of them were drawn during the last 5 centuries or so. The really old stuff, I have preserved in a private collection in London. Very fragile stuff. Wanda couldn't believe herself. What the hell, Jasmine? This house is basically an art exhibit. Holy shit, I touched those paintings. Oh God, I touched a painting that is worth millions. Why did you never say anything? The teenager never realized just how absurdly casual Jasmine is with her money. She never wore extensive jewelry, something that Wanda always found cringeworthy, as rich people like to wear ugly expensive things, just to show that they could afford it. Jasmine acted like all the money, all the riches she had were nothing. She bought expensive stuff, but doesn't showcase them. She had a giant mansion, but she never invited anyone over. It was so very confusing. After they ate breakfast, Jasmine took her down to the garage and they got inside the frankly badass car. It was a black 1987 Chevy Impala, which Jasmine had enchanted. She still had no idea what enchantments she added but assumed they would be as awesome as the car. They sat down and Jasmine opened the door to the garage and slowly drove to the end of the grounds. When they reached the end, Jasmine pressed on a button and a portal materialized in front of them. Suddenly, they were in another garage in the middle of New York City. At her questioning look, Jasmine chuckled, "I own a lot of car parks all over the world. I connect any car I own to the network so that I could travel around with whatever car I want. The mansion is too far away for me to drive properly, and if someone follows me for some reason, they would never be able to find it. Not that they could see it if they were even a few feet away with the wards I have set up. But it helps avoid uncomfortable questions. And also, this way no one can see me teleport around. Plus, I kinda like driving." As they got out of the garage, Wanda found that they were in a very crowded road. Is this the morning rush she heard about on TV? Anyway, 15 minutes later, they were in front of the school. Right before she got out, Jasmine stopped her. "One last thing, I have to cancel out training session tonight. I have a charity event I'll have to attend. If you need anything, just channel your magic through your security port key. I'll be able to find you. If you can't find me, get the Principal Raven Darkholme. She's Mystique if you didn't notice. And finally, if you're ever in danger, use the passcode to portkey back to the mansion. Good luck, kiddo." Wanda nodded and got out of the car. Class was in 10 minutes, so she had 10 minutes of waiting until she could get inside. The teenaged witch looked around and found the normal stereotypes of high schoolers. There were the jocks who were sitting with the cheerleaders, talking, probably bragging about something. Wanda could feel that not a single word spoken was actually genuine. Looking around, there were the typical nerds, who were wearing some superhero t-shirt. It was funny, it was of DC characters. Jasmine had told her of her identity as Morgan Evanshade, who had written most of that stuff. Although, she had underlings continuing her stories as comic books, which somehow made them even more popular for the typical nerds to see. What would they say, if they knew that they were being taught history by the Morgan Evanshade? They'd probably pass out. Of course, there were also the goths, the hipsters, and the usual cliques. What interested her were the two groups composed of mutants. The X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants. Both were very stupid names, but they seemed to enjoy it, for some reason. Wanda watched as the X-Men arrived in what she assumed is Scott Summers' car, considering that he's the one driving. The teenaged witch admits to herself that she actually likes the car, not as much as Jasmine's of course, but it was a nice ride. The driver, on the other hand, was a dickhead. That's what she'll call him until he proves her wrong. He was very stupid and confrontational with Jasmine when she saved them from the Juggernaut. Wanda's blood boiled at the memory of the bald bastard wanting to get her back to her prison. Thankfully, Jasmine was one step ahead and stopped any kind of possible actions he could take. Imprisoning her now would be committing a crime. You can't just put people in jail because you don't like them. When they each got out of the car, they walked towards the entrance to find Wanda, standing next to it. Wanda stifled the burst of laughter at their wide eyes and gaping faces. She had to admit that they looked ridiculous. Scott Summers almost removed his glasses to blast her but was stopped by a harsh glare from Jean Grey, who was still gaping at her. The one that she assumes is supposed to be the teleporting Blue Devil Boy's reaction was the funniest. The guy jumped back in fear and fell over. At the impact, Wanda felt the illusion he had on distort itself for a fraction of a second. Anyway, Summers stomped down towards her, in the same entitled manner he had the previous day. Yeah, she definitely isn't going to be a fan of the red glasses wearing boy anytime soon. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. The teenaged witch chuckled at him. "What are talking about? I'm here for the same reason you are, to attend high school. You don't come to school here. This is my first day here. It's a shame how you're conducting yourself in front of a new student. Makes one wonder if you have some unresolved issues. Perhaps, I should speak with the principal, such aggressive behavior is very worrying." The boy looked shocked at the fact that she pretty much threatened him. She learnt that one from Jasmine. It was awesome how she handled Xavier without even raising her voice. The boy stammered, trying to answer, before the brunette, Kitty Pryde, hits him in the shoulder. "Don't make an ass out of yourself, Scott." She then turned to Wanda. "We didn't have time to introduce ourselves yesterday. I'm Kitty Pryde, this is Jean Grey." The redhead smiled at me but she had a complicated look on her face, this idiot is Scott Summers. The boy glared at me. This is Rogue. She gestured towards the goth girl who ignored me. The hyperactive idiot that fell over is Kurt. The guy waved at me, grinning like a madman. And finally this is Evan. The final X-Man had a skateboard on his hand and just said yo before skating away. Before she could respond, the bell rang and the entire student body walked towards their classrooms. Wanda had already her schedule, courtesy of Jasmine, and walked towards her respective classroom. She got inside and the entire classroom was staring at her, confused. Ah, Ms. Maximoff, I was afraid you'd gotten lost. Here in front of her was her guardian, Jasmine Sayer. Wanda knew that expression on her face. This was her teaching face. She's very strict when she's teaching, especially when it comes to magic. Wanda just nodded, used to her strict tone. She looked around and found that her class was the same as the X-Men and the Brotherhood. Pietro was absolutely gaping at her, his eyes as wide as saucers. All right class, this is your new transfer student, Wanda Maximoff. I hope you'll get along well. Chapter 117, Making Friends. February 24, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Ah, Ms. Maximoff, I was afraid you'd gotten lost. Here in front of her was her guardian, Jasmine Sayer. Wanda knew that expression on her face. This was her teaching face. She's very strict when she's teaching, especially when it comes to magic. Wanda just nodded, used to her strict tone. She looked around and found that her class was the same as the X-Men and the Brotherhood. Pietro was absolutely gaping at her, his eyes as wide as saucers. All right class, this is your new transfer student, Wanda Maximoff. I hope you'll get along well. Wanda ignored the curious stares of her new classmates and tried to forget Pietro's horrified gaze. He really was terrified of her. Some of the students noticed that they had the same last name and were looking at him to confirm their relation. The teenaged witch looked at her teacher imploringly, begging for a way out of the awkward situation. Wanda could feel her guardian's amusement from there. Damn it, she won't get any help from there. To avoid any more awkwardness, Wanda found the closest available seat and made her way there. It was next to the redhead X-Men, Jean Grey. With that done, class continued. All right, last time we started up on the events of the Second World War, especially against the Hydra branch. Is there anyone who can tell me what Hydra actually is? A few people raised their hands. Wanda knew the answer but felt uncomfortable looking like a know-it-all on her first day of school. Thankfully, Jasmine didn't call her out on it. Miss Jackson, she gestured towards the black-haired kid in the corner who was raising her hand. The boy answered. Hydra was an authoritarian paramilitary subversive terrorist organization that came into existence shortly after the rise of Nazism in Germany under the leadership of Johann Schmidt as the scientific branch of the Nazi Party. During World War II, Schmidt, who named himself the Red Skull, separated Hydra from Nazi Germany to start his own conquest of the world. The organization was later stopped by Steve Rogers, also known as Captain America. Jasmine nodded, a textbook answer, Ms. Jackson. But that's all well and good, but Hydra is an organization that included thousands of people. Captain America did not eradicate Hydra by attacking one outpost, he simply cut off the head so to speak, before his untimely death. The rest was hunted by the combined efforts of the SSR, the CIA, and MI6 for decades later. Now let's talk about economical ramifications of Hydra's destruction. Wanda was surprised how much she paid attention to Jasmine during class. She had been taught all of this during their sessions, but the teenager realized how much her guardian was in her element when she was teaching. It was different than their apprenticeship. Don't get her wrong, Jasmine was an amazing master, but seeing her teaching an entire class, keeping everyone engaged, it made her see just how good a teacher she is. History is a frankly boring class, but every single student was paying attention to what she was saying. It was beautiful. And just like that, the lesson was over. It went through very quickly. She had barely noticed the time pass. She got up, it was time for lunch. The witch walked towards the cafeteria. She had refused to bring a lunchbox since people her age seemed to prefer eating the school lunch, and then complain on how bad it tastes. Wanda doesn't understand it much, but that's what happens on TV. Wanda stood in line and paid using her allowance, which was a ridiculous amount, if she was honest with herself. Did Jasmine just don't care about money at all? Anyway, with her lunch in hand, Wanda looked around her to sit somewhere. Not actually knowing anyone, she chose to sit at an empty table in the back and started to eat in silence. The food was as disgusting as it was advertised. But Wanda had no one to complain to, she was alone. The teenaged witch had no idea how to actually start talking to someone her age. How the hell is she supposed to make friends? Suddenly, another person sat down next to her. It was the redhead again, Jean Grey. They had somewhat similar powers, at least the telepathy and telekinesis part, at least. Mind if I join you? The redhead asked. Wanda simply nodded. Damn, why was she nervous? This was just another girl that wanted to talk to her. I don't know if you remember, but my name is Jean Grey. Wanda Maximoff, the witch replied. Any relation to Pietro? We're twins. The answer seemed to have stupefied her. I didn't know that. Why didn't you stay together? Before she could say anything, Jean interrupted her. Sorry for prying, that was rude. Wanda didn't realize that she was frowning. You just surprised me, that's all. Pietro and I, we used to be inseparable, you know. But then, we got our powers. I just couldn't control mine and hurt him. Our father deemed me as a lost cause. And decided that it would be better to lock me up instead. I stayed there until Jasmine rescued me. Why had she said that? Why was she confessing to what is basically a stranger? As she was berating herself, Jean answered, damn, that's rough. Jasmine helped me too, you know. I was kinda trapped in my own head. The professor was scared because I was really powerful when I was a kid. He tried to lock my powers in my head, but ended up locking me up too. I was like a puppet. Almost went crazy when the bindings were destroyed. But she was able to control me, and give me something to help me control my powers. I guess we have that in common. Wait, what? Wanda knew that the redhead was offered to be Jasmine's student, but she didn't know the specifics. The teenaged witch couldn't help but draw a comparison between the two of them. Both of them had problems in their heads, both of them had little control over their powers, both of them were saved by Jasmine. The only main difference was the fact that Wanda had accepted Jasmine's offer of apprenticeship while Jean didn't. And Wanda was a full-blown witch while Jean was a mutant. But there was something more to it. Jasmine would never offer someone to be her apprentice if they weren't special. Being a telepath and a telekinetic, while rare, is not enough for someone of Jasmine's caliber to pay attention to them. Wanda had her reality manipulation magic, which was an absolute cheat, if she could say so herself. If she's able to fully control it, that is. Wanda had seen what Jasmine could do with reality magic, and it absolutely blew her mind. Wanda replied, I guess we do. Jean asked again, what's she like really? I didn't accept her offer because she scared the living hell out of me. I don't regret my answer, my current teacher is amazing, but I always wondered, what if I said yes? Wanda unconsciously smiled, she's amazing. She knows so much, about everything really. She could sew things you couldn't imagine. She's really nice, very kind. She just understands, you know. I learned so much, but I know it's just a drop in the ocean of what she could actually teach me. But I don't think you would have benefited of her teaching as much as I did. Jean looked at her, with her eyes narrowed, and why is that? Wanda shrugged, your powers. Don't get me wrong, Jasmine is a master of telekinesis and telepathy, but that's all you could learn from her. You would only learn just a small smidgen of her skill. Mine and Jasmine's powers are a lot more diverse. Ah, so you're a witch like her too. Huh, what? What does she know? How does she know that? The redhead chuckled at her alarmed face, don't worry about it. Jasmine told me that she was a witch. I just assumed you would be one too since you said that your powers were similar to her. Wanda relaxed, so she hadn't broken the statute of secrecy thing, you scared me there for a moment. Is magic really that hard? Wanda nodded, I'm just starting to learn, but from what I understand, mutants use their powers instinctively. Magic doesn't work like that. You have to understand what you're doing. It's a lot more exhausting, mentally and magically. You're not as efficient with your energy as a mutant. It really depends on your affinities. Like mutants, every mage is different, after all. Really, so what can you do, with your magic, that is? Not much. My affinity is very dangerous and very hard to control. I have been focusing on the telekinesis aspect of it to build up my control. You chose to focus on your telepathy, right? Your telekinesis was strong, but nowhere as diverse or powerful as it should be. The redhead mutant nodded, yeah. Telepathy is the more dangerous one if I lose control. Telekinesis can be fought, telepathy, on the other hand, can only be fought by another telepath. That's all well and good, but you are a member of the X-Men, right? At Jean's nod, Wanda continued, with how technology is going, a lot of people have gadgets that stop telepaths. And a lot of metal don't let psionic energy through them, which means that they can use them to stop you. If they want to wear an ugly metal helmet, that is. You saw with the Juggernaut. Your telepathy was useless there and you had to rely with your mediocre telekinesis. It wasn't bad, per se. But you could have done a lot better in that fight. Telekinesis is your main attacking power, so don't neglect it. Jean nodded at the witch's wisdom, yeah, I asked Dr. Strange to up my training for my telekinesis. Thank you by the way. You saved me from the Juggernaut. I would have ended up as a pancake without you. Wanda smiled and nodded once more. This wasn't so hard. Talking to people her age wasn't as bad as she thought would be. Shit, what is supposed to say now? Why was she panicking? Why is she overthinking this? While she was having her inner meltdown, another girl sat down next to Jean. Hey Jean. What are you doing all the way over there? The girl noticed Wanda sitting next to them. Oh, hey. You're the new student. Aren't you the one who came with Miss Sayer when she beat the Juggernaut? Yeah, I'm Wanda. Kitty. You were so awesome out there. Your powers look amazing. You just threw him in the air like he was nothing. Wanda smiled at this. Yeah, I could have beaten him if he didn't power up in the middle of the fight. Power up. Kitty titled her head, confused. She looked like an adorable puppy looking like this. Stifling her laughter, Wanda answered, his powers came from the gem that connected him to some sort of god. I'm not sure on the specifics. But when he noticed that I could beat him, he asked for more powers or something. He suddenly started glowing and was a lot stronger and faster. Stupid cheater. Anyway, you can go through stuff, right? Kitty nodded, proud of her powers. Yeah, no wall can stop the mighty Kitty Pryde. She exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. You could be like the ultimate spy. Like the American Girl version of James Bond. Wanda returned. The name is Pryde, Kitty Pryde. The three girls burst into laughter. You know what, Wanda? You're really fun. Kitty exclaimed, from now on, the three of us are friends. No, not just friends, the best of friends in the world. Friends, she never thought that she'd ever had any. She always assumed that she would be alone for as long as she lived. Wanda grinned brightly, yes, friends. Jean nodded, also smiling, friends. Huh, she had friends now. Wanda liked the sound of that. Chapter 118, Bothersome Brothers. February 24, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. The three girls burst into laughter. You know what, Wanda? You're really fun. Kitty exclaimed, from now on, the three of us are friends. No, not just friends, the best of friends in the world. Friends, she never thought that she'd ever had any. She always assumed that the only contact she would ever have would be the bald man in the wheelchair that doesn't listen. Wanda grinned brightly, yes, friends. Jean nodded, also smiling, friends. Huh, she had friends now. Wanda liked the sound of that. The rest of the day was spent together, just the three of them. Rogue had apparently deigned herself too cool to hang out with them and they had agreed to not include the boys into their little group. Kitty was always beside herself because of Kurt and his immature pranks, and Jean refused to spend a second more than she had to in Scott's presence. The only person left was Evan, who was so childish that Jean and Kitty often felt that they were babysitting him, not hanging out with him. Plus, the guy doesn't need more excuses not to study. From what Wanda could understand, he's very likely to fail his exams and redo his year. So, they decided to not invite anyone. For some reason, they were very comfortable with each other. Even if they just met, there was this bond between them. It went as far as being able to rant about their personal life. They were comfortable enough to actually start ranting about their lives. As they were laughing, Wanda noticed that Scott Summers was staring, unblinking, at them. The teenaged witch had to ask, so, what is with Summers? Does he have a problem, or something? The dude must have a lot of issues, it was clear to anyone that has a smidge of understanding of the mind. To someone like Wanda, who had delved into her own mind and faced her insecurities, it was clear as day. But that doesn't excuse how disturbing his actions are or how creepy his behavior is. The redhead sighed, I have no clue. The guy is obsessed with me. I thought it was a phase or something, but he hasn't stopped for years even when I explicitly told him that I have no romantic feelings for him and that I'm unlikely to develop any. He just doesn't stop. Every day, he wakes up, thinking of me. Every other minute, his mind wanders to me. And he's so loud about it, too, his mind is practically screaming his fantasies everywhere he goes. Kitty tilted her head, have you ever thought about, read his mind properly? You could find out why he's acting this way. Even for a crush, or even an infatuation, it's too much. The redhead shook her head, I tried it once. His mind is a mess. It was unbearable to stay there for so long. It was like being in quicksand. He's a mess of self-hatred, self-pity, anger and lust, all rolled into one package. And his image of me, oh my god, he thinks like I'm some sort of goddess or something. His mind romanticizes our imaginary relationship. He sees himself as the Prince Charming of the story, with me being the damsel in distress. It's why he kept interrupting the danger room sessions whenever I got so much as a scratch on me. Wanda was confused at this, self-hatred and self-pity. Why the hell would he feel like this? It all stems from survivor's guilt, from surviving an airplane crash while his parents and brother died. Kitty gasps in shock, this is horrible. Why did he never say anything? Wanda responds this time, he's trying to repress it, isn't he? Jean nodded seriously, yes, he is. He buried it deep inside his psyche, there are no mentions of his parents in his mind, just the guilt. I only knew because the professor told me when I first came to the institute. Instead of dealing with it, he chose to repress it. His self-pity is because of his obsession with seeing colors other than red. It's so stupid. He blames his powers and his glasses for not being able to see the world as it is. He doesn't care that there are people who are actually colorblind, or just blind really. He's got it better than so many people. He has a home, friends, teammates, teachers who would give their lives for him. He has fucking superpowers for fuck's sake. And he has a place to practice them without worrying about destroying anything. With the professor's backing, he could go to any college, choose any field of work. He could have ended up at an orphanage, like many other orphans before him, and no one would have cared. He has no idea how lucky he is, and how much he's taking it for granted, hating how his life ended up. Wow, that's a lot of anger. Jean was really passionate about this. But Wanda could understand why the redhead was so outraged about this. Jean had her mind messed with by a bald old man who, though he knew what he was doing, and Wanda was actually imprisoned by her father because he was scared of her. Kitty was the only normal one here. Wasn't that a relief? The brunette was like an anchor, a proof that a semi-normal life as a superpowered teen was possible. She grounded them in banal teenage dramas and topics to stop them from getting lost in their miserable past. Jean knew it too. It was probably why she latched into Kitty this tightly. Kitty tilted her head. If he's that messed up, how come that the professor hasn't noticed? He should have figured out that quickly enough. Wanda was the one that answered this time. The mind is a very complex thing. What you call reading minds is just reading their surface thoughts, which is easy enough since they're almost always projected, so it's like picking up a conversation. The mind is made of layers, and Jean probably went very deep. Your professor probably doesn't want to get too familiar in a mind of a hormonal teenage boy. Jean nodded. Yeah, I can't see the professor getting too deep. But the odd thing is the fact that Scott's mind is fundamentally different. I don't know if it's the trauma, but underneath his surface thoughts, there are no layers, just chaos. It was why I felt suffocated. I have never seen anything like it. Huh, interesting. Wanda was going to be asking Jasmine about this. She's the foremost expert on telepathy, after all. No one spoke for a good minute. Trying to lighten up the mood, Kitty asked, Wanda, you never told us what your powers actually are. I know it's something like telekinesis, and from what you said about the human mind, I'm guessing you're a telepath too. Jean straightened up at this and Wanda responds, I'm not actually sure what my powers actually are. From what Jasmine told me, it's some form of reality manipulation. I haven't actually learned any part of it. Jasmine wanted to make sure that I had enough control before starting practicing with it. I do have a little telepathy, but it's a lot less powerful than Jean's or Xavier's really. Even my telekinesis, while very strong, is not as powerful as Jean's, but she hasn't learned how to control it properly yet. When I learn how to use my full power, I'll be a lot stronger. But don't tell anyone about the reality manipulation thing. I think Xavier knows, probably, but reality manipulators tend to be hunted down, either by power-hungry idiots with dreams of godhood or by well-meaning but idiotic zealots that kill them for the danger they present. Not that I blame them, reality manipulators tend to be mad. Kitty blanched at the idea of people hunting Wanda down. Even Jean grimaced at the thought. Before the conversation could continue, they were interrupted by a male voice behind them. Ladies, could I borrow Wanda for a minute? It was Pietro. Her new friends looked at her questioningly. Wanda steeled herself and nodded. Wanda got up and walked with her brother to an empty classroom for some privacy. When they were alone, Pietro exploded. How the hell are you out, Wanda? It's been years, Pietro. Is this the first thing you really want to say to me? Look, Wanda, I'm happy to see you and everything, but you're too dangerous to stay out and about. Wanda sneered at him. I've been out for months, Pietro. I haven't had an accident yet. It's only a matter of time before you do. How many people are going to die because of your carelessness? Seriously, Pietro. You're still under Magneto's thumb and you're speaking to me about preserving lives. You fucking hypocrite. You'll have to do better than that. Pietro's face reddened. You staying in the vault was in everyone's best interest. You see that, right? You were out of control, Wanda. You almost killed me, your brother. Wanda hummed. Is this what he showed you, what he replaced what actually happened with? What are you on about? You really have no idea what happened, do you? Your precious father erased your memory about what really happened. Maybe it was a sick form of mercy. You would have been a broken thing, had you remembered. Pietro sneered at her, and now you're saying nonsense. No wonder you were in the loony bin. Suddenly, Pietro found himself levitated by a strange red energy. Wanda, wait, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I know you're angry. He was suddenly thrown into the wall. Wanda's eyes turned red. Pietro, I'm so far past anger, it's not even funny. I had no choice. I was just a kid, I couldn't stand against Dad. You know how he goes. I don't care that you didn't stop him from getting me there. I care that you forgot about me. I was alone, Pietro. For years, I had no one. I don't know what would have happened to me if Jasmine hadn't gotten me out and put me back together. The red energy dissipated and Pietro fell down to the floor. So, she's the one who let you out. Who the hell is she? As far as you're concerned, she's just your history teacher, Pietro. Why the hell do you think she's actually qualified to teach you anything? Wanda laughed at that. You never noticed how much control I have over my powers, do you? I can use them properly, now. Who do you think taught me that? Pietro gaped in shock. Was it really that much of a surprise that she had control over her powers? That's great news, Wanda. Dad's gonna be so happy to learn about it. He might even take you back. Wanda actually burst into laughter. You think I'm actually going back to that asshole? A man who threw me to rot in a prison when I was barely more than a child, just because he was afraid of me. Dad's a great man. He will save our kind from the humans. He wasn't scared of you, you were a danger to everyone around you. It was necessary for you to get better in a solitary environment. He had to protect you from yourself. You're just parroting his words now, are you? You don't protect someone by sending them to what is basically a maximum security prison, where I was basically held in solitary for years. Face the truth, Pietro, your precious father doesn't care about anything but his precious revolution. He doesn't care about me or about you, just our potential in his ranks. Even then, he doesn't really care about our race or our survival. He might have, long ago. But he only cares about conquest. He wants to be on top. Wanda walked away to get away, but a blur appeared in front of her. Don't you dare insult our father. You're abandoning your family for just some whore teacher. Before he could stop in front of her, he was floating, held up by the red energy. That whore teacher is more family to me than you ever were. I see it now, you didn't come here because you missed me. You only came here to see if I'm worth recruiting. The answer is no, Pietro. We're done here. Wanda put a sleeping compulsion towards Pietro and he dropped down, asleep. Wanda walked out of the classroom without looking back. She sat down next to Jean and Kitty. The redhead asked, so, what did he want? Nothing, just some family business. Chapter 119, The Gala. February 24, 2006, New York City. Tony Stark POV. Tony Stark was bored out of his mind, something that shamed him immensely. He should not feel this way, especially when his company is the one hosting the event. This was, of course, the Stark Industries' annual fundraiser for the Maria Stark Foundation, a non-profit organization created by his mother to provide people with potential opportunities to enrich themselves. Maria Stark didn't believe in just giving people money. According to her, it did nothing but mask the problem. Apparently, it had to do with the whole give a man a fish metaphor. Instead of just giving money to homeless shelters or orphanages, she chose to pay for their education. After that, she would give scholarships and grants to students who couldn't afford going to college. Once selected, a student only had to pass his courses with a reasonable GPA to keep his or her scholarship. Even now, thousands of students all over the country were being educated because of his mother's foundation. Her homeless shelters were among the best in the country, offering opportunities to anyone towards completing their high school education and providing them with employment opportunities later. With that in consideration, there was no doubt in Tony's mind that his mother was an amazing woman who impacted the lives of thousands of people for the better. But looking at the gala, Tony was disgusted with what he was looking at. Business deals were happening, connections were made, politicians were promoting themselves. This stopped being a charity gala and started to become a yearly event for powerful individuals in suits fighting for a perceived drop of power. Stuff like that is why he left Obadiah to deal with the company politics. He would have gone crazy if he had to deal with this every day, or at least drink more, and that would not have been good. Tony spent the past couple of hours trying to get away from the usual brown-nosing morons who kept introducing themselves to him, hoping to fund some project or another that the genius didn't care about. Well, if he's gonna suffer in this god-forsaken event, might as well get laid afterwards. Tony looked around, trying to find a woman to his taste, and he found one, sitting by the bar. He couldn't see her face, but she had long wavy black hair and was wearing a very tasteful black dress. For some reason, no one approached her. Tony figured that she would be pretty much attacked by horny rich people all night long. Not that he was denying acting like a horny idiot, maybe idiot was a bit harsh, Tony was proud of his mind after all. He sat next to her and listened to her order, 1 vodka martini, extra dry, extra olives. She had a British accent. Damn, he likes a woman with an accent. Plus, she just gave him an opportunity to speak to her. He spoke to the bartender, I'll have the same, but make mine dirty, will you? The bartender nodded and started mixing the drinks. Tony looked at her and grinned, so, what's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this? The mystery woman snorted at his question and turned around. Tony was met with the most magnificent emerald eyes he had ever seen. They almost seemed as if they were glowing. She looked familiar for some reason, but he mentally shook his head and focused on what she was saying. Seriously, Mr. Stark, you'll have to do better than that. Is this all it takes for the infamous Tony Stark to seduce a young maiden? Oh, she was a fun one. At least, she's not as boring as the others. Nah, it's just my boyish charm and devilishly good looks, the woman snorted once more, and he continued, it seems like you have me at a disadvantage, my lady. You seem to know who I am, and yet I do not know your name. Curious, isn't it? The power a name holds. Mr. Stark. Giving one's name could have irreparable consequences in the grand scheme of things. Wait, what? What she just said made absolutely no sense. Is she some kind of wacko in a pretty dress? The confusion must have been evident on his face because the woman burst into laughter. You should see your face. You were so weirded out. I'm Morgan, by the way, Morgan Evanshade. That is when it all clicked in his head. This is why she seemed so familiar. The reclusive Morgan Evanshade doesn't show up to public events often, so there aren't many pictures of her online. There were pictures, of course, but nowhere as many as Tony's or almost any other person attending the gala tonight. No wonder no one was going to speak to her. She must have chosen to not give herself away, preferring to not be hassled by fake personas that people enjoy being seen as. The mysterious Morgan Evanshade, the owner of the biggest media company in the country, perhaps even the world. Didn't expect to see you here tonight. The famous writer smirked at him. I have always come to this event, Mr. Stark. You just have never noticed. Wait, what? What the hell is going on? He would have known if she was there before. Obadiah would have paraded this fact to the media to give the event more notoriety. Speaking of the media, it was weird how little information there is on her. Other than making a woman called Celine Gallio her CEO a few years back, there was barely any news about her, with even fewer sightings of her out and about. This level of anonymity kinda made Tony jealous. He loved being famous, he really does, but considering how many times a day he's been hassled by paparazzi, a break would be nice. Tony gained control over himself. I have to say, I'm a big fan. I didn't expect something like The Song of Ice and Fire to be written by such an innocent-looking woman. What a devious mind you have. Evanshade giggled at that. All women have devious minds, Mr. Stark. You just picture us as damsels in distress all the time. Princesses with the purity of saints. It's just instinctive. Trust me, Mr. Stark, there are women with minds far dirtier than even yours. Stark laughed at this, and wasn't that the truth? Tony had slept with enough women to know how kinky some of them actually are. A couple of his one-night stands actually made him uncomfortable. So, you're almost never seen in any public function. Why do you come here every year, then? Your mother, she simply answers. Stark jerked at this, but before he could speak she continued, I come here to honor your mother. How did you know her? She would have mentioned you to me if she had actually met you. I met your mother a few years before she died. Very rarely have I seen someone with so much passion retain her integrity and sense of selflessness. She wanted to change the world. She was particularly proud of you, although she didn't like your lifestyle. She always said that eventually you'll find someone to keep you in line, similarly to how she kept your father in line. The world darkened with her passing. I come here every year to remember what could have been. Your mother was a dear friend of mine, Anthony, so I tend to check up on you when I can. Tony was stunned at that. People always spoke about his father, about how great a man he was. That always pissed him off. His father was a great genius, CEO, an inventor, but he wasn't a great father. He was absentee, at best, and dismissive at worst. So much of Tony's issues stemmed from the men. His father's acceptance, recognition was something he craved. When it became clear that his father was never going to give it to him, he acted out. The drinking, the gambling, the sleeping around was something that Tony did to piss off his father, and it just slowly became his lifestyle. Tell me more about her, he pretty much begged the woman. Well, after the gala, your mother and I would meet every other week. I would give her early drafts of my books and she would give me her opinions. I have to say, she was very critical of my sex scenes. Your mother was quite a closet pervert, it seems. Tony grimaced. He didn't want to know about that of all things. Is this the infamous girl talk? No wonder guys try to avoid it as much as possible. The famous writer continued, when I met your father though, I have to say that he was a dickhead. Tony burst into laughter at this. I'm not kidding. He was so condescending, it wasn't even funny. I liked to mess with him. It was simple stuff, really, shouting about his sexual prowess over dinner, giving him a Hitler mustache when he was sleeping. He actually went to a board meeting wearing that. Your mother was a bit of a prankster too. I still remember when she put red dye in his shampoo and said that his soul was forever lost to her. I never laughed as hard as I did that day. The genius didn't think that the woman in front of him was actually this close to his mother. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know much about his mother's personal life. She was always this angelic image in his head. She was always so kind and understanding, a voice of reason to his father's one-track mind. An unmovable rock trying to balance their family. Tony never thought of her as a person, just as his mother. He was so obsessed with his father's approval that never took the opportunity to get to know his own mother. This was something that he had to acknowledge after her death, and it became one of his biggest regrets in life. Tony felt himself tearing up at the memory, but he steeled himself. This room was full of sharks that would tear him apart at the smallest sign of weakness. They both received their drinks and they stayed silent while drinking their martinis, Tony lost in his thoughts. When he finally mustered enough courage to speak up, he asked in a vulnerable tone, "Do you think she would be proud of me?" Evan Shade smiled sadly. "Maria would have been proud of you no matter what. Don't get me wrong, she wouldn't approve of a lot of things, but she would still be proud of you. Myself, on the other hand, can't help but be disappointed." "What?" "Yes, I am. I can see Maria in you, but it's been buried in so much. You have always wanted to surpass your father. The truth is, your potential dwarfs his. You wanted to beat your father at his own game, and congratulations, you are. You made Stark Industries the name for high-tech weaponry. You wanted to be greater than your father, and guess what? You did. You're a great man, Anthony Stark, but then again so was your father. You have suppressed the Maria side of you to achieve your dream. And deep down, you're still the boy that wanted his father's approval. Your life is empty, with no meaning. Stop being the great man everyone wants you to be, and start becoming the man that your mother saw in you. Kill the boy, Stark, and let the man be born." Tony protested, his fury rising, ready to explode. "I am not a pale imitation of my father. If you remove the money, the privilege, the suits, all I see is a lost genius living his life with no goals and no ambition. Your entire being is centered on Howard Stark. That's all the world sees you as. Howard Stark's son. You have done absolutely nothing to prove to them otherwise." These words felt like knives in his heart, touching on sensitive topics that he had buried deep in his psyche. Tony acted like he always does when he's hurt. He lashes out at those around him. "I'm not going to stand for this. You can't come to my party and insult me like this. I can handle a few meaningless words, but bringing up my parents like this is stepping over the line. All right, Mr. Stark, I will take my leave. I have already said what I came here to say anyway. Do not expect to see me next year. But remember, young Stark, one day, you will find yourself truly alone, without your money or your toys. You will be stripped bare of your lies and illusions you tell yourself, and, on that day, you will have to find out what you're really made of and the man you want to be. The question is, will you thrive and become the man your mother saw in you, or will you fall further into the web of your own lies? Farewell, Anthony Stark." The woman walked away and slowly exited the room, leaving a shaken billionaire lost in his thoughts. That woman had looked through his mask and saw everything he wanted to hide even from himself. The last Stark decided to deal with it the way he does best, with a bottle in hand. The following morning, he could not remember what happened after the woman left. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 10 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 120, Play Date. February 27, 2006, New York City. Jean Grey POV. It's been a few days since Jean had met Wanda properly, and it was surprising how close they are. Wanda was a breath of fresh air. She was funny, but also very socially awkward. She tended to say whatever crossed her mind without a second's thought about who hears her. Jean giggled at the memory of Wanda calling Scott a dickhead to his face because he said that Wanda was too dangerous and that Jean shouldn't hang out with her. She simply tilted her head, insulted him, and just told him to go away. Jean, Wanda, and Kitty became a very close-knit group, pretty much only hanging out together all day, for the last few days. Jean's popularity had plummeted when she broke up with Duncan and quit all of her extracurricular activities. Apparently, they thought she had a nervous breakdown or something because of her breakup with Duncan. Adding in her idiotic ex spreading rumors about her, she was left with practically no friends outside her teammates and the members' brotherhood. Though, does the members of the brotherhood count as friends? Anyway, the redhead kinda gravitated towards Kitty and Wanda, and she couldn't be happier. Jean forgot how nice it was to have a girlfriend other than Kitty. Don't get her wrong, Kitty is amazing, but she's so sheltered that Jean gets exasperated sometimes because of her naivety. Rogue doesn't count, of course. The resident goth seems to dislike her by principle. It was probably her hidden feelings for Scott, who was still infatuated with the redhead. But Wanda was different. She has seen the dark side of the world. Jean knew that whatever she said wouldn't be judged by the witch. Yes, Jean knew that she was a witch. Ms. Sayer had said that they had similar powers, after all. So, it was logical to deduce that Wanda was a mage as well. However, seeing Doctor Strange keep training, Jean knew that the study of magic and sorcery takes an insane amount of dedication. Anyway, things have been great. Not perfect, mind you, there was the strained relationship between Wanda and her twin, Pietro. Apparently, the speedster wanted his sister to join the Brotherhood on the order of their father, Magneto. Wanda, who hates Magneto with a burning passion, refused. Jean could understand why she utterly loathed her birth father. Apparently, when she had almost hurt him when she was younger, the men had reacted like a cornered animal and sent her to the vault, a prison that is poorly described as a mental institution, where she was put in solitary confinement for years. Yeah, she was right to keep a grudge. Although, Wanda had confessed to her that while she was hurt by Pietro not visiting her, she was mostly angry because of his actions after she left the vault, choosing to side with his father, once more, against her. At least, Jean's situation occurred because the professor was scared of a child with that kind of power. The telepath had the world's best interest at heart, and tried to make sure that she was safe by taking responsibility for her. She still didn't like him, and she sure as hell didn't trust him, but his intentions were pure. The same couldn't be said for Magneto, who simply got rid of her, chucked her out like garbage. Out of sight, out of mind. He was her father, for fuck's sake, unlike the professor who was a stranger to her when he wronged her. Anyway, it was lunch and the three girls were sitting by their usual table talking about their plans for the night. "So, what are you guys doing tonight?" Wanda asked. "Nothing, really. Logan and the professor are meeting this big shot government agency people in the mansion, so they asked us to make ourselves scarce or stay in our room without making nay noise." Kitty answered. Jean did find this situation to be quite shady. The professor working with a spy agency made her pretty uncomfortable, although it has probably something to do with Logan's identity, who happens to have been part of the Howling Commandos, and fought in World War II alongside Captain America. This was so freaking cool. Jean's frown didn't go unnoticed. "Why the look, Jean?" asked Kitty. "I don't know. The professor working with people like that makes me uncomfortable. Makes me think that we're more like soldiers than students. I know we're part of a team and everything, plus we all learn combat training, but that's different. We still have a choice if we want to leave or not. If the government gets involved, then we might be forced to fight for them. I just don't like it." Wanda frowned at this. "Don't worry, if you girls are even in trouble, you can come to Jasmine, she'll do her best to help out." Both Jean and Kitty smiled at that. Wanda continued, "Anyway, since you probably won't stay locked in your room on a Friday night, I'm guessing you're going out." Jean nodded, "Yes. No idea though. We have to find something to do because if we don't, Scott will start to get clingy again. So, it has to be something that he can't do." Kitty nodded. "He's been really bad lately." "Did something happen?" The redhead shook her head. "No idea, I barely talked to him in weeks. He's properly turning into a stalker now." Jean suppressed a smile when she heard Wanda mutter, "Creep." Then Jean heard Wanda mumble something that she didn't quite hear. "What did you say?" Wanda sighed and said it clearly, "We could hang out at my place, if you want." "You mean at Miss Sayers' place?" Kitty answered excited. "Yeah, it's pretty big, so it'll be like if we're alone anyway." Kitty responded, "It would be awesome seeing her house. I've never been in a teacher's house before." "What's it like?" "Is it like filled with books?" Wanda chuckled, "Yeah, lots. We have a library after all. Anyway, do you girls want to come? I'll have to ask Jasmine first." Both girls nodded. If she was honest with herself, the redhead was kinda excited to see the home of the infamous Morrigan. The slayer of gods and men alike, a woman so feared that even demons tremble at her name. She kinda always assumed that she lived in a big dark mansion, filled with ravens and shadows. Something fitting to the goddess of death that was named after her. With their minds made, they walked towards the history classroom, and entered. Ms. Sayer looked like she was grading some papers and looked up to see them. Wanda asked, "Jasmine, is it okay if I bring my friends over?" Jean could feel Wanda's emotions using her empathy. It was a strange mix between elation and mortification. It was so weird. Then again, so was Wanda's relationship with Ms. Sayer. Jean could feel her history teacher's eyes sparkle, probably sensing Wanda's nervousness as well. "Sure, do you want me to drive you there after school or are you going there by yourself?" Jean was the one who answered, this time, "Yes, please." The redhead really didn't want to be stopped by Scott, who would say that Ms. Sayer is a supervillain in disguise because she doesn't agree with Charles Xavier's every little idea, and that they would be killed or tortured if they go to her house alone. The idiot would probably tattle to Xavier, who would predictably overreact and cause an incident, especially if there really will be secret agents at the mansion. The history teacher nodded, "All right, I'm gonna take you there after school." "When are you going back to the institute, by the way?" 11 at the latest. Kitty answered. "All right, have fun on your little play date," the immortal witch said. Wanda's face reddened at this. "I'm 17, Jasmine. I don't have play dates." Jasmine just winked at her, "Sure, you don't. The history teacher just returned to grading her papers and the girls realized that they were being dismissed, so they chose to leave. Once the rest of the day had passed, the three teenagers went to the teacher's parking spot and were promptly joined by their teacher. She unlocked her car, a Chevy Impala, who the redhead had often admired from afar. Taking a better look at it now, the car still looked as good as new. Jean was certain that there was magic being involved somehow. It was weird seeing magic to maintain a car. It was usually used in battles and such, not something as banal. Anyway, they entered the masterpiece of a car, and Miss Sayer drove them to a car park in the middle of New York City. Where did they live, anyway? She forgot to ask. With that said, Jasmine clicked on a button, and a previously hidden tunnel opened up. When they got through it, they weren't in the dark car park anymore but in front of a mansion that would make the professors look like a shed. It was enormous, probably as big as Buckingham Palace. It had a classical architecture, which reminded Jean of the Versailles Palace in France. Surrounding the mansion was a giant garden that looked like it was trimmed to perfection. There was also a lake of all things, along with a swimming pool. Jean hadn't realized that she and Kitty were gaping in shock, eyes wide. So, the car park contained some kind of portal to the entrance of the mansion. Miss Sayer turned around and looked at them with a mischievous smirk. So what do you girls think? Kitty spluttered, having difficulty putting her feeling into words until she took a deep breath and asked, how did we get here? Miss Sayer smirked at them once more. Magic. She waved her fingers and tiny sparks formed at their tips. Kitty reddened at this. Seriously, how did we get here? I was serious, kiddo. I used magic. Your friend here knows all about it. After all, she's being taught by a wizard so that she could control her powers. Jean glared at her history teacher. The woman in turn sent her a telepathic message. Do not tell her about the magical community, just that there are people that know how to use magic. Jean nodded and answered, yeah, he's really good at magic. He knows a lot about mind magic, so he's teaching how to control it properly so that I don't accidentally hurt someone. Kitty exclaimed, excited, is this how you used the portal thing when the Juggernaut attacked? Jean nodded, yeah, it was only for emergencies and I'm not that good at magic, really. It took me months to learn how to make a portal properly. Kitty then looked at Miss Sayer, is Wanda a witch too? The history teacher nodded, if I'm being technical then yes, she is. But her powers are a lot more different than of any magic in the world. She is unique. When I found her, I understood what's wrong with her and decided to teach her how to control her magic. Kitty nodded, can I learn any magic? Miss Sayer shook her head with a sad look on her face, sorry, kiddo. Magic is something you are born with. Although, there is a branch of magic called sorcery that anyone can do, which is what Jean's teacher is specializing in, but it needs a lot of dedication and study, time you do not have. Jean here simply learned a single spell in months. The journey to become a proper sorcerer is a very long and difficult one. You'll have to leave school, leave the X-Men, leave your parents and just focus of magic. Something that I feel you will be pretty reluctant to do. Especially if it turned out that you don't have an affinity for sorcery. Jean could see it too. Kitty would not jeopardize her future, her friends and family, her education to learn a few magic tricks. Miss Sayer continued, but enough with the depressing stuff, let me show you in. Chapter 121, Require. February 27, 2006, New York City. Jean Grey POV. Miss Sayer shook her head with a sad look on her face, sorry, kiddo. Magic is something you are born with. Although, there is a branch of magic called sorcery that anyone can do, which is what Jean's teacher is specializing in, but it needs a lot of dedication and study, time you do not have. Jean here simply learned a single spell in months. The journey to become a proper sorcerer is a very long and difficult one. You'll have to leave school, leave the X-Men, leave your parents and just focus of magic. Something that I feel you will be pretty reluctant to do. Especially if it turned out that you don't have an affinity for sorcery. Jean could see it too. Kitty would not jeopardize her future, her friends and family, her education to learn a few magic tricks. Miss Sayer continued, but enough with the depressing stuff, let me show you in. The immortal witch got out of the car and walked towards the main entrance. The front door opened by itself, revealing the interior. Funnily enough, the interior kinda reminded her of the New York Sanctum Sanctorum, especially with the large staircase leading to the probably more secure floors, and the weird knickknacks, armors and paintings that decorates the entire ground floor. Did all wizards have the same taste in decorations or something? Anyway, if the redhead hadn't been to the New York Sanctum, she would have been uncomfortable dealing with this type of luxury. Don't get her wrong, she lived in a mansion with the rest of her teammates and that was plenty extravagant already, but here, like the Sanctum, a lot of artifacts and art pieces seem to actually belong in museums, not just hanging around someone's home. Kitty obviously felt the same, considering how uncomfortable she looked. Before any of them could say anything, their host spoke up, all right, kiddos, I have some papers that I have to finish grading, so I'm going to get going. She then turned towards her ward, Wanda, I added them to the wards but they're only allowed to go to this floor and your bedroom, nowhere else. There's pizza under preservation charms in the dining room in case you get hungry, and if you need anything at all, let me know. Got that, kiddo? Wanda nodded, and Miss Sayer ruffled her hair. Wanda's chest seemed to swell at the small act of affection. All right, have fun. The redhead's history teacher just walked away, leaving all three teenaged girls alone. They just stood there awkwardly for a minute before Wanda asked, "You gals want to just go to my room?" They jumped at the idea. Jean didn't want to stay near the obviously precious artifacts, especially since she knows firsthand how dangerous they actually could be. Jean had snuck to the artifact room at the sanctum once and accidentally ended up bound in some weird full-body restraint when she touched some weird metal. The redhead learned her lesson and now knows not to touch magical artifacts without knowing exactly what they do. She doesn't need to be accidentally sent to an alternate universe just because she wasn't careful about what she was doing. The two X-Men walked up the giant staircase and followed Wanda to her room. When they got inside, they were pleasantly surprised with how normal it looked. It just looked like a typical teenager's bedroom, although with a really big bed and a giant closet, and shelves of books. Alright, it was still pretty odd for the average teenager, but comparing it to the rooms full of moving paintings, weird glowing artifacts, and actual pieces or medieval armor, this was the least odd room she had seen since walking into the mansion that Wanda calls a home. The teenaged witch just jumped over the bed, her friends following her, and sighed contentedly. Jean could see why. The bed was very comfortable. Their host spoke up first, "I'm starving. Wanna get something to eat?" After they confirmed, Wanda just spoke up, "Blinky, can you send up a few pizzas, please?" Before they could ask who this Blinky was, 3 pizzas appeared on the desk out of nowhere. "Thank you, Blinky." Kitty and Jean just shrugged at the oddness. Who were they to criticize a mage's home? Quickly enough, the conversation returned to their usual messing around and they forgot that they were in a strange place. However, Jean was still curious about Ms. Sayer. She knew of her identity as the Morrigan and as Death's avatar, but not much more. And now, she had a veritable source of information in the form of Wanda. "So, how is it like, living here?" The teenaged witch shrugged. "It's amazing. Jasmine is amazing, she's so knowledgeable and kind. When she found me, I had given up to despair, and my misery. And rightfully so, I was abandoned by my family, forgotten by everyone outside my cell. And the few that actually knew of me, just wanted to use me for some purpose, to achieve their goal. I was a weapon, not a human being. Jasmine just came in one day, flipped my life upside down and taught me how to control my powers. She helped me go through years of trauma and more than a few repressed memories. She was patient, knew how to motivate me without being too demanding. She was strict when it mattered, but she was also kind, she was always supportive. And I always feel like I want to make her proud. I lived through hell, but I would do it again just for the chance to meet her." Jean blinked at the answer. Wanda was really passionate about this. Did the redhead worry for no reason? Was the Morrigan's fearsome reputation only reserved to her enemies? The redhead will think on this further. Kitty was the one who continued to press for answers, this time. "So, when you weren't allowed to leave, what did you do all day?" Ms. Sayer did need to go to school every day. Wanda nodded. "She usually left me homework. I had to catch up on my actual education, since I wasn't going to any classes in the vault. Sometimes, I would practice with my powers. But if I was really bored, I'd just watch a movie in our home theater or just read a good book. There's like an entire section of the library filled with nothing but comics and fiction books. What about you guys? What do you do when you're at Xavier's?" I tried asking Jasmine, but she won't tell me. Said something about a breach of privacy, the meaning. Jean actually burst into laughter at this. "Well, outside of training sessions with our powers, and the danger room, our lives are practically the same as normal teenagers." Kitty gave the redhead in a warning look. The teenaged witch questioned, "Danger room? What is that?" The redhead answered, "Relax, Kitty, we're at a witch's house, there's no need to actually hide this. The danger room is a room that can be programmed to whatever we want. We use it for training drill and scenarios." Wanda nodded. "Huh, like a technology version of our room of requirement." Kitty interjected, "Wait, room of what?" "Room of requirement. It's a room that Jasmine created that can turn into anything you want." "Well, not exactly anything. When project a thought, or an image, the room picks it up and turns into what you need. It bends space so that the room takes up any size you want." Jasmine said it could take the size of a small town. The room then uses conjuration and transfiguration to create the physical objects in the room. They are not permanent, so you can't really take them out. The rest is made with clever illusion magic. The entire thing is supposed to be revolutionary, something about programmable magic. I'm not even close to even try to understand it, so I'm taking Jasmine's word for it. Jean brightened up at the room. "So, there are no limits to what you can turn the room into?" Wanda shrugged. "It all depends in your mind. The room is not omnipotent. If you want the room to conjure a book that you haven't read yet, then it will just conjure an empty book. Although technically, you can connect it to the library and it can conjure copies of the books for you to read, but I don't think Jasmine did this. Kitty looked in awe. This sounds amazing. It's so much better than the danger room. Yeah, do you guys want to take a closer look? We did say that we wanted to go bowling this weekend, we might as well do it in the room. The room on the ground floor, so you should be allowed it. Kitty brightened at this. Absolutely, come on, Jean, let's go. Jean sighed. Bowling does sound nice. Fine, show us the way, Wanda. Both members of the X-Men followed the teenaged witch back to the ground floor. She took them to an empty wall. They were both looked at her confused. Wanda looked like she was stifling a laugh, and the redhead looked at her accusingly. Don't give me that look, Jean. It's just I just realized what I looked like when Jasmine showed me the room. All right, Jean, I want you to put your hand on the wall and send a picture of the bowling alley you usually go to. The redhead did as she was told, and closed her eyes imagining the bowling alley while touching the wall. Suddenly, the wall felt different. When she opened her eyes, there was a door in front of her that wasn't there a few seconds ago. Wanda motioned them to come in. When they entered the room, the redhead felt like gaping and her teammate looked no different. In front of them was an exact replica of the bowling alley they usually go to. How is that possible? Jean had learned from Doctor Strange that magic could do wondrous things, but a part of her was still skeptical to Wanda's claims about the room. But now, Jean was seeing with her own eyes how wonderful it can be. The redhead slowly walked forwards, towards a lane, and picked up a bowling ball. It was the exact same weight as the ones in the actual bowling alley. She took the ball and threw it towards the pins. They were knocked off exactly like normal bowling pins and her score was immediately put on the screen. The redhead had only word for this. How? Wanda grinned. Magic. No, really, I have no idea. Jasmine made this before she took me in, so I didn't see her do it, but I took a look at some of the rune work. To call it difficult would be an understatement. I'm pretty sure a proper explanation could take up an entire section of a library. The theory needed on space manipulation alone would take people decades to learn, not to mention the magic needed for the conjuration must be taken from a ley line to accommodate for magically intensive requests, so we need to make sure that it doesn't interfere with the wards. Adding on the illusion magic needed for this, it would take most people a lifetime just to be able to make one. That is if they're extremely intelligent and have the magical theory on hand. Magic may look like a fairy tale, but you can't just point your wand and wish for stuff to happen. There are a lot of theory and calculations needed, especially for something as delicate as this. This is, without a doubt, a masterpiece. Jean was gaping at the explanation. Wanda sure learned a lot about magic. The witch may claim her inexperience and ignorance, but she has a good grounding on magical theory to understand the magic needed to create the room. Wanda just picked up a ball. All right, let's get to bowling. I know the rules from watching movies, but I still have never tried this. So, please, take it easy on me. The redhead smiled, all thoughts of magical theory set aside. She was just there to have fun with her friends. Chapter 122, Spar. February 27, 2006, New York City. Jean Grey POV. Jean was gaping at the explanation. Wanda sure learned a lot about magic. The witch may claim her inexperience and ignorance, but she has a good grounding on magical theory to understand the magic needed to create the room. Wanda just picked up a ball. All right, let's get to bowling. I know the rules from watching movies, but I still have never tried this. So, please, take it easy on me. The redhead smiled, all thoughts of magical theory set aside. She was just there to have fun with her friends. And have fun they did, from bowling to table tennis, to a game of pool. That room really was amazing. Why had they never used the danger room like this? It's probably because of the name. The designation danger sounds morbid. Plus, it was a room that was mainly for training and its gadgets showed that. There were no bowling balls there, just guns and laser beams. Anyway, the three girls were sitting on conjured bean bags. After an afternoon of fun activities, they were tired, but they had smiles on their faces. They started talking and slowly, the conversation turned into their powers. My powers are so lame, compared to yours. Jean can lift cars with her mind, and can read people's thoughts. Wanda, you have magic, for God's sake. All I'm good for is going through some stuff. I mean, it's cool and all, but it gets old very fast, and there isn't something to try to train so I could get better, Kitty complained with a sullen tone. You don't know the downsides of powers like ours. It's very hard to control. I'd rather have powers that I can actually use safely, without accidentally hurting anyone around me. Back me up, Jean, Wanda answered. The redhead sighed. It's really hard, you know. The telekinesis was cool and all, but it's the telepathy that I was worried about. It hurt so much. Imagine everyone around you yelling at you all the time. It's hard to concentrate on anything in particular. It was noisy all the time, and all I did for a time was learn to live through the pain. I couldn't turn it off or do anything, really. Not to mention how lucky I was I didn't accidentally turn someone into a vegetable by lashing out at the voices. I almost lost it at one time, but Ms. Sayer was able to stop me from frying half the school's brains. Kitty looked pale at her revelation. It was understandable, the redhead had just professed the fact that she almost killed 100 students because she couldn't control her powers. Surprisingly, Wanda, somehow, looked understanding. The teenaged witch answered, "Yeah, I did something like this once. I didn't kill anyone really, but I wasn't alright in the head, and my birth father had locked me away for years in my home, so I guess my powers reacted on their own. I didn't even have a hint of control over them, they just did as they wanted and I just went along with the ride. I wanted a father that loved me and a brother that wouldn't ignore me all the time. I guess that my powers responded and they brainwashed Pietro. They almost brainwashed my father, but he was able to fight them off. It's why I was sent to the vault, in the first place. My father was scared I would succeed next time and he didn't want to risk it. He had someone repress Pietro's memory, but I guess some of the trauma is still there, because he's instinctively fearful of me." The redhead looked at her new friend in a new light. They really had a lot in common, didn't they? Even for Jean, Wanda's story was all kind of fucked up. Even Kitty looked like she was almost about to pass out from shock. But this somehow made Jean feel closer to the teenaged witch. There was something about having a shared suffering that brought people together. Anyway, Jean decided to lighten up the conversation a bit. "Well, at least you never had to hear Scott's thoughts in your head, or even worse, Duncan's." Wanda smiled at this. "I can imagine Scott's thoughts being really weird. He looks like the guy who's a psychopath in their own head but try to act normal. But Duncan, I think he would have similar thoughts to that of a gorilla." Kitty burst into laughter. "I can see it." She then made a face and started to speak like a caveman. "Duncan hungry, Duncan angry, Duncan horny." The three teenagers burst into laughter for a few minutes. After they calmed down, Kitty remarked, "You know, you guys' powers are really alike. I wonder which one of you is stronger." Both Wanda and Jean replied at the same time, "I am." Surprised, they looked towards the other one and said once again in unison, "You're wrong, I am." Kitty's eyes looked like they were sparkling. "I think there's only one way to find out." They looked at her questioningly, and she answered, exasperated, "A spar. You two could fight, the winner will be the undisputed superior." Wanda looked contemplative and shrugged, "I'm down. We mainly use this room for sparring anyway." Both girls looked at Jean, waiting for an answer. The redhead just sighed, "Sure, why not?" Kitty squealed like she won the lottery or something and started babbling about it being the fight of the century and it was just because of her. The really could be really strange sometimes. Wanda asked Jean, "Where do you want to do it?" Jean answered, "I don't know. It has to be somewhere that we both know equally. This way, we don't have too much of an upper hand. How about the junkyard next to the school? The one we hang out a few days ago when we skipped PE. We only went there the one time, so no one would have unfair advantage." Wanda nodded and the room started to shift. Suddenly, the redhead wasn't in a closed room anymore, but she was in a familiar junkyard. Jean saw the scrapped cars that were exactly like the ones in the graveyard. The place around them was littered with things that were thrown away, probably in the same position that they were when they were last there. "All right, Kitty, you're the referee. You make the rules and tell us to stop if we go too far." The brunette nodded and stood in between Wanda and Jean. She started counting. "Okay, you start on 3. 1, 2, 3. Jean started by sending a telepathic probe towards Wanda, a probe who immediately slid over her mind, as if it was a liquid. She had never seen this before. The teenaged witch grinned. "Come on, Jean. I already know how to deal with telepaths, my mind is a fortress." Jean gritted her teeth. Here goes her main attack force. Her telepathy should be enough for this. She was the avatar of the Phoenix Force, and the redhead had been growing exponentially stronger ever since her mental block was removed. Jean lifted up a car and sent it at her opponent, who with a wave of her hand, created telltale red energy, that appears whenever Wanda uses her powers, that redirected the attack. Wanda decided to respond this time by throwing red energy burst at her. The redhead blocked them with a telekinetic. The redhead took a look at Wanda's face and found that she was smiling. What was surprising was the fact that she had a similar smile on her face. This was getting interesting. Jean tried to repel the young witch telekinetically, but her opponent noticed something so summoned a few debris in front of her. The debris was thrown away from the force of the push, but Wanda had been safely hidden behind it. Wanda summoned the pretty much destroyed debris from the previous attack and levitated up and sent a veritable wave of trash towards the surprised redhead. Jean, however, hadn't stayed idle for long, remembering Dr. Strange's lessons on magical combat. The redhead created a telekinetic shield around her. The debris impacted the shield with a large bang, but they kept trying to get it. The trash started to heat up from the collision and melted together until Jean's circular shield was entirely covered all around her. So, that was Wanda's game plan, trying to imprison her. Jean chuckled and she created a blade of green energy that cut through the trash like a lightsaber, letting it out. Wanda raised an eyebrow and said, "Psionic energy projection. This is really advanced stuff, Jean." The redhead smirked at her. "I had a good teacher." Wanda mirrored her smirk. "Yeah, me too." Suddenly, a similar red energy blade was created in Wanda's hand. The redhead grinned. This was one of the best fights she's been in her life. Both of them started to run towards the other. It seems like this was going to be a melee battle. At the first blow, they both noticed something. While they could manifest their psionic energy swords, they were both beginners when it came to sword fighting. They were both slow, but they tried to use the saber as a distraction while trying to outwit the other one. Jean found an opening and started to charge up a telekinetic attack from her hand. She noticed that Wanda was doing the same. So, the redhead tried to do the same with her left hand, and Wanda mirrored her actions, dispelling both of their swords. They were almost palm to palm together, each hand trying to push the other one telekinetically. They were at a stalemate and Jean wondered if this was it. They were evenly matched. But suddenly the fragile stalemate broke, sending both of them flying back with their respective push. They both righted themselves into the air. They charged at each other, flying with a newly created psionic blade each in their hands. Before they could meet, Jean was suddenly held in place by Wanda's red energy. With nowhere to go, Jean used her sling ring as a focus and created a portal, getting her out the situation. Wanda then sent another scrapped car at her, but Jean, this time, created a portal in front of it, who swallowed it and sent it at Wanda's unsuspected back. This trick worked because the young witch was suddenly hit by the projectile and fell to the ground. Jean sent in another attack at her grounded opponent, before charging at the teenaged witch, hoping to end the fight. Pointing the end of her saber at the kneeling Wanda, Jean spoke smugly, "This is my win." Jean was surprised to see that the witch was smiling. "Is it?" she replied. "Of course, it is. I have you at the end of my sword," the redhead answered with an incredulous tone. Wanda laughed. "Is that so? Then let's see what happens when I do this." The teenaged witch ran forwards towards the energy sword that was pointing at her. Jean exclaimed, "No, wait." Trying to stop her friend from killing herself. But her panic was suddenly turned to confusion as the Wanda in front of her dissolved into red rose petals that started to fly away with the wind. The redhead heard a small voice, behind her, to find her friend, not looking battered at all, with her own energy saber pointed at her back. Jean could hear her opponent's smug tone, "You're not the only one who has learned a few new tricks." The redhead tried to get her sling ring to escape, but it was nowhere to be found, and you need to be more aware of your surroundings. Not everything is as it appears, there's a life lesson there. You're strong but you didn't use your powers efficiently. You could have used your telepathy to sense me and figure out that the me hit by the car was an illusion. Now, will you forfeit, Jean Grey? The redhead nodded. This was a wake-up call. Wanda was her age and Jean had more raw power than her. She's the avatar of a cosmic entity, after all. She needed to get better. No one knew what kind of danger she could end up in. She needed to get better. She'll ask Dr. Strange to up her training. Chapter 123, A Sinister Encounter. February 27, 2006, New York City. Scott Summers POV. Scott Summers wasn't happy. Well, he hasn't been happy ever since he survived the plane crash that killed his parents and his brother. He doesn't remember much about what happened after that, just that he had stayed at an orphanage for a while, before running away and getting found by the professor. The young mutant's life has been filled with nothing but hardships and sorrow since then. That was until he met her. With hair as red as blood, reminding him of the setting sun, Jean Grey came into his life, lighting up his world. Charles Xavier had given him a purpose, being part of his X-Men, a team to save the world. What better purpose could he possibly have? That was all well and good, but Scott always felt like there was something missing, something he found when he first set his eyes on her. He needed something to live for, something that would get him up every night looking forward to it. Something that wasn't part of his duty, something that he loved. And the second Scott had seen Jean Grey, he knew that this was it, this was what he wanted to live for. And things were going well for a while. The two young mutants got along immediately, they became as close as friends could be but nothing more. And while Jean started to explore the world around her, choosing to experience life outside of the Institute, Scott Summers remained solemn, choosing to wallow in despair as he saw the world in nothing but red. And then Jean started to date that idiot, Duncan. What the redhead saw in that jock, Scott had no idea. The guy was an asshole and a bully, but as Jean became one of the popular girls in school, the fact that she should be dating the quarterback became some sort of implied thing. And that was the beginning of the end. Scott could only try to smother his jealousy, choosing not to make a scene every time he saw them together. Then came the day they left for Egypt, to save the professor. They ended up fighting one of the most powerful beings that ever existed. That power was something that the young mutant never thought was actually possible. Yet, they came out victorious. Well, Apocalypse was killed by some weird shadow person, but Scott didn't care, they had survived the apocalypse. However, Jean came back weird from that trip. She lost herself to her power during the fight and nothing was the same. Scott still shivered at her emotionless eyes back in Egypt before she was stopped by the shadow person as well. It was then that Scott figured out that the professor had put in blocks on Jean's power to avoid this very situation. And the young mutant thought that he was right in doing so. Jean was terrifying, inhuman even, back in Egypt. Not that it matters to Scott, Jean is perfection given form, this was just another side of her for him to love. However, ever since she came back to Egypt, Jean acted oddly. She seemed to avoid him for some weird reason and they barely talked ever since that day. And before Scott could do anything, Jean moved out of the mansion, leaving him alone for the first time ever since he came to the institute. Luckily, she still went to the same school, and her rather public dumping of Duncan gave the young mutant hope that he still had a chance with her. But nothing came from it. Jean kept avoiding him, and all he could do was wallow in his own misery and watch her from afar, hoping that one day, she would return his feelings. A couple of days ago, Jean came back to the mansion, after helping fighting the professor's enraged stepbrother. The fact that she chose to return was overwhelmed by the idea that their history teacher, Jasmine Sayer, was some sort of magician and was training Pietro Maximoff's secret twin sister Wanda. Which means that she was Magneto's daughter as well. Scott never liked Ms. Sayer, she was too strict and never let him sleep in class whenever he had a training session the night before. But now that she was opposing the professor, it irked him. And the professor is always right, he has been so far. If he said that Wanda should have stayed locked up, that she was dangerous to have around, then it was probably the truth. However, the woman seemed to have gotten away with it. Such is the injustice in the world. And then, the next day, the unstable witch enrolled to their school. And guess who she befriended on the first day? Yeah, Jean fucking Grey. The girl was willing to befriend an unstable girl but isn't willing to have any meaningful conversation with him. This was wrong, he and Jean were meant together. How could she not see it? Scott always assumed that they would, one day, find their place in the world together. They would fight evil, save the world, and have a lovely family. It was a beautiful dream and the young mutant had no idea why the redhead rejected it so. And even now, when the professor had pretty much kicked them all out for the night because he had some kind of super-secret government meeting, Jean had disappeared with Kitty and Wanda as soon as the bell rang. And now, he had no idea where they were. He didn't trust them not to get in trouble, especially with the Maximoff girl with them. She might be a spy for her father or something. But now, he could do nothing about it. He just hoped that Jean was all right. With disturbing thoughts in mind, Scott walked towards a playground. There was nothing for him to do, and he was very bored. He wanted to keep himself busy and distract him from thoughts of a certain redhead. As he arrived to the playground, he found an older man looking at him. He looked familiar somewhat, it was so weird because he could not place the man. He looked very pale with back silky hair. Before, the teenager could try to place him, the man spoke up, "If it isn't Scott Summers, as I live and breathe. That's a name that I never thought I'd see again." "How do you know who I am?" Scott demanded. The man looked unperturbed. "Why, your glasses, of course. I would recognize these anywhere. Have we met before?" The man frowned at him. "Did you forget? It is understandable, you were really young back then, and after a severe traumatic experience like losing your parents, it's natural that you repress a few memories. If you don't remember, let me remind you, I was a doctor at the orphanage you went to when you were found after the plane crash that tragically took your parents' life. I was the one that gave you your glasses. The orphanage matron was scared out of her mind when you started to send laser beams from your eyes, so she took you to me. I'm the one who actually discovered that you can't destroy ruby quartz using your powers, so I made you your glasses using them, so that you could see without destroying everything around you. My name is..." Suddenly, it felt like someone unlocked Scott's memory, Dr. Nate. He remembered now, this was the person who he spoke to after the crash. His shrink. He had helped him deal with his family's demise and move on. He even got him his glasses when his powers manifested, allowing him a small degree of control over them. He even arranged for him to be adopted before the people who would have been his adopted parents ended up dying in a car crash while picking him up from the orphanage. In despair at the loss of a potential family, he ran away from the orphanage and was later found by the professor. How had he forgotten Dr. Nate? He owed the man a lot, and spat in his face when he ran away without a single word of explanation and goodbye. Ashamed, the teenager spoke up, "I'm sorry. I know that you would have been worried about me. After I lost another family, I just wanted to get away and deal with things at my own pace." The man nodded. "You shouldn't have left like this, my boy. I spent months looking for you, you had worried me greatly. However, I can understand how much trauma can cloud a man's judgment and overwhelm. I should have known you would have left as soon as I got the news. I should have comforted you, but I was distracted because of a personal issue. For that, you have my apologies, young Summers." Scott smiled at this. Talking to Dr. Nate was a lot like talking to the professor. There was that air of wisdom and kindness that they both exuded. "No worries, doctor. I got better, move on. I'm happy with my life, so far. I'm glad to hear it, my boy. You were owed a win after all that happened. You look so grown up, now. It feels like yesterday was the day where you came to my doorstep, a small broken boy. Look at you, you're almost a man, now. Scott blushed at this, and you don't look a day older. The man chuckled, it's something of a family trait. We rarely do look our age. Now, I'm curious, young Summers, how have you been? Is there a lady friend in your life? The young mutant blushed at the insinuation, I have been well. I was taken in by Charles Xavier into his institute, and I'm now a senior in high school. As for a lady friend, there's this one girl. But I don't think that this would happen anytime soon. Scott could see the doctor frowning. That's not a healthy attitude to have, my boy. Giving up so easily when things get complicated is a recipe for a miserable life. Nothing worth having is free, you have to fight to earn it. If I had your attitude, I would have never gotten married. She could barely stand me, when we were younger. Maybe this guy knows what he's talking about. Scott guesses that a few tips wouldn't change anything, so what should I do? You need to show her that she needs you. Nice guys always finish last, so going like a puppy helping a girl out will probably get you nowhere. You need to do better. You need to become her hero. Whenever she's distressed, whenever she feels like she is truly inconsolable, you will get there and make her feel better. You need to be the rock she needs, and then you proposition to her. She'll probably accept, but even if she still refuses, then you stop, you support, leaving her up to dry. She will realize what she has lost and come back to you. That's what I did with my wife. It's a little manipulative, but it worked, and after years of marriage, I can say that I do not regret this. Scott tilted his head, so should I do that? Everyone is different, Scott. It's only natural after all. Everyone has different triggers, different motivations. This tactic almost always works, but becoming a woman's hero is different for each one. Your young friend will have different dreams for you to use. So, you'll have to take that into account. Then how do I know them? The men smiled kindly at him. You know what, why don't you bring her to me, and after a conversation, I'll let you know exactly how to get her to like you. But you have to know, that's all this can do, get the girl to like you. After that, you'll be on your own. You'll have to learn how to navigate your relationship and not mess up. There's nothing I can do to help you with that. Scott beamed at the older men. No worried, document. I'll try to get her to see you. How do I contact you, anyway? The men gave him a business card with an address and a phone number. Call me whenever you want, Scott. You're one of my oldest patients, after all. The young mutant nodded, and put the card in his wallet. As he walked away, he failed to see the sinister smile on the doctor's face. Chapter 124, Trap. February 28, 2006, New York City. Scott Summers POV. The men smiled kindly at him. You know what, why don't you bring her to me, and after a conversation, I'll let you know exactly how to get her to like you. But you have to know, that's all this can do, get the girl to like you. After that, you'll be on your own. You'll have to learn how to navigate your relationship and not mess up. There's nothing I can do to help you with that. Scott beamed at the older men. No worried, document. I'll try to get her to see you. How do I contact you, anyway? The men gave him a business card with an address and a phone number. Call me whenever you want, Scott. You're one of my oldest patients, after all. The young mutant nodded, and put the card in his wallet. As he walked away, he failed to see the sinister smile on the doctor's face. Jean Grey POV. Last night has been one of the greatest nights in Jean Grey's life. The young telepath had bonded with her two best friends like she has never has with anyone else ever. It was weird because she had barely met Wanda a few days ago, and yet the redhead felt as if they were childhood friends. There's something about a shared suffering that keeps people together, plus even their powers were similar. Wanda has seen the darkness and injustice in the world, just as Jean has. On the other hand, Kitty kept them in check. Her cheerfulness added a certain balance to their little group. Funnily enough, they ended up hanging out at Ms. Sayer's place, and the redhead had to admit that it put the sanctum sanctorum to shame, in both magic and appearance. This room of requirements that Ms. Sayer had created was the stuff of legends, a true marvel of magic. The idea of a room that can be as big as she wanted and contain pretty much anything that she wanted, just flabbergasted the young telepath. And they used it to play bowling. What is wrong with Wanda where she could underestimate something like this? Plus, there was the spar with Wanda. If she was honest, Jean was both looking forward to it, and was anxious. Wanda was taught by the woman who Jean refused her tutorship. It wasn't anything personal, Miss Sayer just had a reputation as the Morrigan that terrified Jean to the core. Plus, there was something about her that made the redhead feel small, like it wouldn't take much for the older woman to squash her like a bug. And while Dr. Stephen Strange could be obnoxious and dismissive sometimes, Jean never felt as if he might actually harm her. So, she chose to study with the doctor instead than with her history teacher. The redhead had forgotten about her choice after she actually started to study under Doctor Strange, but she finally recognized her choice when the Juggernaut appeared and Ms. Sayer appeared with a new apprentice, her replacement, Wanda Maximoff. Ever since that day, Jean always wondered if she had made the right choice. From Wanda's description, Ms. Sayer was a very laid-back teacher but was very strict when it came to magic. Nevertheless, Wanda had always insisted that she was happy at Sayer Manor and the young telepath could see why. The level of luxury there was probably fit for royalty, not to mention the magical artifacts and hidden rooms. Still, that spar was more than a simple practice fight between friends, but as a measuring stick for Jean, to find out how good would she have been had she accepted the Morrigan's offer and made a deal with the devil. It didn't go as expected, that's for sure. In terms of raw power, they were more or less the same, with Jean having a smidge of raw power more than her new best friend, Wanda. But that wouldn't mean much in the future, as Jean still has a long way to go to reach the peak of her power while Wanda was already there. For some reason, Jean started to sense things like this, maybe it's the Phoenix Force telling her. Ms. Sayer had said something about it representing change and progress, hating stagnation. Perhaps, this was a way to channel this property of the Phoenix. Not that it mattered in the end, Jean was pretty much pummeled during this fight, barely even landing a hit. Wanda was just so much more skillful when it came to her magic, that Jean had trouble dealing with it. And Jean's most powerful ability, her telepathy, was useless against her, as she had been taught by Ms. Sayer to protect her mind from intruders. This spar made Jean realize something very important: it doesn't matter how powerful you are when you're deceived in the middle of a fight. A simple illusion was all that took for Jean to lose. And quite badly at that. Jean spent the rest of the night having fun with her friends, but on her way back, the redhead has a lot on her mind. She knew now, for a fact, that she would have been a lot stronger and would have had a lot more control if she had accepted Ms. Sayer's offer. The question was, did she regret her choice? Funnily enough, the answer was evident. No, she doesn't. The redhead loved studying at the sanctum under Doctor Strange. It was fulfilling, and Jean felt at home there. Even if she would have been stronger, the redhead knew for a fact wouldn't have been as comfortable at Sayer Manor as she currently was at the Sanctum Sanctorum. Jean arrived to the mansion at night, a courtesy of a portkey, or whatever Wanda called it, that teleported her and Kitty to their residence. It was almost midnight, there was no lights on at the mansion. The professor's meeting must have been finished. Scott's car was even in the garage. Kitty and Jean phased through a wall to sneak back into the mansion without anyone hearing them. They parted way to their rooms after wishing each other good night, and Jean was about to enter her room until she was interrupted by a voice. "You're late." Jean suppressed a scream and turned around, ready to attack. It was Scott. Why the fuck was he acting like such a creep, and why the hell was he waiting for her? And more importantly, how the hell had she not sensed him? Maybe she assumed he was asleep. People's minds are really weird when they're sleeping, but not enough that the redhead wouldn't notice if they're awake. The redhead growled at him, "What the fuck, Scott? You scared the hell out of me. Are you trying to kill me or something?" Scott did not answer. "Where were you, Jean?" "That's none of your business. What I do in my private time is in no concern of yours." Scott scowled at her. "I am the leader of this team, and I am entitled to know everyone's location at all time in case of an emergency, like a sudden mission or in case they go missing. That's the biggest load of bullshit that I heard. If you think that I'm actually going to tell you where I'm going whenever I go out. This isn't a prison, Scott, just a school. It doesn't matter if you're in charge or not, this is a huge breach of privacy. Safety is a lot more important than something silly like privacy, Jean." The redhead couldn't believe what her teammate was saying, but was too tired to argue with the creep. "I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree." Scott understood the dismissal to what it was. "No, this is not something we can just ignore. I'm going to talk to the professor about this." "Scott, we don't track our friends for the same reason the professor doesn't like to read minds willy-nilly. Privacy is very important to him, especially personal privacy. Just admit it, Scott, you don't actually care about our other teammates, you only want to track me around." "Fine. But I looked everywhere for you and Kitty, where did you go?" Jean sighed, exasperated and too tired to refuse. "We went to Wanda's place." Scott straightened up. "You mean Ms. Sayer's place, right?" Jean nodded and Scott looked even more furious. "You do realize that Ms. Sayer is an enemy mutant, right? The professor said that we should be careful about her and that she's dangerous. What the hell were you thinking, going to her home with no backup?" "Scott, I didn't need any backup. I know Ms. Sayer and she isn't some horrible woman waiting until we trust her before capturing us. If she wanted to capture us, she would have. She's a lot stronger than she looks, plus, for crying out loud, not everyone who actually refused something said by the professor are supervillains ready to take over the world." Scott nodded. "Fine. But I'm still telling the professor." Jean had enough of this, she just wanted to go to sleep. "All right, dumbass, I'm tired and exhausted and I want to go to sleep. Now stop your weird little power play, something that doesn't generally impress girls, and go to bed like a normal human being at midnight." Or even don't go to bed, I don't care. What I do care about is you stop bothering me so I could get some fucking sleep, or I swear to God, I am going to break into your mind, get your deepest secrets and publish them online. Scott looked taken aback at her outburst. The idiot had it coming. But it was still a shitty thing to do. She shouldn't have snapped at him like that. Pitying the boy, she apologized. All right, I'm sorry, Scott. I shouldn't have said that. It was uncalled for. I'm just really tired and you wouldn't let this go. Scott nodded, a bit subdued. It's all right, Jean. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor. What is it? Please God, don't make him ask her out. It was not something she wanted to deal with at this time. She was too tired for this. Wouldn't this guy just let her sleep? She was one step away from actually putting him to sleep using her telepathy and leaving him there. Scott continued, a friend of mine just came into town. He's someone that helped me a lot after my family died. He's one of the few people that I actually genuinely consider family. We're meeting tomorrow and I wanted you to come with me. I'm a little nervous and I could use some help. I'm sorry, but I have to go to New York tomorrow for my training. I do it every weekend. I won't be back before 7. Scott immediately responded, it's okay, we're meeting at night. Can you come? Please, Jean. I'll really owe you one. Jean truly pitied the boy, and she was too tired to argue with him. And for what? A small dinner. It wouldn't be too bad. Plus, Scott wouldn't creep at her with another person there, would he? Fine, Scott. Now would you please let me go to sleep? Scott gave her a bright smile. Thanks, Jean. I really appreciate this. Jean ignored him, turned around and went to sleep, unaware to what exactly she agreed to and too tired to actually care about it. At the same time, a pale man sat in his laboratory with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Finally, everything was going according to plan. He would have his weapon and he would finally be free. Years of misery and planning were finally going to pay off. The last two pieces were practically in place. He only had to wait a day. After all, he had waited centuries for this. What's one more day in the grand scheme of things? Chapter 125, Despair. February 28, 2006, New York City. Nathaniel Essex POV. Nathaniel Essex, also known as Mr. Sinister to most people, was a genius. He was considered a genius when he was born during the Victorian era, and he is still considered a genius today, to the people that actually know of his existence, few as they may be. Fascinated by the sciences even when it wasn't prevalent at the time, he chose to spend his life trying to unravel the mysteries of the universe using cold logic. After all, logic was the only constant in the world. This theory was of course destroyed the second that he laid his eyes on Rebecca Milbury. There was nothing logical about what he felt for her and he accepted that. He later married her and had a son, Adam. He was happy. But that wasn't to be. His son was dying and there was nothing he could do at the time to save him. He tried everything, talked to every expert, and when his science failed him, he started to research mysticism. This led him to Egypt, home to one of the oldest civilizations in the world, where everything was shrouded in tales of gods and magic. He had been pursuing a rumor about a shaman, capable of healing anyone from any illness, should you be able to pay for it. It ended up being a charlatan, of course, but Nathaniel was desperate and desperate men would do anything to achieve their goals. They also break when they don't. It was weeks later that he received a letter from his wife telling him that their son had perished in his sleep. Unable to accept it, the genius went to a bar and started drinking. He woke up the next day, hungover, in the middle of the desert near a religious site called the Valley of Kings. Thinking that he must have done something stupid when he was under the influence, ignored the throbbing in his head and went back home to grieve with his wife. Unfortunately, he still could not accept that his son was dead. He would have his son back even if he had to raise him from the dead. And so, the genius grew colder, as he dedicated himself to his research, focusing on Darwin's theory of evolution. He always thought that his fellow scientists were cowards by shackling themselves with too many moral constraints. Even he himself had some morals, but not nearly enough to stop him from getting his son back. It was then that the blackouts started. Nathaniel Essex, one of the most brilliant minds of his time, was waking up at strange places that he knew he hadn't slept there. He sometimes missed days at a time. It was maddening. At first, he thought that he might have been sleepwalking, but sleeping for days straight was impossible. The only possible explanation was that he developed some sort of secondary personality because of the trauma of losing his son. But the genius knew that this wasn't it. Whatever was doing this to him wasn't a part of him and it scared him. Nevertheless, Essex continued to pursue his study of the human body and discovered how malleable human genetics actually were. Humans as a species tend to evolve, change, to survive. It was in a degree and speed that were unseen in any other species, and as such, in extreme circumstances, humans started to develop abilities that were out of the ordinary. He proved this by using a test subject that he found in the slums of London. Yes, it was unethical, monstrous even, but this was one step closer to actually save his son. Choosing to share his discoveries, he was laughed out of the university, and kicked out with the pretense that he had lost his mind when he lost his son. Funnily enough, when he tried to confront them later, not one of his former colleagues seemed to remember him working alongside them. It was as if someone had erased his life. This was the moment that he knew that there was something to what he had discovered, that he wasn't mad. After his dismissal from the university, the young genius kept his experiments and tried to avoid thinking about the blackouts for too much. He wanted to learn more about these humans with abilities, he wanted to explore what he called the Essex factor. Hundreds died in his experiments, but Essex started to care less and less. What he was doing wasn't just to help him bring back his son, but would help humanity advance centuries ahead of its time. What were the lives of a few homeless people compared to that? Unfortunately, this wasn't to be. His wife started to get worried about his behavior, had sneaked into his laboratories and was utterly disgusted about what happened. She started to free all the captives and was caught by a returning Nathaniel. However, just as their eyes met, Nathaniel blacked out once more and woke up with bodies all around and with his hand choking his darling Rebecca, who had uttered the word sinister with such hatred and sadness that it shattered Nathaniel's heart into pieces. She had died in his arms, by his own hand, and it broke him. It was then that the second persona had revealed itself before him. It was some weird blue man, wearing some sort of metallic armor engraved with ancient Egyptian symbols. He called himself Apocalypse, the king of Egypt, and father to mutants, the people who had the potential to activate their Essex factor. He said that he was able to sense him and his pain when he was in Egypt, that he chose him as his next horseman, to give him purpose after his son died. All he had to do was let him in. And in his grief, Nathaniel almost did, and he understood what was going to happen. The genius started to change, his body started to become paler, he felt stronger, faster, his considerable intellect grew even more. However, Apocalypse was not kind, he tried to take over the body of the genius, in an attempt to free his main body sleeping in his prison in Egypt. He realized that this was the monster that had killed his wife, that turned him into a monster in her eyes, that turned him into the sinister being that he is now. And so, Nathaniel Essex fought back and repressed his possessor. But the young genius was still terrified. This was but a fragment of Apocalypse's presence. That monster was far more powerful than he could possibly be. He could not be allowed to escape. And in the event that he does, Essex would need to be ready for him. Apocalypse would only be free when Nathaniel would be ready for him. And then, the genius would have his revenge. However, he couldn't call himself Nathaniel Essex anymore because Nathaniel Essex was the name of a human, and the genius was no longer one. He chose a new name, a name that represents what he'd become. What was it that his wife called him? Oh yes, Sinister. And so, Nathaniel Essex died and Mr. Sinister was born. And that monster had only two goals in his life, to get his revenge on Apocalypse and to fully crack the human genetic code. He actually succeeded in the latter, being able to clone any person, to give a person superhuman abilities. He even gave himself a few, including shape-shifting, telepathy and telekinesis. However, his main goal, his revenge, eluded him. He could still hear Apocalypse's voice in the back of his head, whispering, telling him that he would never be free of him. The once Apocalypse returns, he would perish just like his wife and son have. The genius lost any ambition of resurrecting his son. For the boy would only be met with a dead mother and a monster of a father. It was time to let the dead rest and focus on the future, mainly on the former kind of Egypt. Sinister knew that he was nowhere near powerful enough to take on Apocalypse, a man that was so powerful that they considered him a god, and that he would most likely never would be. So, he needed a weapon, something powerful enough to defeat the most powerful mutant that ever lived. He needed a mutant that was even more powerful. But there was no such luck finding one, so Sinister devoted himself to create the ultimate mutant, humanity's deterrent against things like Apocalypse. It was in research of mutants that he discovered that the union between certain mutants resulted into the birth of another mutant far more powerful than both its parent. Mutants with powers dealing with energy release tended to amplify massively the powers of their children. This was completely unforeseen phenomenon, and it was proving to be a giant boon to the genetics genius. By using this property, he could slowly build two bloodlines, one with a powerful mutation and another with an extremely powerful energy mutation. And then when they're both powerful enough, the union of their strongest members would end up resulting into the ultimate mutant. By his calculations, this mutant had the potential to surpass Apocalypse tenfold. And finally, Sinister would have his revenge, and he would be free from Apocalypse, from the voice driving him slowly insane in his head. Truth be told, this was an agonizing existence, and the only reason that Sinister hadn't committed suicide was because he wanted his revenge. Perhaps after Apocalypse was dead, and the voice was gone, that he would be free to live once more. He could become Nathaniel Essex again. But this was just a dream, perhaps a foolish one, but it was the only thing he had left. Out of the families he chose, only two had the potential he wanted, the Grey family that usually had telepathy and telekinesis, and the Summers family that usually had energy emission mutations. Of course, Sinister chose to repress their powers to avoid them getting any attention and slowly arranged their family tree. It only took a few telepathic compulsions to do it. It was ridiculously easy but needed a lot of attention in case something went wrong. Everything went fine, and it was a few years ago when he tested the next generation of Summers and Greys. And the results were spectacular, amazing even. Jean Grey exhibited the potential to be the most powerful telepath and telekinetic on the planet, and Scott Summers was so powerful that once he unlocked his abilities, he would be unlikely be able to contain them. And so, Sinister decided that it was time to create his weapon. He chose not to repress their powers and started to plan their union. Everything was going amazingly until the Summers family had almost ended when they were in a plane crash, only Scott Summers and his brother Alex surviving the crash by some miracle. It was almost an act of fate telling Sinister that he was on the way to victory. Sinister tracked the two boys to an orphanage and started to work there as their friendly psychologist Nate. He chose Scott Summers to use in his plan, being the more powerful brother, so he arranged for Alex to get adopted in a very good family, so that he could mold Scott as he wanted and assure that the ultimate mutant was born. He erased their memories of either of them surviving the plane crash so that they wouldn't keep looking for each other. After all, Alex Summers was his backup, in case Scott failed. Sinister spent months molding Scott Summers into the ideal foot soldier, adding some sort of infatuation towards the image of Jean Grey, not that he knew about her in the first place. He would have liked to go further, but the young boy almost got adopted. He unfortunately had to arrange their deaths, which traumatized young Scott, which prompted him to run away. Choosing to start the plan, he added a few compulsions in young Scott's head during his escape, to go towards the Xavier Institute where his future mate had moved to a couple of years before. And the rest was history. Chapter 126, Captured. March 1, 2006, New York City. Nathaniel Essex POV. Sinister spent months molding Scott Summers into the ideal foot soldier, adding some sort of infatuation towards the image of Jean Grey, not that he knew about her in the first place. He would have liked to go further, but the young boy almost got adopted. He unfortunately had to arrange their deaths, which traumatized young Scott, which prompted him to run away. Choosing to start the plan, he added a few compulsions in young Scott's head during his escape, to go towards the Xavier Institute where his future mate had moved to a couple of years before. And the rest, as they say, was history. The genius watched as his plans came together. He had implanted a camera in young Scott's eye when the boy first arrived to the orphanage, unknowingly to the young mutant. This has served him splendidly, to both determine the psyche of his test subjects, and the progress on their relationship. If he was honest with himself, Sinister was disappointed in how Scott Summers turned out. Even if the brainwashing had been done in a hurry, the boy shouldn't have ended up being this psychotic and misadjusted. But Sinister was running out of time with the boy running away, and he had prioritized the subliminal commands and the general mission of getting closer to Jean Grey that he must have messed something up in the boy's personality. The human mind is a delicate thing, who knows what actually happened? Maybe this was the boy's original personality. If so, Sinister thanked whatever gods were out there that the Summers boy wasn't his weapon. Hopefully the boy's offspring will not share that quality with him. How Xavier didn't realize that something was wrong baffled the genius. He had been ready to release the boy's clone to the Institute and getting it to fight the original. He had enough time to properly brainwash the clone. And this would explain to the X-Men why the original behaved the way he did. Sinister didn't dare do anything inside the mansion because Xavier would undoubtedly recognize that something was wrong. Even if Sinister was experienced and powerful, his anonymity was his greatest weapon. The genius didn't want to rule the world or something as idiotic as that, so there was no need to broadcast his existence, it would only attract powerful enemies. Sinister had backup plans upon backup plans. He didn't dare leave anything to chance. However, he was pressed for time. Apocalypse was wakening. The genius saw from young Scott's eyes that an agent of Apocalypse had kidnapped Xavier, probably to get him to release him somehow. Sinister didn't get a close look at the attacker, but he wasn't foolish enough to think that Apocalypse himself came to take the bald telepath. The so-called X-Men and the Brotherhood might have mistaken the attacker for the former king of Egypt, but Sinister remembered what the monster felt like and suppressed a shudder. If that thing had come directly, there wouldn't have been any survivors. However, they had planned to go to Egypt, to the valley Apocalypse was imprisoned at, and there was nothing he could do to stop them. So, he wallowed in despair, watching the feed, hoping that his test subjects would survive. The man was more worried for the Grey Girl than for Summers. He had successfully cloned the Summers boy, but for some reason, whatever clone he made for the Grey Girl did not survive beyond being fetus. It was like there was something missing, stopping its growth. It had almost turned him mad to figure out what was the issue. Anyway, what happened in Egypt remained a mystery as the feed stopped for some reason the second they neared the tomb. After hours of anxiousness, Sinister discovered that the X-Men were victorious and were under the illusion that they had defeated Apocalypse. Sinister wanted to laugh in derision, them killing Apocalypse. Although they did mention some weird shadow woman killing him. What did they know about Apocalypse? They thought him a man, like their previous enemies. They thought him human. But they were wrong. At best, what they were fighting was a possessed man. Like what he would have become if Apocalypse had been able to possess him. What he could become if he let the malicious voice in his head win. And while Sinister was grateful that his test subjects survived, he knew that Apocalypse was stirring. He would wake soon. He didn't have time to kill. He needed his weapon as soon as possible. It was why he came to Bayville under the disguise of Nate the psychologist. He didn't have time for his usual finesse. He needed to act now, before it's too late. He spoke to Scott, catching up like a new friend. Convincing him to bring Jean Grey with him. With access to the redhead, he could start his plan. He had to take her. It was the only way. For the survival of humanity, he had to. Sinister knew that he would be pursued by the X-Men. But that was a small sacrifice to make. And, after 9 months, after she would have given birth to his weapon, he would let her go, without any memories about what happened. He didn't like it. He didn't like being this rash. But Apocalypse is coming and he was running out of time. At least the first part of the plan had worked out as young Scott was able to convince the Grey Girl to come visit him. The girl was surprisingly mistrusting of Scott. It was odd. The redhead had been different after the events of Egypt. She was more distant, more cautious. It didn't matter much in the grand scheme of things, but his hostility over Scott meant that any amount of manipulation would take too long to work. His decision to kidnap her was the correct one. However, he had to wait until the girl returned to the mansion. It was bad enough that the redhead was learning under the sorcerers of Kamartaj. He had to take some additional precautions so that they wouldn't be able to track him, and he definitely couldn't take her while she lived in the sanctum. The moment she had returned to the Institute, Sinister knew it was the time to act before his access to her becomes restricted once more. He had to be quick about it, and very cautious. Scott would play an important role of this. Still, the girl's caution, while admirable, caused a few problems. There was a possibility of her asking someone to follow her, or something similar. He couldn't leave anything to chance. This had to go as smoothly as possible. To avoid any complications, he decided to give a mission to his team called the Marauders. It was led by Gambit, who he had brought back from his spying on Magneto. The other 3 members of the team were unknowingly clones he had created, each with a different skill set and ET of abilities. There was Lady Mastermind, a mutant capable of creating illusion that could almost fool even him, Polaris, a female clone of Magneto that, while less powerful than her sire, had much more control over her abilities. And finally, a clone of Sabretooth that was barely more man than beast, but he did follow orders well and served as the brawn of the team. Of course, Gambit took orders from Sinister himself, but it was nice to allow them the illusion of independence and free will. The man had a very interesting ability in the fact that he could transform any type of potential energy into kinetic energy. He had met the mutant when he was barely a boy, whose abilities were too powerful for him to control. Sinister was able to pretty much lobotomizing the child to remove a great percentage of his potential, giving him a very powerful loyal underling. Still, it was a shame how the man would never reach his full potential, especially considering how powerful his abilities were if the man ever bothered to explore them. While he would never be an Omega-level mutant like Jean Grey has the potential to, he could have come incredibly close. But now was not the time to think about the past, but about the future. Almost a century of planning led to this. He waited in the cafe that young Scott asked him to come to. Almost exactly on time, both teenagers arrived. The girl looked visibly uncomfortable with this meeting, but this didn't matter. What actually mattered was that she was here. The genius took a jovial tone and introduced himself. "Hello, you must be Ms. Grey. Scott told me that you'll be joining up with us this evening." He then turned to the glasses-wearing mutant, "And Scott, how much you grew, my boy. It's been a while. It's nice to catch up after all this time. So, tell me, how have you been?" Both teenagers obviously relaxed. Even the redhead, while still on guard, wasn't as vigilant as before. For the next half hour and so, they spoke to each other, not saying anything outside the usual social conventions. An old story there, a couple of Scott's childhood stories, and the girl was slowly trusting him. Well, not exactly trusting him, but trusting that he wasn't going to hurt her. He needed her to be completely relaxed. He couldn't afford to let a hint of his intentions known to the redhead. While he knew that he could defeat her due to his experience, the girl was still a powerful mutant and Sinister couldn't afford taking any risks. He even had to let the girl into his mind, at least the part he allowed her to see, where he created the persona of Nate, the child psychologist whose intention was to see how one of his old patients, Scott, was faring. The girl had visibly relaxed after that mental probe. "Now, let's talk about why I actually wanted to meet the both of you." Both teenaged mutants looked at him questioningly, probably not understanding what this was about. Before they could question anything, the redhead was hit with a tranquilizer dart. It was a special concoction he created in the fact that it almost immediately blocks a mutant's abilities. "The people are going to see," the girl slurred, trying her best to remain conscious. She was probably wondering why her powers stopped working. Sinister chuckled, "My dear, there are no one here but us," he then called out, "Lady Mastermind." The room suddenly shifted, and slowly the people started to disappear, showing an empty cafe. Sinister continued in a solemn tone, "I'm sorry, my dear. I really am, but this is for humanity's survival. It's the only way." The girl finally lost consciousness then. Sinister then heard some loud noises and a few explosions. Bringing the marauders with him was the right call after all. Before he could do anything, he created a telekinetic shield to block young Scott's optic blast. The boy raged at him, "Why are you doing this, Nate? This is far more complicated than you could ever imagine, child. I trusted you," the boy yelled at him and jumped at Sinister, his fist raised. Sinister didn't even deign to block the punch. "My boy, I created you. Why would I ever allow my own creation to be able to harm me?" The genius was right, of course. The boy's fist stopped with barely an inch in front of Sinister's face. The boy looked shocked, gaping at his own fist. Sinister ignored the boy and walked to pick up the unconscious redhead. Just as he picked her up, the front entrance of the cafe blew up, revealing two girls. He recognized one immediately. It was Kitty Pryde, a teammate of young Scott. The other one was an unknown. He knew her name, Wanda Maximoff, the sister of Pietro Maximoff. However, the genius didn't know much about her powers other than it included some form of telekinesis that was related to the red energy she released. However, the genius knew that there was something more to it. The girl's eyes were glowing red, and had her usual red energy glowing in her hands. She spoke slowly and in a low voice. She was whispering really, but Sinister was able to understand her as if she was next to him. "Put down my friend if you know what's good for you." Chapter 127, Fighting a Gambit. March 1, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda was somewhat dubious in accepting Jean's request. "Jean, you're the one who agreed to go with him. I don't see how I have to ruin an entire night because of it." The telepath had, for some reason, accepted to meet with an old friend of Scott the previous night when she came back from Sayre Manor. Apparently, she was too tired and wanted to just go to sleep while Scott Summers kept droning on about something, so she just said yes so that he would leave her alone. And now, she was stuck with him for a night, with no way out. The redhead shook her head. "I just have a bad feeling about this." Kitty giggled at this. "If you didn't want to go, you shouldn't have said yes." Again, I wasn't in my right mind. I just wanted him to stop whining and go away. Jean protested. Wanda interjected, "Look, just go to the damn thing and leave as soon as you can." "I'm going, but I just can't shake this gut feeling that something is wrong." Kitty replied, "Jean, we all know that Scott is a creep, but I don't see him actively try to hurt you or something. If he actually does something, you could easily kick his ass. You don't need us there. Please, guys. I'll feel a lot better if I know you're around." Jean practically begged. Kitty and Wanda looked at each other and then nodded. "All right, Jean. But you owe us big time." Jean leapt and hugged both her friends. Wanda sighed internally. They were just gonna stand there and do nothing but watch Jean and Scott for a few hours in some cafe. Sounds like fun. Note the sarcasm in her mental voice. But she couldn't hang her friend out to dry just after a few weeks of friendship. This is gonna suck. And suck it did. They spent almost an hour looking at the window of a coffee shop, watching Jean and Scott talking and laughing with an older man. "Is it just me, or do they look like they're on a date?" Kitty asked, breaking the silence. For some reason, this question made Wanda uncomfortable. "She does look happy. Doesn't she normally hate the guy?" "Yeah, she does. But the guy has redeeming qualities, if you're looking for them." Wanda frowned. "Like what?" "He's charismatic when he needs to, he's a good leader to the team and he takes it very seriously. He can be very kind." For some reason, all of these traits disappear the second Jean is involved. It's like he becomes a different person altogether. He also absolutely freaks out if she so much as gets a paper cut. This annoys the hell out of the rest of us, especially if she gets hit during training. The guy just loses it. It's a shame you never saw him without Jean being there because he's a lot more agreeable then, and he's actually kinda nice, you know, for an angsty teenager who bemoans the fact that he could only see the world in shades of red. Wanda couldn't see it. She had automatically categorized the boy as a hostile when he yelled at her mother and agreed with the bald man to send her back to a mental assignment. Looking at the boy, now, he was grinning, laughing alongside Jean, who had a genuine smile on her face. It was a carefree smile, one without any burden or hidden sorrow. It was the smile of a typical teenaged girl on a date. No, Jean had suffered too much to actually smile like that. She would never be this carefree, especially when she was nervous getting in. There was something wrong there. The picture didn't make any sense. Stretching out her senses, she tried to see if there was something in the cafe that shouldn't be there. She found something. There was a small amount magical energy surrounding the building. Wanda wouldn't have been able to see it without actually looking for it. It was very well hidden. She decided to analyze the magic. It was familiar somehow. Oh, it was an illusion. She had just started to learn how to cast them with Jasmine, and it was growing to be one of her favorite fields of magic. Thank God that Jasmine had first taught her how to see through illusions before her casting any. Apparently, many wizards and sorcerers ended up stuck in their own illusions with no way out, trapping them until their inevitable demise, where they usually die from either thirst or starvation. A very bad way to go in Wanda's opinion. Carefully, she broke through the illusion to see whatever was being hidden. There was nothing sinister going on, it was pretty much the scenario as what was happening but without any customers outside them, and Jean's face was a lot more guarded. Wanda didn't know if the teenagers were meeting a mutant or wizard that really liked their privacy or if there was a malicious plan in place. The teenaged witch quickly told her teammate, Kitty, Jean was right. Something isn't right. There's someone putting an illusion around the coffee house. Outside this Nate guy, Scott, Jean, and the baristas, there's no one there. Nothing has happened yet, but be ready to attack at a moment's notice. Wanda tried to send a telepathic signal towards Jean to warn her, but there was some kind of shield stopping it. It wasn't natural though. It felt crude and strange. It was like there was a machine stopping it, not another telepath. The teenaged witch continued, I can't get in touch with Jean. Whoever did that, made sure that telepathic probes can't get in or out of the building. I think there might be some sort of scrambler, to fool Jean in the fact that they're alone in the shop. Suddenly, Jean was struck with some weird tranquilizing bullet. Scott moved to fight the men, Nate. It's nice to see that Scott was actually played and did not intend to betray his teammate. Kitty, they're under attack. We need to move, now. They ran towards the entrance of the shop, but were stopped by 3 attackers, waiting in front of the door. One of the men was holding a staff and playing cards for some reason, but from the way the others were looking at him, he was obviously the leader of this little team. Messieurs, I'm afraid that I cannot let, even beauties like yourselves through. Orders are orders, after all. Leave, this will be your only warning. Wanda sent a telepathic probe towards Kitty, I'll hold them off, try to sneak in and get Jean and Scott. Kitty nodded and ran back to do her part of the plan. Meanwhile, Wanda responded to the annoying men with the French accent by sending telekinetic blasts towards him and his teammates. These blasts did not reach them, as they were interrupted by the playing card the staff-wielding man was holding. They intercepted her attack at the speed of a bullet and exploded. The concussive force was able to overwhelm her attack. The men sighed in disappointment, I did warn you, I'm sorry about what's to come. He then looked at the woman in his left, you're up, Polaris. The woman nodded and started to slowly levitate. Wanda tried to use a telepathic attack but was rebuffed by the mechanical psychic shield she found when trying to contact Jean. It seems like the entire team was somehow protected from telepathic attacks. The woman, Polaris, raised her hands and the lamp posts around Wanda started to bend, and started attacking her. Wanda dodged using telekinesis, and with a burst of energy, she leapt into the sky and banished the woman away. The woman couldn't do anything to protect herself and was sent flying away. As Wanda landed, she didn't have time to celebrate, as she was being immediately attacked by some weird man-animal hybrid. The teenaged witch created telekinetic shield around her and then immobilized her attacker with her telekinesis. She then kept sending blast after blast at the beast's head, but the thing wouldn't just go unconscious. It was so annoying, the thing's head was pretty much bashed it, but it healed almost immediately. Then, one of the blasts caused some sort of electrical sound. There was something behind the thing's ear that kept sparkling. Maybe that was the telepathy blocking machine. Wanda attacked the thing telepathically once more and easily found her way through. She didn't have time to rummage through the thing's mind, but she had more than enough time to force her attacker to sleep. Alright, that was 2 down, 1 to go. She looked at the French guy with a raised eyebrow. The man wasn't looking as playful as he was a minute ago. Well, you're a very impressive girl, ma chérie, but I'm afraid you have to deal with the gallant Gambit, now. The Frenchman, Gambit, held 3 playing cards who then started to glow and flew towards her. Wanda was able to create a telekinetic shield in mind, but the explosions on their impact sent her flying back. Getting up, she could barely dodge the glowing end of the staff that came towards her. She sent herself in the air, but was then bombarded with playing card. She couldn't sustain her flight with a permanent telekinetic shield at the same time, so she was sent flying once more because of the impact. Righting herself in the air, she was able to land properly and was able to dodge the incoming strike from the staff-wielding mutant. What were his powers, anyway? He could make things go really fast and explode. Wanda dodged another strike which gave her an opening and sent a telekinetic blast at the torso of her opponent. While the strike itself was somewhat blocked, the Frenchman was still banished a few feet back. Wanda wanted to capitalize by sending even more telekinetic blast at her, but they were, again, intercepted with the exploding playing card. The men grinned at her, you're a exceptional fighter, ma chérie, may I have the honor of your name? Was he trying to flirt with her? She so didn't have time for this, she had a friend to save. Get out of my way, I'm going to get my friend back, whether you like it or not. The men gave her a smug smile. You could beat me, that's fair, girlie. But if you think for a second that you have a chance with Monsieur Sinister, then you're delusional. Whether you beat me or not, doesn't matter, you have already lost. Wanda responded to the men, I don't care. Let me through, now, this is my final warning. Gambit grinned at her, funny, I was about to say the same thing. Don't worry about your friend, now, you should worry about your own life, after all, it's going to be ending soon. A shame, you were so young, with so much potential. Wanda asked confused, what? Before she could finish her question, a giant metal spike impaled her from behind. It went through her chest. The witch looked back and saw the woman she had beaten before, Polaris. She was bleeding from her head and her outfit was ripped all over. The men looked genuinely sad. You should never take your eyes off your opponent, ever. Wanda smiled at him while coughing out blood. I was about to tell you the same thing. Suddenly, a spike went through the man's chest from the back. The men looked disbelieving for a second, not registering the attack. Wanda's figure then started to turn into some sort of red energy and an invisible Wanda appeared behind him. Gambit, Polaris exclaimed. Distracted, the metal-wielding mutant didn't see the telepathic blast coming which hit her head and broke her neck. Wanda didn't have time to deal with the fact that she has just killed her first man. She had a friend to rescue. Slowly walking towards the entrance, the witch composed herself and found an unconscious Kitty near the entrance. There was no sign of fights which meant that there was some sort of trap against her facing. Jean woke the girl up with her telepathy. Kitty, get up, we need to get Jean now. The Catholic girl stirred and suddenly jumped up. What happened? Anti-phasing trap, I'm guessing. You sure you're up for this? Apparently, this guy is no joke. Kitty glared at the witch. I'm not gonna abandon my friends, Wanda. Wanda nodded and walked forward but were interrupted by some sort of force field. The witch was starting to get angry. I'm starting to get angry at those damn things. Wanda gathered what must be her most powerful telekinetic blast yet and threw it at the entrance. It obliterated the force field along with the entrance. Slowly, both mutants walked inside the cafe and saw the men, Nate, carrying Jean, preparing to get out. Wanda spoke to the men, in a threatening voice that even frightened herself, put down my friend if you know what's good for you. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 10 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 128, Sinister Opponents. March 1, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda nodded and walked forward but were interrupted by some sort of force field. The witch was starting to get angry. I'm starting to get angry at those damn things. Wanda gathered what must be her most powerful telekinetic blast yet and threw it at the entrance. It obliterated the force field along with the entrance. Slowly, both mutants walked inside the cafe and saw the men, Nate, carrying Jean, preparing to get out. Wanda spoke to the men, in a threatening voice that even frightened herself, put down my friend if you know what's good for you. The pale man looked at her in amusement. Ah, you must be Wanda Maximoff. It's nice to finally meet you, girl. Who the hell are you? Why do you want Jean? Ah, I've gone by many names of the years, it would be confusing to tell you every single one. I guess, you can call me Sinister. After all, it is an apt description of who I am. Don't worry, I'm only planning on borrowing your friend for a while. He gestured towards the unconscious Jean. Don't worry, she'll be returned in one piece. But let's not focus about this old fossil and his plans, let's focus on you, Wanda Maximoff. The teenaged witch felt as if she was a lab rat that's being examined by a notoriously sadistic scientist. The look on the man's face, full of curiosity and hunger, terrified her to the core. She tried to get a hold of herself as he continued. I was extremely surprised when I found out that you were outside the vault. Very surprised, indeed. And with no sign of you ever being there, no less. Every file, digital or physical, no matter where it is, online or on a secure server, suddenly didn't include your incarceration. No one even remembers you ever being there, the prison warden included. Even using telepathy, I was unable to see anything wrong. It was as if you really haven't been at the vault. No one remembered except for mutants, for some reason. I don't think even I could do this without centuries of planning. So, tell me, girl, how did you pull it off? Huh, had Jasmine gone this far to make sure that she would never go back to the vault? Wait a minute, how the hell do you even know me? And why do so many people have files of me? I can understand the people at the vault but not much else. The man looked like he was about to burst into laughter. Girl, I always like to keep tabs on dangerous mutants and their offsprings. Your father was particularly powerful, so I kept tabs on him. When you and your brothers were born, I looked at your potential. Be proud, my dear, your potential far outstrips your father's. That man is not my father, the witch bellowed. Oh, touchy subject. But I have to admit that whatever your potential could be, I didn't expect you to defeat my marauders so easily. I'll have to speak with them later. Wanda was happy to remove that smile from his face. I don't think it will be much of a conversation. After all, you can't talk to corpses. The teenaged witch was right. The pale man stopped laughing as soon as she uttered these words. My, how ruthless of you. I expected you to be like the hippie-loving idiots that the X-Men are. But, no, you didn't show any mercy. If someone tries to kill me, I'm not going to limit myself for no reason. But that's enough of this. Hand over Jean and Scott, or you'll end up like your precious marauders. Sinister laughed once more. Sure, but about the marauders. While I am disappointed that they perished, there's something you missed. The teenaged witch looked at him confused. And what is that? The man's grin got even wider. There are 4 members of the marauders, not 3. Before she could even register what was being said, she heard Kitty scream next to her. There was a woman that was able to sneak in on them somehow and knocked out her friend. It took barely 1 second to be able to understand what had happened. They were tricked by a very subtle illusion that hid her. Wanda should have been able to sense it, if she wasn't distracted with her conversation with Sinister and her oversight had cost her a teammate. At least she'll be able to deal with the woman now. With barely a thought, the teenaged witch telekinetically sent the woman flying through the entrance. The witch didn't care what happened to her opponent. Jean's life was a lot more important. However, dealing with the woman proved to be the distraction Sinister needed to attack her. Wanda sensed the telekinetic push that would have sent her flying away and was barely able to shield it. Still, her shield was extremely underpowered and broke easily, sending her back. At least the thing redirected most of the damage. So, the man was a telekinetic and a telepath like Jean. That would prove to be troublesome. Wanda tried to send a telekinetic attack at him and was immediately blocked, and countered with the pale man sending a bunch of debris at her. Wanda was still able to redirect the projectiles, but now had a sense of the man's power. If he wasn't holding back, that it. The man was powerful. More powerful than her, in term of raw power, if barely but not as strong as Jean. However, the man was a lot more skilled with his powers than she was, and it was obvious. The man was practically playing with her. She needed to turn this into a contest of powers to even have a chance at this. Wanda took a deep breath, prepared her attack, and sent in a red beam of telekinetic energy at the man. The man seemed to recognize what she was doing and responded by sending in a black beam of his own. Both beams of energy met in the middle of the cafe, causing an explosion that pretty much sent everything flying back except them, wrecking the entire place. Even Scott was sent flying back. Both opponents were fighting, visible sweating from the strain. Jasmine told her that this should never be used except when you're fighting someone that's a lot more skilled than you but who's not more powerful than you. Unfortunately, while the large skill gap was covered, the man was still more powerful than her, if only slightly, and he knew it. Sinister had a smug bloodthirsty smile on his face, showing that he understood why she did this and just indulged her, just to torment her. He didn't know that she had a card in her sleeve. An unreliable card, to be sure, but definitely a card. Wanda was stuck when using this attack, but so was Sinister. No telekinetic shield should stop an attack like this, except if it's by someone that's exponentially more powerful than she. If the attack could be avoided or dodged, but should someone agree to respond to it, they would be stuck as well. Not able to use any magic, or in this case, mutant abilities until the battle is broken up. So, yeah, Wanda didn't need to win the thing, just bind him to this attack so that he could be attacked by someone else. Scott, hit him. Now, the witch bellowed. The leader of the X-Men looked at Sinister and touched his visor, but he didn't press the button. Why wasn't he pressing the damn button? Fucking dickhead. Wanda fought 4 mutants, one of them happening to be a lot more powerful than her, and still managed to hold her own. But the fucking asshole couldn't be bothered to press a motherfucking button. What is wrong with this guy? What are you waiting for? Hit him. Press the fucking button, the witch yelled once more. Still, nothing was happening. Does this guy really hate her that he would let some asshole who kidnapped his crush kill her instead of him attacking him? This didn't make any sense. The boy is crazy about Jean. A little too much, in Wanda's opinion, but behind his creepiness, Scott cared about Jean. Whatever the case, he would team up with anyone, even her or the Brotherhood, just to protect the redhead. Then why was he hesitating? Why wouldn't he hit the man who is trying to abduct her? The man was obviously a scientist and they had no idea what kind of sick experiments he would do to Jean while he's borrowing her. Scott Summers, the leader of the X-Men, would never abandon any of his teammates to such a fate. So, what is going on? Her desperation must have showed on her face because Sinister laughed at her predicament. The look on your face is priceless. The betrayal, the confusion. It's all so delicious. If it makes you feel any better, girl, it's not his fault. The boy is incapable of harming me in any way. So, it was a telepathic attack of some kind. Maybe with a subliminal compulsion inserted in his subconscious to not hurt Jean's abductor. It was probably put there during dinner. Her only way to survive this is to remove the compulsion somehow. But she can't use her telepathy in a battle of wills. She needed to break the beams. Luckily Jasmine had taught her a stick to use when wanting to break a battle of wills. Wanda concentrated for a second and manifested a small rune in the middle of the beam. You couldn't cast any other spell during the beam, but that doesn't mean that you can't layer a spell over it. This was the only rune Jasmine had ever taught her, and if she was honest, Wanda had no idea how that worked. Wanda only knew what it looked like. Jasmine was very insisting that she knew it in case of an emergency, and that it destabilizes whatever magic it touched. The rune traveled towards the middle of the battle, between hers and Sinister's beams, and destabilized both of them, causing a pulse of magic that sent both of them back. Expecting this, Wanda shielded herself and immediately sent a full telepathic probe towards Scott. What she found terrified and sickened her. Whatever was stopping him from attacking Sinister was at the forefront of his mind, and it was definitely more than just a compulsion. This was deeply rooted into Scott's very being. It engraved into his mind in a way. This couldn't have happened in a few hours, not even a few months. It would take years to instill something to be as connected to someone's core as this. This meant that Sinister had access to Scott for years. Were they in league together? No, it was absurd. You don't brainwash someone that's voluntarily serving you. Which meant that Sinister started doing this without anyone noticing. The Paleman shouldn't be able to do this to Scott without Xavier noticing. The bald telepath would sense someone's core personality being twisted and that there was something different to this. No matter how much of a dick this guy is, he would never allow someone to hurt his students this way, this badly. This meant that this happened before Scott went to the Institute. Wanda really had no idea about Scott's past, but Sinister must have kidnapped him or brainwashed him somehow when he was young, twisting his very core. No wonder the guy was a creep and misadjusted. Anyone would be, if this happened to them. But why would Sinister do this? Scott was a child back then. And so far, Sinister could have used him as a sleeper agent and he could have killed the X-Men by now. So, this wasn't why he did this. Maybe he wanted a spy. No, there are better ways to spy on the residents of the mansion, and he wouldn't need something this sophisticated to do this. The only reason he would do this would be to get Jean. For some reason, the redhead had been his goal all along. Did he arrange for Scott and Jean to come to the Institute and meet? Sinister destroyed a boy's life just to have Jean. Did he know about the Phoenix Force? Maybe, but unlikely. Even Dr. Strange hadn't known about it, only Jasmine did, somehow. Wanda looked at Sinister and asked him with a solemn tone, "How long have you been planning this? All of this, just for Jean?" The older man actually smiled at her. "You're a smart girl, Wanda Maximoff. I have been planning this for a long time, decades, really. I wouldn't have gone so far if I wasn't desperate. This is the only way. It's a shame that your potential will be cut short, but I can't have any unknown variables for this." Before she could reply, he turned to Scott. "Activate command cable password Rebecca." Scott's entire demeanor shifted and the boy looked like a soldier ready for an order. "Cable is online, sir." Ready for orders. Wanda started to understand what was happening. She didn't know Sinister's manipulation of Scott's mind was this deep. She needed to get out of there, fast. Wanda tried to use a telekinetic pulse but was blocked immediately by Sinister, who then sent his former black beam at her. Downed and disoriented, Wanda couldn't dodge and could only respond with her beam of energy. Stuck in the beam, she couldn't do anything when Sinister said, "Cable, terminate Wanda Maximoff." To her despair, Scott unleashed his concussive beams at her, hitting her from the back. The spells on Wanda's clothes helped mitigate the damage, but it still hurt like a bitch and Wanda could feel that she had broken a few ribs. Wanda would never doubt Jasmine's recommendations again. These clothes had probably saved her life. The witch was sent flying towards the entrance, next to the unconscious Kitty Pryde. Wanda heard Scott slowly walk towards her. Wanda knew that the next hit would be fatal, so she crawled, trying to desperately escape, dragging Kitty with her. Scott had caught up to her in seconds and Wanda closed her eyes, preparing for her death, which never came. Instead, she felt like she had a hook somewhere behind the navel pulling her away. The witch passed out, not knowing if she would survive or not. Chapter 129, Dealing. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. To her despair, Scott unleashed his concussive beams at her, hitting her from the back. The spells on Wanda's clothes helped mitigate the damage, but it still hurt like a bitch and Wanda could feel that she had broken a few ribs. Wanda would never doubt Jasmine's recommendations again. These clothes had probably saved her life. The witch was sent flying towards the entrance, next to the unconscious Kitty Pryde. Wanda heard Scott slowly walk towards her. Wanda knew that the next hit would be fatal, so she crawled, trying to desperately escape, dragging Kitty with her. Scott had caught up to her in seconds and Wanda closed her eyes, preparing for her death, which never came. Instead, she felt like she had a hook somewhere behind the navel pulling her away. The witch passed out, not knowing if she would survive or not. When she woke up, Wanda felt sorer than she ever been before. She hadn't even had time to open her eyes and the first thing she felt was her body being extremely stiff. She slowly blinked and opened her eyes. She was in her room. How was that possible? The teenaged witch was sure that she had perished. Maybe it was all a dream or something. Well, a nightmare would be a better description. Slowly, Wanda walked out of her room, still in her PJ, and went to the dining room. Funnily enough, Jasmine was there, eating breakfast as if nothing happened. The older woman smiled warmly at the teenager. "Good morning, Wanda. I thought you wouldn't wake up this early. You've had quite the night, haven't you?" "What happened?" the teenager questioned. "I believe I should be asking you that, young lady. After all, it's not every day that I find my ward and her friend half dead in my house. You're very lucky that I added an emergency port key to the ankh around your neck or else you probably would have been dead." The older woman scolded. Wanda looked confusedly at her not-so-secret mother figure. "Port key? Ah, a nifty piece of magic. A teleportation spell keyed to an object and a location. I added a few enchantments where if you're truly in mortal danger as in you're a few seconds from dying, or are extremely wounded it would teleport you to Sayer Manor and alert me. Imagine me surprised when I felt it last night, and rushed to find you clinging to Miss Pride, in critical condition." "So, again, what happened, Wanda? You mean that it wasn't actually a nightmare?" Wanda yelled out. Jasmine looked at her as if she was an idiot. "I just said that, kiddo. Do try to keep up. How's Kitty, is she all right?" "She's fine. She was just knocked out. I patched her up and teleported her to the Xavier Institute." Wanda looked relieved at this but suddenly stood up. "What about Jean, did you get her?" "I haven't seen Jean ever since our lesson, yesterday morning." Wanda jumped up, suddenly overwhelmed. "We have to get her. We have to save Jean." "Calm down, Wanda. Take a deep breath and explain what happened." Wanda wanted to protest but one look at Jasmine's face and she knew that the woman was serious. "Now, all right, I'll tell you what happened." The teenaged witch took a deep breath and continued. "It all started when Jean agreed to meet someone with Scott. She was still a bit nervous so she asked me and Kitty to have her back." Wanda continued to tell the story, Jasmine being silent the entire time. When she was done, Jasmine asked her something that took her off guard. "So, you didn't even think of contacting me, while you knew you were fighting an opponent who outclassed you in experience and in power?" Wanda looked down. "I thought that I could take him. I thought I was smart enough, strong enough to make you proud." Jasmine smiled at her. "I can understand this, but no matter what, you should always choose survival over pride. Your growth has been amazing, Wanda, but this was never a fight that you were never going to win in the first place." "But." "No buts, Wanda. Your negligence could have gotten Kitty killed for no reason than you wanted to prove yourself to me. You're lucky that this is an emergency because you will be punished after we get Jean back. However, there is something else that we have to address." "What?" the teenager asked. "You killed 3 people last night, Wanda. How do you feel?" The realization made the young witch stiffen. "It was easy, too easy. I didn't let it get to me because I needed to get Jean out of there. I never realized how easy it was to take a life. I know that they were trying to kill me, but I still feel like I shouldn't have done it. I feel like a monster. Am I a monster, Mom?" Wanda was practically sobbing by the end of her little monologue. She didn't even notice that she called Jasmine Mom. And she didn't notice how warm the older woman's eyes had gotten when she heard it. Jasmine just took Wanda into a hug, and kept her close as she wept. A few minutes later as the younger witch calmed down, Jasmine spoke up. "Wanda, you need to realize that what you're feeling right now is what makes you human. The minute you don't feel anything when taking a life, or even worse, if you take pleasure from it, you start to slowly lose your humanity. But you killed a lot of people, Jasmine. You never lost like I did." The older woman gave Wanda a bitter smirk. "When you live for as long as I did, you change, in ways that normal people just don't realize. Mortality is part of what makes humans, well, humans. It's a part of their core, the idea that their days are numbered, that they should treasure every second, the pressure for progress, to try to create a legacy, to make the world a better place. It's all part of what makes the human race so special. I have lost my humanity a long time ago, so has Celine for that matter. We all deal with it differently. Celine dealt with by avoiding any type of relations with mortals, and I have been clinging desperately to my humanity by taking roles every so often, pretending to be normal human with a normal life. Neither of our methods are good, we both know this. It's just the only way to live in a mortal world as immortals. The important part here is the fact that you, Wanda, are human. There's nothing wrong to have the feelings of one. In fact, I quite recommend it." Wanda chuckled at that last joke, slowly calming down from her breakdown. She just sat there, relishing in the hug from her mother figure for a few minutes. "What about Jean?" Wanda suddenly questioned. "How do we get her back?" "I added an inert tracker to her seal. It'll take an hour or so to activate but it should give us enough time to prepare." Do you know the name of the man that took her? I think he called himself Sinister. Jasmine hummed in understanding, and Wanda asked her, you know who he is? Yes, Nathaniel Essex. Quite the tragic story, this man has. Started from being a somewhat unethical scientist to an actual monster from the manipulation of others. You knew who he was and did nothing. Wanda accused. It's a lot more complicated than that. I just ignored him. Nathaniel Essex is older than he looked, around 2 centuries, I believe. A true genius, years ahead of his time, and unknowingly a mutant with minor telepathy. Unfortunately, the death of his son broke him and he got possessed by Apocalypse. You mean the guy that you killed in Egypt? Jasmine nodded. Yes, Apocalypse must have picked up on his minor telepathy and used it to send an astral presence in the hope of using him to free his main body. I felt it happen and added protection against possession so that it wouldn't happen again. I even removed the influence from the man's mind. But unfortunately, the guy was obsessed with resurrecting his son and channeled some of the knowledge of mutants from Apocalypse's hidden possession to experiment on people. I couldn't remove the host of a willing psychic possession. Because this wasn't a soul but a psychic imprint in Essex's mind. He then started to kidnap some street rats and criminals to experiment on them. The more he did this, the more Apocalypse started to take control until one day the imprint tried to take over the man's mind fully and killed his wife. He started transforming the body to resemble to the one Apocalypse had. The man was able to beat the imprint but he still clung to it and refused to let go, if only subconsciously. Why would he do that? I thought you said that he's a genius or something. He wanted the knowledge that the imprint had, but he also wanted to be free of it. So, he dedicated his life to the destruction of Apocalypse, not knowing that he was already free, not realizing that he could remove the imprint at any moment. Should he just let go of his obsession with mutants and weaponizing them, he would be free. The main body, Apocalypse, was never even aware of Essex's existence other than he had tried to possess him and probably failed since Essex never came to free him. Wanda looked confused. Didn't you kill Apocalypse? Jasmine nodded. Yes, I did. But the imprint wasn't actually connected to Apocalypse. This wasn't an actual possession, just a shot in the dark the man took in his attempt to escape. As far as Essex is concerned, since the imprint hasn't faded, Apocalypse was still alive. Additionally, I removed all traces of the fight since it was a large-scale one and would probably cause mass panic if they did. But what does this have to do with Jean? Is he trying to weaponize the Phoenix Force? Questioned Wanda. No, it doesn't have to do with it. No one, especially a human, can actually take control of something like this. It would be unthinkable, that's even without the security measures I added to Jean's seal. No, Essex is a scientist, he's probably the best one that has ever lived. He has cracked the human genetics code, and can give anyone powers, he can take away powers. I said that the man was a genius. I wasn't exaggerating about how brilliant he is. He's been cultivating mutant families, in an attempt to create the perfect mutant. I'm not sure exactly which families he chose, but I know that the Summers and Gray families were one he paid close attention to. Outraged, Wanda asked, and you just left him alone? To kill and experiment on people? Jasmine shrugged. I can't be expected to solve every crisis under the sun. Getting too evolved stops the human race from evolving since they would rely on me too much. See, I turned ancient Egypt into a paradise when I lived there. But the moment I left, they started to practice slavery once more and people started to get slaughtered left, right, and center before being taken over by Apocalypse. Plus, in the grand scheme of things, there has been thousands of unethical scientists that have helped the human race. The world wouldn't have been the same without them, Sinister included. He was a big help in creating the super soldier serum when he infiltrated Hydra in the early days of the Second World War, so without him, there wouldn't be Captain America. That man is responsible of decades if not centuries of advancement in the sciences, especially biological and medical advancements. The man may be a monster but he has helped the human race in the long run. In the end, I am not some sort of judge who chooses who lives and who dies. I only punish those who break the natural laws, nothing more. Anything else would be personal business. What about Scott? Did you know about Scott? Jasmine shook her head. I knew that there was something wrong in a fundamental level, but I thought it was because of his trauma, not someone reprogramming his subconscious. I assumed that Xavier would have done an in-depth scan to make sure there was nothing truly wrong with him, so I ignored him. Wanda nodded. This made sense. So, what do we do now? Well, the tracker just activated. It seems that we'll be going to Genosha. After all, we have to save your little girlfriend. Wanda protested. He faced crimson. She's not my girlfriend. Whatever you say, kiddo. Now, get dressed. It's time we go on a mission together. Chapter 130, Genosha. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. What about Scott? Did you know about Scott? Jasmine shook her head. I knew that there was something wrong in a fundamental level, but I thought it was because of his trauma, not someone reprogramming his subconscious. I assumed that Xavier would have done an in-depth scan to make sure there was nothing truly wrong with him, so I ignored him. Wanda nodded. This made sense. So, what do we do now? Well, the tracker just activated. It seems that we'll be going to Genosha. After all, we have to save your little girlfriend. Wanda protested, her face crimson. She's not my girlfriend. Whatever you say, kiddo. Now, get dressed. It's time we go on a mission together. Wanda sprinted up the stairs to her room. She had a redhead to save. Because after years of loneliness, without any friends, the young witch wasn't prepared to actually lose one of them. Wanda wore the protective suit that Jasmine made for her. It was a mix of red and black. Thank God, it wasn't spandex. Wanda had shuddered at the idea of wearing something like the X-Men. The uniform alone was a deal-breaker. Instead, her outfit looked surprisingly casual, with a red leather jacket, a black shirt and jeans. Honestly, no one would bat an eye at her if she went like that in public. Anyway, Wanda ran back down to meet Jasmine near the entrance of the mansion. You ready, kiddo? Jasmine asked. Wanda nodded and the older woman continued, Now, before we get going there's something I have to make clear. We're basically infiltrating a country so we can't just run in guns blazing. Don't get aggressive before confronting Sinister, is that clear? Wanda nodded. Alrighty then, after you. A small portal appeared in front of Wanda and the girl walked through it. She appeared in front of a beach. It looked beautiful. Like something straight out of a postcard. Where are we? Jasmine chuckled from behind her. This, my dear apprentice, is Genosha. Wanda looked confused at the name, never heard of it. Genosha is a small island right above Madagascar. It was colonized by the British Empire a few centuries back, but was taken by Hydra during the Second World War to conduct their human experiments, especially the ones on mutants. The idea was to replicate the super soldier serum and add in mutant powers or something. I didn't particularly care about the details. Anyway, after the Red Skull died, and Hydra fell, the population rose up against their invaders and made this place an independent nation. No one cared, really, no one except Nathaniel Essex. Wanda looked intrigued at this. Damn, Jasmine took her job as a history teacher a bit too far. Still, it was a good way to alleviate the boredom while walking to what the young witch assumes is the nearest human settlement. What did he do? Jasmine hummed. He was one of the Hydra scientists that were stationed here. And with the high number of mutants that were abducted here to be experimented on, the majority of the population ended up being mutants. Not that anyone even accepted the existence of mutants back then. They only thought it was some hoax that were being followed by a bunch of fanatics like Stryker. It wasn't until the mess in Cuba that Xavier revealed to the CIA the existence of mutants. Why the hell would he do that? He was young, idealistic, and wanted to be a hero. He was facing his first major enemy who was seriously powerful. He ended up recruiting strangers to fight him and wanted to get the CIA involved so that their operation be somewhat official. Of course, most of the recruits ended up betraying him. He got himself paralyzed from the waist down and they almost caused World War III. Wanda was stupefied at her answer. Seriously? That's the guy who said that I was too powerful and uncontrollable to live outside a cell. He almost destroyed the world. Jasmine shrugged. The men may be hypocrites sometimes, but you have to agree that you should have been under supervision until you gained control over your powers. The problem is the fact that he chose not to help you. I don't know if it was in respect to your father's wishes or he actually had no idea how to help you. He was wrong in leaving you in a place like the vault, but he had a point in the fact that you shouldn't have left to the public. It was why I made you stay in the mansion for a few months until you could control your powers properly. Wanda nodded at that. This made sense. Before she could say anything, Jasmine continued, Well, we got a bit off topic. Where was I? Oh, yes, Nathaniel Essex found himself in an entire island filled with mutants. He discreetly established a government and made whoever was elected to be his puppet. He had access to the country's funds and slowly started turning Genosha into a mutant paradise. He completely separated the country from the outside world. After all, who cared if a tiny island at the end of the world started getting off the grid? Slowly, people started to forget about the country, giving Essex an entire nation to play with. Surprisingly, Essex chose to play the long game by slowly turning this place into a living paradise. He created genetically altered crops to grow better, he got every citizen a home and a free education. Anyone not knowing about Essex's involvement would say that this place was better than any first world country in the world. Wanda looked at Jasmine confused. Why would he do that? Like I said, he's playing the long game. With a guarantee of a comfortable life, people wouldn't object to his presence. They also start to see the benefits of having children. A couple of generations in and almost every resident of Genosha was a mutant and Essex could study them at his leisure. He didn't kidnap any of them, just taking DNA samples and cloning them was enough for him. But Sinister ended up with an entire nation made of test subjects who were perfectly happy with their lives. So, these people, all know absolutely nothing. That they're slaves to a madman, no better than cattle belonging to a farmer. Jasmine nodded. Ignorance is bliss, in a way. These people live happy lives, free from the usual social pressure that is found in pretty much any other place. The average human, wherever they live, don't actually care about the political scene. Their lives wouldn't change much no matter who is in charge. The rich would stay rich and the poor would stay poor. The only thing that could affect them would be if a madman was in charge who would do something stupid like starve them or kill a portion of the population. Otherwise, if their needs are met, they don't actually care who's in charge. But that's not fair. Life is not fair, Wanda. It hasn't been fair to you and it certainly hasn't been fair to me. You can't do anything about it, it's how the world works and you only have to deal with it. Look around you, look how happy they are. Wanda looked around her. They had arrived to a city and slowly walked in. The place looked like one of the fancy neighborhoods that were in America, filled with houses with gardens. Jasmine was pointing towards a playground where children were playing and Wanda was surprised to see one of the children suddenly teleport and another one control water and throw it at another kid. Was this what a world of equality looked like? Jasmine started explaining, they are perfectly normal people living perfectly normal lives. They can have any career they want and not worry about anyone judging them because of their powers. They have the illusion of democracy due to the elections, but does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? How does nobody know about this? One photo on the internet and they would be targeted by most countries. Jasmine nodded, yes, but Sinister set up his own network, his own internet, separate from the entire world. He doesn't import or export any goods. This place is completely isolated from the world. No one living here knows anything about the outside world, and no one in the outside world knows anything about what happens here. I wouldn't be surprised if most maps don't have this country, considering its size and irrelevance in the international scene. Something was wrong, something was different. Jasmine would never be this chatty on a mission. She wouldn't just start explaining some place's history for no reason. There had to be something else hidden in what she's saying. Why are you telling me this? Jasmine raised an eyebrow and motioned her apprentice to continue. Why the history lesson? We could have just teleported in, beat Sinister and teleport out. This wouldn't be difficult, especially for you. The guy is terrified of someone you beat to the ground without breaking a sweat, so why did we take the long way round? Jasmine smiled approvingly at her. You're getting better at not taking everything at face value. I'm proud of you, kiddo. To answer your question, I told you this so that you could understand the consequences of your actions. Whatever happens today will not just affect you and Jean, but also the lives of every resident in Genosha. This place, as it is, cannot function without Sinister. All it would take is an idealist with dreams of joining the world, for this place to turn into a war zone because of anti-mutant sentiments or just plain greed. So, if it comes to it, would you kill Sinister and doom an entire country, or would you let him live and allow him to opportunity to kidnap Jean once more? Wanda paled at the choice given in front of her. She didn't know how to choose, so instead she asked Jasmine, what would you choose? Oh, I would kill him, without a question. But I would make sure that there's someone to take Sinister's place and slowly make sure that this role is unnecessary as possible. But something like this would take decades of work and experience. Something you do not have. I am telling you this, Wanda, because you have to predict how much your actions could affect people. I showed you this, instead of just telling you, because I wanted you to see the people whose fate will depend on your decision. If you consider a human life as a number, it's easy to become detached, to ignore the guilt. But seeing them in person humanizes these numbers, so to speak. Countless deaths were caused and are still being caused by people who had never met any of their victims, and I wanted you to truly understand what you're dealing with, and should you continue to be my apprentice, you will be met with similar choices in the future. Wanda nodded, understanding the point of this little exercise, but she still asked hesitantly, so, what should I do now? Oh, Wanda. You have me. Don't worry about the consequences, you're still young. I'll guarantee you that the people here will not suffer whatever the choice you make. I'll take care of it, no matter the choice you make. This isn't some test, Wanda, just a lesson you needed to learn. Wanda nodded, eyes lighting up. He's a threat to Jean. He'll always stay a threat to Jean. We need to get rid of him. Jasmine nodded, so that's your choice. But who said anything about we? I will not be fighting him. What? Jasmine burst into laughter. You made the choice, Wanda. This is your mission, I'm just helping you out. How am I supposed to beat someone who's 200 years old? You already have the potential to defeat him, you simply didn't use all the tools afforded to you. Wanda looked confused as Jean, you forgot to use the Ankh, Wanda. This artifact acts like a focus that amplifies your power. Your illusions will be larger and more lifelike, your telekinesis better, your telepathy would match his, even with all his experience. You have so much potential that you haven't unlocked. You need to believe in yourself, Wanda. Plus, your plan in the cafe, while somewhat basic, would have worked had Scott not been brainwashed, something that you didn't know. You have every chance to defeat him, Wanda. Wanda blushed in embarrassment. She had no idea that Jasmine had this much faith in her. The older witch continued, and don't worry about you getting hurt. I'll take over if I think this is too much for you. One last thing, the main issue you will have with Sinister wouldn't be his powers or his experience. Then, what is it? Like I said before, Sinister is a genius when it comes to genetics. He discovered a way to unknowingly link his soul to multiple bodies. It was a mutant power that he accidentally created a long time ago. He tried to modify the powers of a mutant that was able to possess other people and ended up creating this. Now, a soul cannot inhabit more than one body, but whenever a body dies, he escapes to a clone's body that is connected to him. It's a nifty little trick to trick people into believing that he's dead. Wanda was gaping at her teacher. How the hell am I supposed to beat someone like that? Jasmine chucked, the solution is quite easy. You kill the main body, the first body. This should destabilize the soul link and keep him trapped in his current body. Should he die, it would be permanent. But be very careful, his main body is a lot stronger than the cloned one you fought. Should he possess the body, you won't have a chance to actually defeat him. Are you sure you want to continue? Wanda steeled herself and nodded. After all, it wasn't like Jean would rescue herself. Chapter 131, Rescuing a Phoenix. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda was gaping at her teacher. How the hell am I supposed to beat someone like that? Jasmine chucked, the solution is quite easy. You kill the main body, the first body. This should destabilize the soul link and keep him trapped in his current body. Should he die, it would be permanent. But be very careful, his main body is a lot stronger than the cloned one you fought. Should he possess the body, you won't have a chance to actually defeat him. Are you sure you want to continue? Wanda steeled herself and nodded. After all, it wasn't like Jean would rescue herself. Jasmine spoke in a solemn tone. Do you have anything you want to ask? Anything at all? The second I open this portal you'll be on your own. You will not receive my help unless I deem it necessary. Wanda paled at this. Jasmine was genuinely going to leave her to the wolves like this. She thought that she was joking or something, or that she would only help a little bit. Do you really need to do that? My dear apprentice, if I do everything for you, then when would you learn? Wanda gulped, understanding her teacher's sentiment but not completely agreeing with it. Any advice? Jasmine smiled approvingly. Use your illusions to sneak around undetected. Do not rely too much on them, but they're one of your greatest advantages. And don't forget to use the ankh. If you keep forgetting about using it, I'll take it and get you a regular necklace or something, not a centuries-old ancient artifact of incredible power. Wanda's face was red from embarrassment. Just make the damn portal. Laughing, the avatar of death created a portal in front of the teenager. Good luck, kiddo. I know you'll make me proud. Wanda smiled at the compliment and then steeled herself and walked through the portal, who immediately closed after her. The first thing she did was put an illusion around her so that no one would be able to spot her. The teenager was grateful that her mother figure had brought it up. She definitely would have forgotten to use it. Wanda slowly walked in the maze that its Sinister's laboratories. She tried to sneak into some of the rooms in front of her, and was horrified by the body parts and misshapen people that were locked there. It was like someone had tried combine body parts like a child does a doll. There was a man with a green clawed arms, fins, blue torso, and tentacles for legs. The man, if that thing could be called even that, was snarling like an animal at every moving this in the room. How can someone reduce a human being into this? It was the same for every room. There was only suffering and death. The teenager knew that Sinister was a monster, a scientist with no moral, but this was more than she could have ever imagined. This man caused so much suffering in the name of scientific progress, of understanding the human body, of his paranoia against apocalypse. This was an example of what fear could do to a person. Jasmine had once told Wanda that fear was something essential in every living being, but to be ruled by your fear would be a recipe for disaster. You start losing the will to live and only care about surviving. Wanda had thought that she understood what Jasmine said, but now, she realized that she didn't. She thought that giving in to fear would turn one into a coward, sniveling, betraying creature that only cares about its continuing existence. It wasn't just didn't occur to her that someone could have become desperate enough to turn into a monster. Doing things that are immoral on a fundamental level, abandoning their humanity, justifying their actions by saying it was for the greater good of the world. This made her sick to her stomach. How fear and desperation can even corrupt the brightest minds. The teenaged witch slowly walked to the corridor, trying not to get sick to her stomach. She had a mission to fulfill and a friend to rescue. It was after a few minutes of investigations that Wanda felt something odd. The teenager had learned how to sense large concentrations of magic and their intent. It had been one of the first lessons Jasmine taught her, to be able to avoid touching cursed artifacts without knowing what they are. Wanda was still a novice in this skill, especially compared to Jasmine, who could actually analyze the spell without even taking a look at the artifact and replicate it or counter-curse it. That was breathtaking to watch. Whatever was around here was powerful, like seriously powerful. And it felt of soul magic, a very obscure branch of magic that Jasmine told her to avoid until she's deemed ready to learn. Whatever was leaving such a big trace of magic was behind the wall. But there wasn't any door or entrance to it. Slowly, Wanda touched the steel wall and started manipulating it. Wanda had just gotten started with transmutation and was barely more than a beginner, but transmutating an inanimate object without actually changing its composition was somewhat easy. It still took her a couple of minutes for the wall to slowly part and make a makeshift door. Inside was a cylindrical tank made of glass, with a bunch of machinery hooked into it. Inside the tube was a body floating in some kind of liquid. It was a tall white muscular man, with long black hair, some weird red diamond on his forehead. And when Wanda said white, she meant it. The man's skin was pure white. The man, while humanoid, didn't feel like a human. Wanda instinctively knew that this was Sinister's main body, and judging about the power the teenager sensed, she realized that Jasmine wasn't kidding. She wouldn't last a minute against Sinister in his main body. Wanda immediately took out the runic bombs that Jasmine made her when she gave her the suit. There were many small magical gadgets for every measure. Wanda had dismissed them before, but now, they were proving to be very useful. Wanda couldn't destroy Sinister's main body without finding Jean first. She wouldn't be surprised if the men killed Jean out of frustration. She primed the charges and stuck them around the tank and its machinery. They only needed a mental command from Wanda to go off. With her first objective done, Wanda got out of the hidden room, restored Wall, and continued her search of her best friend. It was 10 minutes later that Wanda found her first clue to where Jean was. It was the sound of banging. Wanda slowly followed it. Inside, Sinister was seen punching a steel wall in anger, visibly denting it with each punch. Why is this not working? What the hell was going on? Why was the man in such a rage? Jasmine said that he was interested in Jean and he had her. So why was he still angry? Wanda watched as the scientist took a few deep breaths to calm down and then started to speak neutrally. Subject Gray doesn't seem to be accepting the clinical insertion of the fetus. The subject ovaries already show signs of rejection to Subject Summer's sperm, stopping the fertilization even outside the body. Even when trying to simulate a pregnancy, Subject Gray seems to have some sort of passive immune system that purges anything foreign from her system. I already had to change sedatives because the subject adapted to it. Hypothesis: Subject Gray impregnation must be willing. Unfortunately, there seems to be a similar protection in her mind. Any attempts at even small telepathic manipulation were immediately rejected. However, this protection seems foreign. I'll have to break through it and after some mental conditioning, release her to be impregnated naturally by Subject Summers. Hopefully they won't take too long to conceive my weapon. When the man was done, Wanda was shaking in rage at what she had just heard. Was this what this was about, getting Jean to sleep with Scott for him to get his baby superweapon? This was beyond disgusting and obscene. She had to get Jean out of there, fast. As the men started to murmur, Wanda snuck in and removed Jean's sedatives. She had succeeded when she felt herself get thrown away. Wanda telekinetically righted herself in the air and landed on her feet, facing her attacker. Wanda Maximoff, I thought that after our encounter, you wouldn't be so foolish as to challenge me. Although, I do wonder how you were able to find me. I assumed you were able to sneak here with your remarkable illusions. If I hadn't studied Lady Mastermind's powers in extreme details, they would have probably fooled me. Unfortunately for you, girl, your little trick wasn't able to fool me for long. Although, I believe that you'll prove to be an ideal test subject. Wanda shuddered at the hungry look at the man's face. Damn, that guy was creepy as fuck. You're a monster, Sinister. What you have done, what you have been doing, is nothing more than you indulging in your desires. There's no greater good involved, only your greed. Sinister snarled at her, you're an ignorant child, girl, barely out of her diapers. What I do here, I do out of necessity. Do not speak of matters you do not have the ability to comprehend. Maybe I am an ignorant child, but unlike you, I do know that Apocalypse is dead. Sinister sent a telekinetic attack at her, that she batted away with one of her own. Apocalypse is not dead. I would know if he was, I would feel it. No, you wouldn't. Apocalypse hasn't been inside your head for a long time. The only reason you still have the illusion of his voice in your head is because you want it there. There's nothing for you to fight anymore. Someone already took your revenge from you. No. Killing Apocalypse is my purpose, my goal. Stop lying, girl. You want to unsettle me. Don't worry, when I'm done breaking you, you'll tell me everything you know. Sinister sent another telekinetic attack that Wanda dodged and returned one of her own. As the man shielded, she cast another illusion and hid next to it. The illusion was able to fool him for a fraction of a second. But it was enough for Wanda's attack to land and send the men flying away. Wanda still needed a big distraction to actually trap the man like she wanted. But before killing him, she needed to destroy his main body. Sending the mental command, she activated the runic explosions, destroying Sinister's main body. The man must have felt something was wrong because he froze for a second. Wanda used this distraction to send in a beam of telekinetic energy. It was too late for him to dodge and he ended up replying with a beam of his own to respond. They were back in a battle of wills. "What did you do?" the men yelled at her. Wanda didn't respond. Jasmine had long ago told her not to reveal her plans to her opponent as if this was a cartoon or something. "You still try to do this again, after the last time? Have you learned anything at all?" Wanda grinned at his smug tone. She could tell that the man was panicking over the destruction of his body. He probably doesn't actually understand what happened, but he must have sensed that something was wrong. But now is the time to end this. Wanda started to channel her magic through the ink and the artifact started glowing red. Like an arrow, the red beam ran through Sinister's black beam. Wanda's opponent had barely enough time to widen his eyes before he was disintegrated by the Wanda's attack. Damn, the teenager had forgotten how powerful this thing actually is. Wanda sighed in relief. She had won. With that in mind, she started to remove Jean's bindings and get ready to get her out of here before blowing up this entire laboratory. Suddenly, one of the room's walls exploded, revealing another humanoid person. It was Sinister, but in his main body. How? She had destroyed the body herself. Oh, young Wanda. What a clever girl you are. Your plan was a good one. It would have worked, even. Unfortunately for you, I have added several healing factors to this body. If even a single cell survives, the body will regenerate. It would take some time, of course. But an explosion would only hold me back for a few seconds. Don't worry, young Wanda. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to hurt you really, really bad. Wanda shuddered as she felt the bloodlust in the man's voice. She was in deep trouble. Chapter 132, A Sinister End. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda sighed in relief. She had won. With that in mind, she started to remove Jean's bindings and get ready to get her out of here before blowing up this entire laboratory. Suddenly, one of the room's walls exploded, revealing another humanoid person. It was Sinister, but in his main body. How? She had destroyed the body herself. Oh, young Wanda. What a clever girl you are. Your plan was a good one. It would have worked, even. Unfortunately for you, I have added several healing factors to this body. If even a single cell survives, the body will regenerate. It would take some time, of course. But an explosion would only hold me back for a few seconds. Don't worry, young Wanda. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to hurt you really, really bad. Wanda shuddered as she felt the bloodlust in the man's voice. She was in deep trouble. Sinister didn't wait around and sent a telekinetic blast at her. The teenaged witch noticed how large the attack was and felt how dense it was. She knew that there was no way she could block something like this. Now, even a battle of wills was out of the question considering the gap in power between them. Adding in the fact that he has been using his powers for centuries, Wanda was at a distinct disadvantage. The teenager had no idea what to do. Her teacher had explicitly told her to avoid this scenario. The only thing she could do is to try and keep herself and Jean alive enough for Jasmine to come get them. Even catching him off guard wasn't an option. The monster, in front of her would heal in seconds. Her thoughts were interrupted by a wave of black telekinetic energy coming at her. Wanda propelled herself into the air, dodging the attack, and in return sent in chunks of the wall at her opponent. These chunks were easily deflected by the smirking scientist. Not bad, girl. Let's take it up a notch, shall we? Sinister started to float into the air, then concentrated his telekinetic energy into his hand. A black sphere started to appear in his hand. Without even knowing what that was, Wanda knew that this attack would be dangerous. Then once the attack was charged, Sinister released it and a veritable giant black beam shot towards the teenager, reaching her before she could even blink. The explosion that the beam caused was extremely powerful, so powerful that even Sinister had to close his eyes. The man looked around and found no traces of the witch. He looked confused, probably trying to determine whether or not the attack could have vaporized his opponent. Unfortunately for him, Wanda had countered his attack by simply not being there. The charging time gave her enough time to create a simple illusion, this time focused by the ink, allowing her to get behind her opponent by the time he attacked. Disappointing, she heard her attacker mutter, letting his guard down. Wanda had to say that she relished the widening of his eyes when he was suddenly attacked by chunks of the walls he had destroyed. Sinister was then surrounded by stones and concrete, each one attacking the man, trapping him in a sphere of her own making. Wanda kept piling stone after stone to the newly formed sphere that imprisoned her opponent. Wanda slowly touched the sphere and using her transmutation, turned the chunks of stones into one singular stone, making the prison even more rigid. However, Wanda didn't know what to do after that. She couldn't kill Sinister, his regeneration made it almost impossible. That's if she managed to land an attack in the first place. She couldn't just stay here and keep him imprisoned, he would escape easily without her constantly reinforcing the stone. So, the only option she had was to leave him there, take Jean and get as far away from this place as possible. As Wanda started to move towards her friend, the sphere started to crack. Oh shit, Wanda needed to get out of here, pronto. The teenager didn't even have time to get her friend before the stone sphere was shattered in a bang that sent her flying back into the wall. Emerging from the sphere was Sinister, looking amused and angry at the same time. I haven't had this much fun in a fight in a very long time, young Wanda. Tricking me with an illusion was a masterful move, girl. However, you have started to anger me, girl. I would say that I won't enjoy what I'm about to do to you, but I really will. You just had to make it personal by trying to kill me. Wanda suddenly raised into the air. She couldn't move, she could barely breathe. She wasn't ready to die, not like this. She had just started to have a life and she didn't want to give it up because of this freak. The teenaged witch started to feel some pressure build up in her mind shields were under attack. Sinister looked at her with a sadistic smile, quite the mind shields you have. It truly is a shame that I'll have to rip them apart. You seem to be very well informed, Wanda. I just have to know where you got your information. Don't worry, by the time I'm done with you, you'll barely qualify as a vegetable, so you won't be able to understand what I'll do to everyone that's close to you. Am I not merciful, Wanda? Wanda tried to fight him, she really did. But his mental probe kept coming and coming, slowly knocking down her shields piece by piece. It wasn't painful at first, but slowly, the more he attacked, the greater the pain had become. A few minutes later, it was unbearable and Wanda couldn't help but start screaming. The teenager just wanted the pain to stop. She started to forget about the fact that she was on a mission. She started to forget about Jean, about Jasmine. The only thing that she could focus on was the pain. Suddenly, there was some weird bang, and the pain stopped. Wanda whimpered as she fell to the ground. What just happened? It slowly came to her, trying to rescue Jean, fighting Sinister, losing to him and him trying to break into her mind. He was scarily close too. The witch had almost given in to him and the thought disgusted her to the core. But why had the men stopped? Wanda opened her eyes and was met with a familiar redhead with green eyes looking at her in concern. Jean. The drugs must have worn off. Even though Wanda had lost against Sinister and Jean would probably fare no better, the teenaged witch felt safe. Jean looked at her. What happened? Scott was brainwashed and took you to him. He wants to make you get pregnant with Scott's baby to make some sort of super mutant that he would use to kill Apocalypse. Jean looked disgusted and confused, ignoring the pregnancy thing. Isn't Apocalypse dead? Didn't Jasmine kill him herself? Wanda nodded. Yeah, but this guy, who calls himself Sinister by the way, got possessed by him or something, so he isn't convinced that he's dead. Jean looked like she wanted to ask more questions but Wanda stopped her. Look, Jean, it's a long story. I'll tell you everything later. What you need to know is that we're fighting someone who's like Wolverine on steroids, but with telekinesis and telepathy. He had me on the ropes when you rescued me. Thanks for that, by the way. You're welcome. I don't think that he's going to be a problem anyway. I just blasted him out of the building. Doesn't mean squat here. I told you, he's like Logan but on steroids. We need to get out of here, fast. Jean looked around, and where is here, exactly? We're in a lab for human experiments in an island north of Madagascar. And how the hell are we getting out of here? Wanda sighed. Jasmine is our way out. Jean's eyes lit up. Miss Sayers here. Then we're saved. Wanda shook her head. No, it's some sort of test or something. She said she wouldn't intervene, said something about it being my mission and my responsibility. What? Jean yelled. Seriously, Jean, this isn't the time for this. We need to get out of here, fast before he comes back. I'm afraid, it's too late for that, dears, a male voice interrupted them from behind. Crap, he was here. Wanda was exhausted, had a headache so strong that her ears were ringing. She didn't have the strength to fight Sinister. Why didn't Jean run, like Wanda told her? The teenaged witch knew that the redhead had some trust issues but this could get them killed. Jean's eyes started to glow and she sent a telekinetic blast at Sinister who just swiped his hand, deflecting it as if he was swatting a fly. Cute, the men commented. Jean visibly started to get angry at his nonchalance. Damn redheads and their tempers. She looked at Wanda and said, You're on defense. I want to kill the damn freak. Wanda didn't have the energy to actually protest. Jean sent another blast at Sinister. This time, it was far larger and denser. And the men actually had to shield against it. Now, that's more like it. The witch was disturbed by Sinister's smile. And she was right to do so. The men returned fire with a blast of his own. It was then that Jean started to understand how powerful their opponent was. The telekinetic blast was on another level compared to either of theirs. Wanda had to knock some sense into her friend. Use a portal, don't block his blast. It'll tear your shields apart like a hot knife through butter. Thank God that Jean listened to her, and created a portal towards the blast, sending it at Sinister's back, who turned and blocked it. Jean took advantage of the milliseconds of distraction by creating her telekinetic saber and trying to decapitate their opponent. A good idea. Wanda did the same and ran at him. Unfortunately for both of them, Sinister had grown up in Victorian England where swords were pretty commonly used, and thus, he had learned how to wield one and had years of experience doing so. The man's physical enhancement was enough of an advantage, his experience was like a cherry on top. In a fraction of a second, Sinister had created 2 psionic swords of his own and started fighting both teenagers at once. The men didn't look like he was taking them seriously, but he was easily overwhelming them. Psionic swords, sorcery, you're full of surprises, Jean Grey. I'm afraid, this has gone long enough, Sinister commented. The men sent a minor telekinetic blast at Jean, sending her flying away before parrying Wanda's sword with his left one and used the opening to stab Wanda in the gut. Wanda felt the breath leave her chest and an unbearable pain in her stomach. Sinister spoke to Jean in a monotone voice, I have just stabbed your friend, missing every single important organ in her gut. 1 millimeter to the right and she would have bled out in seconds. Don't worry, she's still dying, but she won't bleed out for a few minutes. You could keep trying to fight me, Ms. Grey, and let your friend bleed out. Or, you could stay like a good girl, and I promise to take good care of young Wanda. Jean looked like she wanted to lunge at him. Her hair started to float, and trickles of flame started to appear in her hands. Sinister immediately noticed the danger and raised his psionic sword to her throat. No, 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 Ms. Grey. One step and your friend will lose her head, and you wouldn't like that, would you? Wanda was starting to get dizzy, but suddenly, everything became clearer, somehow. It was like the world around her started to make sense. She knew exactly what to do, and the ink on her neck started to glow red. The witch grinned at her captor, her teeth red with her blood. How would you behead me, when you can't move your arms? Sinister looked confused for a moment, before realizing that something was wrong. He couldn't move his arms. This was Wanda's first actual reality manipulation spell. She changed reality in a way that Sinister couldn't physically move his hands. Wanda didn't doubt that the men could eventually break free from her spell, but it was enough for now. Wanda threw herself away from the men, probably a bad idea considering her stab wound, but she needed to let Jean take advantage of the distraction she made before Sinister could break out. Now, Jean. Jean leapt at Sinister, her hands filled with the weird fire. As soon as the fire touched Sinister, the men started to scream, burning from the inside out. But he wasn't actually burning, he was being disintegrated. Wanda watched in fascination as Nathaniel Essex started to be ripped apart atom by atom until all that was left of him was dust. Mr. Sinister, formerly known as Nathaniel Essex, was dead. He died alone and unfulfilled, having never achieved his revenge. With that realization done, Wanda started to relax. Jean was safe. Suddenly, she found herself in Jean's arms. It felt nice. Wanda, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. Stay with me. Jean was crying and was trying to stop the bleeding somehow. Wanda didn't care, or maybe she didn't have the strength to care. I'm happy to have known you, Jean Grey. Wanda, please. Don't leave me. An amused voice spoke to her. She's not going anywhere, Ms. Grey. It was Jasmine. Jean looked furiously at her history teacher. Where were you? Why did you leave her like this? I was just here. You just didn't notice me, and I let her fight Sinister because she's going to learn from the experience. She needs to understand that not every fight will end up in an overwhelming victory. It worked. After all, she has learned to use an aspect of her magic. She's dying, you cold-hearted bitch. Jasmine looked amused. Is she? Wanda just realized that the pain had faded away. What? How? Jasmine kept her smug smile. I enchanted your clothes to passively heal any injury. Wouldn't want you to die on me, would we? You did great, kiddo. I'm proud of you. Why didn't you tell me about the healing factor? Wanda asked, trying to hide her blush at her teacher's compliment. In a real fight, you rarely know your opponent's full capabilities. You needed to learn how to adapt, and you did, brilliantly. If I had taught you a little more magic, your sphere would have worked a lot better and you would have captured him. Jean asked her teacher, annoyed, what about when she was stabbed? Why did you let it happen? Any injury that isn't in the head would have been healed by the suit. Plus, the guy was so distracted by you two that he didn't notice me in his head. The moment he would have seriously injured any of you, or if the thought had even entered his mind, I would have frozen him. He didn't want to kill either of you, to be honest. He wanted Wanda's knowledge and needed Jean for the super mutant he wanted to create. Embarrassed, Jean still protested, you still should have helped us. Jasmine answered solemnly, you are children now, but you won't always stay this way. You'll go travel the world, trying to find your place in it. And I can't always be there behind you. And if you end up in trouble, I won't always be there. You needed to learn not to depend on me all the time, or you wouldn't survive on your own. I had faith that you could defeat Sinister and I was proved to be correct. Jean looked down and Jasmine continued, now, let's get home. Are you two lovebirds going to keep hugging each other for the whole trip? Both teenagers blushed but still didn't let go of each other when the portal appeared out of nowhere and swallowed them, sending them back to Sayre Manor. Chapter 133, Arrival of a Shield. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Jasmine answered solemnly, you are children now, but you won't always stay this way. You'll go travel the world, trying to find your place in it. And I can't always be there behind you. And if you end up in trouble, I won't always be there. You needed to learn not to depend on me all the time, or you wouldn't survive on your own. I had faith that you could defeat Sinister and I was proved to be correct. Jean looked down and Jasmine continued, now, let's get home. Are you two lovebirds going to keep hugging each other for the whole trip? Both teenagers blushed but still didn't let go of each other when the portal appeared out of nowhere and swallowed them, sending them back to Sayre Manor. It barely took them a couple of minutes before both teenagers passed out from exhaustion. This had to be the most comfortable night's sleep that Wanda had ever had, which made Jasmine's wake-up even more painful than it should have been. Jasmine was always unusually cruel when it came to waking Wanda up. It might have to do with the fact that the teenager slept like a log, would never get out of bed without a hassle. One day, Jasmine stopped trying and just made an enchantment in her room to make loud siren sounds that wouldn't stop until the girl was out of her room. So, when the usual alarm started to blare, Wanda had to get out of bed, muttering and swearing at her sadistic teacher. What was unusual was the weird weight on her chest. Startled, the witch opened her eyes, to be met with messy red hair. Oh, right, she had shared her bed with Jean the previous night. Wanda took a better look at her friend, and from the expression on her face, the witch deduced that the redhead wasn't a morning person either. What the fuck is this? Jean screamed out. Wanda almost burst out of laughter. Finally, someone else would experience the hell she went through to wake up every day. This is my alarm clock. Jasmine said it was the only way for me to wake up without her actually coming to wake me up herself. Wanda heard Jean muttering insults at her mother figure and smiled. They really were alike, Jean and her. Then, finally, the alarm stopped. Weird, they usually keep going until she leaves the bedroom. Her confusion was then satisfied when her bedroom door opened, revealing a fully dressed Jasmine. Rise and shine, girls. It's time for school. Wait, what? Jean seemed to share her sentiment. We don't have school on Sunday, Miss Sayre. Jasmine nodded. Yes, you don't have school on Sunday, but it's Monday. You slept for 36 hours straight. What? Both teenagers yelled in unison. Well, yeah. Both of you overused your powers. It's only natural that your body needed some rest to recuperate. What about my teammates? Did you tell them what happened? Jean asked. It was made clear to me, the last time I was there, that I wasn't welcome in the Xavier Institute. They are not my concern and Xavier's antagonism, especially towards Wanda, doesn't give him any favors. Plus, I sent Kitty there after you were taken, but for some reason, they still haven't done a rescue mission. Jean stayed silent at this, and Wanda tried to cheer her up. Come on, we're going to school in a few minutes, you'll be able to explain everything in no time. Jean nodded, a little mollified, but Wanda could tell that she was still a little tense. They came down to eat some breakfast and a particularly large one at that. Both girls hadn't eaten anything in over a day and so, realized how hungry they were and stuffed themselves with whatever they could eat, leaving behind any form of etiquette they might have learnt. Once they were done, they went to the garage and sat in Jasmine's car. They used their usual portal to New York where they started driving towards Bayville High. Oh, before I forget, you two should start being careful. Both of you have unlocked new aspects of your abilities, and very dangerous aspects at that. You'll need to train them properly before you accidentally hurt someone. Wanda was curious. Wait, what? I know that I used my reality manipulation for the first time, but what powers did Jean unlock? Jasmine answered back, she unlocked her phoenix flames. This is the first manifestation of the cosmic energy inside her. This is the basics of the basics when it comes to cosmic energy. They are the flames that purify, whether by healing or destroying. They have the ability to destroy or heal practically anything they touch, depending on the wielder's desire and skill in using them. You're very lucky that the Phoenix Force lets you use cosmic energy as you wish. I am not that lucky. Jean looked confused at that. What, do you not know how to use cosmic energy? Oh, I do. It's just that I cannot use it without the explicit permission of my patron. This mostly means that I only have access to my cosmic energy when I'm in my role as the avatar of death. Death is stingy like that. Outside missions, my patron is always silent. To be honest, she has been silent for a while now. Jasmine's voice faded in a very contemplative way, before continuing. Anyway, Wanda has also started to use her reality manipulation, which, as of now, is probably her most powerful ability yet. We'll have to start with small stuff, and get bigger and bigger. This ability is as much a boon as it is a burden. You have access to immeasurable power, the world becomes like clay in your hands to do what you wish with, but it also comes with responsibilities and rules. Rules that you'll need to memorize and understand before even casting your first spell. You could easily shatter reality if you don't know what you're doing. Or worse, if you know what you're doing and its consequence and what comes with it and still go through with it. Trust me, death would be a mercy compared to what would happen to you. So, again, Wanda, no reality manipulation, even in a life and death situation, without me saying that you're ready. Wanda looked pale and nodded. This was the first time Jasmine was this insistent about her using her abilities. Were her powers really that dangerous? Could she kill millions, if not billions of people, by accident? She needed to speak to Jasmine later when they go home. Both teenagers were contemplating what their new powers would mean for them, and what the consequences of revealing them would be. They had barely felt the time passing and were somewhat startled when they got to school this quickly. The second Jean was out of the car, she was tackled by a brown blur. Kitty Pryde had pretty much launched herself at her friend and started babbling at her. Jean kept smiling at her teammate who let her go, slowly. Kitty. I don't understand a word you're saying. Kitty took a deep breath. I was so worried about you, Jean. What happened? I remember trying to save you from the weirdo who Scott invited, when I was knocked out. Then, I woke up in my bedroom in the institute and Scott had told the professor that Wanda and Ms. Sayer had kidnapped Jean. I tried to tell them what happened but they wouldn't listen to anything. This is really serious, they're talking to government people. Apparently, Jean missing is a big deal, especially when the professor labeled her an Omega mutant after what happened in Egypt. Wait, what? Wanda yelled out, they're going to try to arrest Jasmine. Are they idiots or something? Kitty nodded, I don't know, but Jean needs to speak to the government people before they try to arrest Ms. Sayer. Jean nodded and they walked towards Jasmine's classroom. They knocked and found themselves in front of Xavier, Logan, a bald black man wearing an eye patch and a trench coat, and a stunning redhead in spandex who was raising a gun to Jasmine's head. The history teacher looked unconcerned, and was still sitting down, her legs crossed and with an eyebrow raised. She looked like she wanted to scold them for their misbehavior, like they were students of hers. May I help you, gentlemen, and lady, that is. The men with the eye patch answered her, you're under arrest. Jasmine hummed, curious, very curious. And what am I accused of, in the first place? Your charges are the kidnapping of a minor, treason against the United States of America, espionage and theft of official documents from multiple agencies and many more. Let's just say that you'll be going away for a very long time. Am I, now? Yes, you'll need to come with us, Miss Sayer. Jasmine still didn't seem panicked or even scared. I don't think so, Mr. Fury. What? Did she know who the man was? Any attempt at telepathy would have been noticed by Xavier, and while Wanda knew how powerful Jasmine was, especially when it came to telepathy, a skilled telepath should notice someone using telepathy near him. It was how telepathy worked in the first place, by detecting and sending psionic energy. Xavier would never be able to stop her, but him warning his colleagues is a very likely possibility. Everyone in front of Jasmine took a step back and raised their weapons. The redhead looked very close to shooting the teacher. How do you know that name? A lucky guess, I believe. He does look like a furious man, doesn't he? This isn't a joke, Sayer. You're coming with us, we have questions to ask you. Jasmine seemed amused by the man's insistence. And where am I going exactly, to the Triskelion or to the helicarrier? Again, everyone stiffened at what she just said. Jasmine was very skilled at getting people to shit themselves with a few words. The history teacher got up, slowly walked towards the intruders and continued, oh, and I thought that SHIELD is supposed to be an international peacekeeping organization, not tied down by a single government. I do wonder why the United States government is responsible for half of your budget. Then again, who am I to comment on the hypocrisy of men? The intruders were frozen in shock at the woman's words. Oh, and who do we have here? Oh yes, Charles Xavier. I assumed he was to make sure that your minds would be untampered. Don't worry, I have no need to uselessly break into your minds, not that Xavier here would be able to stop me if I really wanted to. Then again, you didn't leave anything to chance, with Mr. Barton having a shot ready, in case I attack you or attempt to escape. Nice guy, Barton. I really like his wife. What was her name again? Oh, right, Laura. A woman capable of keeping a man like him in line is a very impressive woman, to say the least. The redhead was shaking, almost trying to pull the trigger. Oh, and here is his partner. Natalia Romanova, or is it Natasha Romanoff these days? Oh, the blood you spilled, the innocents you killed, the lives you have ruined, the children you killed. A shame you can't have any, no matter what you wish, the opportunity was taken from you, in a room painted red. The woman, Natalia, or Natasha, whatever her name was, pulled the trigger and a loud bang appeared, firing a bullet straight at the history teacher. Wanda almost screamed out, until she noticed that Jasmine's form started to flicker and disappear, revealing a smiling Jasmine sitting at her desk, who looked like she was grading some papers. She raised her head and smiled at the woman who just tried to kill her. Testy, what a light trigger finger you have, Natalia. She then turned to Fury. Don't try to intimidate me, Fury. Now, why don't we get started? The smile Jasmine had on her face was similar to that of a shark. Wanda remembered her having this exact same smile on her face when she said that it was time for Wanda to start physical training. The young witch shivered at the memory, and felt a tinge of pity for the men confronting her teacher. Chapter 134, Put in Place. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. The woman, Natalia, or Natasha, whatever her name was, pulled the trigger and a loud bang appeared, firing a bullet straight at the history teacher. Wanda almost screamed out, until she noticed that Jasmine's form started to flicker and disappear, revealing a smiling Jasmine sitting at her desk, who looked like she was grading some papers. She raised her head and smiled at the woman who just tried to kill her. Testy, what a light trigger finger you have, Natalia. She then turned to Fury. Don't try to intimidate me, Fury. Now, why don't we get started? The smile Jasmine had on her face was similar to that of a shark. Wanda remembered her having this exact same smile on her face when she said that it was time for Wanda to start physical training. The young witch shivered at the memory, and felt a tinge of pity for the men confronting her teacher. Slowly, every person in a room took a seat in front of the teacher. It was comical in the sense that they looked like they were students, not government agents that just tried to arrest her. Jasmine nodded to them in approval. Very good. Now, let's get to the crux of the matter. Why do you want to arrest me? Fury started again. You're wanted for multiple accounts of espionage on government property, hence your treason charges, and the kidnapping of Jean Grey. Let's start with the first charges. What exactly did I spy on? Don't look so smug. I'm talking about every file concerning Wanda Maximoff's time in the vault. You erased every file, document, physical or digital of her time in the vault. You erased every scrap of knowledge of her from everyone's minds, even if they were senators or military generals. As far as the United States are concerned, Ms. Maximoff is a normal high schooler and has been an American citizen for as long as she lived, something we both know to be false. Wanda tilted her head down in shame. They were using her as a way to imprison Jasmine. Her mother figure appeared unperturbed. Oh, is that what happened? If that was the case, then how do you know that this happened? Perhaps if all the evidence points to the fact, the simplest explanation is true. Perhaps my ward has never been to the, what did you call it? Oh yes, the vault. Perhaps she's just a normal girl, as you said. Don't try to be snippy with me, Sayer. We know it was you. You even erased my memories. I don't know how the hell that happened with the precautions I have taken, but it happened. Then how do you know that someone erased your memory? The man looked like he was going to explode. Xavier showed me a conversation we had that you erased. Oh, how interesting. Your entire accusations and evidence stem from one man. You have no evidence, no documents, no video, nothing really, but the accusation of a single man. I wonder what's more likely, a school teacher infiltrating every secret agency, every government office, every military site, in the whole world, and somehow erasing the memories of thousands of individuals, no matter how well protected, or the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. being tricked by a confirmed telepath who has it out for the accused woman who he has expressed his dislike of, many times. Which do you think is more likely, or more believable? Seriously, Fury, you're embarrassing yourself. Pursuing this would make you look even more incompetent than you already are. The man with the eye patch looked down, probably realizing that he was dealing with someone who easily used words as a weapon and would tear him down should he try to pursue this. However, Xavier interjected, what about Ms. Grey? Where is she? What have you done to her? Jasmine nodded. I didn't know about the situation with Ms. Grey until one day after her disappearance. Wanda came home, distraught, about someone abducting her friend. I tried my best, but it wasn't much. I am just a history teacher after all. However, somehow, Ms. Grey found herself in my home, saying that she had fought off her attackers and escaped. I let her stay in my guest bedroom for the weekend while she recuperated. I drove her to school this morning, so I assumed that she's somewhere in this building. Charles looked apoplectic, and you didn't think to contact us. The girl was passed out for 2 days straight and I didn't know if she wanted to return to the institute. I only thought of my students' safety after all. Not to mention that your open dislike of me made me wary of contacting you. Xavier nodded, obviously not pleased with her answer. Jasmine continued, well, that's all the charges out of the way. Now, let's talk about why you're really here. At Fury's surprised face, she burst into laughter. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't just come to arrest someone. So, tell me, Fury, what do you want? You're a threat, Sayer. There's no need to deny it, I know you are. I don't know what your powers actually are, outside of these little illusions and a resistance to telepathy, but the way you act, even in the presence of people that should terrify you, it makes you look like you can take them on easily. I don't think it's just arrogance, you're so confident that no one would even be able to hurt you that you strut around like you own every place you step into. Considering what you did to the Juggernaut, I was going to offer you a job in S.H.I.E.L.D. No, thanks, I'm good. Jasmine replied immediately. Who do you work for? Who sent you? Natasha asked. Jasmine just smiled at her. No one sent me, Natalia. Fury looked ready to explode. You have access to classified S.H.I.E.L.D. files. Barton's wife is something that no one except Agent Romanoff and myself know about. This is enough to get me permission to take you with us, whether you like it or not. And here it is. Jasmine exclaimed to their confusion, this is what you're here for. You want me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. whether I like it or not. That was always the plan, blackmailing me when I refuse your offer. You think that I'm working for some sort of organization that was responsible for Wanda's files disappearing and the removal of memories from so many people. You're looking at a worldwide conspiracy, an organization like this that grew without you knowing about it, and you want me to be your informant. The man wearing the eye patch looked like he was gaping in shock, but he regained control of himself once more. Yes, that's exactly it. We could use a mind like yours in our organization. So, which one will it be? Would you rather be incarcerated and interrogated, or join S.H.I.E.L.D. as one of its agents? Jasmine actually burst into laughter. Oh, honey, neither of these things are going to happen. The agent stiffened, preparing for an attack that never came. Don't worry about me attacking you. While I could fight you, it would end in people dying. Their friends and family would swear revenge and would kill the other party, whose friend and family would also swear revenge. It's all a big cycle of hatred and aggression where no one wins. That's not how one destroys an organization, especially one as massive as yours. Then what are you going to do? Fury asked wearily. Why fight when words would be so much more effective? I know more things about your organization than you yourself do. I'm not exaggerating. Imagine what revealing a couple of them would do. Something bloody like Agent Romanoff's past, some of the human experimentations you were doing. What about Project Pegasus? What would people do if they learned that you're playing mad scientist with something that could easily blow up a planet? And to weaponize it, too. What do you know about Project Pegasus? Jasmine smiled back at him. The Tesseract, one of the most dangerous and powerful artifacts in existence. It was used by the Red Skull during World War II, and weaponized by Zola. Say what you want about the madman, he was a genius to be able to pull it off. This is an artifact whose powers you can't even comprehend, let alone use properly. You're playing with things that you don't understand, Fury. I would recommend you stop doing so, or someone will take notice, if they haven't already. Fury stayed silent and probably didn't want to give her more ammunition. Jasmine didn't care and continued, now, what would happen if the world knew about S.H.I.E.L.D., the truth about an organization that is trying to create superweapons and recreate the super soldier serum? That's not even considering what happened with the Kree and the Skrulls. Imagine the public's outrage. And the governments that support you would be quick to remove their funding, trying to get as much distance from you as they can. Without any funding, you're finished. That's how you destroy an organization, not with a punch, but with a simple phone call. I'm not joking when I say that's barely the surface of what I know. You have more problems than you realize. Every single person in the room looked horrified at the consequences of Jasmine's threat. Wanda thought that her mother was even more awesome than she thought. Fury gritted out, what do you want? Jasmine looked confused. Nothing. At their incredulous faces she continued, I really want nothing from you. I'd rather not destroy your organization for no reason, considering how useful it will be in the future. You're the one who came to me and threatened me for no reason. Director Fury, you need to realize that you're not invincible. Your little trump card by summoning Danvers is a very good one, but it won't help you if you don't know who your enemy is in the first place. You need to understand that it takes more than a big gun to protect the world. How the fuck do you know? Jasmine interrupted him, seriously. I know so many things. Good things, bad things, boring things. Every single one would be useful if one knew how to use that knowledge. I am a very understanding woman, Nicholas, and I have been relatively cordial in this meeting. I expect you to take that into consideration the next time you confront me. Logan growled at her, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Alright, Logan, let me make it a bit clearer. If a single agent, that has a single relationship to S.H.I.E.L.D., comes to attack me or my daughter in any way, be it physical, mental, emotional, I will not care how important your organization will be in the future and will destroy everything that it stands for, brick by brick. I will reveal every single one of the secrets I know about your organization, and after the organization is destroyed, I will personally hunt down every agent, from the Security Council to cleaning staff that takes care of the Triskelion. Is that understandable enough, or do you need me to be even clearer? Wanda had never seen this vengeful side of Jasmine. She had to admit that she was terrified of her. And secretly a little happy to see how protective Jasmine was of her. She even called Wanda her daughter. The young witch couldn't help but smile at this. The people inside the room were actually scared shitless of her threat. The redhead visibly gulped, and Fury's face was pale. Suddenly, Jasmine raised her hand and caught an arrow that was about to pierce her heart. She raised an eyebrow at Fury. This is your first and final warning. There won't be another. Now get out, I have papers to grade. Visibly shaking, the intruders slowly walked out, or in Xavier's case, rolled out of the classroom. Wanda had created an illusion to hide herself and Jean from them. As soon as they got out, Jasmine called out loud, "Wanda, Jean, it's very rude to snoop on private conversations. Now go on, you're late for class." The two teenagers looked at their watches and started to run to their classroom. They were over 10 minutes late. Chapter 135, Time. March 2, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda had never seen this vengeful side of Jasmine. She had to admit that she was terrified of her. And secretly a little happy to see how protective Jasmine was of her. She even called Wanda her daughter. The young witch couldn't help but smile at this. The people inside the room were actually scared shitless of her threat. The redhead visibly gulped, and Fury's face was pale. Suddenly, Jasmine raised her hand and caught an arrow that was about to pierce her heart. She raised an eyebrow at Fury. This is your first and final warning. There won't be another. Now get out, I have papers to grade. Visibly shaking, the intruders slowly walked out, or in Xavier's case, rolled out of the classroom. Wanda had created an illusion to hide herself and Jean from them. As soon as they got out, Jasmine called out loud, "Wanda, Jean, it's very rude to snoop on private conversations. Now go on, you're late for class." The two teenagers looked at their watches and started to run to their classroom. They were over 10 minutes late. Jasmine POV. I watched as the guests left my classroom before almost bursting out laughing. I couldn't believe that these were the so-called protectors of humanity. Were my expectations too high? I knew that the Black Widow was barely more than an exceptional assassin, and Barton, while he has an amazing aim, he wouldn't help much when fighting against a serious threat. A part of me wonders how both of them would become so famous, symbols of strength. While skillful, both agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were next to useless against someone like Thor, or even Iron Man. Perhaps it was because the age of superhumans hasn't started yet. Not many people know about mutants, and how to fight them properly, and there haven't been any mutant terrorist acts, outside Magneto, that is. S.H.I.E.L.D. still hasn't fought against any actual threats yet. I truly wonder how they would fare. Perhaps, Hawkeye and Black Widow would get better with experience. I very much doubted they would, but who am I to judge? Either way, messing with Fury was a lot more fun than I thought it would be. His reactions were hilarious. Spouting useless secrets in front of him like they were nothing, had him twitching, and I could see an actual vein throbbing on his forehead. I didn't actually reveal much, outside of some trivial stuff that would mess with his head. Although, it was really cute that he thought that he could actually arrest me. I would have scared the crap out of them with magic and just removed their memories, but I sensed Wanda and Jean hiding behind an illusion, so I chose to show them how powerful words actually are. It's not like Fury could actually do something to me. I didn't like how he tried to use the situation with Wanda to his favor. It was a typical S.H.I.E.L.D. move. No matter what they say, they will always use any means necessary to accomplish the mission, no matter how distasteful they are. But still, scaring the crap out of them was really fun. I was so going to tell Celine about it later, after she's done stabilizing Genosha, that is. The woman practically jumped at the idea of being the shadow ruler of an entire country of just mutants. I never knew how much she liked ruling. I always found it troublesome. All we did all day was just sit around and listen to people complaining about useless issues that could be solved by any idiot with a sliver of common sense. But, back to the problem at hand, I still haven't decided whether to let S.H.I.E.L.D. exist after the New York invasion. I needed them for precisely two reasons. One is to form the Avengers. This team was more than just a group of misfits with superpowers, it was a real symbol of hope for the whole world. However, it was possible to create a similar team, although it wouldn't be the same without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intervention. But what was the most important thing was the New York invasion. No matter which way you look at it, the invasion is necessary. I know that the casualties seem high, but compared to what could have happened, it was extremely light. First of all, no matter what happened, the Red Skull had activated the Tesseract and showed Earth's location with a cosmic pulse. No matter what would happen, Earth was on Thanos' trajectory. Letting S.H.I.E.L.D. play with the cube for a while would allow Loki to come to Earth for his little invasion. If a doorway wasn't possible, then Loki, or one of Thanos' children, would come to Earth with the fleet and massacre half the population as Thanos usually does. The fact that Loki's plan was to use a single portal to invade the planet stopped the conflict from escalating into a worldwide one. The portal was a bottleneck that allowed only a certain amount of Chitauri to come to Earth, a race that usually relies on overwhelming their enemies with their numbers rather than actual martial prowess. Additionally, the entire invasion served as a way to actually open people's eyes to the possibility of alien invasions. People would realize how lucky they were in this conflict, and people will start to think about the stars for the first time since Neil Armstrong stepped foot on the moon. The New York invasion had to happen exactly that way, as to let people have a sufficient understanding of the possible threats in space, and give them hope that they could actually deal with them. That's not counting how much lower the number of casualties would be compared to the alternative. Anyway, the rest of the day passed relatively quickly. I only had 3 classes, so while I waited for Wanda to finish school, I started grading some papers. It's sad how most of my students had neglected their historical education. Truth be told, history could be a boring subject if it was taught wrong. If all you had to do was memorize some useless facts and dates, then no wonder you would be bored. But if you started to truly understand the past, why certain events happened, how someone could have prevented them, you start to gain a small understanding of politics and of human nature. No wonder politicians were useless in this country, and that zealots keep getting elected by the public. The general population has no idea how dangerous such ideals could be, and it all stemmed down to a lack of education in history. After all, the mistakes of the past tend to get repeated again and again. Man's dreams and goals are rarely unique. No matter when you lived, men always had the same motivations, from greed to love. I have seen everything. It does get repetitive once in a while. The only way I thought the cycle would break would be if the mistakes of the past were taught to the children of each generation. What a shame how neglectful people are to the things that matter. As I kept insulting the human race in my head, I heard a knock on my classroom door. Get in. Surprisingly, the person entering was Charles Xavier. Didn't think I'd see him for a long while after our little discussion in the morning. I start, Dr. Xavier, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Twice in one day. A lady would start to get ideas. Xavier was visibly trying to hide his dislike of me. He kinda looks constipated, to be honest. This meant that he wanted something. Interesting. I'm sorry, Miss Sayer, but this visit isn't a social one either. Well then, enlighten me with the glorious purpose of your visit. The man's eyebrow twitched before he took control of his expressions. This is so much fun. I came here to have a better understanding of Jean's abduction. I can infer from this morning's meeting that you weren't very truthful about your involvement in it. No matter our dislike of each other, I am currently Jean's guardian, something that is her choice. I do need to know if my student is still in danger. The man does have a point, and the matter has been dealt with. It might help him deal with Scott's problem. Well, from my understanding, Jean went with Scott to some cafe to meet an old friend of his, Dr. Nate, I believe. Jean had asked Kitty and Wanda to watch her, because she knew of Scott's advances and his attitude was grating on her. Imagine their surprise when Jean was hit with a tranquilizing dart and had passed out. Scott stood there, frozen, and didn't attack her abductor. Turns out that this Dr. Nate was very adept in telepathy and had brainwashed Scott since he was a child. Xavier protested, that's impossible, I would know if Scott was under someone's control. I shook my head, it was ingrained in his subconscious, and it was before he even met you. You wouldn't know the difference between a traumatized child and someone that has been under this type of heavy brainwashing. Don't forget, it wasn't a fast process, it probably took months or even years for Dr. Nate to do with Scott's mind as he wished. Xavier nodded solemnly. I always knew that Scott was a troubled young man, but I never imagined that his behavior stemmed from an outside source, not the trauma of losing all his family in a single day. I have to ask this, if you knew all this, then why would you choose him as your team's leader? Who else would I choose? You know what I did to young Jean's mind, so she was even less qualified for this, especially how weary I was of her losing control. Rogue would never accept. Kurt and Evan do not have the maturity for the position, and Kitty doesn't have the resolve to make difficult decisions. I simply chose the person that I thought would benefit the most out of the position and that has enough experience to not do obviously bad decisions. I am not proud of it, but I thought that it was for the best. I sigh, again, I can understand his position. He tried to find the easiest solution and stick them with it. He didn't think any of them had the temperament to become the leader, so he chose one and left him to figure out what his role actually meant. You really should have noticed something, Xavier. You have a PhD in psychology, for God's sake. You must have known that Scott's behavior wasn't normal. His subconscious programming was forcing him to try to get as close to Jean as he could, and you must have known that this wasn't what an infatuation looked like. Xavier looked down in shame. Damn, now I feel bad for him. I continue, look, this isn't why we're having this meeting. Anyway, Wanda and Kitty tried to engage Jean's abductors. The man had a team of mutants protecting him. They didn't survive. Anyway, they ended up confronting the men, who easily defeated them by making Scott attack them by surprise. They barely managed to escape, and I found them at my doorstep, unconscious. I got Kitty back to her room at the mansion and let Wanda go to sleep. She told me what happened the following morning, and we were able to track him down and defeat him. He didn't survive our assault. After that, the girls were exhausted and I let them get some sleep. I woke them up this morning so that they could go to school. Did you know who exactly Dr. Nate was and what he wanted? I nod. Yes, his real name was Nathaniel Essex, but you probably know him as Mr. Sinister. Xavier's face blanched in shock. I see you understand who they were fighting. The men wanted to make some sort of super mutant from the union of Jean and Scott. I didn't ask for the specifics, but apparently, he was planning this for a long time. I still dislike the idea of one of my students taking a life. Your precious students didn't kill anyone, Xavier, only Wanda did. As for Sinister himself, considering how outmatched the girls were, they had to go for the kill, especially considering his regeneration and body swapping. Xavier didn't look like he was persuaded and glared at me. What you're doing, turning young Wanda into a weapon, I will not let you do it to my students. I sigh in exasperation, and I thought we were getting along. This is exactly why I don't like you, Xavier. It's not your dream of coexistence, it's a beautiful but unrealistic dream. It's not your outright negligence when it comes to your students, or your judgmental nature. I don't like you because you act as a leader to a group of young mutants who want to emulate you, your flaws included. You are indecisive, judgmental, and a pacifist, and so will they be as well. You are tracking down every powerful mutant and instilling these flaws in them. And with what is more likely to happen with the inevitable reveal of mutants, your students will not survive for long with that attitude. What I want is to make sure that at least Wanda is going to survive the coming storm. You should prepare your students as well, before it's too late. Xavier didn't respond to me and just rolled away. Damn, that guy really was a hypocrite. I wasn't in the mood to keep grading papers. I walk out to the parking lot to get some fresh air. But looking around, I sense something weird, something wrong. I follow its trail and find myself in front of a woman staring at me. She looked around 30 years old, with red hair. She was wearing a red leather suit with a crimson crown on her head. Her fingertips looked blackened, a form of corruption. The entire woman reeked of corruption, similar to a demon. I had to stop the instinct of attacking the woman on sight. After all, even if she looked different or older, I could recognize her anywhere. I couldn't help but murmur, Wanda, what have you done? Chapter 136, Paradox. March 2, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I wasn't in the mood to keep grading papers. I walk out to the parking lot to get some fresh air. But looking around, I sense something weird, something wrong. I follow its trail and find myself in front of a woman staring at me. She looked around 30 years old, with red hair. She was wearing a red leather suit with a crimson crown on her head. Her fingertips looked blackened, a form of corruption. The entire woman reeked of corruption, similar to a demon. I had to stop the instinct of attacking the woman on sight. After all, even if she looked different or older, I could recognize her anywhere. I couldn't help but murmur to myself, Wanda, what have you done? I stand there, frozen as the older Wanda started running towards me. I could feel the world pulse, reality slowly tearing itself apart, with every step she took. I realized immediately that this wasn't an alternate universe version of Wanda, but that of my daughter. This was bad, this was really bad. This was a direct violation of the natural law. I had to repress my Master of Death persona so that I wouldn't kill her on sight. But killing her will not change anything, her atoms will still exist, even if I disintegrate her. She needs to be erased from existence, to return where she came from. I need to convince her to return, before it's too late. With every breath she takes, she changes reality. Even a single molecule could change everything. She needs to return to the future right away. I still need to stand frozen, as she runs towards me. She's barely a few feet away, now. I snap out of my stupor, and cry out at her, Wanda. You need to get back now. Get back before it's too late. However, Wanda was hysterical. Mom, I missed you so much. Wanda, listen to me, I insist, go back. Go back, right away. Wanda, please. You have to go back before it's too late. Wanda didn't seem to care and just embraced me, Mom. The second she touched me, I felt reality shake and almost rupture. The universe had closed itself off and will soon start to look for the breach and erase it. There was no way for Wanda to return to her time now. It was too late. My daughter was dead, she just didn't know it yet. Slowly, a single tear came to my eye. I wasn't going to tell her. Perhaps I should at least spend some time with her, until she's gone. I relax, there was nothing I could do, now. Wanda has broken the rules of the universe itself, and the universe will answer her back. I just hug her back. She seems to have had a bad time in the future. Seeing the corruption in her magic, how far had my daughter fallen? I could feel the Darkhold's taint on her. It was very heavy, she must have used it intensively. So, I lost someone else to that damned book. I let go of her. Wanda, why are you here? I just missed you. I lost you. I will never lose you again, Mom. Honey, I can tell that you went through a lot, but to do what you just did. Do you truly have no idea about the consequence of what you have just done? Wanda protested, it was the only way. I tried everything. The time stone, I made Stark and Pym make me a time machine for me to use. I even tried finding you in another universe. It didn't work, nothing worked. You were never there. I sigh, Wanda, I do not exist in any other reality. I made the hypothesis when I was younger and confirmed it when I got older and was more knowledgeable about the multiverse. And why is that? Unlike the Phoenix Force, who chose to divide its power for each existing universe, death is universal. It is singular, the end of everything, destruction incarnate. So, it only needs one champion, one avatar. There can only be one of me. Normally that would be a problem because every possible choice in any universe creates a new multiverse. This reality is at the center of the multiverse, which means it has special properties, first of which is the fact that the choices one takes or doesn't take doesn't automatically create new universes. This universe will always be in the center, no matter what, and you can't have a branch universe also be the core universe. This was the ideal place for the avatar of death to exist, and so death chose me from this dimension. It's very complicated and I don't have the time to properly explain everything. I'm not even sure I understand everything, really, but that's the gist of it. Wanda looked thoughtful, but I didn't try to traverse to another universe. I wanted to return to this time. I sigh in exasperation. Wanda, your question just showed me that you never understood chronomancy properly. At her look of protest and I interrupt her, don't try to deny it. You used a branch of magic that you had no understanding of. You broke one of its core rules and perverted it to your means. Don't deny it. I'm the foremost expert in chronomancy, I know what I'm talking about. She looked down in shame at my words. I try to ignore the guilt at making her feel this way and continue. When you go back in time, there are two options. You either stay in the same universe, in this case it means that you were always part of the events in that universe and this creates a time loop. But in the end, the future would remain the same. The other option would be to create a new branch of the universe where you arrived and you would live there. In the end, the original universe wouldn't change, you would just disappear from there. And your life in the new universe would be in an entirely different universe. When you went back in time, you couldn't stay in the same universe because you weren't part of the events here in the first place, and you couldn't find me in another universe since my existence is unique. From what I understand, you combined your reality magic and a chronomantic alchemical ritual where you sacrificed something powerful, probably the time stone, to be able to return to this exact same reality. I assume you modified a spell from the Darkhold to do this. As impressive as that is, you have no idea what you have just done and the ramifications of your actions. As I finish my lecture, Wanda was gaping at me. That's exactly what I did. How did you know that? Because I have been tempted to do the same many times. It's so easy to lose yourself in despair, in pain. But running away or trying to undo the past is the coward's way. You have to accept that not everything always goes to plan, that the world is not perfect and move on. It's not easy, nothing that matters ever is, but it's the truth. What you did, Wanda, how far you have fallen, it was wrong. I can assume that Stark and Pym weren't willing to work in that little project and what you have used to force them. Wanda yelled out, you do not understand, you can never understand. I lost everything. You were gone, Jean was dead, Kitty was dead, Pietro was dead. Everyone was dead and you were gone and I needed you. I was all alone, with no one to love, no one to care for. Everyone was so scared of me, of my powers. I needed you and you weren't there. You just disappeared along, fighting some unknown threat while leaving me with the Avengers to fight for the stones. I have no idea what happened, but I never saw you again after that. But it's not like you can understand my loss, it's not like you're human anyway. I answer back calmly, I don't understand. You call losing a couple of people suffering. I have lost so many people, so much family. I understand more than you realize. You needed to move on. It might have taken years for you to do, but you would have found other people to love. Death is what gives life meaning. In the end and in coming here, not only have you doomed yourself but have doomed the lives of every resident in your universe. Trillions of lives, in millions of worlds, lost, because you didn't try to move on. Wanda looked pale. What do you mean? I told you, your actions have consequences. You came back to your previous reality and changed something. This was why I tried to tell you to return. You have irreversibly changed your past. Your world, the future, was permanently erased from existence by your actions. You have killed more people than even Thanos would have if he achieved your goal. And for what? For nothing at all. To try to stop a fight that I have known was coming for decades, a fight that I must have won considering that there was a world left for you to live in before you came back. Wanda gasped, you knew, all this time, you knew about Thanos, about the stones. Of course, I knew and have been preparing for years. Why do you think I let S.H.I.E.L.D. be a thing while it was infiltrated by Hydra? Why do you think I let the New York invasion happen in the first place? The world needed the Avengers, and a small taste of what was out there without too much casualties. You think your little spar with the Mad Titan was the main problem? No, I could beat the guy in minutes, even while he's wielding the gauntlet that he doesn't even understand. No, someone was playing the long game, the Infinity Stones shouldn't have been in the same galaxy cluster, let alone been on the same planet. Someone wants to use Thanos' snap for something. So, I assume I sent you and the Avengers to fight Thanos while I tried to handle the actual cosmic threat. Had I lost, he would have ensured your defeat and let Thanos snap half the universe out of reality. Wanda looked shocked, eyes wide and mouth gaping at me. Someone wanted to use the snap. How? I sigh. Someone using all of the Infinity Stones at the same time would cause reality to shatter. Usually, it would heal, but for a fraction of a moment, the walls between the universes were gone. Considering that this universe is at the center of the multiverse, a supremely powerful being would be able to use it to alter reality on a multiversal scale. In going back, you have undone my effort and put existence itself at risk. Wanda was in tears and started babbling. I'm sorry, all right. I'm sorry. I was so alone. I missed you so much. I needed you and wasn't thinking straight. Wanda, someone as old as me, understands that there is an end to everything. Death is a part of life. Nothing can have a beginning without an end. I have accepted death, long ago. Even if I died, considering what my sacrifice would achieve, I would do it gladly. But you didn't even think that I could have survived, somehow. I could have been sealed away, or I could have been so weakened that I would have needed a few centuries to recuperate. Wanda kept babbling apologies and tears were streaming from her eyes. How can I undo everything? How can I right my wrongs? You can't. If you had just returned to the future when I told you, you could have. But now, there is no going back. But that's not the worst part. You have doomed me to watch my daughter suffer a fate worse than death before my eyes once more. What? I start crying. You are part of the paradox, Wanda. You changed your own past, and twisted reality. The universe will start looking for you and erase you from existence. Your very presence is an anomaly. There is nothing that can be done, my daughter. It has already begun. I point towards her legs that were slowly glowing blue. They started to crack as if it was a shell, and the cracks started to fade away. She was slowly being erased from existence. I looked at Wanda. She looked at me pleadingly. Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to go. I know, Wanda. But don't worry, I'll stay with you, to the end. And the afterlife isn't so bad, kiddo. I'll see you again. Her eyes were so full of hope, really. Everything underneath her waist had faded. Yes, really, and one day, I'm going to join you and I'm going to tell you all about my adventures and you'll tell me all about yours. I promise. That doesn't sound so bad. I try to repress my tears, I know. But before the end, I wanted to tell you that no matter the mistakes you made, no matter their consequences, I will always love you, Wanda. Wanda smiled at that. It was a smile full of happiness, so much so that it broke my heart. When my daughter had truly faded, I let out the wails I had been smothering. I had been lying to her. I was never going to see her again, for she was being erased from existence, her soul included. She wasn't going to have an afterlife. But at least, she died with a smile on her face. It didn't make me feel any better though. I'll deal with the consequences of what just happened later. For now, I wish to mourn my daughter in peace. Chapter 137, Moments. March 2, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I try to repress my tears, I know. But before the end, I wanted to tell you that no matter the mistakes you made, no matter their consequences, I will always love you, Wanda. Wanda smiled at that. It was a smile full of happiness, so much so that it broke my heart. When my daughter had truly faded, I let out the wails I had been smothering. I had been lying to her. I was never going to see her again, for she was being erased from existence, her soul included. She wasn't going to have an afterlife. But at least, she died with a smile on her face. It didn't make me feel any better though. I'll deal with the consequences of what just happened later. For now, I wish to mourn my daughter in peace. I don't know how long I spent sitting down, frozen in shock. I could feel the sun slowly coming down. I probably missed a few of my classes, not that I cared. I was in no condition to teach some brats about history, especially when they will probably forget all about it the minute they step out of the classroom. I just sat there waiting for the day to be over. To think Wanda could lose herself like this, to ignore all of my warnings when it came to reality manipulation. I had told her that this magic was dangerous and had very severe consequences when used irresponsibly. I pretty much hammered that in her head for the first few months she spent at my manor. And where, the hell, did she find the Darkhold? Last I heard, it was still sealed away, although I haven't checked on it for a while, and considering the book's magic, it's probably gone by now. I never expected to be able to seal away something created by an elder god for long. Still, to see my daughter seeped in corruption and black magic was just heartbreaking to watch. I always knew that Wanda was broken in many ways, scarred by her abandonment at the hand of her father, hurt by her brother's lack of actions regarding her. She barely trusted anyone, which was expected after her time in the vault. It was why I was so hopeful when she met Jean. They were so alike, the two of them, both shaped by pain and suffering, both had their trust broken harshly by a parental figure. I knew that their meeting would be life-changing for the both of them. I didn't expect them to actually bond with Kitty Pryde of all people, but the more the merrier. Slowly, Wanda's walls started to break down, and she started to socialize with people outside the manor. I had hoped that one day, her scars would fade and she would return to the person she was always meant to be. Unfortunately, what I had just witnessed was proof that she wasn't. I knew that Wanda was selfish, not in terms of material things, she barely cared about those, but in terms of her precious people. She would commit atrocities to make sure that they would be safe. It was an admirable quality, but there has to be a limit. The Wanda from the future didn't seem to have any. She barely reacted when I told her that she had killed everyone that was still alive in her universe. Maybe it was the Darkhold's corruption, but I always knew that this side of her existed, and yet I did nothing to curb this side of her. I don't even know how to curb something like that. I'll need to deal with it by myself. Still, the most important thing I need to deal with are the consequences of future Wanda's trip to this time. I can already feel something had irreversibly changed, and this could end up pretty much destroying whatever plans I had made. I stiffen in surprise when I feel someone tapped my shoulders. I was so lost in thought that I didn't sense anyone approaching me. Funnily enough, it was Wanda. She looked at me worried. "Are you all right, Jasmine? You look pretty bad." Yeah, I probably looked like a mess. My eyes were puffed up because I was crying, my hair was all over the place. "I'm fine, Wanda," I reassure her, "just something that caught me off guard." Wanda nodded, understanding that I didn't want to talk about it. "So, we're coming home." I nod. "Wait by the car, I have to speak to Principal Darkholm first." "All right," she exclaimed, walking towards the parking lot. With a wave of my hand, my eyes returned to normal, my hair righted itself and my clothes looked impeccable. I looked as if nothing happened. I walked towards the principal's office and knock. I hear Mystique's voice telling me to come in. I open the door and enter the office. "Mystique, we need to talk." "It's urgent." "Fine, Sayer, what's going on?" "Something happened. Something bad, with immeasurable consequences that probably changed the future. I need to speak to Irene as soon as possible." She looked scared at the implication. "How bad is it?" "I don't know. That's the scary part. Tell Irene to expect me tonight. I'm going to her as soon as I bring Wanda home." Mystique nodded, visibly apprehensive of me meeting her long-time lover. I felt bad about it, to be perfectly honest. While I made sure that Irene Adler wasn't hunted down by anyone, I still used her abilities when I could. You see, Irene Adler is a seer, and not just any seer, but one of the most powerful ones I have ever met. Considering that she's a mutant and not a mage, it makes sense that her gift was a lot more developed, but hers was extreme even in this case. By seers, unlike prophets, I mean people who have visions of the future. These visions could happen or could not happen, hence why they are usually taken with a grain of salt. Irene, on the other hand, was able to divide her visions into paths, each leading to another. It helped her structure her mind, and avoid succumbing to the madness many seers end up suffering from. She could understand the concept of choices and their impact on the future. She rarely said anything, considering how dangerous this could be, but if things are dire, she usually tries to help people and guide them towards the correct choice. I had offered to protect her, so that she wouldn't be used by anyone. The woman didn't have a chance of defending herself, considering her age and her disability. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that she was blind. At the moment, Irene was the only person that could tell me what were the consequences of future Wanda's journey. I walk out of the office and towards the car. I take the usual route towards the portal in New York that takes us home. On the way, I look at Wanda, who was on her phone, probably texting her friends. She looked so happy. How could she end up being the desperate woman that destroyed so many lives? Future Wanda had betrayed her friends and colleagues so that they could make her a time machine, and even when that didn't work, she lost herself in the black arts. Damn that cursed book and damn Thawne to hell. The Wanda from the future was a monster. That was a fact, not an opinion. I could feel the state of her soul, and it was so twisted and ruptured that it barely even qualified as a soul. She had killed so many people, committed so many atrocities for a doomed attempt at coming back in time. Her dream walking didn't help her soul either. However, I still loved her, atrocities and all. Don't get me wrong, if she hadn't been fated to be erased from existence, I would have killed her myself for her actions. As much as this would destroy me, I still had a responsibility to the planet as a whole, and I would have killed her without hesitation. But now, as I looked at my daughter, I wondered if she was fated to suffer the same fate as her counterpart. To lose herself in darkness and pain, willing to break reality itself in a desperate attempt at seeing her precious people once more. Should I kill her now to spare her from such a fate? It would be a mercy. She would have an actual afterlife and not be erased from existence. Doing it would break me, but what's one more heartbreak in my life? I have lost so many people that I'm surprised I'm not numb to the sensation anymore. No, this wasn't the move. I never kill anyone for something they haven't planned to do yet, and Wanda was currently an innocent. I sigh in relief at my choice. I only had to prevent Wanda from turning into the monstrosity that was her future self. I still take another glance at my daughter, Wanda. She turned towards me and I continue, "You know that I love you, right?" Wanda looked confused, but strangely happy. Had I never told her that? The teenager answered in a low voice, "Yes, I know." "What's this about?" "Nothing, Wanda. I just wanted you to know." The rest of the trip was spent in silence, and when we arrived home, I waited for her to get to her room before creating a portal towards Irene's hideaway. As soon as I arrived, I was met by a hysterical Mystique who was trying to send me towards the elderly woman. I walked there to find her convulsing in her bed, eyes rolled up, foam in her mouth. The woman was having a seizure. Damn, this is bad. I touch her head and start repressing her seer abilities. Irene starts to calm down and breathe normally. Mystique looked relieved at this. "What happened?" "I told you that something happened that altered the future." Irene was always having visions and had classified them. She was affected by what happened because every single prediction she ever had changed at once. The future is now different. Her mind didn't know how to deal with so much new information at once. So, is she all right now? I shake my head. As soon as I stop my spell, her abilities will return and seizures with them. She will not survive something like that, especially at her age. The only way for her to survive is to bind her powers permanently. "Do it," she ordered. "Maybe, but I want to hear it from her. This isn't a choice anyone can make for her. Her powers are a part of her, and have been a part of her for decades. She needs to have an input about this." A voice interrupted us. "She's right, Raven. This is my choice. I never would have forgiven you if you had taken it from me." It seemed that Irene was getting coherent. "Do it, Jasmine." I nod at her. "Do you remember any of the predictions?" "Yes. Every single prediction was the same, they all changed to the exact same thing. I saw the stars going out, I saw nothing but darkness and death. The balance has been shifted, you're our only hope, Morrigan." I nod and press my hands towards her temples, leaving small runes that looked like beauty marks. Irene nodded solemnly, accepting the loss of her powers, and me, having lost one of my strongest allies. Irene's last prediction came to mind. This was bad, really bad. The stars going out was bad. Was this the goal of whatever I was fighting? Destroying light in the entire multiverse? I still have no idea, and that was the scariest thing. For the first time in a very long time, I started to feel powerless. Chapter 138, Tensions. June 5, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I nod at her. "Do you remember any of the predictions?" "Yes. Every single prediction was the same, they all changed to the exact same thing. I saw the stars going out, I saw nothing but darkness and death. The balance has been shifted, you're our only hope, Morrigan." I nod and press my hands towards her temples, leaving small runes that looked like beauty marks. Irene nodded solemnly, accepting the loss of her powers, and me, having lost one of my strongest allies. Irene's last prediction came to mind. This was bad, really bad. The stars going out was bad. Was this the goal of whatever I was fighting? Destroying light in the entire multiverse? I still have no idea, and that was the scariest thing. For the first time in a very long time, I started to feel powerless. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda knew that there has been something wrong with Jasmine. Something had happened that changed her. The Elder Witch was often locked in her room, meditating or trying to figure something out. She spent less time in Wanda's presence, planning and visiting colleagues for some reason. From what Wanda could infer, someone messed up big time and caused the death of someone Jasmine genuinely cared about. But the worst part, that whoever was responsible for this brought some sort of danger with them. Wanda didn't know the specifics, but Jasmine was starting to get stretched thin. Don't get her wrong, the Avatar of Death never neglected her ward, that's for sure. In fact, their relationship was better than ever. There was this closeness to them that made Wanda genuinely start thinking of the woman as her mother. But whatever happened caused their time together to slowly get smaller, because of how busy Jasmine is starting to get. Celine even returned from Genosha to help. The woman was still the shadow ruler of the entire country, but apparently, after dealing with the aftermath of Sinister's death, there weren't many responsibilities to being a shadow ruler of a country. So, the woman just packed her stuff and returned home. She still checked in on the country every week or so, but was mostly busy with whatever Jasmine was planning. Although for some reason, Celine did start being a little more hateful in their interactions. Not that Wanda didn't answer back with a similar aggression. The two of them will probably never get along with each other. Still, with her guardians having secret meetings all the time, Wanda had found herself bored. With all that time in her hands, she chose to focus on the reality manipulation aspect of her powers, making sure that she stayed within Jasmine's regulations. Although, she was tempted into trying more advanced stuff, Jasmine's constant warnings had made her stay her hand. And the teenaged witch's efforts seemed to be rewarded. She was now able to manipulate reality for inanimate things in one room. Jasmine's genuine impressed and proud smile had been one of the highlights of Wanda's year. However, Wanda didn't spend the whole time practicing with her magic, although she was tempted to do so. She spent most afternoons hanging out with Jean and Kitty whenever they didn't have training sessions at the institute. They kinda synced up their training sessions so that they could have free days at the same time. Anyway, Wanda's relationship with the two mutants had evolved past the tentative friendship that they had. They were virtually inseparable, now. Whenever someone tried to bully Kitty, they would be there to put a stop to it. Whenever someone was being a creep with Jean, they would scare the shit out of them. Whenever someone tries to harass Wanda, well, her friends did nothing because whoever was stupid enough to do it usually ended up with a broken nose. Jasmine's hand-to-hand training was very helpful with that. They spent so much time together that they could have an entire conversation with a look. And that's without telepathy, thank you very much. But while her relationship with the two girls was blossoming, it was different for the two girls. There was something to her relationship with Jean, something beyond just a normal friendship. There was some sort of intimate understanding, of closeness, that she didn't have with Kitty. The young witch had no idea why that was. Is it their similar history, their shared suffering? Is it their experience of a betrayal from someone they trusted with their whole heart? It didn't matter, really. What matters was the fact that the two were closer than ever and Wanda couldn't be happier about it. Now, her relationship with the rest of the mutants in school was pretty much non-existent. On the contrary, they seemed to worsen, somehow. She understood why the Brotherhood wouldn't like her, especially with her animosity towards her father and her issues with Pietro, but the X-Men seemed to start disliking her on principle. While Kurt and Evan didn't seem to mind her, they didn't go out of their way to speak with her either, not that she minded considering how immature the two boys were. Rogue and Scott seemed to have some sort of vendetta against her. She could somewhat understand Scott's problem with her. She was hanging out with someone he had a crush on and pretty much proved that he was brainwashed and technically a spy. The boy had started getting treatments with Xavier to undo the damage Sinister did. The progress was slow, but visible. The boy acted less rashly, started to think before speaking out loud or resorting to violence, and while he obviously still had feelings for Jean, it was more like a very strong high school crush, not the mad obsession he had with her before. According to Kitty, he even started to act as a better leader to the X-Men. Everyone seemed to start liking the new Scott, inside and outside the mansion. The boy still has some serious issues, but they're within the realms of traumatized teenagers, and even then, they were being slowly curbed. Rogue's animosity, on the other hand, had puzzled her greatly. Wanda had never done anything to the girl, she barely even talked to her. So whatever issues Wanda had with her was from the girl's side. According to Jean, it had something to do with Scott, but when Wanda asked her to elaborate, the redhead just laughed and told her it was part of the girl code, whatever that was. Wanda quickly shook her head and started to concentrate on the book in front of her. She was in the middle of her finals, and this was a lot more important than the feelings of an ungrateful brat. Anyway, these exams will affect which university she will be going to. Jasmine had told her that she could pull some strings, but Wanda didn't want to rely on Jasmine all her life for everything, although she was tempted to ask her whether or not she could end up in the same university as Jean. Leaving Kitty behind, since she's 2 years younger, was already bad enough. As Wanda was studying, she interrupted by a voice, "Wanda." The young witch looked up from her book to find her brother. That was a surprise. The boy had avoided her like the plague ever since he had confronted her, during her first day of school. Hello, Pietro. How's it going? Wanda replied. Her nonchalant greeting seemed to upset the boy. I'm good. You know, I wanted to talk to you about something. All right, Pietro, but make it quick, I have a lot of studying to do. The boy looked disgusted at the notion. You know that all that stuff is useless, right? In the real world, a piece of paper won't mean much. Your power is what matters the most, and you need to know what you're going to do with that power. So that was what he was going for. Seriously, Pietro, what I do with my powers is my business and mine alone. I decided that I'm going to college, I'm going to have a genuine life. I'm not going to involve myself with the petty squabbles between your little group and the X-Men. I'm going to have a normal life for once in my life, and there's no one who could stop me from having this. Pietro looked outraged. So, you're going to just stand back as our kind is being prosecuted and hunted down like animals? You're going to play college girl, pretending to be human when you know you're not, while we are being treated little better than animals. This isn't one of your TV shows where everything will be alright in the end. This is real life and our people are suffering. You're seriously not going to fight back for your own kind? Wanda was starting to get angry but controlled herself. Yes, I will not fight. Because there's nothing to fight in the first place. This battle is a political thing, not a physical one. All Magneto is doing is proving to the world why they should fear us. And maybe fear is good, but they're prosecuting mutants because they're afraid of what they could do. This isn't about being different, because racism is very frowned upon these days, it's about power and control. If you continue to answer everything with violence, then you're just proving them right. Pietro sneered at her, you're one of Xavier's cronies now, aren't you? Wanda snorted, hell no. I hate that guy. I'm not stupid enough to think that the power of love and understanding will save the day. I have seen suffering, more than you have, Pietro. I just think that what you're doing is counterproductive as hell, and anyone with a brain can tell you that. What you need is the public support, get that, and the government will bend to accommodate you. To do that, you'll need representatives to show that mutants are more than just human weapons, teenagers with the powers of gods. Make yourself indispensable to the economy, maybe get people with healing mutations to work at hospitals, get Storm to irrigate deserts, make yourself useful to the average Joe, and no one will dare touch you. What Magneto is doing isn't for mutant kind's benefit, but for his own dreams of power. Are you really naive that you think that a peaceful solution is actually possible? Wanda snorted, what I just said isn't peaceful at all, it's just a battle fought through politics and economics, not a physical fight. People will oppose you, people who want to weaponize mutants, people who are afraid of their presence. It's human nature to be greedy, power-hungry. Magneto is the same, it's why he fights in the first place. He knows that if a war happens between mutants and humans, one side will end up wiping out the other. Either way, you'll end up with either a world with less than 1 million people with him as the ruler, and that's only possible if a few Omega-level mutants join his cause, or a world where mutants are wiped out, which is the most likely scenario. Neither of these cases are something that any mutant would want. If the mutants lose, then they'll be either dead or enslaved. If they win, industry would be destroyed, you would have to hunt for food, or farm them yourself, there would probably be no engineers, no internet, no TV. We wouldn't be able to live in comfort. Pietro looked pensive. Perhaps he was finally starting to think for himself instead of reciting Magneto's words, look, maybe you have a point, but that's not important right now. I'm not here to talk about philosophy. Magneto already has a plan, something big, and he wanted you, as his daughter, to be a part of it. Normally, there would be a test or something to prove your worth, but he thinks that as his family, we need to be a part of this. It's either the both of us or neither of us. Wanda paled, that didn't bode well. Magneto was very ruthless when he thinks he needs to be, so whatever he's planning will probably be very bad for everyone. What the hell is he planning to do? Pietro smirked at her, the next step in mutant evolution. Magneto found a way to upgrade our powers. Wanda's instinct was right, if there's something Jasmine taught her, it was that there is no such thing as a power-up without a price. If an offer was too good to be true, it probably was. Chapter 139, Reconciliation. June 5, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Pietro looked pensive. Perhaps he was finally starting to think for himself instead of reciting Magneto's words, look, maybe you have a point, but that's not important right now. I'm not here to talk about philosophy. Magneto already has a plan, something big, and he wanted you, as his daughter, to be a part of it. Normally, there would be a test or something to prove your worth, but he thinks that as his family, we need to be a part of this. It's either the both of us or neither of us. Wanda paled, that didn't bode well. Magneto was very ruthless when he thinks he needs to be, so whatever he's planning will probably be very bad for everyone. What the hell is he planning to do? Pietro smirked at her, the next step in mutant evolution. Magneto found a way to upgrade our powers. Wanda's instinct was right, if there's something Jasmine taught her, it was that there is no such thing as a power-up without a price. If an offer sounded too good to be true, it probably was. Pietro, I don't want to break it to you, but nothing in the world comes for free. That's doubly true for powers. There has to be a price somewhere, even it is hidden for now. Pietro waved his hand dismissingly, you worry too much, Wanda. But this is a real opportunity for us to be a family again. A new era is coming, sis, and with Magneto at our back, we're pretty much guaranteed to win. You seriously think that Magneto actually cares about either of us, about family? But for the sake of argument, let's say that you're right, that Magneto actually wants us to be a family. What do you think his ideal world is? Pietro looked pensive, look, you're trying to overcomplicate things. I know I tend to jump to conclusions and act rashly, but this is something I have thought about for a long time. Magneto's dream is one where we can all use our powers without fear. We could have a world where we're not treated like second-class citizens, where we can live in peace without being perceived as unchecked weapons in the eyes of everyone. Maybe you're right, maybe Magneto doesn't care about either of us, maybe he just wants to rule the world and is using mutants as a justification to do it. But he's the only side that's actually doing anything to help our kind. He's a monster, I will admit to that, he lost his humanity a long time ago. I'm his son, I know him better than he likes to admit. Father's broken, he's been like this ever since the camps in World War II. His entire philosophy is based on the fact that he didn't want to feel helpless again. His fear turned him into a monster, who would do anything, sacrifice anything, just to achieve his goal. But maybe, a monster is exactly what our kind needs to survive. I don't care about any of that. I only want mutants to be more than a small footnote in history, a subrace of humanity that was exterminated because people feared them. If I had another choice, I would have left. It's not like Magneto would particularly care about it, outside of losing an asset. But this is the only way with results. Wanda was flabbergasted by her twin's little speech. This was the first time in a very long time that he wasn't acting like a hyperactive moron. This was the brother she knew, the brother who had lived on the streets with her, the brother that had lived through strife and lost his innocence long ago. Pietro. Wanda didn't know what to say, but her twin continued for her, I know, Wanda. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't come to visit, I'm sorry I didn't argue with Magneto about your imprisonment. I was scared he would do the same to me. I'm sorry that I ignored you when we lived with Magneto. I'm sorry I didn't see how much you were suffering, alone and ignored. I was wrong, Wanda. But this is an opportunity for us to be together again. I'm not going to tell you what to do, or force you to do anything. I didn't actually want to invite you to Magneto's plan, but orders are orders. Plus, I didn't want to deal with the hassle of dealing with the gladiator matches he was cooking up. While Wanda was tearing up for his apology, she was still confused over her brother's last comment, what gladiator matches? Pietro snorted, Magneto thinks that only the worthy should get the power, or whatever. He's planning on having members of the Brotherhood fight the X-Men and the winner of each fight is supposed to receive the glorious gift, or whatever. I'm not exactly sure since he still hasn't shown me the machine. I only know that I was supposed to fight Nightcrawler but Magneto assigned me to get you on board. Wanda was starting to get worried, Kitty and Jean could get hurt, when is that supposed to happen? It's happening now, I guess. Don't worry about Grey and Pride, they'll be fine. They've been instructed not to seriously hurt anyone. The fights wouldn't actually be dangerous. Magneto might be an arrogant ass, but he knows that he can't afford to kill off the X-Men. They could be persuaded to his cause, after all. Wanda didn't like the disdain in his voice when her brother spoke of the X-Men. The young witch wasn't a fan of Xavier either, but the members of the X-Men aren't that bad. Maybe some of them are emo angst-ridden teens, some have the maturity of a 10-year-old, but in the end, they weren't bad people. Why do you hate the X-Men so much? I thought that after what we saw on the streets, you would reserve your dislike for the really bad people. Pietro stiffened at the mention of the streets. It really was a very traumatic time for both of them, especially him. He definitely still has unresolved issues there, not that she was one to judge, the young witch still wasn't sure that she had dealt with all her trauma regarding the memories she repressed. Wanda, it's not that I hate them. They're just so judgmental about everything. They think that they're better than us because they're under the delusion that they're making a difference. I know for a fact that everyone is selfish, that they care only about themselves, we both learnt that a long time ago. But they seem to be under the delusion that they're truly selfless. Look at Summers, he's always so high and mighty. What does he know of suffering, of pain, of despair? Nothing, that's what. He's never had to fight for his life in a war zone, he never had to fight for food and he was never hungry. I just hate the fact that they never consider our past before judging us so harshly for some mistakes we made because the world failed us. I nod, understanding his feelings, even though I don't agree with them too much. Well, Summers' entire family was killed in a plane crash where he was the only survivor. After that, he was brainwashed completely by some nutjob that was under the illusion that a child between him and Jean would result in the most powerful mutant that ever lived. We just realized what had happened, but a lot of his personality is due to a mix between trauma and brainwashing. Xavier is starting to fix his head, but he's undoing something that has been a part of his mind ever since he was a child. It's a very slow process. But you have to admit that he's been a bit better for a few months. So, you're being a bit harsh now. Now for the other ones, I will admit that they didn't have it worse than us, or your little group. They don't have ideal pasts, but they haven't suffered like we have. They think that they have an idea of how dark the world is, when they have barely glimpsed it. But this isn't their fault. They're naive and Xavier isn't helping in that area at all. Pietro continued his rant, and don't get me started on Xavier. It's always, the professor said that, the professor thinks, the professor doesn't like, it's like they worship him as some sort of godly figure or something. Wanda nodded, because, to them, he might as well be one. You have to understand that the only reason they haven't been hurt is because the professor recruited them. He has a dream of a coexistence between humans and mutants. He trusts that humanity will accept mutants if he shows them the mutants' potential for goodness. He's charismatic enough and the dream is idealistic enough that his students assume that if they follow his lead, they'll achieve his dream and get their paradise world. The only problem is that it's not a matter of good and bad, it's a matter of power. Mutants unbalance the fragile balance of power in the world. And changing the status quo is always met with resistance. People are afraid of a teenager being able to massacre thousands of people before being put down. The power balance has been out of whack and people will do their best to return it. Which means that they'll be focused on the extermination or detainment of all mutants. For now, only the government knows and are trying to suppress the information because the second the public knows, you'll be dealing with riots, murders and more. This fragile piece, right now, can easily be destroyed by a cocky mutant that's showing off. All it takes is one mistake for everything to go to shit. Pietro froze at the witch's explanation, finally starting to understand the policies behind anti-mutant propaganda. How the hell do you know all that stuff? Wanda shrugged. Jasmine taught me. She's very knowledgeable about that stuff, even though she doesn't like to involve herself in politics. About that Jasmine, she's your guardian, right? Wanda nodded. Well, how powerful is she, really? Wanda wanted to stifle her laugh. Let's just say, she is to Magneto what Magneto is to Toad. You have no idea how powerful she is, really. The only reason she's not involving herself in this is because she knows how pointless this all is. To be honest, in terms of powers, even I am stronger than Magneto. But he's had decades to perfect his control over his powers, while I'm barely a novice in using mine. Wanda enjoyed Pietro's look of disbelief. She could somewhat understand, when they lived together Magneto was untouchable, unbeatable, he was the epitome of power. And for Wanda to admit that she's technically stronger than him, it must have scared the shit out of him. The boy shook his head and focused. Look, we got off topic. Just come with me to see Magneto's demonstration and then if you don't agree with what's happening you could just leave. Just hear him out, that's all I'm asking here. Wanda was still hesitant. I don't know, Pietro. Come on, Wanda. Some of your friends might even be there. And tell you what, if you really disapprove of what's happening, I'm going to start thinking about leaving Magneto. Alright. Just please, can you do this for me? Wanda wasn't under any delusions that Pietro was trying to manipulate her somehow, but using her limited telepathy, she was able to sense his genuine affection towards her. He was also scared, probably of Magneto. Wanda could see the dickhead threatening her brother into convincing her to come. This was the first time in a while where Pietro was acting genuine and not the little mask he's been putting on. This must be very serious. Wanda had to admit that she was curious about the machine Pietro was talking about. Don't get her wrong, she doesn't want to use it herself, but she was curious how someone could actually improve mutant powers, which are basically limited magical powers. Plus, if things start getting too dangerous, it would be easy for her to tell Jasmine. Her mother figure had given her a small magical rune that would be able to signal her, no matter where she is. Resigned, Wanda nodded. Fine. Let's just get this over with. Suddenly a giant sphere of metal appeared above them and enveloped the two siblings. They stayed together for a few minutes until the sphere opened once more. They were somewhere different, something felt off about this place. The teenaged witch looked at Pietro questioningly and the men just smirked at her. Welcome, Wanda, to Asteroid M. Chapter 140, Asteroid M. June 5, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda had to admit that she was curious about the machine Pietro was talking about. Don't get her wrong, she doesn't want to use it herself, but she was curious how someone could actually improve mutant powers, which are basically limited magical powers. Plus, if things start getting too dangerous, it would be easy for her to tell Jasmine. Her mother figure had given her a small magical rune that would be able to signal her, no matter where she is. Resigned, Wanda nodded. Fine. Let's just get this over with. Suddenly a giant sphere of metal appeared above them and enveloped the two siblings. They stayed together for a few minutes until the sphere opened once more. They were somewhere different, something felt off about this place. The teenaged witch looked at Pietro questioningly and the men just smirked at her. Welcome, Wanda, to Asteroid M. Wanda looked around and she was sure that there was something off. The so-called Asteroid M was some sort of high-tech cavern, at least by the looks of it. Wanda searched for the nearest exit, to find nothing. How had they gotten in, then? She immediately recognized the metal spheres as Magneto's work, so the walls could be made of metal and he manipulated it to allow entry and then closed it, trapping anyone inside this place. No one would be going out without the Master of Magnetism's permission. After a second look, Wanda noticed a small window. Why did a cave have a window? It didn't make any sense. Slowly, the young witch walked towards it and what she saw made her gasp in shock. It was the Earth, from space. Wanda had seen something similar online, photos taken by the International Space Station. But being in space was different. No wonder everything felt different. With that little tidbit revealed, Wanda started to notice how artificial the gravity was, how she didn't feel the world's warmth from up here. No, she could still feel it, but it was faint, like an echo. Oh, shit, Wanda just realized that she was in space. How the hell would Jasmine come if she called for her? Nah, Jasmine was powerful enough to be able to come. Wanda had faith in her mother. For now, she'll just try to figure out Magneto's angle and she would either call Jasmine when she found out enough or she would take care of it herself if she could. Jasmine has been a bit distant for the last few months. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. came to confront her. She was distracted, trying to make plans upon plans. Wanda had no idea what she's been planning for, but considering her mother figure's dedication, it had to be very serious. Wanda had avoided distracting her with her problems. Jasmine had already helped her so much, and the young witch didn't want to trouble her with her petty high school issues. Still, Wanda missed her mother. They still spent time together, but it was mostly for her lessons. They still hung out, but the time for that was starting to get smaller and smaller, and the young witch was scared that Jasmine would end up forgetting about her altogether. There were still the small glances she gave her when she thought Wanda wasn't looking. A mixture of worry and disappointment shined in her eyes. It was heartbreaking to see that this was what Jasmine thought of her. Wanda had tried to dedicate more time to her studies, but that didn't seem to change anything, and the teenage witch was starting to get desperate. Maybe her involvement in this situation would end up being enough for her to impress her mother and get back the affection that was starting to fade away. Pietro's voice broke her from her musing. Cool, isn't it? It's funny how small everything looks from up here. What is this place? It's an asteroid, it's in the name, after all. Magneto hollowed out the insides to make a base of operations. He equipped it with enough cloaking technology that no one would figure out that someone was up here. Apparently, this is supposed to be his new base of operations for his revolution or something. Wanda snorted. I can see that. It fits him perfectly. From here, the world looks small, attainable. He could easily see it as his. And he would be above the world, as a king, lording over humanity, judging the wicked, killing the unworthy and all that crap. He'll probably add a crown on that bucket he calls a helmet. Pietro actually burst into laughter at this. He spent a good minute laughing before calming down. God, that's one of the funniest things I heard in a while. It seems that you developed a sense of humor, sis. Wanda just punched him in the shoulder. Pietro just laughed and walked towards a corridor, motioning her to follow him. They entered a room where two men argued. One was a tall man, wearing sleek red armor with purple highlights and a purple cape that flowed down over his shoulders behind him, and a strange, bullet-shaped red helmet with no face guard. The other was a bald man in a wheelchair. Shit, Magneto and Xavier in the same room. Wanda could barely stomach speaking with one of them. It was going to take a lot of patience to not attack both of them on sight. Wanda just realized that this was the first time she's seen Magneto ever since he had left her in the vault. Both of them seemed to argue their usual opinions, which can be summarized to humans are evil, they're going to kill us, so let's kill them first, and humans are kind, let's trust them with our future and hope they're nice enough to spare our lives. Both of them are so similar, it's not even funny. They are both extremists that are so stubborn that they pretty much ignore any argument that don't conform to their ideals. Next to the arguing idiots were two teenagers. One of them was Scott and the other somewhat looked like him. They weren't twins or anything, they just had the same nose and the same facial structures. Was he a relative of some kind? Wanda thought that Scott had lost all of his family when he was young. Next to them were the rest of the Brotherhood besides Toad. They were talking between themselves, probably about Magneto's promise of power-ups. However, what took Wanda's attention were the three occupied stasis tubes that held Storm, Rogue, but more importantly, Jean. The witch suppressed her fury. Jean looked unharmed and Xavier didn't look overly worried about her, and the other held up students. But why was Scott outside a stasis tube? Wanda assumed that he came by himself, probably with some convincing from his presumed family member. Not that Wanda could judge him, she had come at Pietro's behest. But unlike him, she wasn't willing to let anyone mess with her powers. Magneto stopped talking to Xavier and looked at her, pleased, daughter. Wanda just ignored him and just walked towards Jean's stasis tube. What are your plans for them? She asked, pointing at the tubes. Nothing nefarious, my dear, I am just going to do a demonstration and then I'll let them decide whether to join me or not. Wanda was under no delusion that he was speaking the truth. Whether he admits it or not, Wanda knew her father like the back of her hand. When he looked at her, he saw nothing more than an asset to be used, and none of the affection he held for her, small as it had been, when she was younger, could be seen. Also, Wanda knew his mentality. People were either with him, or more appropriately under his rule, or they were against him. There was no middle ground, and Wanda was sure that refusing his offer wouldn't be an option. Wanda kept ignoring him, something that grated his nerves, no matter how he tried to look impassive. Jasmine had taught her how to get under someone's skin. Xavier didn't look happy at seeing her, probably thinking that he was siding with her father. Are you mad, Eric? I knew you were desperate for more powerful mutants, but recruiting the girl, especially in space, is a recipe for disaster. Perhaps you are right, but she is my child. She has inherited my resilience, and from what I heard, she has learned how to control her powers properly, and that the results were very impressive. She's my daughter after all. Wanda knew that every word Magneto spoke was calculated, trying to get her to join him. However, the young witch didn't like the way he was so familiar with her. Don't get your hopes up. I'm not here for you, Magneto, nor do I acknowledge our relations. I am here because Pietro prompted me to accept. Impress me, and I'll think about it. Disappoint me, and well, let's just say that you'll be unlikely to see me again without me trying to kill you for what you've done. Let's just say that I'm a very bad enemy to have. Wanda had learnt this tactic from Jasmine. When you want to learn what someone is planning, get them to try to impress you. They'll reveal pretty much everything just for the sake of it. Put yourself above them, and threaten them with what will happen if they disappoint you. Magneto's face flashed in shock for a fraction of a second, but Wanda saw it. She was sure Xavier had seen it as well. It seems the master of magnetism didn't account on her being able to use words as weapons as well. Magneto was extremely charismatic, and that was one of his most dangerous characteristics. He must have expected a power-hungry, attention-starved, angsty teenager he could sway easily. He sure was disappointed. The master of magnetism continued, "Trust me, you won't be disappointed. What I can offer you is perfection. Your mutant powers evolved as far as they can go." He looked around, addressing everyone in the room. "You are here because you have proven yourselves worthy of this gift, worthy of being the leaders of mutant kind. We will work together to seize the future for Homo Superior, to protect our fellow mutants from the hate and fear of Homo sapiens." Well, he's charismatic, Wanda would give him that. Everyone was nodding in agreement. The man really was good with his words. Of course, Xavier interjected, "Are you all prepared to go to war over this? War is not a game, it's despair, pain, and death. It's a poison that will kill everyone. There are no victors in death, only people who have lost less than the other side. Are you truly disregarding any chance of peace, just so that you could feel better about yourselves? War is not inevitable unless we make it so. His words are poison, do not listen to them." Scott frowned at him. "But aren't we supposed to listen to others' opinions before forming our own, sir? Surely listening won't hurt anything." Oh, damn, he had Xavier there. The boy didn't know how easily he was being manipulated by the two men. But he has shown that Magneto had won that round. At Scott's response, Xavier asked once more, pointing at the stasis tubes, "What about them, Scott? Does this show the actions of someone that just wants people to listen to him? I wonder how they're supposed to listen to anything given the state they are in thanks to our host." Magneto chuckled, "This is just a defensive measure. They did not come willingly. I had to take that into consideration." He waved at the tubes and they started to open. "They should wake up now." And he spoke the truth, and Wanda walked towards Jean, who looked confused. "Wanda. What happened?" "Nice to see you too, Jean." Apparently, Magneto did some weird gladiator match thing where he kidnaps the winners for some reason. He said something about upgrading our powers or something. Jean nodded. "Did he kidnap you too?" Wanda snorted, "Of course not. I was curious." The witch then sent a telepathic message to her friend, "I'm waiting to find out what they're planning, then I'm contacting Jasmine if I don't like it or if it gets too hard. Don't worry about Kitty. From what I understand, she's fine. She just lost the fight." The redhead nodded at her, and Magneto started to continue his speech. "We, mutants, are different. We have power beyond the comprehension of humans. They have always hated what they don't understand, and once our existence is revealed, we will be hunted one by one, until the only remnants of mutants will be in a small chapter in the history books." He had everyone's attention with this, which is why we need to unite under one banner. We need to fight back against our oppressors. We need to protect ourselves as a race, as a people, with a similar burden, a similar suffering. Every single one of us has been discriminated against, called a freak, abnormal. Governments all over the world have started to abduct mutants, either to hunt them down or to experiment on them. Together, we have a chance. With all of our powers, all of our skills, we can survive. And to do so, we must be at our peak. Most of you have barely scratched the surface of your potential, and what I'm offering is to unleash it, to skip a lifetime's worth of training, to truly master your powers to their full potential in minutes. He had everyone enraptured now, and he knew it. Magneto moved over to a device that was connected to another doorway leading into a small circular area, the walls sloping inward to a point. There was a somewhat familiar gem that was stuck at that point. It was glowing ominously. Wanda didn't like it. The master of magnetism looked proudly at it. "This is the genetic enhancer. Through shooting gamma rays through the gem, I can enhance the powers of a mutant in the room to their full potential." Wanda looked more closely at the gem. It felt familiar. A memory jolted in her mind, of her fight with Juggernaut. This felt like the gem that gave Juggernaut his powers. This was a gem of Sidorak. Jasmine had explained it to her before. This was very bad and way out of her league. She needed Jasmine. Wanda touched her ankh and sent the distress message to Jasmine with her location. She only hoped that she would come before it's too late. "If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 10 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 141, Allies. June 5, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. I spent another day trying to discover any hints of what future Wanda's adventure in time changed. From Irene's situation, it appeared to be quite a lot. Truth be told, I was thinking about just letting things be, but I couldn't afford to lose the fight ahead. This was pretty much the first time I genuinely had no idea what to do. My future vision stopped working, so I had no hints about what will happen, only the visions I had seen before. It wasn't just my future sight that had been blocked, but everyone's. I visited pretty much every seer, every prophet, mutant or mage, it didn't matter. Nothing was certain, and the game of chess I have been playing was over with no winners. So far, I had only one avenue left, one last hope, Nimue, Merlin's apprentice, or as she likes to call herself nowadays, the Ancient One. I didn't like to ask for favors from another immortal. They tend to be very tricky and could ask for something exorbitant in return. The Ancient One, for example, while she looks like the benevolent ageless master to her disciples, she was extremely manipulative and would sacrifice thousands of lives without hesitating for a second. I don't like it, but she's the current Sorcerer Supreme and had access to the Time Stone. I could just steal it, but it would cause me a lot of headaches, which is something I don't need in a time like this. Asking for help, while troublesome, is less of a hassle, in the long run. I teleport to the entrance of the New York Sanctum Sanctorum. I had sent a message to Nimue, saying that I wished to speak to her. I knock on the door, revealing an Asian man looking at me warily. Oh, it seems that he knows who I am. He immediately introduces himself. Hello, my name is Wong, the Ancient One is expecting you in the study. Please follow me. I just nod at him. I didn't come here to partake in conversations. I followed him up to the study, ignoring the priceless paintings and artifacts on the way. It had nothing on my collection. I walk up to the study and open the door. Wong immediately walks away, probably scared to death of my presence. I walk inside and see Nimue sitting, waiting for me. But she wasn't alone, Stephen Strange was there as well. It was odd that she wants him to stay there, the only thing I can think of is that she's planning on him taking over soon. She smiled that weird knowing smile of hers, which actually doesn't mean anything. I think that she perfected it just to mess with people. It's been a while, Morrigan. I nod at her, you too, Nimue. Strange looked startled at the name. Oh, right, he had no idea what her name was. It was a game she liked to play with her disciples, a way to mess with them, and get an air of mystery all the while. The former surgeon exclaimed, Nimue. That's your name. Isn't that the name of? Nimue interrupted him, Merlin's disciple. Yes, I know. The man was a lot different from what the legends portrayed him. But we're not here for a history lesson. Why did you come here, Morrigan? Strange steeled himself and stopped gaping at the Sorcerer Supreme. I nod and answer her, you know exactly why I came here. You felt what happened as well. The Ancient One nodded, yes, I have felt the disturbance itself but not what caused it. I must ask you to elaborate on what happened. All right. Someone was able to go back in time to their own timeline. You understand what that means, don't you? The Sorcerer Supreme stood up, that's impossible. It's a law of time, we cannot do that. And yet it happened, and of course the universe reacted and removed the disruption in minutes, but by then the damage was already done. It was able to save our reality, but with severe consequences. Strange looked confused, how could few minutes cause so much damage? I don't understand why you're this worried about this. I look at him incredulously and turn back to Nimue, he's your successor. If I didn't know of his potential, I would have been disappointed in you. This is stuff that he needs to know about. Nimue nodded, I may have neglected this part of his education. This is why I brought him, it's good experience. Fine, I'll explain. Do you understand the concept of a sonic boom? Stephen nodded, yes, it's a loud explosive noise caused by the shock wave from an object traveling faster than the speed of sound. I nod at him, a textbook definition. Now, as you know, traveling back to your own time stream while you're not part of the events is impossible. But if it was possible, it has a lot more consequences than just messing up the timeline and creating a possible paradox. With every breath, something changes, even if they're insignificant in the short term, they can change everything in the long term. Break the sound barrier, you get a sonic boom. Breaking the time barrier, you get a time boom. But how did they do it? How did they do something that's supposed to be impossible? I sigh, I'm not sure, but I know that the Darkhold was involved. The Ancient One interjected, the Darkhold alone shouldn't have been enough. There have been thousands of wielders of that abominable book, most of them would have done this in a heartbeat, no matter the consequences. Yes, I suspect that someone, something, was letting them through, let them find the exact pieces to do this. Silence reigned with this declaration. A few minutes later, the Ancient One interjected, as fascinating as that is, it still doesn't explain the purpose of your visit, Morrigan. I sigh, I need to check if the Time Stone still shows you visions of the future. The Ancient One nodded. Oh yes, with the disturbance messing up the timeline, the abilities of any seer would suffer. I replied to her, yes, the only thing I got was from the most powerful seer on the planet. She said that she saw the stars going out. With what is coming, it is very concerning. She nodded at me and materialized the Eye of Agamotto. She made a hand sign revealing the glowing time stone. The stone started to truly shine, but then Nimue gasped in shock. I look at her in worry. Don't worry, Morrigan, I wasn't hurt. You were right. The stone is being affected as well. I could only see darkness. I sigh, I thought so. I hoped it wasn't the case. Strange spoke up, confused, is it really that serious that it would mess with the time stone? Nimue nodded at him, the disturbance altered the timeline irrevocably. Until it stabilizes, the universe remains in some sort of time lock, as to not strain reality even more. There will be no time travel, to the past or to the future. The only thing left in terms of time manipulation are relative time manipulation, by stretching and compressing time. It's relativistic and doesn't really affect the timeline. The Ancient One looked at me, Morrigan, what's going on, really? I know you. You wouldn't have come here unless you were truly desperate. A few decades without future sight wouldn't be that hard. I sigh in exasperation. Should I tell them? With all my plans in ruins, I only have Celine as an ally, and she's just as lost as I am. Perhaps, I should ask for help occasionally. The situation is severe enough to set aside my pride and ask for assistance. Something is coming. And I don't mean the war for the stones. Something bigger, something worse, a lot worse. I have been playing chess with it, trying to create a path with the best chance of victory over an invisible enemy that I know absolutely nothing about. What I do know is that they're invested in Thanos' snap. They want it to happen. They have been manipulating events for a long time, trying to make the stones as easy to get as possible, on this particular planet. The Sorcerer Supreme started to pale. Do you have any clues about who this is? I shook my head. I'm afraid not. All I know is that it's a cosmic entity of some sort and one that has a presence in many universes. Before the disturbance, I was able to get the odds to around 50-50. I spent decades planning carefully for this. But with me not being able to see the timeline anymore, I'm back to zero. All my preparations were nullified. I need every advantage I could get, especially with the conflict affecting the entire multiverse and not just our reality. Nimue's eyes widened. You think he wants to use the snap to affect the entire multiverse? I nod. Considering the state of the dimensional barriers at the time, it's a very strong possibility. It's the only reason I could see a cosmic entity choosing our universe in particular where I could oppose them. Nimue nodded, trying to think of the consequences. Strange though, looked absolutely confused. I didn't understand a single thing you just said. I sigh in exasperation. Look, Nimue, I don't have time to babysit him. Explain it to him later. Nimue nodded, but I could tell she was still distracted with my revelation. I will. I turn around to leave. This was a waste of time, Morrigan. I look at Nimue. I don't know how I could help you, but I will try my best. You have allies in the sorcerers of Camartage. I nod at her, grateful for her help, not that it means much in the grand scheme of things. But every little helps. As I leave the sanctum, I choose not to go home, and prefer to take a walk and clear my thoughts. The situation was quickly getting out of hand. Why did Wanda have to do this? I understand loss, I really do, but what she did was so idiotic, so immature, so illogical that she should have realized the probable consequences of her actions. I was disappointed in her. I had thought that I had raised her better. I wanted her to be my replacement, my heir, when my time comes. I was planning on teaching her everything, of making her a genuine protector of the world. I am angry at her, but I didn't know how to deal with this. I love Wanda, she's pretty much a daughter to me. But doing something like this was akin to a betrayal of everything I have been teaching her. At the first sign of despair, she broke and became the opposite of what I wanted her to become. I admit to not being as close to her as I was. It's just hard to see the face of my daughter and not see the woman who pretty much damned the universe for her selfishness. I can only handle so much before I would actually say something that I regret. I shouldn't have kept her at a distance. I need to make it up to her, as much as I could. I walk by a park, and I hear a voice saying, "It's very amusing to see how you're acting, Morrigan." Like a child who had just lost its toys. I turn around and look at the person who knew my name. I hadn't sensed them at all. It was a skinny pale man, relatively tall, with black hair and black eyes. He was wearing a black Armani suit with a black shirt. He really likes black, doesn't he? You seem to know my name, but I don't know yours. Who are you? The man smirks at me, and I suddenly feel his power. I hadn't felt something like this since the fall of Atlantis. This was a cosmic entity, and with a fully materialized body. Oh, my dear Morrigan. We've been playing together for years, trying to get the better of each other. It was quite entertaining, our little game of chess. It's sad that it had to end with no winner. One piece of advice, young Morrigan, when you're not sure whether you're going to win, then cheat. There are no rules about playing fair. Oh shit, this was the cosmic entity that I have been fighting all this time. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I suddenly receive a distress call from Wanda. This was not the time for this. I need to get her, quickly. I was going to teleport, before I heard, ignore the message, Morrigan. You have bigger problems in front of you, now. Before I could think about responding, the world around us shatters. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 10 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 142, Meeting the Enemy. June 5, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. The man smirks at me, and I suddenly feel his power. I hadn't felt something like this since the fall of Atlantis. This was a cosmic entity, and with a fully materialized body. Oh, my dear Morrigan. We've been playing together for years, trying to get the better of each other. It was quite entertaining, our little game of chess. It's sad that it had to end with no winner. One piece of advice, young Morrigan, when you're not sure whether you're going to win, then cheat. There are no rules about playing fair. Oh shit, this was the cosmic entity that I have been fighting all this time. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? I suddenly receive a distress call from Wanda. This was not the time for this. I need to get her, quickly. I was going to teleport, before I heard, ignore the message, Morrigan. You have bigger problems in front of you, now. Before I could think about responding, the world around us shatters. I look around, not just with my eyes but with my senses. This place, wherever it was dead. There was no life here, not a single blade of grass, not a single insect. There was a lack of warmth in this wasteland. There was nothing but the void. With my eyes, I saw nothing but stone and sand. There was nothing here but death and misery. Looking at the large stone in front of me, I noticed that it looked weird. I come closer and gasp. This wasn't a stone. This was a bone. Impressive, isn't it? It belonged to the Jormungandr of the last iteration of Ragnarok. He was particularly powerful during this iteration. He really lives up to the title of World Serpent, doesn't he? Fucking hell, that thing was huge. Still, I had to keep my guard up. Where are we? The man looked smug. This is Niflheim, one of the so-called 9 realms Odin conquered. A dead world. Nothing will ever grow in this place, everything here withers and dies. The Asgardians think that this is where they would be going if they die a dishonorable death, but that's not true. This is where the remnants of the previous cycles of Ragnarok are stored. A place where all the evidence of the doomed cycle of the 9 realms is just dumped to be forgotten, until they are destroyed by time. Why are we here? After so much time trying to one-up each other, I thought that it was time for us to meet, don't you agree? I didn't believe a word he said. This was someone who was far older, far more experienced and far more powerful than I am. Cosmic entities, no matter how they act, just think different. The concept of meeting your enemy is just foreign to them. No, I don't believe you. This isn't just a meeting. You're planning something, you think that you've already won. The men burst into laughter. Of course I already won. I won the minute your visions of the future stopped. It was always a weakness of mine. While I can exist in multiple parallel universes, I am still bound by the chains of time. It's one of the core principles of my being. This, and the living tribunal's rules were the only advantages you had. You have lost both of them. Us fighting is meaningless, for you have already lost. You still didn't answer my question. Why did you bring us here? The men chuckled. You know, this iteration of Odin's daughter, Hela, is being held on this world. She's in an isolated island called Hel, alone with nothing but her thoughts. She has no possibility of escape, no way to distract herself, quite the punishment, I would say so myself. Odin can be very cruel when dealing with threats of his reign. It's also funny that Loki's daughter was reborn as Odin's firstborn. The old man really hated her, you know, in every iteration. He thought that she was an abomination. But now, she was his pride and joy when they conquered the 9 realms together, and then he sealed her away for being too cruel, while he had enslaved worlds and killed millions. What a hypocrite. I am starting to lose my patience. Again, answer the question, what am I doing here? The man's smile turned sinister. I was thinking about what to do with you. You need to be punished for stopping me for so long. I have been planning this for eons, manipulated events for thousands of years. You could have undone everything. You would have undone everything. But I was very lucky. I found a way to manipulate the events to my favor. I blanch. What is he talking about? Seeing my face, the man laughed. Oh, you're starting to understand. Wanda's time travel was my idea. It was a way to give myself a second chance. I was so close, yet so far. You turned me into a shadow of my former power, the living tribunal had bound my power. You might have perished by overloading your connection to death. No mortal could channel powers like that for more than a second, but it was enough for you to trick me. No matter, I found a little despaired witch, one with more power than sense, your precious Wanda. I made sure that she would find the Darkhold. I manipulated her into falling more and more to depravity and darkness, trying to find her precious mother. I gave her the idea to modify a time travel spell, to make it destabilize the timeline that she would send out my memories of the next couple of decades. It was just a piece of data, so insignificant that the universe itself ignored it, and suddenly I understood that my plans were doomed. The only thing stopping me is you. I was underestimating you, I'll admit to it. What could a silly human avatar do against a cosmic entity? But now, I see how dangerous you truly are. You had planned everything to the last detail just to defeat me. You sacrificed your life, just to slow me enough that the other cosmic entities would notice my actions. I'm done underestimating you. This is me deciding how I should punish you. I was floored. This was him, it was all him. He corrupted my daughter, he used her grief, her despair, just to change his past failures. For the first time in a very long while, I started to feel pure rage. I wanted to kill him. No, I wanted him to suffer, to lose everything that embodied his existence, his very purpose, just so that he would suffer as I had. I snarled at him, what gives you the right to undo your own failures? You had lost, against a mortal no less, and instead of trying to move on, you go back in time to undo what has already been done. Fucking coward. The men stared at me for a second and burst into laughter. Oh, that's cute. I don't care if I'm a coward, if I couldn't live with my failure. It doesn't matter, because no one will know about it. I'm not just monologuing because I'm some sort of villain. I already won, there's no coming back from this. I have ensured it. I have negated your greatest advantages, your only advantages, really. And without them, you have no chance to even last more than a minute. Now, what to do with you? You can't harm me, you can't even touch me. Cosmic entities are not supposed to intervene with mortals. The man's smile was still smug, and I knew that I fucked up. What did he do? The living tribunal, the cosmic entity that governs over the other entities, had created a few rules that he enforces himself. No cosmic entity would dare disobey them, because the consequences tended to be severe. Why the hell did the men in front of me not care about them at all? The man was chuckling now. Oh, honey, Wanda's little disturbance caused the entire universe to be put in lockdown. Until the timeline stabilizes, no interference is allowed from outside, even from cosmic entities. I was able to hitch a ride with Wanda and possess a vessel, but the others are as blind as they could be. No one will ever know about what I do until it's too late, and I have already won. But the best part is that your connection to death is muted now. She can't see you, and since you need express permission just to use her powers, I have removed your role as Avatar of Death for the time being. You're just a mortal now, a long-lived, powerful witch, but just a mortal all the same. Your access to cosmic energy is over. You're on your own, now. The man was laughing maniacally now, and I tried to do my best to contact death, but nothing was working. This was bad, this was really bad. Words cannot express how fucked I am. I tried to find any scenario where I could escape this unscathed, while the men laughed. So far, I had nothing. A minute later the men looked pensively at me. Now, don't get me wrong, you're powerful, and I need to get rid of you. Unfortunately, I can't kill you. Death will immediately know, it's her domain after all. I can't just leave you here, you're resourceful enough to escape, and I can't afford that with how close I am to reaching my goal. And what is your goal exactly? I probe, trying to find out as much about my enemy as I can. The man's smile turned smug again. Oh, I haven't introduced myself, have I? I am what awaits at the end of every universe. I am the balance of the energies of every reality. I am what happens when the universe is left with nothing but darkness and the cold. I am at the end of creation itself. When there is nothing in the universe, not even matter, energy, or life, I am at my strongest. I embody the void that awaits the end itself. I am entropy. Oh shit, this was a very strong cosmic entity, but this didn't make any sense. Why are you doing this, then? You exist, you're a fundamental part of reality. What more could you possibly ask for? The man's smile was bitter now. My existence, in itself, is flawed. I am a concept that exists, but at the end of the universe, after there are no more planets for Galactus to eat, after there is nothing alive, when the temperature almost gets to absolute zero, the moment I will achieve release, where the ultimate entropy is almost achieved, the universe is destroyed and another takes its place, with a new Big Bang, and the cycle starts once more. My existence, my very being, is an empty promise, an unachievable goal that every universe strives to, but ultimately fails. And every time that happens, a part of me breaks. For countless universes, in countless iterations, the same thing happens. A universe is born, and as soon as it achieves entropy, as soon as I start manifesting myself, it's destroyed, and its energy is used to create a new universe. I tried to handle it, but it's too much. Since I am bound by time, entropy happens over time after all, I cannot see a future where this doesn't happen. Something must change. I am done waiting for something that might never happen. And since my pleas were ignored, I'm taking matters into my own hands. I will achieve ultimate entropy. I will do it in every universe that exists and that will ever exist. I will not stop until only the void exists, and I could finally rest. Shit, I started to understand the implication of what I'm fighting. You're planning to use the snap, where the dimensional walls are at their weakest, to turn every universe into a lifeless void. The damages, the death toll would be immeasurable. It would be infinite. You would kill everything that has ever existed, that will ever exist. He nodded solemnly, yes. I'm sorry, but I'm so old now. I'm always ignored, underestimated by my comrades. No one could see my suffering, my pain, that existed for every second of my existence. This is the only way I can think of for me to rest. I know it is monstrous, but I am a selfish being. I'll admit to that. I can't take it anymore. You're the only person that has the power and knowledge for a chance to stop me. The Phoenix Force avatar is barely a fledgling, a child that doesn't understand her power. However, you were the only one that ever tried to understand my plight when we fought before. So, I will grant you a mercy. I will not imprison you in an empty world with no escape. I will send you to another section of the multiverse, one so far away that it would take a cosmic entity to travel, not that I'm sending you to a world that they care about. Goodbye, Morrigan. You were a good opponent. The man waved his hand and a portal opened. Hell no, I'm not going quietly. I don't care that he's a cosmic entity. I have defied death itself. I will do so again with him. I raised my hand and my outfit changed. I was wearing my Morrigan armor now, with Death's cloak of invisibility and my staff in my hand. This wasn't going to be an easy fight and I knew it. I was probably going to lose, but I had to try. I point my staff at him and exclaim, I'm not going anywhere. The man smiled at me, I never expected you to go down without a fight, Morrigan. Let's see what you can do without using Death's power. Chapter 143, Fathers and Daughters. June 5, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Magneto moved over to a device that was connected to another doorway leading into a small circular area, the walls sloping inward to a point. There was a somewhat familiar gem that was stuck at that point. It was glowing ominously. Wanda didn't like it. The master of magnetism looked proudly at it. This is the genetic enhancer. Through shooting gamma rays through the gem, I can enhance the power of the mutant in the room to its full potential. Wanda looked more closely at the gem. It felt familiar. A memory jolted in her mind, of her fight with Juggernaut. This felt like the gem that gave Juggernaut his powers. This was a gem of Sidorak. Jasmine had explained it to her before. This was very bad and way out of her league. She needed Jasmine. Wanda touched her ankh and sent the distress message to Jasmine with her location. She only hoped that she would come before it's too late. Only Jean seemed to share her horror at the situation. Strange must have taught her about elder gods and their powers. It is a very important aspect of sorcery, especially when they sometimes borrow energy from their dimensions to cast particularly energy-intensive spells. The other teenagers, on the other hand, looked at the device in wonder, not understanding the consequences of actually using this device. Magneto continued his speech, I understand your skepticism, so I will allow you a demonstration. Sabretooth, you have the honor of being the first out of the new evolved mutants, a superior Homo superior. Sabretooth looked excited to do this and eagerly entered the machine. The doors closed for a few minutes, until they opened, revealing a larger and more feral Sabretooth. He was extremely ripped. Magneto levitated a metal pipe near him. The mutant grabbed it and started to squeeze. To everyone's surprise, the pipe shattered immediately. Now, Sabretooth was always strong. Wanda did fight a clone of him, after all, but he was nowhere near strong enough to be able to do that. Magneto grinned in triumph, this is what I offer you. No longer will you need to fear your own power, no longer will it be out of your control. You will be stronger, faster and better in every way. What I am offering is a better, safer future for mutant kind. Damn his stupid charisma, the other mutants looked starstruck. Wanda needed to do something before this gets out of control, but at what cost? This was the first time anyone had spoken ever since Magneto started his little show. No one dared to do this. The man was that charismatic. They looked at her, and Magneto raised his eyebrows at her. What do you mean, daughter? Wanda looked incredulously at him. The man looked seriously confused. Did he have no idea what the gem truly was? Did he create a machine that harnessed the power of an artifact of an elder god without understanding what he's doing, and then tested it on a subordinate of his? Are you serious, right now? You seriously have no idea what the gem is and what it does. Magneto shook his head. I know exactly what it is. It's an artifact of sorcery that perfects its wielder's powers. I was able to harness it, to use it to empower multiple people instead of just one. It was given to me in return for a favor that I did to an associate of mine. Wanda answered back, you were duped, is what happened. This isn't any regular artifact, it's a gem of an elder god. They serve as anchors for the god to have a presence in the physical world, outside his dimension. This one in particular belongs to Sidorak, an elder god that specializes in physical strength and endurance. It's the exact same powers that made Juggernaut so powerful. It's also why anyone affected by it gains a rather large boost in their physical strength. Magneto replied, as fascinating as this little tale is, I don't understand why this changes anything. The machine still does exactly what I said. Wanda nodded, it changes a lot. The machine does exactly what you say, but power doesn't come without a price, I know that for a fact. What you didn't say is that by using the gem, you're turning anyone into a pseudo-avatar of Sidorak, which means that the god can affect them. He won't take control of them or anything since they're not actual avatars like Juggernaut, but they will tend to be aggressive, like fighting and very prone to violence. Is that what you want, a bunch of people on roid rage? The ball was now in Magneto's court, and it looked like he ignored her warning, then you must be mistaken. I have tested the machines on countless mutants, while some exhibit a small rise in aggression, it's pretty much negligible. Even Sabretooth, who was already aggressive, doesn't look too different. Wanda answered him, that's because he's a fully grown adult with years of experience managing his emotions. You're offering to do this to teenagers, not adults. You have no idea what the results could be. The master of magnetism scoffed at her, you are just scared of the future, of change. I know you, daughter, and you haven't changed at all. You're still that little girl who's scared of change. This device has the potential of changing what it means to be a mutant, to give young mutants a way to protect themselves without waiting to learn how to use their powers properly. This is the future, Wanda, and there's nothing I could do to stop it. Wanda's biological father looked around to the others, you have seen how people will fear our power, they will be threatened of our progress, our evolution. Even some of our own kind like Xavier, like my daughter, are weary of making you more powerful. You have heard Wanda's arguments. Whether you choose to believe them is your choice, but now, I will ask for volunteers to prove her wrong, to show her that I can deliver what I promised. There might be risks, but no power can be gained without risks. Scott immediately stepped forward with his brother, which caused Xavier to gasp in shock. Scott, what are you doing? The machine, it won't do just what he says it will. You heard young Wanda's warnings. Are you willing to lose your mind for just a power boost? Sure, the men agreed with her when it suited him, but the second it's over, he will continue to say that she's unstable and needs to be imprisoned. What a fucking hypocrite. Scott looked at his teacher with regret, I'm tired of seeing the world in ruby colors, Professor. Seriously, that's one of the stupidest, self-involved, selfish things I heard in my life. He's willing to trade his mind to see a few extra colors. Are you fucking stupid? That has to be the most self-centered and idiotic thing I have ever heard. Scott whirled on her, his face angry at Wanda for belittling what he saw as the curse on his life. You don't know what it's like, to always wear this thing, he gestured at his visor, or glasses like it, to never see colors, only shades of red, knowing that if you tried to see the world without it your gaze could kill. Wanda waited for him to finish ranting and answered back, you're a fucking idiot, Summers, and you deserve what will happen to you. Scott just turned around with his hesitant brother and entered the genetic enhancer. A minute later the door opened, and Scott and his brother walked out. Their physical appearances had changed greatly. For one day, now, both looked like college-age men rather than high school teens. They had tanned skin for some reason, and white hair. The most surprising thing was that Scott had removed his visor and his eyes were open, staring around in wonder. His eyes soon locked on Jean, and he stared at her almost hungrily. So, her hair really is red, wow. For fuck's sake, dude, can you be any more creepy? You just got your mind back and you go throw it away just so you can see colors. You do realize that there are real people who suffer from color blindness and even worse, actual blindness. Scott just ignored her and started talking to himself, I feel strong, so much more powerful than before. I feel like I could vaporize a building if I wanted to. That's not ominous at all. Not the sarcasm there. The boy turned towards Magneto, if that's what you're offering then count me in. I never thought that I would be able to have a genuine control over my powers. Thank you, sir. Magneto nodded, and Wanda had enough of this. She waved her hands towards the machine and turned it into red rose petals. The only thing that remained was the gem itself, that was too powerful for Wanda to affect. However, Wanda was too slow in getting the gem and Magneto was able to surround it with metal and summon it to him. She walked towards the fuming master of magnetism and sneered at him, I know exactly what you're doing, what you truly are. You don't care about our kind. Maybe you do, but what you just allowed to happen to two teenagers who don't know any better, manipulating their insecurities, their fear, to serve under you, you disgust me. You never cared about mutants, I know it, you just don't want to be powerless, you're afraid of it, and the only way to stop feeling this way would be to be on top. You want to rule us, not save us, and I for one will not stand for this. The master of magnetism looked surprised for a second, and Wanda wasn't surprised. When she was younger, she would have jumped at the chance of earning his approval. That was when she was an attention-starved child that craved familial love. But now, things have changed. She had Jasmine, she had Jean and Kitty, she didn't need Magneto anymore. Her biological father looked at her with a blank face. It doesn't matter what you've done to the machine. I can create another one easily with my powers. Only the gem is needed, and destroying it seems to be beyond your abilities. But what interests me is your hypocrisy. You condemn me as a monster, and yet you live with the worst monster of them all. Your little Jasmine, or should I say, the Morrigan, has killed more people than I probably ever will. She has committed genocides, killing everyone without mercy. They worshipped her as a goddess. Wanda was furious now. Don't talk about her. Do not even speak her name. She's a better person than you'll ever be. Magneto ignored her. I met her once, you know. When I was a child, I was forcefully recruited into a group of mutants. I was a Jewish boy in Nazi Germany. They had killed my mother in an attempt to get me to use my powers. I heard whispers about her, about the immortal goddess of death who massacred people with a wave of her hand. They wanted to hunt her, but for some reason, she was in hiding. They thought that she was weak, that her legends were exaggerated. They hunted her. I don't know why. Maybe they wanted to recruit her, to enslave her, to experiment on her. I had no idea. But they kept hunting her and none of them died. Until one day, she came to the base. And that day, she massacred the entire division of Hydra. Not a single member survived apart from the leader who wasn't at the base at the time. I killed him myself a few years later. And when I stood around in the ashes that used to be the base and realized that the Morrigan had spared me, I understood why this woman, who had fought with gods and demons alike, a being of legends with unparalleled power, had run and hidden. She was being kind in a twisted, inhuman way. If she wanted me dead, I would have been. I had never felt so powerless in my life. Which is why, I said, no more. I will never be weak again. I will never allow people from our kind to live in fear as I had. It was at that time that Eric Laneshare was dead and Magneto was born. I thought I recognized her when she fought Apocalypse, and I asked an associate of mine, Mordo, who has spies at the Order of Sorcerers, to find her. Let's just say, I was surprised to learn that she had adopted you. You live with a monster in human's clothing, Wanda. Do not be fooled by her looks. She has killed so many people, so many mutants. This woman is a monster that needs to be put down. I had hoped that she was coercing you somehow. But you chose her. You are still choosing her over your family, over your blood. You have betrayed your kind, Wanda, and for that, you're no daughter of mine. Huh, that was surprising. She didn't know that Jasmine had such an impact at her birth father. The witch found herself feeling quite free with her final chain to Magneto being severed. The men continued, and with that said, I cannot allow the Morrigan to have an apprentice. She's a threat, not just to me, but to our kind. I cannot allow a second Morrigan to be born, especially one with your powers. I am sorry, Wanda, but this is for the best. Magneto raised his hands and thousands of things made of metal started to levitate. The men started to float, looking threatening. Wanda in return let her powers flow through her, and started to levitate too. You're just proving my point, Magneto, but if you want to fight, I'm more than happy to oblige. Father and daughter stared at each other for a few seconds, before leaping at each other. Chapter 144, Meteor. June 5, 2006, New York City. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda didn't know that Jasmine had such an impact at her birth father. The witch found herself feeling quite free with her final chain to Magneto being severed. The men continued, and with that said, I cannot allow the Morrigan to have an apprentice. She's a threat, not just to me, but to our kind. I cannot allow a second Morrigan to be born, especially one with your powers. I am sorry, Wanda, but this is for the best. Magneto raised his hands and thousands of things made of metal started to levitate. The men started to float, looking threatening. Wanda in return let her powers flow through her, and started to levitate too. You're just proving my point, Magneto, but if you want to fight, I'm more than happy to oblige. Father and daughter stared at each other for a few seconds, before leaping at each other. Wanda was the first to attack, sending in a powerful hex bolt at her birth father. It's a spell she created that came naturally to her. In its essence, the spell turns the will of the universe itself against the user. It's the magical expression of Murphy's Law. Anything that could go wrong will go wrong. Jasmine had been very surprised by this spell. Although she could easily cast something similar, the older woman had admitted that it took her a long time to manipulate probabilities to that extent. As she expected, the spell crashed into the magnetic shield that Magneto always had around him. Seriously, he was that paranoid. Wanda dodged the 2 concussive beams sent at her by the Summers brothers. She still didn't know what Scott's brother's name was. Not that she cared, really. It was just weird calling someone Scott's brother in her head. Anyway, Wanda retaliated by sending a telekinetic push at them, sending them flying back. Magneto used her distraction to attack her, making the metal around the witch come to life and fly towards her. Wanda responded by charging up a pulse of magic that, when she unleashed, turned every single metal projectile into rose petals. For some reason, the flower petals were easy for her to picture in her head, plus, she always liked the color red. Surprised by the complete disappearance of his weapon, Magneto didn't see her next attack coming. Jasmine had explained to her that in combat, invincibility was an illusion. There's always a weakness, especially when dealing with the senses. People often forget to protect their sight, hearing, or even smell. You could easily blind someone, use sonic attacks that would imbalance them, or use gases to get the upper hand in a fight. And Wanda did just that. The witch flew towards Magneto and created an orb of light in her palm, directly in front of the Master of Magnetism. The man was immediately blinded by the attack, and Wanda sent a telekinetic drill at the shield, trying to destroy it. Magneto, still blind, collected every single piece of metal around and sent it at her. Wanda had to dodge since she didn't have any time to use transmutation. Seeing the Summers brother coming towards her, Wanda sent a telepathic message to Jean: "Take care of the Royd brothers, I'm dealing with Magneto. And make sure that this place doesn't blow while we're inside. One small crack will be enough to kill us all." Jean sent her a telepathic confirmation, and Wanda started to wonder what the hell were the X-Men and the Brotherhood doing. Were they just standing there watching the fight? When she asked Jean, the redhead confirmed that Xavier had told them to stand down in fear of hurting Scott accidentally. Suddenly, Wanda heard a roar coming towards her. Oh, shit, it was Sabretooth. She had forgotten about him during the fight with her birth father. Speaking of the Master of Magnetism, the man looked to have recovered his sight and was sending a veritable wave of metal towards her. Wanda sent herself into the air, dodging the wave and transmuted some of it into slime that fell right in front of the leaping Sabretooth. The savage mutant slipped and fell comically, before being attacked by an angry Logan. Wait, Logan. What the hell was he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be on Earth? This meant that the man was able to track Xavier down and travel here, somehow. Maybe using some sort of spacecraft. Well, it wasn't the time to think about it. Magneto had disassembled parts of the wall just to have enough metal to attack her again. Wanda countered by sending a telekinetic push that threw everything away, before creating a giant rotating drill of psionic energy in her hand and leaping towards her birth father. The Master of Magnetism looked confident that his shield would hold, and when the 2 attacks met, the drill kept drilling at the shield. A crack started to show, and Magneto had barely enough time to widen his eyes before the drill broke the shield and was going to impale him. However, the man was a being with decades of fighting experience and was able to dodge the attack slightly. The attack hit, but barely grazed him. It was still enough for a good part of his gut to look shredded. Magneto screamed in pain but was able to get some metal to cover the wounded area, stabilizing the wound for the time being. Wanda didn't wait to seize the opportunity before sending another telekinetic push at the man and then creating a psionic sword, ready to impale the bastard. However, as soon as she almost reached his heart, Wanda was immediately pushed in super speed, saving Magneto's life. Wanda knew exactly who it was and snarled in anger, "Pietro." However, her brother's blank face made her wary, so she immediately tried to look to his mind. What waited her made her shake in fury. Xavier was controlling her brother's body, hoping that he would kill her and spare Magneto. Wanda didn't wait for him to realize that Wanda knew what was happening before she froze her brother in the air using her telekinesis and leapt towards him. Wanda put her hand on her brother's head, and with a telepathic blast, knocked him out and freeing him from Xavier's control. It was another thing that Jasmine taught her. A telepathic blast sing touch will always overpower any kind of long-range telepathy, no matter its strength. Before she could turn her eyes at Xavier, Wanda was hit by a strong gust of air, sending her flying away, before sending in a bolt of lightning at her back. Luckily, Wanda was able to shield against the attack, but it was still a flimsy one who shattered immediately, sending her flying further away. Wanda righted herself in the air and landed on her feet, facing her opponent. It was Storm, who was attacking her for some reason. Another telepathic skin later, and the witch concluded that Xavier was controlling her too. Quickly enough, Wanda sent a telekinetic blast at the woman, sending her away before touching her head and using a telepathic blast, knocking her out. With that done, Wanda turned towards her downed opponent. Magneto limped back up and glared at her. "The witch has taught you well, Wanda. I see that going easy on you will amount to nothing. I let whatever affection I held for you blind me. You're too dangerous to be left alive, especially without any kind of supervision. At least one of my children wasn't a disappointment." Why couldn't you be more like your brother, Wanda? He, at the very least, appreciates my guidance and my experience. Wanda didn't want to respond to his taunts and frankly didn't care. She stopped hating the man. He was a small pathetic human being with an ego larger than the sun, who was scared of being weak or helpless, who thought that the world belonged to him, that it was his right to rule. Instead of talking, Wanda created another drill of psionic energy and leapt at the man who was expecting a battle of words, by the surprised look on his face. The man attempted to use his shield again, and once more, the attack broke through it. Magneto obviously anticipated this because he was able to create a wall of steel, who halted the attack for enough time for him to fly away unscathed. However, as he flew away, Wanda created a psionic sword and extended it towards the master of magnetism who could see her because of the wall of steel in front of her. The attack pierced through the steel and impaled him through the shoulder. The man was grimacing in pain as her flew away. Magneto snarled at her and raised his hands. Suddenly, the station itself started to move, to be manipulated by him. They came to life and did everything to attack the young witch. Wanda tried to do her best, transmutating the incoming projectiles, but she was still hit a few times. There were cuts all over her body and she was starting to bleed profusely. Magneto looked angrily at her. It's been a while since someone pushed me this far. You truly are of my blood. I am sure now that you're too dangerous to be left alive. You've barely scratched your potential and you've pushed me this far. Wanda was on the ground, trying to suppress the pain. That's all there is to it, isn't it? You're just scared of me surpassing you, of making you weak, helpless. You haven't changed a bit, Magneto. You might look like a charismatic, powerful leader, but that's a lie, isn't it? You're still the scared little boy who was too weak to save his mother. The boy who's scared of being helpless again. You never left the camps, have you, Magneto? The man snarled in fury and was about to attack her again, but he was pushed away in super speed. Wanda smiled, despite her pain. Pietro had saved her, he hadn't betrayed her. In the contrary, Magneto was gaping in shock of his son. Before he could do anything, Wanda created a psionic sword and extended it towards Magneto. The man was so shocked that he forgot to dodge or even conjure a shield. The attack went through his heart and killed him. Just to be sure, Wanda walked up to the body and decapitated him. Pietro smiled at her. I told you. From now on, I'll always have your back, Wanda. I'm sorry for what I've done. Wanda started to tear up but was surprised when Pietro's eyes turned blank and started to attack Wanda. Once more, Wanda simply levitated him and knocked him out. She growled, Xavier. She was beyond angry. No, she was beyond being furious. That man starting to piss her off. Wanda looked at him, in anger, and wasn't surprised that he was glaring back at her. The witch looked around for Jean and found her, sweating and concentrating on something. She must be using her powers somehow and Wanda didn't want to distract her. One by one, every single remaining X-Men and member of the Brotherhood started to attack her with the intent to kill. Storm was first, and Wanda just waved her hand and pulled her to the ground as if she was being pressed by a giant hand, and the witch knocked her out, once more. She dodged Logan's leap, summoned him and knocked him out again. She then created an illusion of herself, one that dodging the Blob's and Lance's attack while her real self was knocking out the remaining mutants, aka Scott and his brother. She then walked behind Sabretooth, who must have smelled her somehow, but he was still restrained by her telekinesis and knocked out with a telepathic blast. Finally, the two members of the Brotherhood remaining tried to impale her illusion self, only to go through her, revealing her trickery. The real Wanda was behind them and knocked them out too. With that done, the only mutants still standing, or in Xavier's case sitting, were Wanda, Jean and the bald telepath himself. Wanda looked at Jean and asked, "What's happening?" Jean looked pained. Magneto's attack destabilized the outer shell. "I'm pretty much the only thing holding this place together. We need to hurry, I'm pretty much holding an entire asteroid here." Wanda nodded and looked at Xavier. "You have one last chance. What's your problem with me?" The man's glare didn't fade in the slightest. "You're too dangerous. You just killed one of the most powerful mutants in the planets. Reality manipulation is not a power that anyone should have. You can change reality when it suits you. You don't realize how dangerous that is. You could just kill all the mutants should you want, you could enslave the human race with just a though, you could destroy this planet, rule it. The world is your playground. No one should have that power. When we discovered your powers, Wanda, what they truly are, we chose to be merciful and just imprison you. It was a kindness from my part and affection from Magneto's. Your memories of your true capabilities would be erased, and the prison would drug you so much that achieving control over your powers would be inconceivable. It was the only way that we saw you being allowed to live. We never expected you to get out, one day, nor gain control over your abilities this quickly. We should have killed you that day. You destroyed everything. But first, it was just for the greater good, but now, you killed Eric. You killed my friend, and you made it personal. I will vow this to you, witch, I will not rest until you are dead. I will dedicate every second of my time, every dime I own to kill you. I will train my X-Men to specifically target you and I will rid the world of your taint. Wanda waited for the men to end his rant and looked at him impassively. That's a difference between you and me. I'm not merciful to my enemies. Without giving him time to realize what was just said, Wanda telekinetically snapped his neck, killing Xavier immediately. Wanda looked at Jean, who didn't look at her with an ounce of judgment. The redhead shrugged. I don't know what happened to him, but if you didn't do it, I would have done it myself. Wanda relaxed, realizing that Jean wouldn't see her as a monster. Can you make a portal to Earth? Jean shook her head. I'm not sure, but if I miss, I could end up creating one to the middle of the vacuum of space. Better not risk it, especially while I'm still holding this place together. Wanda nodded. Logan must have come here somehow. Do you have any idea how? Jean brightened. The Blackbird. At Wanda's look of confusion she asked, it's the X-Men plane. It can do some limited space travel. Logan must have used it somehow. Jean closed her eyes for a second. It's in the hangar. We have a way out. Wanda nodded and levitated the unconscious mutants. They walked to the hangar, ready to come home. They entered the plane and started to fly away. Finally, Jean let go of her hold on the asteroid, who exploded seconds later after its shell crumbles. Wanda was, once again, thankful for Jean's actions on the asteroid. Magneto could have killed them all in anger. As she watched the explosion, Wanda realized that she had just killed the Professor X and Magneto, but the only question that remained in her mind was, where is Jasmine and why didn't she come? Chapter 145, End of an Era. June 5, 2006, New York City. Jasmine Sayer POV. The man waved his hand and a portal opened. Hell no, I'm not going quietly. I don't care that he's a cosmic entity. I have defied death itself. I will do so again with him. I raised my hand and my outfit changed. I was wearing my Morrigan armor now, with Death's cloak of invisibility and my staff in my hand. This wasn't going to be an easy fight and I knew it. I was probably going to lose, but I had to try. I point my staff at him and exclaim, I'm not going anywhere. The men smiled at me. I never expected you to go down without a fight, Morrigan. Let's see what you can do without using Death's power. We stared at each other for a few seconds before running at each other at blinding speeds. It seems we'll start with physical combat. Entropy tried to punch me, but I was able to redirect it with my staff. I still felt the impact rattling my skeleton. Damn, he's a lot stronger than me physically. Of course, he is. He's a fucking cosmic entity, after all. I tried to hit him with my staff, but the man kept dodging while he looked like he wasn't even breaking a sweat. He's purely on the defensive, but I could tell that he's the one dictating the pace of the fight. I attack him with a full-powered swing of my staff, but the bastard just stopped it with his hand. What the hell? This was a fully empowered attack. I look at him and I could sense the smugness rolling off him. I snarl in anger and kick him in the chest. He looked like he barely moved by the attack, and I was able to get my staff into another swing, this time pressurizing the air behind it to give it more power. The act seemed to have surprised him, considering the slight widening of his eyes. The attack hit him dead on and sent him flying a couple of feet back before he righted himself and landed on his feet. Damn, the only thing that the last attack did was just surprise him. The men clapped at me. Impressive, very impressive. That was a nice trick. I never saw that coming. Dare I say, against another opponent it would have been devastating. You always were very inventive. I snarked back at him. Well, you're going to love this. Suddenly, my staff was enveloped by darkness that went up until the top and started to materialize a blade. My staff was basically a scythe of darkness. The man was still smirking at me. I so wanted to wipe that thing off his face. I swung my staff horizontally and the blade extended, becoming a truly giant scythe. Entropy seemed to realize its danger and quickly moved out of the way. I telekinetically pushed myself forward and punched him, sending him flying back. I, then, grabbed him from the air with my telekinesis and pulled him towards the ground. I swing my staff at him once more and the giant scythe blade races towards him without giving him a chance to get away. And to my surprise, the attack actually connected, the impact creating a powerful gust of air. I look at the result only to be scared out of my mind when I realize that Entropy had just raised his hand and grabbed the blade of darkness. What the fuck? This was pure destruction given form. How the hell is he doing that? The men looked at me and grinned. My turn. I was barely able to register when the men practically flew towards me, punching me in the face. I could feel my jaw break and then slowly heal afterwards. Before I could even register the pain, I was once again punched in the chest, breaking a couple of ribs. I was thankfully able to see the last attack coming because I made the ground underneath me rise up and send me flying in the air, where I righted myself and was able to land successfully. I'm actually being pummeled, right now. I haven't been this outclassed in a fight since Atlantis. Sure, I lost a few fights, but most of them were because I was caught off guard or I was being negligent. I knew that if I went back, I could have easily won these fights. But now, I was genuinely lacking in front of my opponent, and it showed. I can't beat him in a straight fight. In terms of physical power, he was stronger, faster, more agile. In terms of cosmic powers, I knew that my magic wouldn't be able to hold up. I need to trick him somehow. Get him into position and put everything into a single attack. Alright, my only trump card are the celestial runes. They could actually end up very useful in this scenario. Alright, I had a plan formed in my head, and how to execute it. I first need to distract him, somehow, while I set everything up. Funnily enough, the man was the one who started talking to me. It's always fun to fight you, Morrigan. For a mortal, you're very impressive, even without using any cosmic energy. I wish I could say the same thing. The men snorted at me. Why don't you just give up? You must know by now that your victory is impossible. I'm even doing you a favor. I'm planning on sending you to a world where no one would have any powers. You could reign there, supreme. You could be worshipped as a goddess. That is until I destroy the universe when I succeed. But at least, you would have had a nice few years before dying with the rest of the multiverse. Entropy seemed serious about this, and while I had no delusions that I would be able to change his mind, I needed to buy some time until I'm ready. Why are you doing this? Are you really that selfish that you would kill every single person in the multiverse, just for your satisfaction? Think about the other cosmic entities, how that would affect them. What would happen to life, if there was no one alive in the multiverse? What would happen to fate, when nothing would ever change? What would happen to death, when nothing and no one will ever die? The men stiffened, and I knew that my words hit home. He snarled at me. It would be exactly what they deserved. They always dismissed me, ignored my pain, my suffering. They did nothing to help, they didn't care enough to even try. They will get what they deserve. It's time for someone else to be in my place. The cosmic entity was really angry now and he leapt to attack me once more. And lucky for me, I was done with my plan. I had been slowly carving a runic array in the ground. The second before he hit me, I teleported back a couple of meters and activated the array. It took a lot out of me to activate something as inefficient and power-intensive, but I was in a hurry, and I never saw this fight coming. The array was the most complicated and powerful binding spell that has probably ever existed. It worked by locking the space around the captive, making sure that the victim wouldn't move. I had used the space rune as a base while creating the array and it worked. The cosmic entity had run towards me and was ready to pummel me and was caught by the trap. He looked frozen in space, as if he was a three-dimensional picture. I needed to hurry and attack him, because I knew that Entropy was a fucking cosmic entity and could use celestial runes as if it was his native tongue. It probably was, to be fair. What do cosmic entities use to communicate, I wonder? This wasn't the time for this. I needed to get rid of Entropy first. I materialized the power rune in front of the end of my staff and started charging up. This was going to be one of my strongest attacks. After a minute or so, the spell was charged, and I let go of the pressure. This attack was basically a beam of power and darkness rolled into one. I used my strongest and most destructive elements and combined it with the power rune. It was a beam of pure destruction that destroys anything it touches. It could vaporize cities, flatten mountains, destroy continents. I would never dare to actually use it on Earth. I had theorized it, of course, and had tested it once in the mirror dimension, but this was one of my trump cards, annihilation given form. The beam traveled at practically light speed at my enemy, hitting his frozen form dead on. The attack didn't even stop there, it kept going past him, vaporizing the mountain that was behind him and probably the one after that. I screamed in exertion as I stopped the attack. The air was full of ash, and I could barely see straight. Did my attack kill my opponent? Did I slay a cosmic entity? I freeze as I hear a slow clapping in front of me. Suddenly, the ash around me disappears and in front of me is an intact Entropy grinning at me. That was one of the best attacks I have ever seen. The planning, from start to finish, was excellent. Is this what you're capable of when you don't hold back? And this is without any cosmic energy as well. I couldn't feel a hint of death's power in that beam. I was still gaping at him. How the hell did you survive that? The man looked at me with pity. Oh, honey, I'm a cosmic entity. You can't kill me. I am an idea given form, the living representation of a physical phenomenon. So long as entropy was applied in the world, I cannot die. We can be weakened, of course, but you used an attack that destroys everything, that removes the atomic bonds between molecules and disintegrates it. Your attack doesn't remove things from existence. It had to conform to entropy, to me. You tried to kill me using something that uses my power. While your attack could have weakened a few cosmic entities, mostly the weaker ones. It just didn't affect me. Shit, I didn't think of that. I always thought that darkness was death's element and that I could use it however I wanted. I was starting to get desperate now. This had been one of my strongest attacks, and he just shrugged it off. How outmatched am I? I sent a bolt of lightning at him, but it came out weak, like it was barely there. The attack hit him and did absolutely nothing. What was happening to me? I look at my opponent who was grinning at me. You didn't notice, did you? This is a dead planet, and I don't mean that lightly. There is no magic being generated here, none that you could use to replenish your own reserves. Why do you think Odin imprisoned Hela here? She wouldn't be able to use any magic while she's on this planet, and thus cannot escape. As for you, your last attack pretty much emptied them. You're powerless now. Shit, he had me from the start, didn't he? He was always planning for this, to wait for me to exhaust myself while my magic reserves start to slowly wither away, destroying my last power. The man slowly walked towards me and punched me. He kept hitting me, again and again, taking out his frustration at my weakened form. He grabbed me by the neck and walked towards the portal he had created before. I grabbed his hand trying to breathe. I couldn't even heal myself without any magic left. Wait a minute, didn't he say that he was still bound by time? That he needed to experience it linearly. I needed to take advantage of this. I had one last trump card. I had one shot at this. I couldn't just make him time travel. With the timeline being in flux, explicit time travel was impossible. But what was possible was time dilation. I could trap him in a time bubble, make a second for him, last years in real life. The timeline wouldn't be disrupted since there are no explicit exit from the universe. I coughed some blood from my last attack, hitting him in the arm. I used my blood as a medium to write a rune underneath his arm, where he wouldn't notice me actually fight him. The funny thing about blood is that it allows people to channel their own life force into powering the spell. It would take a couple of decades off my lifespan for something like this, but I didn't care. It was a fragment of a moment for someone like me. It wasn't as efficient as magic, but it would do the job. I was almost finished, and the man looked at me with regret in his eyes. I'm really sorry about this. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't even expect you to understand, but I want you to know that I don't have a choice in this. This the only way for the pain to stop, for me to exist. Goodbye, Morrigan, you were a worthy opponent. I grin at him. Goodbye, you son of a bitch. Before he could voice his confusion, I channel my life force to the rune and activate it. He must have realized what was happening because I could feel his cosmic energy trying to stop the spell, but it was too late. The spell had activated and the time it would take for him to break it would take him at least a few decades. The cosmic entity yelled in fury as he realized what was happening, and while he was trying to stop it, he destabilized the spell somehow, creating a blast that sent us both flying. However, while I was flying back, I could see that my spell worked, that my enemy was frozen in time. I knew that he would be back, but I would be ready for him, this time. These were my last thoughts as flew back towards the portal. I had no idea where I was going or how I was going back, but at the very least, I felt some satisfaction at my enemy's temporary defeat. However, I swore to myself that I would be back and that I wouldn't just let the multiverse be destroyed. Just as I made that vow to myself, I felt myself slip away, falling unconscious in exertion. And I know people are going to ask this, so I wanted to clarify that the FIC will remain a Marvel/Harry Potter one. I will not go to a universe outside these two fandom. Chapter 146, Lost. Unknown time, unknown place. Jasmine Sayer POV. Before he could voice his confusion, I channel my life force to the rune and activate it. He must have realized what was happening because I could feel his cosmic energy trying to stop the spell, but it was too late. The spell had activated and the time it would take for him to break it would take him at least a few decades. The cosmic entity yelled in fury as he realized what was happening, and while he was trying to stop it, he destabilized the spell somehow, creating a blast that sent us both flying. However, while I was flying back, I could see that my spell worked, that my enemy was frozen in time. I knew that he would be back, but I would be ready for him, this time. These were my last thoughts as I flew back towards the portal. I had no idea where I was going or how I was going to get back, but at the very least, I felt some satisfaction at my enemy's temporary defeat. However, I swore to myself that I would be back and that I wouldn't just let the multiverse be destroyed. Just as I made that vow to myself, I felt myself slip away, falling unconscious from exertion. I woke up with a killer headache and my body was so sore that breathing was getting agonizing. It took moments to remember what exactly happened. The beating I got from entropy, my last-ditch trap that worked somehow. It was an extremely risky move, I had to admit that. I wrote celestial runes with my blood, using my fingers, while not actually looking at what I was drawing. I even powered it using my life force, not my magic, as I had usually. Calling it risky was an understatement. I could have blown up the planet, created a black hole, or even worse, I could have created an instability in time on just that planet. It would have made the timeline on this particular planet be outside the timeline of the rest of the universe. This meant that anyone on the planet would experience time differently. It could be slower for a second and then far quicker the next. Anyway, while the rune worked, it was still unstable enough for it to emit a pulse of temporal energy that hit me in the portal. I needed to get home quickly. I was familiar enough with dimensional travel, not extremely so, but enough that I understood the theory. I had marked my home universe so that I would always be able to have a way back. I made it in case I was trapped in another realm, like an Asgard or a demon was able to trap me in his realm. I could easily use the marker to find my way back. I spread my senses and I was immediately greeted by magic. Oh, thank the one above all, this place has magic. I can feel my magic starting to fill up and heal my injuries. I try to look for my dimensional marker. Damn, the dimension is too far away for me to be able to power through. This meant that I had to gather energy using a ritual and then use it to power my dimensional jump. I run a few quick calculations in my head, and then sigh in exasperation. No, even if I can drain this planet dry of its magic, not that I would ever do it since it would kill every resident on that planet, everything needs magic to live, after all, it still wouldn't be enough for me to do a dimensional jump this far out. Entropy was right, only a cosmic entity would be able to do that. So now, I had two choices. I could either keep doing jump after jump, trying to get closer to my universe, until I'm close enough, something that would take centuries, or I could actually ask a cosmic entity to do so. Now, how the fuck do I summon a cosmic entity? I had no idea. I needed to get their attention, somehow. I had no idea how to do that, but that's a problem for later. I needed to find out what resources were at my disposal, and to do that, I concentrate on the biggest concentration of magic. With the amount of ambient magic around, it would make sense that there would be magic wielders of some kind. I was still on Earth, even the cities were the same, at least I won't have to adapt too much. I was somewhere in England. I keep spreading my senses and find the greatest magical nexus near me to be in London. I teleport towards it, keeping myself hidden as to not scare people to hell. I arrive in front of a small familiar pub. It read, The Leaky Cauldron. Neat, I was in a Harry Potter universe. It was somewhat similar to mine. I needed more data. What was the date? Were there mutants here? Was there an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D.? To find out, I chose to materialize myself in an empty alleyway close to the pub and made my invisibility cloak look like the normal robes wizards and witches usually wore. I always wore my invisibility cloak as my clothes. It made it easier for me to disappear at a moment's notice and it allowed me a certain amount of protection that was far more powerful than any enchanted armor or clothes could provide. I slowly walked to the pub and sat down. I ordered a butterbeer and asked for a copy of the Daily Prophet. To pay, I created a simple transmutation array to create around 50 galleons. Unfortunately, my personal dimension where I stored most of my items was relative to my home dimension. Me being here would mean that I would need nearly as much power to open it as I would to actually travel to my home dimension. So, that was a lost cause. The bartender, Tom, smiled at me and immediately gave me a copy of the newspaper. The first thing I look at is the date, which was July 13, 1995. Damn, the time pulse really messed with the portal for me to be here. Entropy had attempted to get me to a universe with no wizards, mutants, or anything with power, really. The temporal energy must have messed with the portal and changed to destination to this universe. I then look at the actual articles written on the front page. I raise my eyebrows in surprise. There was one big title, The Boy Who Lies. What the hell? I kept reading and was becoming more and more surprised. Did they really use the entire first page of the national magical newspaper just to slander a 15-year-old boy? It doesn't matter much, but what it shows is that I might be in the Harry Potter canon universe, right after Riddle was resurrected. I spent the rest of the day browsing books in the library in Diagon Alley, trying to get as much information as I could on the magical world. After I was done, I did the same on the non-magical side, and I was faced with a clear conclusion. In the mundane world, nothing was out of place. I might have accessed a couple of restricted files just to make sure, but there was no superpowers, no super soldiers, no Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., just a bunch of greedy governments and politicians. It was nothing special, just a normal world with no superpowers. On the other hand, the magical world was exactly the same as canon Harry Potter. Like always, James and Lily Potter went into hiding, were betrayed by Pettigrew and killed by Riddle. Lily's sacrificial magic did its job and was able to protect young Harry, and temporarily kill Voldemort. This was the summer after the Tri-Wizard tournament where Cedric Diggory had just been killed and Harry Potter publicly announced in the middle of an international tournament that Lord Voldemort had returned from the dead. The Ministry, in an attempt to stop any hysteria, had decided to slander both Harry and Dumbledore for this statement. I could understand slandering Dumbledore, an experienced politician who pretty much ruled the progressive faction of the Wisingamot and had led Britain by the nose ever since he beat Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. But attacking a 15-year-old orphan who said something in hysteria after signs of visible torture under the Cruciatus Curse. Of course, every investigation was being stonewalled by the ministry, but even after the DMLE had investigated the cemetery, they found traces of dark magic, but it was nothing unusual, especially with the abandoned gaunt hovel nearby. Still, it was extremely childish and petty from the ministry to attack a teenager of all things, but people seemed to eat it up. Were they so used to being spoon-fed information that they stopped fact-checking the information given to them? This wasn't my problem, and I didn't care to fix the public opinion of a counterpart of mine. Traveling the multiverse and fixing every problem would be a fool's errand. But at least, I have a plan now. I was lucky to come to this universe, since it provided me with opportunities to contact cosmic entities. Whatever methods I tried to contact Death had failed. She probably assumed that I was still in my previous universe, and this one was already far enough that she barely noticed my attempt to contact her. I tried looking for the Hallows in this dimension, but after sneaking into Albus Dumbledore's office, I found out that the Elder Wand was powered by some sort of soul magic that takes an imprint of the previous user and adds it to the wand's power. It was a basic form of soul magic, and while impressive for a mortal to do, it was still far more inferior than my staff. The Hallows must be just artifacts created by the Peveril brothers and were then mystified in legend. So with no way to actually contact Death without doing anything drastic, like breaking the natural laws after which I would be severely punished, there was another cosmic entity that had taken interest in this universe, fate. True prophesies were words that will happen no matter what choices are taken. They are only spoken with fate's permission, when every path in the future is one where the prophecy is fulfilled. Me being an outsider is something that fate didn't take into account, meaning that I could break fate's prophecy, especially the one between Riddle and Harry Potter. It wouldn't mean much in the long run, but I could ritualistically magnify the disturbance when I break the prophecy, giving me fate's attention, and I would be able to bargain with her. Fate could just screw me, but I think that Entropy's plan would be enough for her to hear me out and letting me come back to my universe to stop him. The ritual would need a little less than a year to charge for the signal to be at its maximum, and meanwhile, I needed a proper way to monitor Potter's situation. Lucky for me, there's a job open as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. I always loved teaching, and I'm pretty curious how the castle is like when I wasn't involved in building it. Plus, I'm looking forward to driving Dumbledore insane with suspicion, and if he's anything like the Dumbledore in my universe, he would share a similar fate. I always disliked the bearded bastard. Now, I only need to sort myself and create a good backstory with a few fake official documents. If I'm going to stay here for a year or so, I might as well take care of myself while I do. It will only take a couple of days for me to officially exist in this world, and I would be ready for the interview with Dumbledore. Oh, this was going to be so much fun. I suppress my guilt for leaving Celine and Wanda alone for a year. It was cruel to just disappear with no warnings. Not that I had a choice in the matter. I'm pretty sure that Celine could keep a level head, and would figure out that I'm trapped in an alternate universe. I had built trackers on our rings that allowed us to know if the other one is alright. She probably felt me fighting before, and the fact that I traveled to another dimension. Celine will trust me to take care of myself, and for us, a year wasn't really that long. The main problem I had was Wanda. I knew how rash she was, especially when she's losing someone she loved. I could only hope that Celine would be able to contain her and calm her down, while I'm stuck here. It's only been a day, but I missed both of them dearly. Chapter 147, Job Interview. August 19, 1995, Hog's Head, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore POV. Albus Dumbledore was getting tired. He really was too old to deal with this kind of stuff. Lord Voldemort's revival had messed up a few of his plans. Well, not really. He had known about Moody's impersonator, Barty Crouch Jr., and his plan to revive his master. He had chosen not to act on them, in hopes of creating another confrontation between young Harry and the Dark Lord. He did that in a vain hope that whatever protection Lily had created would continue to protect Harry and would save him from harm. It was one of the main reasons Dumbledore didn't interrupt Crouch's plot. The prophecy would be fulfilled in Harry's favor while he still carried his mother's protection, which he would lose when he reaches his 17th birthday. So, the headmaster of Hogwarts was strapped for time, and was starting to get desperate. The discovery of Tom's method for immortality during the Chamber of Secrets fiasco, while disgusting, had deeply complicated matters. It would take him years to track down every single soul anchor and destroy them, time he did not have. He did start looking for them, but so far, the search seemed fruitless, outside of the one in the Gaunt Shack. Dumbledore had foolishly hoped that Harry's protection would be able to counter Voldemort's Horcruxes somehow. Lily had always been ingenious like that, and that protection was a piece of art that Dumbledore, while having some idea of what it entails, knew that he didn't even scratch the surface of what it was capable of. Unfortunately, this point is moot at this point. Voldemort found a way around Lily's protection by using Harry's blood during his resurrection. If Albus knew that this would have happened, he would have stopped Crouch immediately. But this was not a time to wallow in past despairs. Albus needed to be decisive. He spent the first part of the summer making sure that Voldemort wouldn't be able to steal Harry's birthright using his blood. There was a reason that blood magic on this degree was very frowned upon. The possibility of line theft was a real one, and old families would do anything to avoid this. It took some bargaining with the goblins, and usage of the fact that he is young Harry's magical guardian, to add a few restrictions to inheriting the Potter family fortune, like possessing the invisibility cloak, for example, or using the Marauder's password. It took a few weeks to finalize the paperwork, but after a while, Harry's birthright was secured. With Voldemort having come back to life, Dumbledore quickly realized the nature of Harry's scar, and was researching a way to remove the soul shard without killing the boy. He only hoped that he would find a way quickly, because if he didn't, the boy would have to die, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. It was mostly out of guilt. Dumbledore had knowingly made young Harry's life miserable. Truthfully, he only wanted Harry to be humble and not end up as a spoilt brat which any child would have become when he was being worshipped by the masses. He didn't expect the Dursleys to love him, but he expected them to act like human beings, not like the magic-fearing savages they are. He had visited Petunia a few times while Harry was at Hogwarts, and Petunia did regret her actions towards her nephew. However, the main problem was her husband, who had seen her fears of magic and decided to agree with her and started acting more violently towards young Harry. Dumbledore couldn't enchant them or curse them, because they were under Harry's blood protection, and thus until Harry's 17th birthday, they were safe. Albus needed that protection, after all, to defeat Voldemort. Now, onto his latest issues. Dumbledore's issues with the Ministry were getting out of hand. Honestly, he didn't care about being dismissed from his political positions. He was planning on retiring soon after dealing with the Dark Lord, and to focus solely on Hogwarts. The smear campaign was very amusing and showed how desperate Fudge actually was and demonstrated how fragile his grip on the Ministry is. Anyone with a brain could recognize the signs that he won't be elected next term, especially after attacking a teenager of all things for saying things after suffering with what was sure to be a traumatizing event. But Fudge had gone too far and had actually sent Dementors to silence the boy. Well, Umbridge was the one to do it, but it was still his administration that did it. And then, he had the audacity to summon the entire Wizengamot for an underaged magic hearing, just to attack the boy for defending himself. Adding in the pressure he was putting on them to find a new defense against the dark arts professor, or they would send Umbridge as a professor, a woman who hadn't even passed her OWLS in defense. They had threatened every candidate to withdraw and had already assumed that Umbridge had the job. They had even added her chosen book into the book list. This was an obvious plot to undermine his authority on Hogwarts, but there was nothing he could do without actively challenging the Ministry, something that he needed to avoid with Voldemort still in hiding. Dumbledore had almost given up hope and was resigned to give Umbridge the position, which would subject the students to a malicious, cruel, and unknowledgeable professor. He only hoped that Tom's curse would work early on her. Fortunately for him, he had received a letter from a most peculiar candidate, Jasmine Sayer. He had never heard of the woman. He had even thought that the family was extinct. He had tracked down the family tree all the way back to the founding of Ilvermorny, the most popular American school of magic, with Gellert during their foolish quest for the Hallows. Still, the girl was undoubtedly a Sayer, considering her recommendation from the head of the Charms Guild and Runes Guild. The two men had a reputation to maintain and wouldn't tarnish it by sending in a fraud. Apparently, the young woman was a prodigy in pretty much all magical fields and was looking to teach at Hogwarts to be able to use the library, especially the restricted section, for her research. Dumbledore was doubtful, but anything would be better than Umbridge, even a virtual stranger with no motives. Right now, Dumbledore was waiting for her to arrive at his brother's inn, for an interview that both of them knew would be useless. But perhaps he would be able to convince her to join the Order of the Phoenix. He had to vet her and see her trustworthiness, but a witch of her caliber would be a very good addition to their side. The woman entered the bar. She was under a powerful notice-me-not, but Dumbledore was able to see through it, using his charmed glasses. She was a beautiful young woman, in her 20s, with long black wavy hair, skin as pale as the moonlight, and emerald green eyes that reminded him deeply of young Harry's eyes. The woman looked around, found him and sat in front of him. Dumbledore spoke, "Miss Sayer, I presume." The woman smirked at him, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I presume." Dumbledore chuckled at that. Very few dared to act that sassy with him, probably afraid of the second coming of Merlin or something. It was refreshing to see someone this young be this unafraid of him. Was she that confident of her abilities? He tried to invade her mind using legilimency, but was immediately stopped. The woman's eyes focused on him. That was very rude. Do you always do that when you meet another person? Huh, a powerful Occlumens as well. How fascinating, especially for someone her age. The headmaster hadn't seen this kind of competency in the mind arts since Voldemort himself. Disappointed in himself for being caught off guard like that, Dumbledore sighed and chose to change the subject entirely. I hope I don't sound presumptuous, but last I heard, the Sayer family had died out centuries ago. The woman nodded, yes, but a few members survived the purge and took other names to protect themselves. We vowed not to take the name Sayer without being strong enough to protect ourselves. I am the last Sayer. I even graduated from Ilvermorny under a different name. I am powerful enough to protect myself, so I took back my family name. The headmaster nodded, it made sense. Many families had done the same during Grindelwald's war. He actively hunted down old families to steal their books and plunder whatever knowledge they had to enrich himself. It was a common trend, and so families had moved away and hidden under different names just to escape Gellert's wrath. Now, Miss Sayer, why do you think that you're qualified to teach defense against the dark arts? The young woman was looking at him incredulously. You're kidding, right? If you want proof of my knowledge, you should just read my references. I am the youngest person with a dual mastery in history, but if you want a practical demonstration, I'm more than happy to oblige, but I don't think that this place would still stay standing. Dumbledore chuckled once more. He hadn't been challenged to a duel in years. He was almost tempted to accept the offer, but she was right, it would probably create more problems for his already large pile of them. You're probably right, it would be unwise. But that wasn't what I was asking. I wanted to know why you think you can teach defense, not if you could practice it. The woman looked at him and he could see that her respect for him had risen slightly. Well, considering that my apprentice didn't complain when I taught her, my tutelage seemed to be good enough. Plus, I always wanted the world to see the true wonders of magic. People really take it for granted. And to do that, I need to start young, show them how magic actually is, show them the truth. There's this satisfaction when you realize that children had grown into great men and women with your assistance. It's very gratifying. This rang warning bells in Dumbledore's head. Was she a dark witch? Did she want to corrupt the students? What magic are you talking about? All magic, from elementalism to charms to transfiguration to even alchemy, people always follow the steps in the books without thinking, forgetting how this magic was discovered in the first place, ignoring what could be improved. As a society, magical Britain has stagnated for centuries, and I wanted to help stop that. And how are you planning on doing this? The woman grinned at him, by making them actually think about magic, other than it being a convenient tool. This was a very dangerous line of thinking, that could destabilize the fragile peace that Albus had worked his entire life to create. It was a way to avoid another Grindelwald who could wield magic to his will like a master. Truthfully, Voldemort, outside of raw magical power, had nothing on Gellert, he had nothing on Albus. If he was at his prime, Albus would have easily wiped the floor with him. It was after Albus started restricting certain books and certain magics from Britain that the situation was starting to stabilize, and violent crimes had almost ceased. The Aurors could easily handle anything because, outside of family magic, there were very few spells that the Aurors didn't recognize on sight and knew how to deal with them. Introducing magical improvement was a sure way to destabilize this and create chaos and instability. You have to understand that some knowledge is dangerous for the general public. The consequences would be very grave. I cannot allow you to introduce such dangerous thoughts to my school. The woman snorted. Look, let's put our cards on the table here. We both know that you're going to hire me, because if you don't, what will happen to your students while under Umbridge's thumb will be far worse than whatever different knowledge I put in their heads. This would leave Hogwarts relatively safe from the Ministry until they decided to butt in as well. You'll be free to deal with your little pissing context with Riddle. So, which one is it going to be? You can either choose the Ministry that is proving to actively try to undermine anything you do on principle, or you can take a risk and choose me, an unknown piece on your little chessboard, a piece that is neither white nor black, a piece that you have no control over and will never have any control over. It would be easier for you to keep an eye on me if I'm in the castle, after all. So, what is it going to be, me or the Ministry? With that little speech, Dumbledore knew that Jasmine Sayer was far more dangerous than she appeared. The woman was cunning, very powerful, and with access to sensitive knowledge that no one knows about, like Voldemort's identity. But the woman had admitted that she was on neither side. Perhaps, having her at Hogwarts would be enough to persuade her to his side, to actively oppose Voldemort, to fight for the light. It didn't matter either way, he had no choice in the matter, after all. Dumbledore sighed and spoke to her. Fine. You're hired. I expect to see you on the first day of the semester. I will all you the details tomorrow. I hope that we'll have a wonderful year together. Chapter 148, Preparations. September 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Jasmine Sayer POV. It was remarkably easy to fake my credentials and create an identity in this world. Luckily for me, the Sayer family existed in this universe, and was a pretty prestigious family whose founder was a Gaunt, hence a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and was also the founder of Ilvermorny, the best school of magic in North America. They had been hunted down to extinction by allies of the Gaunt family a few centuries back. It was before the Gaunts' fall from grace, meaning that they were still a very powerful family, both politically and economically. Pretending to be a Sayer in this world was easy enough. I only needed the name, to be honest, not the fortune or anything like that. I could make myself rich in a few days, and no one would even notice. I wanted a name that mattered, would raise eyebrows, and would have the attention of both Riddle and Dumbledore. I could have gone to the goblins, but it would have taken a lot of troublesome bargaining and negotiating. They would, no doubt, ask for an outrageous price, and they would have leverage over me, something I didn't need. Gringotts as an institution was a bank, nothing more and nothing less. They didn't involve themselves in the affairs of wizards, especially with family stuff. They weren't lawyers or healers or anything. Their sole responsibility was to offer security vaults to wizards and protect them for a price. Of course, they could pay interest for the amount in the vault, but it worked as if it was a loan from the vault holder to Gringotts and they would be repaid after a certain period of time with interest. Now, the Goblin Nation on the other hand, was far larger than Gringotts and there were a few places where you could ask for forgeries and pay for information. The main reason that only the truly desperate did this was because of their exorbitant prices, and the fact that the goblins weren't guaranteed to keep this information to themselves, especially with a big name like Sayer. To avoid any complications, I chose to do it myself. It was far more efficient than anything the goblins could do. It only took a couple of uses of reality magic to make myself a full identity in America. Born Jasmine Evans, I was an orphan, with my father dying before I was born and a mother who was in an accident 15 years later. I went to Ilvermorny and graduated with honors, then went to get a mastery in the Rune Guild and then another one in the Charms Guild. I chose to do this to avoid unwanted attention. As far as my teachers were concerned, I was a dedicated, witty and eccentric prodigy, who had dedicated her life to the study of the magical arts. I tracked down whatever remained of the Sayer family. There was basically nothing left, no rumored manor, no legendary library, no mountain of gold. It seems that the Gaunts had plundered everything. Although, I was able to find the Sayer family ring, who was pretty much a blood-locked ring. It didn't recognize me, of course, but I was able to modify it a bit and made it recognize me as the last Sayer. Blood magic was a specialty of mine, after all. And that, kids, is how to forge your identity. Even Dumbledore was easily fooled during our interview. The only thing that was left was dealing with my monetary needs. I needed to make sure that I would be able to live comfortably in the next year or so. To do so in the mundane world, I went to a casino and went to the most powerful slot machine and manipulated it so that the next turn would be a winner. I won around $500,000, which I later gambled against some rich mooks on the high table. They expected an inexperienced idiot who had gotten lucky and won at the slots. I ended up winning over $15 million that day. That was enough for me. It was a productive couple of days. I put the money in the bank, the money was investigated, of course, but the casino had corroborated my story, and after a couple of compulsion spells, I had access to pretty much all of my money. On the magical side, I didn't feel like doing something legal and just used my cloak to enter the Lestrange vault, stealing half the gold, and taking Hufflepuff's cup. I didn't empty the vault because the goblins would have noticed if the gold dipped under a certain amount, since they would downgrade the vault when that happened. Truth be told, there was no reason the goblins would care about what's inside a vault outside of gold. Every galleon, sickle, and canute was enchanted by the goblins to be able to count them properly. The goblins didn't make tabs on the vaults or their artifacts. It was part of the deal between Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic. The goblins weren't allowed to know what was inside the vaults and wouldn't take anything out, and the wizards would let them have a monopoly over magical Britain. Let's just say that the goblins won their rebellion, and this was the only way that the ministry would be able to keep their face. Anyway, since the goblins didn't care what was inside the vaults in terms of artifacts, they didn't even know the number of galleons that was inside, outside of a rough boundary that would alert them if the vault needed a lower or higher security. I stole enough from the Lestrange vault to not change its status, meaning that the goblins should have no idea what happened. They also wouldn't care if there is a Horcrux inside. What's inside the vaults is not their business after all. I took the cup because it served as insurance that I had one of Riddle's Horcruxes on hand, meaning that I could kill him at a moment's notice. As for the gold, I didn't put it in a vault in Gringotts. I wasn't an imbecile. I just put it in empty pocket dimension that I could have access to whenever I wanted. As for my residence, it was very easy and cheap to buy an abandoned Muggle castle. It had no electricity, no running water, or anything modern, really. Not that I needed any, I had magic after all. It was conveniently built on 3 ley lines that I was able to use to power my wards effectively. It only took a couple of hours to turn the ruin into what I'm sure was one of the most impressive castles in Britain. Either way, with some free time on my hands, I decided to read up on the legislation in magical Britain and find out about the political climate. I had to know what I was getting involved in, after all. The situation was pretty fragile and Riddle's resurrection complicated things. Dumbledore's leadership, even after Voldemort's fall, was lackluster as he didn't want to press the population. He was right to not do this, since half the Wisengamot would have ended up in Azkaban if he did. Refusing Riddle wasn't an option for most people, families had been threatened, even tortured in some cases. It was how Riddle had gotten control of the Grey faction after all. If every marked Death Eater was arrested, then half the magical shops in Britain would have closed, half the ministry would be gone, and the economy would collapse. Riddle had positioned himself brilliantly, making sure that his followers were indispensable to the welfare of magical Britain. Truth be told, he had pretty much won in 1980, and it was only his obsession with Trelawney's prophecy that made him foolishly attack Harry Potter and get himself blown up. Anyway, after Voldemort's fall, Fudge ended up elected later since he's a relatively reasonable person, who had no problem taking bribes and was flexible enough to grant the so-called noble families more power and more money. He was elected because he was useless and ineffective, something everyone involved appreciated after Barty Crouch Sr.'s reign of terror as the director of the DMLE. Unfortunately, the power had gone to his head, and it was obvious that the Wisengamot had noticed and will probably not elect him during the elections due next year. His smear campaign on a teenager of all things was proof that he was taking things too far. Targeting Dumbledore of all people in a political battle was more than idiotic. He was fighting someone who was in the political scene for almost half a century and was personally responsible with the ban of countless spells and even the study of certain magical fields in Britain. Speaking of Dumbledore, he had sent me a letter after our interview with rules of conduct and so on. Curiously, he didn't send a copy of the curriculum. I ended up going to the ministry and requested the OWL and NEWT exams for the last 20 years in Defense Against the Dark Arts to figure out what I needed to focus on for them to at least pass their exams. I was then able to theorize how the curriculum was supposed to be taught in each year. Griselda Marchbanks, the head of the education department in the ministry, was very impressed by my initiative. Apparently, no one had done it before, even when Dumbledore hadn't sent them a curriculum either. Anyway, the headmaster had provided me with a ticket to the Hogwarts Express. Like hell was I going to sit around for hours doing nothing on a train filled with teenagers. I just opera to Hogsmeade and just put on my cloak and walked to the castle. The castle itself was technically alive, but she was muted, in a way. Not by some sort of magic, it's just that I compared her to my Hogwarts, which was a genuinely sentient and a conscious being. This one was alive, and obviously cared about the students. I could feel the excitement in its walls at the arrival of the students. But she wasn't as present, as alive as my Hogwarts. She definitely didn't have a soul. Before doing anything else, I walked up to the 7th floor and entered the room of requirements. It was impressive, for a mortal witch with no help. Rowena Ravenclaw was still a genius in this time. It lacked the flexibility and power that I added to it and was far more limited, but it was still very impressive. Still, I walked to the room of lost things and followed the stench of corrupted soul magic. It barely took a minute to find the diadem. I examined it, trying to find any kind of magic outside of the Horcrux. Unfortunately, the soul shard had absorbed whatever magic the artifact previously held to power itself. Funnily enough, the defense curse was anchored to the diadem. It was powered by the leaking life force of the soul shard. It was a very crude modification of an ancient Egyptian ritual that had used the full phylactery of a servant of the deceased to power the protections around their tombs. It was an honor to guard their king's treasures to the afterlife or something. I didn't particularly like this tradition, but they insisted on it, especially the servants. Still, using a Horcrux of all things to power a curse was beyond idiotic. Since its leak of life force was far more substantial, a Horcrux of that size would barely hold enough life force to sustain itself for a century, adding in the fact that it was powering something, it would barely last half that. Which means that in a couple of decades, the Horcrux would be destroyed by itself. It was one of the main reasons as to why making Horcruxes was a stupid idea and even stupider to make more than one. A fractured soul is going to leak life force and the maximum time a Horcrux could survive without dying was around 3 or 4 centuries. The exact amount wasn't enough because no one died from a natural death while having a Horcrux. They usually went crazy when separating their very self and were hunted down. Which meant that at most, you would live for 3 centuries before you became killable once more, that is even if you make yourself a Philosopher's Stone to make sure that your body doesn't die as well. Now Riddle, in his madness, made 7 of them, which means that his life force is divided between 7 fragments, each one leaking life force. He had at most 2 decades to live before every Horcrux was destroyed by itself and dying a slow but painful death where he wouldn't even have the luxury of an afterlife. Making Horcruxes doesn't look good, does it? I can't believe people actually make them without studying soul magic properly. Anyway, I destroy the diadem, ignoring the high-pitched scream of the soul shard dying. I'm not going to let an artifact curse me, after all. Afterwards, I chose to walk around, explore the castle for a bit before realizing that I was late for the feast. I immediately walked towards the Great Hall and opened the large doors with a bang. Everyone stopped eating and looked at me, professors and students alike. Dumbledore had raised his eyebrows and McGonagall looked furious. Professor Sayre, you're late. I suppress a grin. I always wanted to do this, I'm sorry I'm late. I was planning on coming early, I swear, but then I got lost on the road of life on my way here, as one does, but after I found my way back, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way round. And then I met this little old lady who needed help carrying groceries, so I had to help her. I look at her with a proud look on my face, doing my best to not burst into laughter. That was awesome. Chapter 149, Professor. September 1st, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Harry Potter had a lousy summer, starting when one of his fellow students was murdered by someone whose life he had spared the year before, fucking Wormtail, and then Harry himself was tortured and was played with by the men who had killed his parents, a man who had fully come back from the dead and was probably planning his painful death. Harry had barely escaped his supposed execution due to a fluke of wand magic of all things. But that wasn't enough. No, he was also sent back to Privet Drive, a place that felt more like a prison than a home, now that he had found a real home for himself in Hogwarts. Still, his friends ignored him. He was kept in the dark until he was attacked by 2 Dementors, in a Muggle street of all things. He ended up driving them away, before being assigned a hearing in front of the entire Wizengamot. Seriously, did these people have nothing to do but watch as the Minister for Magic tried to attack a teenager without any evidence or investigation into the matter at all? Thank Merlin that Dumbledore was able to get him out of it, or he would have probably ended up in Azkaban. He didn't know how it would happen, but considering that the Ministry had sent Hagrid there during his second year, because they had to be seen doing something, was more than proof enough that Fudge was more than willing to send anything he found troublesome to Azkaban without so much as a hearing. Still, at least he got to stay at Grimmauld Place after his attack. The time he spent with Sirius was God-sent, for both him and his godfather. Harry could tell that the man was feeling just as cooped up as his godson did, but whenever they spent time together, talking about pranks he and his friends did, about Quidditch, about life, really, they both felt at peace, even if it was for a brief moment. Still, all things considered, Harry was happy to get back to Hogwarts. He would miss Sirius, that's for sure, but he wouldn't miss Walburga Black's constant screaming, Kreacher's racist sociopathic mutterings, or the constant surveillance he was under from the Order. Mrs. Weasley kept trying to get him to work and clean one infestation after another, keeping him occupied. It was very grating to be treated like a child when he was never afforded the luxury during his actual childhood. Still, there was a reason the Sorting Hat wanted Harry in Slytherin, and that wasn't solely because of Harry's ambitions of not being alone. Harry had to learn how to survive. How to trick the Dursleys, without them even realizing it, so that he could eat or sleep. Harry Potter was a very cunning little boy, who had to fight for every scrap he got. He suppressed that for the last few years, and he will keep doing so, because everyone around him was so innocent, so impressionable, that he would scare them half to death with the things going on in his head. Even right now, sitting at the Gryffindor table, waiting for the damn sorting to finish so that he could actually eat, he was doing his best not to strangle Ron for eating a few snacks like a pig. The woes of having friends. Harry didn't know if he regretted doing so. On one hand, they provided a safe place for him to share his feelings, to confide in them, to not be alone anymore, but Ron's temper and short-sightedness added onto Hermione's condescension was very difficult to handle. Still, they were his best friends, but Harry's anger was close to erupting. Ever since Cedric's death, Harry was always angry for some reason. It was odd, and Harry didn't trust himself not to actually blow up on his friends in exasperation. Still, Harry sighed, trying to calm himself. This wasn't the time or the place to get angry for seemingly no reason. "Mate, you all right? You've been staring at your plate for the last 10 minutes. Harry turned around and was met with a familiar Ginger who was proudly wearing his prefect badge. Harry didn't know why the boy had won in the first place. While Harry had been slightly jealous of him when he got it, he quickly realized that the responsibilities that being a prefect entailed were far more than whatever perks they offered. It was frankly a waste of time that Harry wanted to use productively for the first time since he started his schooling. Voldemort had played with him, and while Harry had no illusions that he could actually beat the bastard in a straight fight, he would take as many of his servants with him to the grave, just to spite the men. After all, Harry stopped fearing death a very long time ago. Harry noticed that the food had been served when he was daydreaming. He shook his head and answered his best friend's question, "I'm all right, just lost in thought." He then looked at the professor's table. There was an empty seat there, probably for the new Dada teacher. Had the curse already killed this one? Harry thought to himself sarcastically. He spoke to his two friends. "Do you guys have any ideas who our defense teacher is this year?" Hermione shook her head, but Ron nodded. "Heard Dad talk about it with Mum. It was supposed to be some kind of ministry woman, Fudge's undersecretary I think, but Dumbledore found someone in the last minute, some powerful bloke or something. He wants to recruit him to the Order but he's not sure yet. Apparently, he's really strong though, should be interesting." Harry nodded and suddenly, the Great Hall's doors opened with a bang, revealing a beautiful pale woman with black hair and glowing green eyes. They seemed familiar somehow, like he had seen them before in a dream or something. Who was that? Was she a seventh year that he'd never seen? Everyone stopped eating and was looking at the mystery woman, professors and students alike. Dumbledore had raised his eyebrows and McGonagall looked furious. Last time she looked like that, she had given him a week's detention after he had a fight with Snape during class. This wasn't a look he wanted to be on the receiving end of. "Professor Sayre, you're late." Wait a minute, the woman was a professor. Wasn't she too young to be a professor? She didn't even look older than Tonks and he could never imagine Tonks acting like a proper teacher. Although, the strongest reaction was surprisingly from Slytherin House, who had raised their heads the second McGonagall had said the woman's name. Was she famous or something? The woman just shrugged and answered with a serious tone, "I'm sorry I'm late." I was planning on coming early, I swear, but then I got lost on the road of life on my way here, as one does, but after I found my way back, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way round. And then I met this little old lady who needed help carrying groceries, so I had to help her. Wait, what? Did she seriously say this? Harry tried to suppress his laughter, he really did, but he never expected this. It wasn't even that funny, it was more the tone and the fact that this Professor Sayre had said such bullshit with a straight face to McGonagall of all people. Harry wasn't the only one who had burst into laughter. Slowly but surely, everyone registered what their new professor had said and started giggling uncontrollably. Ron was on the floor laughing next to Fred and George, even Hermione, while trying to look disapproving, had a small smile on her face. The Transfiguration professor was practically gaping and had started spluttering at the audacity of the woman, and the chuckling Dumbledore had spared her the embarrassment and chosen to answer the woman. While I can understand losing oneself to the mysterious and wonderful road that is life, a lot of students have cats as their familiars or pets. If one tried to avoid all of them, then nothing would get done. Additionally, I can say with absolute confidence that there are no old ladies carrying groceries in the castle. The woman looked pensive. I can understand the logic with the cats. Although that particular cat was a very evil one. As dark as the night itself, with eyes more sinister than a Dementor's, filled with malice and hate, reveling in suffering. Perhaps it was a Dementor cat, or perhaps it was a shadow of a cat, perhaps it doesn't matter either way, we might never know. The old lady, on the other hand, was quite present. Though, I didn't mention that she was in a painting. Quite the conversationalist, this woman. She has so much gossip to share. To avoid further problems, I'll do my best to try and keep whatever conversations I have with any paintings to a minimum during school hours. One gets very easily distracted, don't you think so, Headmaster? The Great Hall burst into laughter once more, and Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling in mirth. There was some sort of message that had been transmitted between them, and Dumbledore was obviously pleased with the result. Still, the woman was hilarious, and Harry could hear Fred and George proclaim their undying love for the new professor. Professor Sayre ended up smiling back at him and walking up to the table to sit down. Soon after, Dumbledore stood up for his usual yearly speech. Well, now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg for a few moments of your attention for the usual start-of-term notices. First years ought to know that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, and a few of our older students ought to know by now too. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me, for what he tells me is the 462nd time, to remind you all that magic is not permitted in corridors between classes, nor are a number of other things, all of which can be checked on the extensive list now fastened to Mr. Filch's office door. We have had 2 changes in staffing this year. We are very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubblyplank, who will be taking care of magical creatures lessons. We are also delighted to introduce Professor Jasmine Sayre, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. The Quidditch tryouts will be occurring in 2 weeks' time. For more information, check your common rooms, where the exact dates will be posted in the next couple of days. Finally, Professor Sayre expressed some interest in restarting the dueling club alongside Professor Flitwick. If you are interested in joining, feel free to tell either of them before the end of the month, after which, club memberships could be easily denied by the teacher. That is for all clubs. For more information, feel free to speak with Madam Hooch, who is responsible for the arrangement of all extracurricular activities and clubs. Alright, I have kept you here long enough. I'm sure your prefects will be more than enough to answer most questions, but it's time to go to bed. Harry recognized the dismissal, and so did everyone else, since they started packing out. Harry was still puzzled by something. He asked Hermione, "Why do you think the Slytherins reacted like that when they heard Professor Sayre's name?" The girl looked at him incredulously. "Seriously? Do you ever read at all, Harry?" She responded with that condescending tone of hers that made him want to curse her. "The Sayre family is one of the founding families of Ilvermorny, the best magical school in America." Harry tilted his head. "It's impressive and all, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal here, right?" Hermione snorted. "If it was any other founder, no one would care, but the Sayre family is rumored to be descendants of Salazar Slytherin, as well. Apparently, they had escaped from Britain for some reason. I don't know exactly why, but they were hunted by the main family here in Britain. They were presumed to have gone extinct over 100 years ago. I'll have to read up on it more, but it's a big deal. It means that if that woman really is a Sayre, then Voldemort's claims of being the heir of Slytherin can be contested. Wow, that was a big deal. Holy shit, why would the woman come to Britain now of all times? Does she have a death wish?" Harry ignored Hermione's exclamation to taking the first years to their dorms. He went to his bed alone, ignoring Seamus' angry gaze, ignoring him completely. Normally, he would have lashed out, angry with Voldemort, with Dumbledore, with Ron, with Hermione, with the world, with himself, but all he could think of was the woman with the hauntingly familiar emerald green eyes, his mother's eyes, his eyes. He needed to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 150, Defense Class. September 3, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter POV. Like every year, Harry was excited for his first defense class, and he could see that he wasn't the only one. For the first time in almost a year, students were vibrating in their seats, vibrating in excitement, at learning from someone they admired. Harry didn't really understand why, but apparently, the Slytherins were very excited to learn from someone who could be a descendant of their house's founder and were acting like a bunch of first-year Hufflepuffs ready to make friends. It got even worse when someone found out that Jasmine Sayer was some kind of magical prodigy who already had 2 masteries in different fields of magic. There were a lot of speculation and rumors, some were so outrageous that it made Harry laugh for a few minutes, like her being Voldemort's secret daughter. Harry was in tears when he heard that one. It was funny that people had already started worshipping the woman and ignored what she did during the welcoming feast. Still, Harry heard rumor after rumor about her classes. Fred and George were seriously admiring her. They said that she was without a doubt the best defense professor that they ever had. She really knew her stuff, and they always assumed that this was what Dumbledore would be like if he was teaching the class himself. Seriously, it hadn't been that bad when Moody had come to teach the previous year, well, fake Moody, at least. The man was famous, or is it infamous, in magical Britain, and yet they didn't act like that with him. Still, the new professor having 2 masteries had pretty much cemented her as Hermione's newest hero. What a surprise, having a significant academic achievement was enough to earn Hermione's respect without even meeting the woman. As for Ron, he didn't seem to especially care about the woman. He really had an aversion to anything academic, didn't he? Even with Ron's lack of enthusiasm, Harry was still very excited to attend Professor Sayer's class. He had gone through an entire day of people gushing about her classes and the professor scaring the crap out of him about the OWLs, that he wanted to see what everyone was talking about. Finally, it was time for defense class. Harry followed the rest of the 5th-year Gryffindors to the classroom where Professor Sayer was sitting down, writing something on a piece of parchment. She looked up and smiled at them. "Ah, good, you're here. Let's wait for the Slytherins to arrive. Sit down, wherever you want, take out your books, and some parchment." Everyone scrambled to take a seat. Hermione pretty much leapt to the front of the classroom to secure the closest seat to the professor. Harry shook his head in exasperation and just joined her, leaving Ron at the back of the class where he chose to sit. Harry was going to try to pay attention to this lesson. From what he had heard, he didn't want to miss anything. A couple of minutes later the Slytherins arrived in unison, far more organized and proper than the Gryffindors, and took their seats as well. Professor Sayer smiled at them and started to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Jasmine Sayer. You will address me as Professor Sayer for the rest of the year, after which I will leave the position." Seamus interrupted her rudely. "What, scared of the curse?" Professor Sayer chuckled. "No, I'm not, Mr. Finnegan. Don't worry, I have heard a little about you from your professors. Let's just say that they had a few comments about your pyrotechnic talents. Now, about the curse, I have identified and removed it before the welcoming feast. Nasty little thing, it was. Quite a display of brilliance and ignorance at the same time. Either way, after my departure, there will be nothing to stop you from having a recurring defense professor." Silence met her at that declaration. The defense curse was removed. Just like that. What the hell? Was she serious? No one had expected this. Even Dumbledore hadn't been able to remove the curse, and she did it in one day. The woman ignored the stupefied looks and continued, "As I was saying, I will be your defense professor for the next year, especially since this will be your OWL year, so you'll have a lot of work ahead of you. Now, about the OWLs, I have no doubt that you were scared witless by your professors, saying that if you don't study like mules, you'll ruin the rest of your lives and so on. I'm here to say that no, OWLs are not that important." Hermione looked outraged and raised her hand. "I don't follow, Professor. How are they not important?" The woman chuckled. "Now, Ms. Granger, you're not supposed to interrupt your professor in the middle of a speech. If you had waited a few more seconds, I would have answered your question." Hermione's face reddened in embarrassment. "Now, as I said, OWLs are not that important. I'm not saying they're useless, I'm just saying that in the long run, they don't really matter. First, you have to understand why they exist in the first place, and that's to make sure that you have a minimum of competence in a magical field, meaning that you have a better chance of passing your newts if you choose to pursue further studies. The exams, both written and practical, are relatively simple and focus on your general competence in the field in question, not your mastery over it. This means only half your exams are from what you're studying this year, the rest will be on what you have learned during the first 4 years of your schooling. Failing your OWLs is better than passing when you shouldn't. It means that the chances of passing your newts are very slim. And in the end, your careers will depend on your newts entirely. No one will care about your OWL results, aside from the professors for your next year, who will decide the minimum level required to enter a newts class, which translates to how much they're willing to invest in your education to get good newts. Most of them will target students with more than an EE in your OWLs, with Professor Snape choosing students who have at least an O in their potions examinations. Now, onto the question of, why would you want a newt in defense? And the answer is simple. Outside of learning how to defend yourselves, a defense newt is required if you want to continue a career as an auror, a hit wizard, or a dueler. But outside martial careers, if you're planning on pursuing a higher education after Hogwarts, be it an apprenticeship or joining a guild, you will be required to be able to protect yourself and your secrets from any enemies, meaning that having a defense newt is almost always a requirement. This seemed to relax the classroom a little bit. Students were a bit stressed from the speeches the other professors gave. It was kinda nice to have someone not stress how difficult this year was going to be. The professor continued her introduction. Now, I will have to say that from what I have heard, your defense education was somewhat lackluster, so we'll have to revise a few things before going forward. It's nothing extremely straining on you, but you'll have to study a few things you should have learned during the previous years on your own. I cannot teach 5 years' worth of lessons in 1 year, so it will be your responsibility to catch up if I ask you to study a topic in particular. Now to get started, I want you to get your books out and throw them away. Wait, what? Harry looked around and everyone looked confused as well. Hermione even looked scandalized at the thought of actually throwing away a book. Look, I know, it was the recommended book and everything, but it was supposed to be what your previous teacher was supposed to use. I can say that without a doubt, whoever was supposed to teach this class was an idiot. The book is more like a philosophical book than anything, that pretty much tells you to run away from fights. Which is a very good idea when you're this young, and you shouldn't involve yourself in a fight that you'll probably lose after all. You'll be fighting against a fully grown adult with a full magical education unlike you. You should always call the aurors for help if you're in danger. The problem is that this is a defense class, which is supposed to teach you how to defend yourself. In case you want to be aurors or hit wizards or something similar. This means that spending an entire year learning how to run away from a book without learning a single spell wouldn't be productive for your education. So, keep the books, throw them away, ask for a refund, I don't care. But I can say with absolute certainty that I won't be using this book. Now, with that out of the way, let's take a look at what your education looked like. Harry stiffened when he heard that. He had killed one professor, made one lose his memories, was almost bitten by Remus when he was a werewolf, and the last one was an imposter that got kissed by a Dementor. His history with defense teachers wasn't a very good one. Sayre ended up picking up a piece of parchment. I asked your professors to send me a summary of the syllabus for each year. Your first year was somewhat normal, for the first semester, at least. A couple of minor jinxes and hexes, the dispelling spell, that's an important one. There were some complaints about his stutter and the smell in his classroom but nothing much. But for some reason, your professor ended up spending the entire second semester focusing on the iguana, a non-magical creature of all things. Now, let's move on to your second year, where for some reason your professor recommended fiction books of all things, and then spent an entire year storytelling and acting scenes from the books. Am I reading this right? Harry felt himself snort at the reminder of Lockhart's lessons. It sounds really bad when someone phrases it like that. Anyway, your third year was the first one where you had an actual defense education, where you focused on dark creatures and how to fight them. The syllabus was well done, and was very advanced. Your professor went above and beyond. I guess we won't cover dark creatures this year, that's a relief. Finally, last year, you had a professor who went nuts and kept demonstrating dark curses, and how to defend against them. There's a note here saying that he performed one of the unforgivables on you. Well, he seemed to go too far with the study of basic curses that you were supposed to cover. What the hell was Dumbledore thinking, letting a professor put 4th years under the imperious of all things? Was fake Moody that bad? At least, she thought that Remus was the best of the bunch. That's enough for Harry to like the woman. She didn't seem to care that he was a werewolf or anything. Now, I don't want to scare you, but your defense education is crippled. You probably learnt whatever you were supposed to cover in your first year on your own. It was just a list of basic jinxes, hexes, and their counters, but you haven't covered the roles of charms and transfiguration in defense. Like not at all, you were supposed to have an introduction during your second year and 4th year, which your teachers pretty much skipped. Hermione immediately raised her hand. The professor sighed in exasperation. Yes, Miss Granger. Hermione righted herself. I'm afraid that I don't understand, Professor. What do charms and transfiguration have to do with defense class? Harry had asked himself a second before but didn't want to seem stupid in front of the new professor who was looking at Hermione with incredulity. Seriously? You don't know? Hermione shook her head, and the professor looked up. Does anyone here know the answer to that question? She shook her head, at the silence that met her. All right, this is really bad. This is basic stuff that you should have learnt in your first year. All right, I have to start from the top. Who here knows what a magical field is? A few hands were raised and the professor pointed at Hermione. Miss Granger. The girl brightened at being called by the teacher and answered, a field of magic is a classification or category that certain spells belong to. Sayre nodded and answered, a textbook answer, which is a shame since it's barely 10% of the actual answer. Now, does anyone have another answer? Hermione's face was red and obviously wanted to protest but had been able to contain her temper. The professor looked around and pointed at another student. It was a Slytherin this time, Miss Greengrass. The girl nodded. A field of magic is a way for wizards to partition spells and practices that have similar properties. For example, transfiguration is the field of magic that concerns the transformation of something from one form or element to another. The professor nodded, a very close answer, but not quite the correct one. A magical field in easy terms is a way for wizards to put labels on kinds of magic. Like Ms. Greengrass said, it groups spells and practices with similar properties, but what she didn't explain is why wizards did that. What the purpose of it is, outside of just categorizing spells. Long ago, before wands existed, before spells were a thing, wizards still existed and there were fields of magic. So, what do they categorize exactly? There were no spells, no incantations, just will and magic, barely more than accidental magic. So, wizards imagined the fields of magic just to be able to describe a magical act. No more and no less. Hermione spoke up, I don't quite follow you. How can there be magic without spells? Spells, Miss Granger, are, by definition, a reproducible act of magic. Before the invention of a wand, there were no spells. A wizard, or a mage as we used to call them, learned to manipulate their magic after decades of meditation and practice. There were no simple spells, with straight-up wand movements or incantations, and whatever focus they had just served to direct the magic, not shape it like wands do. Wands are a Roman invention, and their main advantage is to allow someone to shape their magic for a spell by just moving their wands in a precise manner. Therefore, you have wand movements for every spell. Your incantations, which are generally in bastardized Latin, are a way to synchronize your wand movements and time them properly. This allowed the Roman Empire to quickly train a lot of wizards for their armies. Classical mages could no doubt defeat hundreds of wand wizards, but it would only take one lucky spell to kill them, which allowed the Romans to conquer most of Europe. For example, one of the main requirements to gaining a mastery in a magical field is being able to perform any spell in that field without actually using a spell, with just pure manipulation of magic. This is what I call true mastery over a field of magic. You hear things about dark lords who have mastered the dark arts or whatever. The truth is that there hasn't been a master of dark magic since Morgana Le Fay, no matter what most people like to say. The teacher paused for a few minutes to let them absorb what she said before resuming her lesson. A magical field is also not a box with strict borders. A spell could easily be a part of multiple magical fields. For example, if you combine elemental magic with a charm, you create a new spell entirely. It's how new spells are crafted nowadays. For example, if you add a cutting charm and the air element, it will enhance the cutting factor. Observe. With a wave of her wand, the professor conjured 2 blocks of wood. They were over a meter deep. She waved her wand at one and it was cut halfway. This is a normal cutting charm without me actually trying to overpower it. She waved her wand again, and Harry felt a burst of wind with the spell. It cut through the wood easily and had continued to hit the wall where a clear slash appeared. After another wave of her wand, the wall repaired itself. Harry was stupefied, like the rest of the classroom. I added the same amount of power to the charm, I just modified it to add the air element as well. There are a lot of combinations, mainly with charms, but the deeper you get, the more you see it. You can combine elemental magic with transfiguration into something called elemental transfiguration, a very difficult piece of magic to master, soul magic with transfiguration for the animagus transformation, blood magic, and alchemy to create a bloodline limit, like Parseltongue and Metamorphmagus. Although the last one has only been through the use of rituals, since the details were lost to time long before wands were invented in the first place. The main theory is that old mages used alchemy to make the magic permanent, and then bound it to their bloodline using blood magic. Now, you're thinking, as interesting as that is, why are we talking about this? What's the point of this? It's quite easy. Can anyone tell me what field of magic defense against the dark arts belongs to? For the first time, the student started to actually try to understand what defense class was all about. It was odd. He hadn't learned a new spell, or even used magic, really, but he felt like he started to have a better understanding of magic just a few minutes with Professor Sayre. He had to admit that Fred and George were right. The woman really knew her stuff.